Prologue. The most important thing to know about Margaretha Zell is that she loved men. The most crucial thing to know about her is that she did not love truth. When it was convenient, she told the truth. When it was not, or when she found the truth tedious, she invented what might be kindly called alternative truths and unkindly, lies. For her, what was factually true never seemed as essential as what should have been true. By the time she had transformed herself into Madhuri, she was highly skilled at fashioning the world to her liking. She was a creation from beginning to end, a character in a play that she continuously re-scripted. She changed her name as often as some women change hairstyles. Only once in her life did she acknowledge this fact about herself, and it was when she was in prison, in imminent danger of being convicted of espionage and sentenced to death. The severe conditions of her imprisonment, the catastrophic collapse of the world she had created, and the brutal destruction of her identity had driven her very near to madness. With painful insight sharpened by her teetering on the edge of the abyss, she wrote to the man who was her captor, accuser, and interrogator, trying to explain, "There is something which I wish you to take into consideration, it is that Madhuri and Madame Zell MacLeod are two completely different women. Today, because of the war, I am obliged to live under and to sign the name of Zell, but this woman is unknown to the public. I consider myself to be Madhuri. For 12 years, I have lived under this name. I am known in all the countries and I have connections everywhere. That which is permitted to Madhuri dancer is certainly not permitted to Madame Zell MacLeod. That which happens to Madhuri, they are the events which do not happen to Madame Zell. The people who address one do not address the other." This was probably the moment of her greatest self-understanding. In this telling of her life I have steered as close to the truth as I am able, but in her case, the trough is an ever-shifting and elusive wind. 1. The little orchid. He taught her to think of herself as special. She was his little princess and he loved to show her off. He bought her wonderful dresses in vivid, flamboyant colors, once a dress of scarlet velvet that she wore to school. She twirled to show her father how the shrt flared out, and he beamed and told her she was beautiful. She did the same for her friends at Miss Biza's exclusive school, and they looked at her with wide eyes. They pretended to be shocked, to think it was a scandalous dress for a girl her age, but she knew they were only jealous. They were better suited to the subdued colors they habitually wore. They could have afforded a dress like hers easily, but they never could have worn such a garment with her flair. Their pallid skin and colorless hair and lack of personality condemned them. Only someone like her, with thick, darkly waving hair, compelling eyes, and café au lait skin, only someone whose very essence cried "Look at me," could get away with it. One of her school friends in a moment of genius called her an orchid in a field of dandelions, and she was, even them, and she knew it. She knew it because she was different from everyone else. She knew it most of all because of the way her father treated her, as if she were infinitely precious. His love gave her a wonderful feeling. She was born on August 7, 1876. Her younger brother, Johannes, was born 2 years after her, on November 26, 1878. Then in 1881, on September 9, came twin boys, Ari and Cornelius. The birth of her brothers never displaced Margaretha from her place in their father's affection. She was always the favored child in his eyes. She probably believed he loved her more than he loved her mother. Adam Zell was the father of Margaretha Geertruida Zell, the future Madhuri, and her brothers. She was his favorite child. The Madhuri Foundation/Free Museum, on her 6th birthday, her father surprised her with a goat cart, a Buchenwagen. It was the most marvelous gift she had ever received. The vehicle was an exquisite miniature phaeton as fine as the ones the rich drove with their superb horses. Hers was pulled by a matched pair of stout goats with fine horns. All her friends clamored to go for a drive in it, and she loved indulging them. The neighbors clucked their tongues at the extravagance of such a gift, and for a little girl too. It would only make her vain and give her ideas about her own importance. They should have known that she already had those ideas, that she had learned them at her father's knee. The extraordinary goat-drawn phaeton was remembered by Margaretha's former classmates and many others in the 2 decades later. It was an amazing bit of foolhardiness, which put Margaretha absolutely in a class by herself, so said one of her former friends in 1963, when she was well over 80 years old and Margaretha was long dead. Others spoke of the gift of the Buchenwagen as the most unforgettable event of their childhood years. In 1882, on Margaretha's 6th birthday, her father gave her a goat carriage, a magical and extravagant gift. The Mata-Hari Foundation/Fries Museum, but that was typical of Adam Zell, he loved to be noticed. His daughter was in ways his most becoming accessory. He was vain about his full beard and his good looks. He always dressed well, in a top hat and flowered waistcoat that flattered him, to advertise the quality of the goods produced by his hat factory and for sale in his haberdashery. Some people called him the Barreau as a jibe at his pretension and posing, but he rather liked the nickname, assuming it was a recognition of his natural superiority. In 1873 he had his greatest social triumphs, the first of which was Marim Ank van der Meulen from nearby Franeker. Although Ange was 31 years old, only 2 years his junior, and not a young woman in her first flush of marital eligibility, she was from a family with higher social standing than his. He felt the marriage was a major step up for a rising young merchant in a provincial capital in northern Holland. Later that year, Zell was selected to be in the mounted guard of Honol when King Willem visited their town, Leeuwarden, in the province of Friesland. Zell prided himself on his horsemanship and was honored to be selected to represent his town. He had his own portrait painted, showing him on horseback and in full uniform. Many years later Zell presented it to the new Fries Museum as an important work it ought to display. It is a mediocre piece of art but an excellent example of Zell's personality. 10 years after these triumphs, in 1883, Zell's haberdashery business was doing so well that he moved his growing family into a Buchiel old brick house at 28 Grootkerkstraat. It was a fine residence and doubtless he felt himself established as one of the most important burghers of Leeuwarden. He hired more servants and sent his pretty daughter to learn elegant manners, music, both singing and piano, exquisite handwriting, and French at Miss Bize's school. His sons were growing into strong and good-looking boys, and he planned a good education for the two. Although Amsterdammers might claim that Leeuwarden was rural and unsophisticated, Zell felt the Toenir which he had been born and raised was an excellent place. It boasted nearly 27,000 inhabitants. After another 6 years of acting the Baron, Zell found that Leeuwarden no longer seemed splendid. His investments and business ventures went so far wrong that on February 18, 1889, he was forced to declare bankruptcy. The failure must have been a bitter come down to a proud man. The news was probably a great shock to his family, for men of his background did not discuss financial matters with their wives and children. Leeuwarden was no longer a place where Zell could live and hold up his head. He left for The Hague on July 15 to look for work. His family was left behind, crowded into cheap upstairs apartment on the Willemskade, a much less fashionable address than Grootkerkstraat, with little money to live on. It was the family who had to face the pitying looks and whispered words about their sudden turn of fortune for Margaretha. Her father's departure for The Hague less than a month before her 13th birthday must have felt like a desertion. Didn't Papa love her anymore? How could her birthday come with no goat carriages, no fancy dresses, no gifts from him at all? She was by then honing her excellent linguistic skills on English and German as well as French, but there was no loving Papa to see applaud her academic triumphs or to admire her pretty dresses. He had left her, and the effect must have been shattering. In 1889, Adam Zell went bankrupt and divorced his wife, who died 2 years later of shame and poverty. The adolescent Margaretha was sent to live with relatives who found her cliff-cold, with few prospects for a good marriage or a useful career. The Mata-Hari Foundation/Fries Museum, after 10 RMNTHS, on May 31, 1890, Zell returned to Leeuwarden and his family. Margaretha might have expected the golden days she remembered from her younger years to resume, but Zell was unable to support his family and equally unable to reconcile with his wife. The neighbors overheard violent quarrels. By the end of summer, the couple filed for a legal separation, which was granted on September 4. In conservative Friesland in the 19th century, a legal separation was a scandalous act, allel for gossip and smug or knowing nodding of heads. A decent man and his wife would simply have come to an unspoken agreement and lived apart. But a legal separation? Even in disgrace, they might have said, that man Zell had to call attention to himself. Zell moved to Amsterdam, nearly 90 miles away, where he was soon living openly with another woman. His wife stayed in Leeuwarden trying to hold her family together. On May 10, 1891, Antje Zell died. In the newspaper read, "This day it pleased the Supreme Architect of the Universe, to take me from this earth, after a grievous suffering from February 21, 1889, my dearly beloved wife, loving mother of 4 helpless children, Mrs. Anna van der Meulen Zell, at the age of 49 years. Adam Zell Cornelis Zoon son Q. Cornelius." The date mentioned February 21, 1889 was 3 days after the public declaration of Adam Zell's bankruptcy. There is no evidence of what happened on this date, perhaps it took days for the word to spread throughout Leeuwarden that the Baron was bankrupt. Perhaps Antje had only enough courage to hold her head up for days against the titters and snubs that plagued her. The intertwined causes of Antje's grievous suffering were almost certainly humiliation and poverty. On the afternoon of Ank's funeral, piano music was heard issuing from the Zell household by those passing in the street. People in Leeuwarden were surprised, even shocked. Music was considered an entertainment and hence indecorous in a house of mourning. "I was playing, it was the pain I felt," Margaretha told a friend solemnly, enjoying the opportunity to dramatize her sorrow just a bit. Neighbors looked after the Zell children for weeks while more permanent arrangements were made. In November, Johannes, the older boy, was sent to Ank's family in nearby Franeker. The twins were sent to their father in Amsterdam, but Margaretha M. Greet, as she was usual, called by then, was not. Instead she was sent to live with her uncle and godfather, Mr. Vielser, and his wife, in the small Frisian town of Sneek. The depth of M. Greet's feelings of outrage and betrayal can only be imagined. She had always been her father's favorite, she was now almost a woman, nearly 15 years old, and she had suffered what were to her terrible deprivations because of the family's sudden poverty and social downfall. MTH, didn't Papa come and take her to Amsterdam? Why did he take the twins and not her? The answer can never be Nguyen, but it would not be surprising if Zell's new woman refused to have M. Greet in the house. The girl was vain and self-centered and used to having her father indulge her. Money was still tight, the couple did not live in a good section of Amsterdam. It was less onerous to take on twin 10-year-old boys than a spoiled teenaged girl who loved extravagant clothes and being the center of attention. From M. Greet's point of view, her mother had died and her beloved father, the handsome papa who had made life magical and the man she bent every energy to please, had rejected her twice. She felt she was practically an orphan in all likelihood. She was sulky, petulant, and angry, not an easy guest in her godfather's home. Sneek was a small town in which respectability and conformity were of paramount importance to everyone except, perhaps, M. Greet. There was little to distract her from her misery. What seems clear is that the Vissers tried hard to reform the headstrong girl. Within weeks, they told her she was unlikely ever to attract a husband. She was dark and flat-chested, she had grown to 5 feet 9 inches tall, an awkward height in an era when the minimum height for men in the military was 5 feet, she had no dowry, and her family name had been disgraced. No one would ever want to marry her. The Vielsers felt she had best begin thinking of how she was going to earn her living. Fancy languages, a fine hand, and piano playing were not very marketable SHLLS. One obvious alternative, domestic service, was unthinkable to a proud girl like M. Greet. Since her grandmother van der Meulen had allotted 5,000 florins for the education of the Zell children after Ank's death, perhaps she should attend some sort of training school. Early in 1892 the Vissers packed M. Greet off to a boarding school in Leiden where all the news educational innovations were being taught to young women wanting to become kindergarten instructors. The school later became famous for the Leiden kindergarten method of encouraging children's natural love of learning through play and practical exercises rather than attempting to make them sit down and listen to lectures. In all probability, the real reason the Vissers sent M. Greet there was that they found her trying to live with and they knew the headmaster, Wiebrandus Honstra. Honstra had earned his teaching credentials in Sneek, where his father was a pastor and a teacher. The Vielsers may have felt more at ease passing the responsibility for this awkward poor relation of theirs to a well-thought-of fellow Frieslander. When M. Greet arrived at the Leiden school, Honstra had been headmaster for 10 years. He was very well respected educator and apparently liked by the students. There is now a plaque on the school wall dedicated to him by his Grade students. It shows a bas-relief of Honstra with a walrus-like mustache and a head of hair. His profile vaguely resembles that of Albert Einstein. Although the then radical approach of teaching children through play at LT have appealed to Greet's sense of fun and spontaneity, it is difficult to envision a career less appropriate for her character. She never in her life exhibited any particular fondness for children or any nurturing instincts. In the assessment of one of her former school friends, choosing such a career for Greet was an obvious error. Such a job was good for a motherly girl, and Greet was a personality. This appraisal must be weighed carefully, for it was made long after the fact, but the sentiment rings true. As both child and woman, Margaretha Zell was rarely concerned with anyone but herself. The oft-repeated story of Greet's brief stay at the Leiden school is that Honstra fell in love and had a sexual relationship with her. She was 16, he was 51 and married. She was clever academically and, judging from later reports of her life, exceedingly charming and attractive. She had learned very early that pleasing was the way to find happiness. In 1893 she was sent home from the school in shame, while Honstra remained in his position of power and esteem until his death in 1925. Whatever happened, Greet was blamed for the scandal. Not Honstra. Today his behavior would be considered criminal sexual exploitation of a minor. He was a mature man in a position of authority over children. She was a girl who had been placed in his care. But in 1893 she was considered the one without morals and was disgraced. The Vielsers did not take Greet back. They were probably deeply embarrassed. Greet Hac proved herself to be her father's scandalous daughter. Everyone in Sneek would know of this wild young woman's dishonor. If they were unwilling to try to reform Greet further, who could blame them? It is impossible to verify the story of Greet's love affair with Wiebrandus Honstra. In January of 2005 a representative of the school, now known as the Honstra School, confirmed that Margaretha Zell was on their list of former students. The school itself has no further information, not even archives that might shed light on her classes, grades, or reason for dismissal. The General Leiter Archive, Gemeente Archief Leiden, holds linear meters of material from the Association for the Professional Training of Female Nursery School Teachers, Vereniging tot Opleiding van Bewaarskoolhouderessen, for the period 1867 to 1972, looked after by archivist Michiel van Halem. Mysteriously, there are no documents from the Honstra School for the period 1890-1900, the decade that includes Greet's attendance there. Were these documents deliberately lost or withheld because there was something in them that someone wished to conceal? Or is their lack of preservation another one of the odd twists of fate that haunt the story of the life of Mata Hari? There is no way to be certain. After she left Leiden, Greet was shunned off to yet another set of relatives, Mr. and Mrs. Takkenes, in The Hague. She was 17, without family or prospects and with little to do. But The Hague was not as boring as small-town Friesland. It was the seat of the parliament and boasted many chic shops and magnificent buildings. With its broad, free-lined avenues, it had a much more cosmopolitan air than Leeuwarden. The scenic dunes and popular promenade at Scheveningen were enticingly near. The Hague was all of people returned from the Dutch colonies, who clustered together close to the Ministry of the Colonies. Their homes, their speech, and their possessions often recalled the Tempo Dolo, the golden past when they lived like kings in the Dutch East Indies. 01 Suriname. Above all, The Hague was full of colonial soldiers on leave. Margaretha was young and restless and longing for romance and excitement. If she were to create in her mind a man who would restore her Tempo Dolo, he would be an older man, a handsome man in uniform, like her father on his horse in the painting that hung in their home on Groot Kerkstraat in Leeuwarden. He would be a man who would treat her like a princess, a precious creature to be spoiled and indulged and petted. Was she consciously looking for such a man? Almost certainly. Girls of 17 and 18 with too much time on their hands often daydream about handsome lovers. A town of young soldiers on leave in their best uniforms was a rich background for such fantasies. Did she realize she was seeking to recreate her father's magical love during her childhood? Probably not. But an adored and adoring father who disappears, as Adam Zell did, can leave his dau and with a nearly insatiable longing for male attention. The pity is that she found the man she sought. 2 Different lives. When Margriet met the ma she was to marry, he had spent as many years in the Dutch East Indies as she had lived on Earth. 17 Their experiences during those 17 years were utterly different. Rudolf MacLeod was a hard man, hard living and hard drinking, sure of himself, and used TC command. He was born into a proud Scottish family that had lived for generations in the Netherlands and produced several military officers. His father was a retired Dutch infantry captain, his uncle had reached the rank of general and been an adjutant to King Willem II. His mother, Dina Louisa Baroness Sweerts de Landes, had been born into an impeccably aristocratic family that, sadly, had lost most of its fortune. Rudolf was born March 1, 1856, which made him a full 20 years older than Margriet. Following the family tradition, he entered a military academy, or Battalion d'Instruction, at Kampen in the Netherlands on August 15, 1872, when he was 16. He wanted to become an infantry officer and was an excellent cadet. In his first year, he was promoted twice, to brevet corporal and then corporal. Like other cadets, Rudolf followed the ongoing war in the Aceh province of the island of Sumatra. Part of the Dutch East Indies where the Royal Dutch Indies Annie, Koninklijk Nederlands Indisch Leger, or KNIL, played a major role. A man who had graduated at the end of Rudolf's first year at Karnpen, Johannes van Huyts, won great glory medals and rapid promotions for his heroism there. From a distance, and with the optimism Rudolf saw Aceh as a promising post. The cadets at Kampen had no more idea than the Dutch government that the Aceh War would prove to be the bloodiest, most viciously fought colonial war of the era. It lasted for 40 long years. At any point in its duration, about 1/5 of the total Indies Army forces were fighting in Aceh. Approximately 7,700 officers and men of the Indies Army were killed, an even greater number died of disease aggravated by the fetid tropical conditions, poor food, heavy drinking, and frequenting of brothels. As well as decimating the army, the bitter fighting of the Aceh War held between 30,000 and 100,000 Indonesian rebels, who viewed themselves as freedom fighters, before it ended in 1903. Rudolf's portrait was taken at or near the time of his graduation from Kampen. Picture Collection Halwas, Central Bureau of Genealogy, The Hague, the Netherlands. Original published in Herinneringsalbum 1850-1890, copyright 1891, Kampen, the Netherlands. The war had begun, ostensibly, because pirates controlled by Sultan Mahmud Shah of Aceh regularly attacked Dutch and British trading ships. More truly, though, the war was about establishing Dutch control over the so-called outer districts of the Indonesian islands. Aceh was a rich province that produced half the world's supply of pepper, and the Sultan, who was believed to rule the province as if it were a nation, had firm religious and trading connections to Persia, India, and beyond. He was entirely too powerful for Dutch liking. The glorious war that the young cadets at Kampen followed in the newspapers was far from glorious on the ground. The initial attack had come in 1873. A force of 3,000 Indies Army soldiers had sailed from Batavia, now known as Jakarta, on March 22, intending to land in Aceh and to take the fortified palace, or Kraton, inhabited by the Sultan. Neither the government nor General J.H.R. Kohler, the experienced officer in command of the troops, knew two crucial facts that predetermined the war's long duration and difficulty. First, Aceh was lush and heavily vegetated, with terrain nearly impossible for marching, moving huge cannon, and transporting heavy wagons full of food, smaller artillery, and ammunition. Second, the Sultan was assumed to be the leader of a state but was in fact only a figurehead at the head of a loose coalition of local groups in Aceh. Thus, even when the army took the Kraton and the Sultan died, the rebellion did not end. The Indies Army warships had landed in Aceh on April 8 and had met the guerrilla fighters in fierce combat. Their artillery and rifles had proved to be not terribly effective against small bands of fighters armed with razor-sharp kulwangs, curved Indonesian swords. The guerrillas attacked by stealth out off tall grass or struck without warning from the dark greenness of the forest. The Indies Army had shelled and attacked the mosque and the Kraton in Banda Aceh but could not take either. 80 Indies soldiers and officers, including General Kohler himself, had been killed outright in thank battle. Pushed back, Unable to grapple with an elusive foe with a much better knowledge of the terrain and local resources, the Indies troops had retreated under the command of Colonel Van Dalem. In addition to the dead, there had been 408 wounded and an unrecorded but very large number of men ill with malaria, syphilis, dysentery, cholera, foot rot, viral rye, and other medical problems. The defeat had been bitter and humiliating for the IUCH, who vowed to return and root out the rebels. The rebels, who felt they were protecting their own territory from an invading force, had been equally determined to rout their enemies. The second IUCH expedition had left Batavia in November of 1873. Even before they had landed in IUCH, Indies Army soldiers were dying of cholera in large numbers. The commanding officer, General J. Van Swieten, later wrote, December 6, already 302 sufferers were being nursed, 133 them died, and 169 were still being treated. In the 24 hours from December 5 to 6, 22 died. Nonetheless, the invasion had begun on December 9. Indies Army soldiers had invaded IUCH, armed with modern Beaumont rifles, 2 machine guns useless under the field conditions and 18 pieces of artillery. Their intent was to end the IUCH war once and for all. WLTH, a vast force of more than 8,000 soldiers, supported by 4,300 native servants, convicts, and coolies and 200 women, they had expected to accomplish their goal during the late 19th century. At least of the enlisted men in the Indies Army were Indonesian, some of them from other regions or tribes of Sumatra with traditional hostility to the IUCHers. Most of the officers were Dutch or European, they comprised about 20% of the total force. Some of the other nationalities in the Indies Army included Germans, the odd African, and some Ambonese, natives of the island of Ambon, now part of the Molucca Islands of Indonesia. Both Africans and Ambonese were officially European through a bizarre legal quirk. In the second expedition, the Indies Army again had failed to take local conditions into account and had foolishly attacked in the middle of the rainy season. One cannon, a 12-foot-long behemoth weighing 4,700 kilograms, had been brought all the way from the Netherlands by ship. Almost immediately, it had bogged down in the mud and could not be moved. During the rainy season in the Dutch East Indies, about 60% of deaths could be attributed to illness rather than fighting, and medical treatment was minimal. J. A. Moore sums up the situation recorded by Army medical officers in their diaries and reports. An expedition in the outer districts was primarily a desperate, often futile battle against nature and climate. Officers and men were pushed to their furthest limit, physically and mentally. Everyone who took part fell ill at least once, if not several times, and some remained more or less ill for the duration of the campaign. More of the military were disabled, temporarily or for good, because of the merciless physical conditions during a march or in camp, than because of actual combat. Fighting against native insurgents in the Dutch East Indies had relied on a scorched earth policy. The army burned and destroyed everything: crops, kampongs, villages, granaries, and mosques. In 1862, M. van Adringa, a young health officer, described a military expedition in which he had taken part. Though he had been in Borneo, the description is equally applicable to the fighting in IUCH a decade later. So every day we would get up steam and then halt to destroy everything that belonged to the enemy. Soon the annihilation did not stop at structures and tangible resources but included native men, women, and children. As the war gowned on, the fighting grew more savage. The Courtesan in Banda Aceh had been finally captured on January 24, 1874, but the Aceh resistance to Dutch rule did not end. The Sultan had died allegedly but improbably of cholera on the day of capture. Instead of surrendering, as the Dutch had expected, the Acehers had appointed another sultan and continued their incessant and ruthless raids on the Indies Army. The army force had been decimated during the second Aceh expedition as during the first. The second expedition had officially ended on April 20, 1874. A total of 1,052 men had died, almost 13% of the expeditionary force, another 764 were wounded, and an additional 877 had to be evacuated because of illness. 69% of dead had fallen victim to disease. The Indies Army had settled into the heavily fortified Courtesan, which soon became Imuen as the Kota Raja city of the Raja or Sultan as their base for a prolonged pacification of Aceh. Their aim was to remain in Aceh forever in order to establish and secure Dutch sovereignty. The fighting had continued as the army marched inland, trying to root out the rebels. Contemporary photographs preserve scenes of the wholesale slaughter of Indonesian men, women, and children, their bloody bodies lying in twisted disarray in ruined kampongs. Even hardened officers sometimes had to turn away from what they and there had done. A letter from a young second lieutenant in the Aceh War, Hendrikus Courtesan, who later became Prime Minister of the Netherlands, showed graphically what the fighting was like. I have seen a mother carrying a child of about 6 months old on her left arm, with a long lance in her right hand, who was running in our direction. One of our bullets killed the mother as well as the child. From now on we couldn't give any mercy, it was over. I did give orders to gather a group of 9 women and 3 children who asked for mercy, and they were shot all together. It was not a pleasant job, but doing anything else was impossible. Our soldiers attacked them with pleasure with their bayonets. It was horrible. I will stop reporting now. No more could be written to send home to a loving wife who could not understand the horrors of bitter battle. As for the Indies rank-and-file soldier known by the nickname Jan Fusilier, he suffered dreadily throughout the long Aceh War. His uniform was wool too thick and warm for the stifling, humid climate. He was required to wear a heavy helmet Imuen as a shako, and he carried weighty weapons in a pack. If he had footwear, which the native troops did not until 1908, it deteriorated almost immediately in wet conditions. The food was monotonous and spoiled quickly. Jan Fusilier lived on rice, coffee, dried or salted meat, dried fish, bacon, pepper, and vinegar, supplemented with bread and tinned potatoes when he was in garrisons. Europeans were issued a tot of gin each morning, and native soldiers were given arak, a local liquor, or watered cognac. Invalids received fortifying provisions, which included bouillon, arrowroot, cans of meat and vegetables, tea, and red wine. After the taking of the Kota Raja, the war continued guerrilla style. As the Indies army marched single file through the rice paddies, fields, and glowering forests, Aceh warriors picked them off one by one. During battles, the Indies army wounded were routinely abandoned to be retrieved later too. They were still alive by the time the native convicts, who served as orderlies to shorten their sentences, got to them. The orderlies put the wounded on Tandu's homemade stretchers and carried them from the front to the medical station. There, young medical officers with an average age of about 27, and no previous experience of warfare, did what they could. They worked in the open air or in hastily constructed thatched huts, cleaning and bandaging wounds, removing bullets or amputating limbs, and administering opium or quinine if there was any. Field medical stations and even the military hospital that was set up at Kota Raja routinely ran out of these vital medicines. Many of the sick and wounded died of infection, since antibiotics had not yet been invented, and the infections were compounded by poor sanitation, dysentery, and inadequate nutrition. Not only the enlisted men suffered. In the first half of the 19th century, only 50% of the medical officers survived their first 5 years. A 10 to 15% of officers lived long enough to achieve 20 years of service in the Dutch East Indies. Conditions did not improve markedly throughout the 19th century. Few of the horrors, hardships, and dangers of the Aceh War were known to any but the soldiers themselves. Rudolf graduated from Kampen on July 22, 1877, as a second lieutenant. A photograph taken of him at this time shows a very handsome young man, proud of his uniform with its new badges of rank. He looked at the camera with more than a touch of arrogance and great self-confidence. After graduation, Rudolf accepted a posting to the Indies and sailed on the packet boat Conrad on November 3, 1877. After a brief stint in Padang, the 21-year-old officer was plunged into the brutal hell of the Aceh War. For the first time, he came face to face with war as it was fought instead of war learned from books in Kampen. The men he commanded and lived with were either native troops or the roughest sort of Dutchmen who had been pressed into service, often while drunk, in Harderwijk in the Netherlands. The colonial recruiting depot there was colloquially known as the sinkhole or sewer of Europe. The men recruited in Harderwijk were rarely better than the place. Jan Fusilier was crude, ill-educated, often drunken and an incurable gambler. Yet if properly led, he was a ferocious and loyal warrior. Discipline was harsh and immediate. Officers did not show fear or indecision lest they lose the respect of their men. Rudolf soon learned to dispense orders without hesitation, to react immediately to the terrifying warning Orang Atja Datangth, the Atjahers are coming. And never, ever to flinch. He did as he was told and badgered, bullied and inspired his men into doing as he told them. Soon after arriving, Rudolf fought at Samalanga, one of the bloodiest and most notorious battles of the war. The rebels were holed up in a native fort, or bentong, surrounded by earthworks and bamboo palisades and too strongly held to be taken. The Indies troops retreated and then returned with more men and cannon. What they did not know was that the bentong was connected by underground tunnels to a second fort, from which more rebel troops had been humbled in. It was a sharp defeat for the Dutch, killing about 30 Indies soldiers and wounding another 150. The Cornmanding officer, General Karel van der Heyden, was wounded twice during the battle. Once by a bullet that grazed his forehead and again by a bullet that entered his left eye. As soon as his wounds were bandaged, he returned to the front line to lead his men. Van der Heyden's act of raw heroism was commemorated in a famous painting now on display in the Braunbeek Museum in Arnhem, the Netherlands, which houses both a museum devoted to the Indies and an old soldier's home. Van der Heyden was a brilliant soldier but an inflexible man. An observer described the way he left those around him stunned by the rapidity of his decisions and his incredible energy. "The general does not recognize any obstacles," he said to me, "he knows nothing but to advance." The officers who can be Czechia delayed do not last long in his army. It can be seen when he is stopped because an order was not carried out, about which he was not informed at the time, then he is terrible. Otherwise, he is full of heart, he loves his men, and also loves those who are in fear of him. One sees large tears roll down his cheeks when he visits the hospital, which he frequents, and where the wounded or ill soldiers call him familiarly and ask him to come to their bedside. Rudolf fought in Atja for 7 long years, until 1884. He earned the Atja Expeditionary Cross for military actions between 1873 and 1880 and was promoted to first lieutenant at the end of 1881. His career was going well. In the early 1880s, Rudolf was one of the officers engaged in trying to eliminate the enemy from a zone surrounding the Kota Raja. After a certain rough control had been established by 1882, a strategy known as the concentrated line was put into effect in Atja. Kota Raja would be encircled by a series of 16 forts, linked by good roads or tram lines, thus demarcating a zone that the Indies army hoped to control. First the roads had to be constructed and the forts had to be built, miserable labor that was carried out in the stifling heat, with the fear of guerrilla attacks. Eventually more than 5,059 square kilometers were encircled, but eradicating native resistance within the circle was very difficult. Small mobile units consisting of 1 or 2 officers and 15 to 17 men were sent out on patrol for 2 to 4 weeks at a time with orders to search out and kill rebel forces. These patrols carried all their supplies with them from the garrison. If tropical diseases and rancid food didn't kill them, they were often picked off by invisible attackers. It was grueling and disheartening work. Rudolf was transferred out of Atja in 1884 and sent to Magelang in Java and then to Banjarmasin in Borneo, where he spent 5 years. His career then became choppy and uncertain, with many transfers and no promotions. For reasons unexplained in his military records, in 1889 he was transferred from one battalion to another on May 4 and promptly transferred to yet another battalion on May 23. These were the first 2 of 4 rapid transfers within the space of a year. In May 1889 he received 2 years' leave of absence to return to Europe, but his leave was retracted by request a little over a month later. Why? Did he suddenly recover or did he hope for a more congenial posting? A mere 9 days after the retraction he was transferred again to become adjutant to yet another battalion. That posting proved no more suitable, because he was transferred again 2 months later, on August 26. This record suggests that he made himself unwelcome rather quickly at each posting. He stayed nowhere very long and was not promoted, in contrast to his marked successes during his first 6 years in the Dutch East Indies. Something was blocking Rudolf's advancement, quite possibly, something of his own doing. He admitted freely to drinking, gambling, and going with women. Was he living so wild a life that his superiors thought him unsuitable for Arthur promotion? Was he too harsh on his men, or not harsh enough? For 7 years, Rudolph's career stagnated. In 1890 Rudolph returned to action in Atjet, and then his record changed for the better. During his second year back in Atjet, he was promoted to captain, April 7, 1892. On December 9 he was awarded the Officer's Cross, a medal for long patriotic service. Against considerable odds, he had survived 20 years of service since his cadet days, much of it in vicious combat. He always claimed he had deserved a Willem's Cross, but that his superiors had finagled not to give it to him. Rudolph's situation in 1892 was vastly different from Greet's. By 1892, her father had declared bankruptcy, her parents had separated and then divorced scandalously, and her mother had died. She had been shuffled off to reluctant relatives. At the time of Rudolph's promotion to captain, Greel was at the teacher training school in Leiden, seducing or being seduced by Heer Honstra. She longed to experience life, to have romances and adventures. Rudolph had seen too much of the dark side of life and had had altogether too many adventures to indulge in romantic fantasies at that point. Yet it would be wrong to assume that Rudolph spent his years in the Indies without female companionship. He coyly asserted to one writer that during his bachelor years in the Dutch Easel Indies he had never gone with native women, but that he had loved women often and very much. Rudolph almost certainly had not had affairs with pures, or full-blooded European women, because they were in very short supply in the Indies before 1900. Women comprised less than 20% of the European-born population in the entire Indies. The sex ratio among Europeans was even less favorable to romance in Sumatra, where Rudolph was posted most of the time. Between 1877 and 1883, women comprised only about 14% of the European-born population in Sumatra, and during his second posting there in 1890-1893, the percentage of European was still only about 26%. The odds of finding an attractive and unmarried European woman to woo were very long. Romancing married ones almost always led to great trouble. If Rudolph followed the normal pattern for Indies officers, he took a mistress of Indonesian or Mixic Indonesian Dutch ancestry, a population known as mestizos, métis, half-castes, or most commonly Indies Ces or Indos. Until 1895, nearly half of the soldiers in the Indies, most of whom were officers, lived with Javanese or Indo concubines. Those without concubines were almost invariably enlisted men who found the salary too low to support even a native wife. For officers like Rudolph, a mistress was an officially acknowledged privilege offering. The Indies Army had many official regulations pertaining to long-term concubines and prostitutes. Prostitution and concubinage were regarded by the military as necessary evils and, in some circumstances, conveniences. This official stance had an enormous effect on Indies society in general because, until 1895, most oft-male Europeans in the Dutch East Indies were in the military. The army had formally recognized the right of a soldier to have a native or half-caste mistress, known as Ana or Muntje, in 1836. By 1872, military regulations permitted formal, legal marriage for officers or non-commissioned officers, NCOs, but only with permission. Marriage was absolutely prohibited for men below the rank of sergeant major. Yet sexual activity was considered necessary for a man's health, since the government was convinced that the hot climate and spicy food of the Indies increased a man's libido. Prostitutes living in the barracks were common. The military was not opposed to the practice of concubinage, for their statistics showed that fewer men who cohabited with Nias were infected with venereal diseases, 0.7%, compared with men who went with prostitutes, 6.64%. Similarly, men who cohabited with No were more rarely punished for drunkenness, 14.4%, versus those who frequented prostitutes, 40.9%. One government official wrote, "The moral standards of the soldier can be so elevated that his conduct is excellent and he refrains from drink. Yet no matter what height he may attain, the woman remains indispensable to Hiru, and thus the degree of abstinence is more a question of natural inclination and financial circumstances than moral standards." Unnatural vice, or homosexuality, was feared by the government more greatly than use of prostitutes. The infection of soldiers with venereal disease, or the birth of children out of wedlock, so there were army brothels. The belief was that the girls in military brothels were less likely to have syphilis than prostitutes elsewhere. They ranged in age from about 12 to perhaps 35 or 40. The youthfulness of the concubines is not so shocking in light of age of legitimate marriage in the Indies, which was 14 or 15. At the end of the 19th century, a single visit to the brothel cost Jan Fusilier more than 1/4 oft pay he received every 5 days. European NCOs whose salaries were higher than enlisted men's might set up a regular relationship with an Indo-concubine, who then lived in the barracks with him in a sort of marriage. Theoretically, a European NCO might be given permission to marry, but this was very uncommon. To get some privacy within the barracks, both European lower ranks and native soldiers with concubines created rooms by hanging cloths on cord or wire to separate their bed from the others. In 1888, only a little more than 1% of European soldiers, mostly officers, in the Indies Army were married. A soldier normally handed over at least half of his pay packet and his rations to his woman, who somehow managed to produce better and tastier meals than the canteen. This was so usual that setting up women's sheds where the wives and concubines cooked for their men was a priority when a new canv was built. The children resulting from these relationships generally slept underneath the platform on which the couple's straw mattress rested. Both concubines and children could eat in the mess halls, and in the later part of the 19th century, schools were established on some military bases for the mestizo children fathered by the soldiers. The lower ranks were inspected weekly for signs of venereal disease. Their concubines were inspected only when the soldiers showed symptoms. Unfortunately, there was no effective cure for syphilis until 1922, though treatments involving doses of mercury and mercury compounds were routinely given to cure syphilis. As an officer, Rudolf lived in much better quarters than the lower ranks, usually in a small house of his own or in a small house divided down the middle and shared with another bachelor officer. Like Indies planters, civil servants, or merchants who had reached high enough status and income, most Indies officers had enyai, a term that was politely translated as housekeeper but that was understood to include sexual access. Anna always addressed her man as Tuan, a term of respect that translated roughly into lord or master. For discretion's sake, an officer did not take his na out in public, and she was rarely seen when he was entertaining fellow Europeans at home. As a well-known novel of Dutch colonial life expressed the situation, for that discretion is prescribed by adat traditional o, or custom. The white tuan may keep an but officially nobody should know about it. That would be too indiscreet and would shock the few white women who are here. For a man's prestige, too, it is desirable to keep silence on that score. A white man may keep a black native servant girl, but strictly speaking ought not to sleep with her in one bed. Whether she was seen or not, Anyai's influence on the home was obvious to all in terms of the beauty of its furnishings, the quality of its food, the cleanliness and good repair of her man's clothing, and the quietness and obedience of the servants. They ran the kitchens in the officers' quarters at home and received field rations when they accompanied their men on field duty to cook for or do their laundry, and nurse them. Having an was considered the most effective way for a European man to learn local languages and customs, to the point that Indo-mistresses were known as walking dictionaries. Plantation owners openly favored their European employees taking na. In a well-known fictional treatment of plantation life in Sumatra, a newly arrived Dutchman is urged by his superior, "And now, hurry up, you should learn Malay, even better if I have Javanese too, and there's no better classroom than the square with the white mosquito net." The bed na had children by their masters, but other men demanded that their na have abortions if they became pregnant. Even a na of long standing had no legal rights whatsoever, she could be dismissed at the man's whim at any time. And if her tuan legally recognized the children of the union, their mother had no rights to them. The tuan could break with her and keep the children with her, or could send them to a boarding school or back to Europe for an education without consulting their mother. When soldiers left the Indies, most simply abandoned their na and children to be absorbed back into the kampung. Others tried to provide for their na and offspring by turning them over to another soldier, in hopes that he would treat them kindly. A very few men sent or took light-skinned Indo children back to Holland for an education, but their mothers were rarely taken to Europe. Some na, considered extraordinarily faithful, waited patiently for their tuans to return from home leave, which was often a year or remra in duration. Anna's existence was rarely recorded in official documents unless her tuan legally recognized her child. As Lieutenant Colonel J. I. de Rochemont characterized the situation, the Nyai are numerous and belong to all strata of our Indo-European society. Not only the soldiers in the barracks, but also most of the generals, field and other officers, governors of the territories, residents, senior and other officials, have Anna if they are not married. Thus, though there is no documentary proof that Rudolf took Nyai during his unmarried years in the Dutch East Indies, his situation would be extraordinary if he had not. He was a young and virile officer in the Indies, and he liked women. Since he asserted that he never touched native women, the overwhelming probability is that his No was an Indo-woman. Circumstantial evidence of the influence of a Wisna can be read into the changing pattern of Rudolf's career. A long-term No might have helped Rudolf achieve rapid promotion and success when he was first in Sumatra between 1877 and 1884 by encouraging him, advising him subtly, keeping him from excessive gambling or drinking, and making his home comfortable. Then in 1884, when he was transferred to Borneo, there was no real possibility of taking his No with him there. To insist on doing so would have been unseemly and embarrassing. In Borneo, Rudolf's career foundered. When he was transferred back to Sumatra for the period 1890–1894, his success resumed, as if he had once again under the beneficial influence of a good Na who managed his household well, kept him content and out of trouble. Of course, other explanations can be generated for the changes in his military record and confirming evidence is lacking, but the likelihood remains strong that a man of his tastes and personality performed better with a happy home life. On January 9, 1894, Rudolf was granted 2 years home leave, with continued employment, because of illness. He left the Indies 5 months later, a little more than 3 weeks after an official document was issued ensuring his promotion during leave. He probably had not delayed his departure waiting for the assurance of promotion but was simply too ill to travel. Similar prolonged periods of in-hospital convalescence in the Indies prior to being sent home are recorded for others. On June 27 he was carried on a stretcher onto the steamship Princess Marie for the journey home. Precisely what illness Rudolf suffered from is not recorded in surviving documents. All medical records from the Indies during this period were destroyed in 1900. According to MacLeod family legend, Rudolf suffered from diabetes and rheumatism, but this story may not be accurate. Diabetes was spoken of in the 19th century, but there was neither a reliable of diagnosing the disease nor an effective treatment for it until decades later. One of the usual 19th century treatments for diabetics was to restrict their carbohydrate intake and put them on a high-fat, high-protein diet, not at all what Rudolf's military life permitted. If Rudolf had what is now recognized as diabetes, his life was rampant with risk factors that would have increased its severity. He was a hard drinker, he smoked, his diet was heavy with starchy carbohydrates and low on protein, vegetables, and fruits, his meals occurred at irregular intervals, he spent many hours marching through tropical terrain under conditions ripe for contracting foot franguses or infections, which often lead to amputation in diabetics. He was unable to maintain good hygiene under field conditions, and he was at constant risk of other illnesses that might aggravate diabetes, such as malaria, cholera, typhoid, typhus, and tropical parasites. The facts of Rudolf's life do not suggest severe diabetes suffered under extremely unfavorable circumstances. Though Rudolf took extended medical leave to return to the Netherlands, he did SC only once in 17 years, and by the time he retired from the Indies Army, he had survived 20 years' service in the Indies, a rare event. There is no indication that he ever had a leg, foot, or toes amputated, nor was his lifespan noticeably shortened. He died at the age of 72 at home. The sum total of evidence suggests strongly that Rudolf did not have diabetes as it is recognized now. However, along with the more familiar symptoms of diabetes related to excessive thirst and the passing of sweet urine due to inadequate sugar metabolism, the disease also often commonly provokes joint problems, stiffness, and pain, such as rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and osteopenia. The other condition from which family legend says that Rudolf suffered was rheumatism, a vaguely defined ailment involving joint and bone pain, stiffness, or similar orthopedic problems. In fact, the joint symptoms that Rudolf suffered from may have been the reason that the family believed he suffered from diabetes. Rheumatism was common among military men. One study of medical complaints in the Indies Army concluded, everyone, including the few who survived for more than 20 years, suffered more or less from complaints of the liver, frequent stools, rheumatism, etc., and everyone remained susceptible to acute illnesses. Certain terms of rheumatism as it was understood in the 19th century included pain in the bones, joints, rheumatic complaints, arthritis. All of these are well-documented symptoms of early stages of syphilis. Could venereal disease have been the cause of Rudolf's medical leave and the true source of his medical problems? Though specific medical records pertaining to Rudolf are not preserved, information about Dutch military hospitals in the Indies tells us about medical ailments in the Indies Army in general. Initially, hospital wards were organized into two types, W, wounded, and F, fever. In the last half of the 19th century, the diseases that killed the largest number of European patients in the Indies were, in order of severity, dysentery/diarrhea, 28-35%, leprosy, 14-22%, and malaria, 3-5%. Malaria constituted 90-95% of the fevers reported in medical records concerning the European Indies population. Recurrent or chronic malaria is an extremely debilitating disease that caused lifelong ill health in many Europeans who had spent years in the tropics, and it is highly likely that Rudolf suffered from it. Rudolf was not wounded, but he almost certainly had fevers. Other major causes of illness among Indies soldiers are shown in the designations of the wards that were added later to military hospitals: V, venereal, O, ophthalmic, which might include syphilitics who suffered from iritis or irritation of the iris, and C, contagious, which would have included leprosy. Statistically, syphilis or some form of venereal disease must be considered a strong possibility for the source of Rudolf's medical leave, aside from the fact that its symptoms coincide with those of rheumatism and diabetes as it was then known. This hypothesis has never been showcased previously, although circumstantial evidence which is presented in chronological order in this book suggests strongly that he suffered from syphilis. This scenario would explain much that has remained mysterious about the married life of the woman who became Mata Hari. Syphilis was the third most common cause of European soldiers being invalided home from the Indies, surpassed only by malaria and nervous breakdown. Army Commandant de Bruyne identified the two greatest enemies of battle-worthiness in the Indies Army as alcoholism and venereal disease, of which syphilis was the most common. Syphilis was rampant in the Indies and was twice as common in towns with naval or army garrisons as in rural towns. The inversion of the high prevalence of syphilis in the Indies is borne out by our statistical data. For example, in one hospital in Surabaya, where there was a large naval garrison, an average of 127 prostitutes were treated for venereal disease every day between July 1, 1868, and the end of June 1869. During a later four-year span, 1909-1913, for which there are good military records, an astonishing 29.4 to 35.9% of the European Indies Army soldiers were treated for venereal disease and another 10 to 14% were specifically treated for syphilis, the distinction between the two not always being clear in the records. Thus, it is plausible that Rudolf contracted syphilis during his first tour of duty in the Indies, a likelihood rendered still more plausible because he was a known womanizer and because the symptoms of diseases he was publicly alleged to have correspond closely to those of syphilis. Rudolf might also have suffered from beriberi. This vitamin deficiency disease was first recognized in 1652 in a young man recently returned from the Indies. Early signs of beriberi are irritability, weakness, fatigue, bowel irritation, numbness or twinges, burning sensations, and aches in the hands, feet, and legs, all symptoms that could be attributed to rheumatism, syphilis, or many other ailments. Patients with advanced beriberi become either paralyzed in the hands or feet or suffer extreme edema of the limbs. Sufferers may die of heart failure caused by the deterioration of the cardiac muscle. The number of cases of beriberi in the Indies increased suddenly and dramatically starting in the 1870s, while Rudolf was stationed there. In 1886, the alarmed Dutch government made determining the cause of beriberi one of the main charges of its medical research institute in Batavia. Finally, in 1896, Charles Eichmann was able to demonstrate that beriberi was caused by a deficiency of vitamin B, or thiamine, related to the processing of rice, the staple food of the Indies. The rice polishing machines that had been brought to the Indies in the 1870s removed the outer husk of the rice where the thiamine was found. Thus the technological shift to mechanized rice processing was directly to blame for the epidemic rise in beriberi. Both locals and Europeans found polished rice tastier and preferred its whiter appearance, so polished rice was what the military bought, if it was available. Rudolf might well have been among the many soldiers who suffered from beriberi, but the fact that his illness persisted for years after he returned to the Netherlands mitigates against this diagnosis. When Rudolf was carried helplessly onto the Princess Marie to go home to the Netherlands in 1894, he took with him 17 years of hard experience as an officer in the Dutch East Indies. He had led his rough troops into some of the worst battles of the Atjet War and had seen his men die of bloody wounds and insidious diseases. He had made difficult decisions and developed a self-protective vigilance against sneak attack in the terrible guerrilla war he fought under grueling conditions. He had marched long hours in the monsoon rain and enervating heat over rough terrain so thickly vegetated that a man hiding 5 feet away was invisible. Rudolf was a soldier's soldier. Even on leave, he always wore his uniform and insisted that subordinate soldiers he passed in the street salute him properly. He still spoke soldiers' language after returning to the Netherlands. The manners in Polish he had learned as a child were so foreign to him after he returned to the Netherlands that he actually told a salacious story in the presence of ladies, not realizing how offensive it would be. Yet in the Indies, his was not a purely masculine world. He whiled away happy hours in the arms of one or more Indonya who kept his quarters clean and pleasant, cooked his food, taught him languages, and warmed his bed. He also contracted diseases that made him too weak to fight any longer, that gave him fever and skin rashes and caused his joints and limbs to ache unbearably. In 1894, his future bride was a 17 years old to Rudolf's 39. He had spent years in the jungles of the Indies, whereas she had travelled no farther than the relatively short distance from Leeuwarden to Sneek, and then to Leiden and The Hague. He was a sexual experienced man, who had wooed and apparently bedded a number of women. Despite M. Greet's affair with her headmaster in Leiden, she had little experience of or life. Rudolf was cynical, confident, and tough, a Frau officer. He had faced and beaten death time and again, and now that he was back in the Netherlands, he wanted more than ever to enjoy drinking parties, and attractive M. Greet knew nothing of bloody ambushes, desperate night marches, vicious fighting, malaria, or syphilis. She thought being forced to live with prim relatives as a poor relation was suffering. She was in an odd way innocent. She still expected a magical love to transform her world. Still she knew instinctively how to flirt and please a man. At 17, M. Greet was deeply romantic, frivolous, and terribly vain. She longed for experience to burst out of the strict world of propriety and regulation so she could have on, and she craved admiration from an older man. She loved officers, and Rudolf was an officer to the core. He loved pretty, flirtatious women, and she was one. Their meeting was disastrous for both. 3 Object matrimony. Rudolf arrived Ireland on August 14, 1894, and after a few weeks in the hospital went to his sister Louise's flat in Amsterdam to recuperate. Soon he was bored, though not yet entirely well. Then he met J.T.Z. de Balbijen-Verster, a journalist working for the News of the Day. De Balbijen-Verster was anxious to talk to officers recently returned from the East Indies who would be able to interpret the reports that were filtering back to the Netherlands about fierce fighting on Lombok, the island east of Bali. Rudolf had never visited Lombok, but he had many years of experience in the Indies and was very knowledgeable and opinionated. He and the journalist became friends and drinking companions. In 1894, Lombok was causing almost as much trouble as Aceh province on Sumatra. Lombok was a semi-independent kingdom of largely Muslim tribal peoples who had been ruled for 2 centuries by Hindu Balinese Rajas. These differences meant that the Hindu crown prince in charge of Thank province of Mataram treated the locals harshly, leading to riots, rebellions, and appeals by the tribesmen for Dutch intervention. This unrest gave the Dutch a perfect excuse to invade and take control of the whole island. In March of 1894, an Indies army force led by General Vetter landed at Ampinan on Lombok's west coast. The troops marched east into the provincial capital, leaving massive destruction in their wake. Then they arrived in the capital, they found that the prince had committed suicide. Theoretically, the Indies army had invaded only to protect the tribes from the prince's cruelties, and he would dispense no more. But the army was there, and the opportunity to establish Dutch control and drive out the Balinese aristocracy was irresistible. Realizing the Dutch had no intention of leaving the island without conquest, the Balinese forces attacked at night, killing more than 250 soldiers and wounding many Reemra. The massacre was a shocking blow to Dutch forces and Dutch pride. In the Indies and at home, Dutch newspapers dubbed this battle the treason of Lombok and demanded revenge. Finally, 10,000 Indies army troops attacked Cacrenegara, where the Raja resided. He was captured and banished to Batavia, where he died in the spring of 1895. The rest of the Balinese routers committed ritual suicide by facing the Dutch troops weaponless and dressed in their best white clothing. Rudolf, like most career soldiers, was shocked by the treason of Lombok and proud of the great victory won at Cacrenegara, which helped erase the Stain-off sneak attack by the beginning of 1895. Rudolf was restless. He and de Balbain Verster met often at the stylish American Café on the Leidsplain overlooking the canal, under the shade of the great sycamore trees. During the day they'd drink coffee and discuss the news, at night they'd drink alcohol and carouse with other friends. Though his health was still intermittently poor, Rudolf was looking for something exciting and entertaining to do. Half jesting, de Balbain Verster placed an ad in the news of the day on Rudolf's behalf. Officer on home leave from Dutch East Indies would like to meet a girl of pleasant character, object matrimony. Marriage was not such a ridiculous proposition as it seemed. Rudolf liked women, very much. If he was promoted to major and his promotion was more or less guaranteed, then when he returned to the Indies, he could expect a prestigious posting. As a senior officer, he would be expected to entertain. Certainly neither military nor civilian society could be entertained with Anna as one's hostess. There were even rumors that men known to live with Anna might no longer be promoted as quickly as others. The attitude toward Anna was beginning to change. Ever since 1888, when the Minister for the Colonies, Levinus T. Cookanese, had declared that concubinage must be gradually done away with, it was clear that poor Jan Fusilier would soon no longer enjoy his most basic comfort. The disapprobation for soldiers who kept concubines was growing stronger every day. If Rudolf were to get a straight-laced superior officer, keeping Anna would be out of question unless he chose to give up on his ambitions. The best choice for Rudolf was to acquire a European wife, second best would be a beautiful Indo wife, but half-castes were still greatly looked down upon in many circles. Yes, a pretty Dutch wife would be a very useful accessory to Rudolf. Though the Indies army recognized a senior officer's need for a wife, he was still required to obtain permission before marrying, a regulation apparently intended to ensure that the wife of a senior officer had a suitable social background and was presentable in society. Lower-class wives, such as the enlisted men or NCOs might wed, were viewed by the high command with a sort of disgust. Such wives, they feared, would provide endless difficulties within the camps, more expense on passages to and from Europe, more complaints about food and conditions, Reemra children who would require an education, greater need for pensions for widows and orphans, and more immorality, since the opportunities for adultery and jealousy were abundant in the Indies, where men heavily outnumbered for enlisted men or NCOs were a better choice, far more tractable, and they could always be shipped back to the kampung if they made trouble. For any soldier of any rank, contracting an unapproved marriage would bring official disapproval and would not entitle the man to the usual increase in pay and upgrade in housing. There were two key questions for Rudolf. The first was, where was he to find a wife? Like man, officers home on leave after long service in the colonies, he had virtually no acquaintances in Holland anymore, much less among suitable young ladies. He called upon the families of a few of his fellow officers, perhaps hoping to meet an attractive younger sister, but his manners had deteriorated during his military service in the Indies. Finding a suitable prospect for marriage was not an easy task. The second question was Rudolf fit to marry? If he had contracted syphilis during his years in the Indies, he would infect a young, virginal wife who was innocent of any licentiousness. While only a pure girl would suit Rudolf's purposes in marrying, if he infected her with syphilis and it became known, he would have done himself irreparable social damage. Catching syphilis, the pox was recognized to be the consequence of leading an immoral life, and there was a widespread dread in Victorian society that an entirely innocent wife, or occasionally husband, could be infected because of sins of her partner. Attempting to diagnose syphilis or any other disease in the late 19th century was a task requiring considerable skills. There was no laboratory test for syphilis at the time, and the pox was notorious for its varied symptoms and manifestations. The disease was known as the Great Imitator following a speech to the British Medical Society in 1879 by Jonathan Hutchinson. In addition to chancres or sores that were often the first sign of syphilis, recorded symptoms included rheumatism, arthritis, gout, eczema, hypertension, epilepsy, headache, stomachache, jaundice, mania, depression, dementia, schizophrenia, deafness, nerves, also smallpox, measles, psoriasis, lupus vulgaris, and iritis. Diagnosing syphilis in a historical figure from this period is, of course, even more uncertain. In her book Pox, Genius, Madness, and the Mysteries of Syphilis, Deborah Hayden offers a series of clues that suggest someone had syphilis. Rudolph showed at least 4 of these. He was known to engage in high-risk sexual behavior and visit prostitutes. He had high fevers and chronic relapsing illness, accompanied by baldness. He said he intended not to marry. He visited numerous physicians. He had a long list of ailments including pain in the joints, rheumatism, and arthritis. Thus, there is considerable circumstantial evidence that Rudolph had caught syphilis as a young soldier in the Dutch East Indies, as so many did. Could he, then, marry? The wisdom and ethicality of a man's marrying once he had been diagnosed with syphilis was a subject of intense discussion in medical circles in the late 1800s. Alfred Fournier, who in 1857 had published research on the contagion of the chancre, was the first professor to hold the chair of syphilology and dermatology that had been created at the Hospital of St. Louis in Paris, the leading center for the treatment and study of venereal disease. In 1890 he addressed the vexatious question of whether or not a man with syphilis might marry following a cure with mercury treatments in a period ranging from 6 months to 2 or years without symptoms. He taught, "So yes, 100 times yes, you can marry after you have had the pox, and the consequences of such a marriage can be, medically speaking, entirely happy ones." But prolonged treatment was seen as an essential prerequisite to such a happy marriage. Another of the foremost medical texts on syphilis in the latter half of the 19th century was Paul Didet's treatise on syphilis in newborn children and infants at the breast. Didet pronounced unflinchingly, an individual actually affected with primary or constitutional syphilis, and who has not undergone any general treatment, ought to be declared unfit for marriage. He offered the following rules of thumb for advising patients who wished to marry. Those who had had only simple chancres and who had experienced no recurrence for 8 months were marriageable. Those who had had indurated chancres and been treated with mercury for 4 months were also marriageable if there had been no recurrence of general sy11 vedems and if he waited to marry until 6 to 8 months after the induation. For those with constitutional symptoms, however slight and however treated, marriage was unsafe unless the patient underwent a new course of mercury treatment, if the first had been incomplete, unless at least 2 years passed without any new symptoms, or unless he modified his constitution, through various exertions and sanitary changes. The all-important treatment that rendered a man fit for marriage involved compounds of mercury, which were not only ineffectual but poisonous if administered in too large doses. Mercury compounds did not cure syphilis, though they were believed to do so because syphilis so often goes into long latent stages where there are no overt symptoms. Was Rudolph such a cad that he would marry while he was still infected with syphilis? It is most unlikely. But more than a year had elapsed since the beginning of his medical leave in January 1894 and the appearance of the matrimonial ad in March 1895. There was plenty of time for him to have been treated with mercury compounds for 3 or 4 months, as prescribed, and then passed more than the suggested 8 months without symptoms. He would be entirely entitled to believe he was cured and fit to marry if only the newspaper ad produced some pretty and willing young Rudolph received 15 or 16 letters during the 2 weeks following the appearance of the matrimonial ad in the news of the day. Most were forwarded from the newspaper office by Balbion Verster, but the last two came directly to Rudolf, as his friend was out off town. One of these two was from a lovely young girl who had the wit to include a photograph of herself, Margaretha Zell. Something about that particular letter struck Rudolf, perhaps the photograph and the elegant copperplate handwriting that bespoke the girl's offensive education. He toed back, saying he wanted to meet her. It is unclear whether he answered any oft other letters he received. The correspondence with Margaretha continued, and his fascination with this young girl grew. He called her Griet or Greta, contractions of Margaretha, and she called him Johnny, a family nickname he confided to de Balbion-Verster at some point that now he had an affair that was enormous, indulging in hyperbole as was typical of him. Rudolf's poor health prevented his meeting with Griet on several occasions. He was still plagued with fevers and rheumatism and was under a doctor's care for his ailments. After a few letters, Griet boldly offered to come to meet him, writing, "I know well it is not come il faut proper social behavior, but we find yourselves in a special case, no." She boldly signed herself "your future little wife" in her letters. The two arranged to meet at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam on March 24. 1895. Their attraction was sexual, mutual, and very strong. In his fine soldier's uniform with his erect posture, square shoulders, and splendid mustache, Rudolf was a handsome man. From the time of her childhood, Griet had always found strongly built men very attractive, and she favored officers. As she said much later in her life, "Those who are not officers do not interest me. An officer is another being, a sort of artist, living outdoors with sparkles on his arms in a seductive uniform. Yes, I have had many lovers, but it is the beautiful soldiers, brave, always ready for battle and, while waiting, always sweet and gallant. For me, the officer forms a race apart. I have never loved any but officers." Griet was striking rather than pretty, with flirtatious dark eyes, an exotic dark complexion, by Dutch standards, and luxuriant black or very dark brown hair. She was tall and elegant, with magnificently regal posture. She had an extraordinary personal charm. After that first meeting, their altar was sealed. She signed her next letter to Rudolf, "Your future little wife who loves you already." The cliché of a whirlwind romance is exemplified by the truth in this case. They became formally engaged a mere 6 days after first meeting. In the Netherlands in the 19th century, a formal engagement legally bound the affianced to each other. Had Rudolf backed out of marriage thereafter, he would have been liable for a breach of promise suit. There was no chance of such a suit. Rudolf was thoroughly, crazily in love, and so was Griet. So after their engagement was announced, Griet began to address her letters "My dearest Johnny" and filled them with pet names such as "My sweet angel" and "My treasure." Her signature shifted, becoming "Your loving little wife," which, with the daring content of some letters, suggests that the couple were physically intimate. Though few of Rudolf's letters are preserved, Griet's show clearly that she was answering his inquiries and suggestions. In a letter in late March she wrote in a romantic passion, "You ask me if I am longing to do crazy things? Well, Johnny, rather 10 times than only one. Go on, you know, in several weeks I will be your wife. What luck that we both have the same ardent temperament. No, I do not believe either that all these pleasures can ever end. Yes, no, dear, I wish very much to wear everything that you find beautiful. The rose silk suits me very well, because 1 am so brown skmned and have dark hair. Surely, I find these nightgowns beautiful. Pardon my ignorance, but tell me, should such a chemise end above or below the knee? I will make sure that they are very low cut And the underdrawers, should they be the same style as my white ones? Ah, how we will play, be amorous, no, treasure, for I will be also, and be strong when I come to you." A few days later, she wrote to him saying she was uneasy about their rapid decision to marry. Was it wise? He replied on March 30, dated the day of our engagement, "I thank you for your very sweet letter, but I'm sorry you have any doubts. Let these go and trust in me conveniently, trust in me like a rock, and I promise you on my word of honor as a Dutch Indies officer that I will love you and protect you without reservations, my darling." She wrote a few days later, "Do not believe that I am indisposed, I go exactly by the date. I am very regular in my menstrual periods and naturally it is passed by several days. You know you can ask whatever you wish. I dare to hope that once married, I will respond to your beautiful expectations in my chemise of rose silk. She dreamed in writing that they would make a beautiful, magnificent couple, that she would be exquisite in her lovely wedding gown. The correspondence was so suggestive and so intimate that Griot was harshly scolded by her aunt Mrs. Vielser, who found some of Macleod's letters. Griot responded furiously. Was her aunt trying to ruin her best chance at happiness by coming between her and her fiancé? Griot countercharged that the Vissers were stingy tightwads who had never wanted her in the first place. She had then and for the rest of her life a horror of frugality that doubtless arose after her father's bankruptcy. As the wedding approached, several problems arose. Rudolph was still very ill intermittently. In one of her letters, Griot wrote, "Oh darling, I feel such pity for you, and I am so terribly sorry that our plan once again has gone wrong. All accidents happen at once, don't they? Well, John, don't feel too bad about it, Tootie. When I come to see you on Sunday I hope the pain will be gone. Did you suffer much, and couldn't you write me? Guess not, for otherwise you would have done so. Do you think you 11 be able to walk again on Sunday? I do hope so, darling, but try not to overdo it. Louise wrote me, I hope for both of you that in a few weeks at the City Hall everything will be floating in sunshine. Well, I hope so too, and you, John? What do you think? You'd better be brave and gay, for that brings the best results. Your little wife always does that, and if I had not, my gaiety would have worn off a long time ago. Do you expect me Sunday? When you are able to, will you write me and let me know how you are feeling? Just give me a wonderful kiss, and just imagine that I am with you, that's what I do too. Well, Johnny, adieu with a delicious kiss from your so very loving wife Greta." The letter is full of the sort of romantic babbling that appeals mostly to young lovers themselves, but 2 points are evident. First, Griot was blithely sympathetic to his ailments but had no doubt his physical problems would be short-lived. She did not think she was marring an invalid who would infect her. The nursemaid role was not one for which she had any talent or taste. Second, she had little forewarning of the interference in their lives that would be forthcoming from Rudolph's sister, Louise. Before the wedding, their married future looked bright and promising and Louise was apparently in favor of marriage. Once they were married, Louise's attitude was conspicuously different. Another difficulty to be overcome was that Griot had to be approved by Rudolph's superiors. In Thank MacLeod family, this meant taking the girl to meet the family patriarch, Rudolph's uncle the retired General Norman MacLeod. Uncle Norman was apparently a shrewd judge of character and wielded considerable power within the family. His assessment was, young but good-looking, damn good-looking. Griot was certainly young and immature, she was also clearly very attractive, and Norman MacLeod seemed to feel those qualities were sufficient. By military regulation, Rudolph also had to obtain permission from his superior officer to marry. Because he was home on leave, that meant applying to the Ministry of Colonial Affairs in The Hague, who would charge someone with determining the suitability of the girl. Surprisingly, Rudolph's military records contain no evidence that he ever applied for permission to marry, nor was there much time for such an application between his meeting of Griot on March 24 and their engagement, announced on March 30. No previous biographer has noticed this point or considered its implications. The cost of not asking permission was serious. Aside from the military's condemnation of those who did not follow the rules, there were financial consequences to an unapproved marriage. If indeed he did marry Griot without such approval, he was then personally liable for her fare to and from the Indies, instead of its being paid by the army. Further, he would not receive the higher salary and larger quarters to which a married officer was entitled. It was downright foolhardy of Rudolph to marry without obtaining permission unless, among the network of officers, the approval of his uncle the general would suffice. But marry they did, come what might. Griot was not the only one who had to be approved. Although she had told Rudolph she was an orphan, a romantic lie, her father was still living. And because she was under the age of consent, Adamzel's permission had to be obtained for her to marry Rudolph. How exactly she broached the subject is unknown, but the third Mrs. MacLeod recounted a family story about the occasion to one Mata-Hari biographer, Samwa Jinar. She said that Griot finally blurted out that she had a father, and Rudolf replied, in jest, "That happens in the best of families." "But," Griot replied, "he is alive." Her lie became apparent. Zell was living with his second wife at 148 Langleidssoarsstraat in Amsterdam, a poor neighborhood. At first Griot offered to meet with Zell alone, probably to spare Rudolf the embarrassment of being judged by a man far his social inferior, or to spare herself the embarrassment of having her fiancé meet her ne'er-do-well father. But Zell, of course, insisted on meeting his intended and felt that having such an important officer call upon him was an opportunity to improve his social standing with his neighbors. However, Griot resolved to call on her father at home, where he lived with the woman who had replaced her mother and who had taken in Griot's brothers but not Griot herself. Clearly Griot and her stepmother were not fond of each other. Griot offered to meet Zell at the station, promising Rudolf that she would keep her temper and quickly dispose of her father. "That is what I continue to call Heinuta," she said, despite his neglect of her before joining Rudolf elsewhere. Again, Zell insisted, they must both come to meet Hiru and in a Gand, 2-horse carriage. "I will give my consent," Zell bargained, "but I wish to attend the wedding and I wish someone brings me there in a carriage." He had what he wanted. Griot and Rudolf were married in a civil ceremony at the City Hall in Amsterdam on July 1, 1895. Rudolf wore his full dress uniform, with gold braid, medals, and a tall shako helmet. Griot was resplendent in a glorious silk gown with a long train and floor-length veil. Instead of traditional white, which might not have flattered Griot's complexion, she selected a vibrant yellow silk for her gown. She had 2 bridesmaids. 2 of Rudolf's fellow officers were witnesses, and de Balbion Verster and the publisher H.J.W. Becht attended, along with Rudolf's widowed sister, Louise. Though Louise was seemingly polite at the ceremony, that very morning she had pleaded with her brother, "Johnny, don't do it." Rudolf did not listen. He was determined to marry this lovely young creature who fascinated and tantalized him, and did so. Zell must have attended the ceremony, but when it to the luncheon and reception at the American Hotel, he was absent. Griot and Rudolf had pulled a rather cruel trick, telling Zell's carriage driver to take him somewhere else so he would not embarrass them at the reception. In March of 1895, Margaretha impulsively answered an ad for a Dutch army soldier seeking a wife. She and Rudolf MacLeod became engaged 6 days after meeting. They were wed on June 7, 1895, shortly before Margaretha's 19th birthday. The Mata-Hari Foundation/Fries Museum, their honeymoon was spent in Wiesbaden, a popular spa town in Germany. As ever, Griot's striking good looks and regal carriage drew the attention of a number of young men, to Rudolf's displeasure. "Gentlemen," he snapped at her admirers haughtily, "that lady is my wife." An ugly jealousy was already brewing. Nonetheless, later Griot remembered her honeymoon as an idyllic time. "We went to Wiesbaden and we lived like people who can spend 100,000 guilders in 1 year. One love luxury. It was just the right thing for me, I was proud of him, and he oi me, we could do what we wanted." They soon had to return to the Netherlands, and the only place they could afford to live was with Louise, now known to Griot as Aunt Frida, at 79 Leidskade, just down the street from Thank American Café. Finances quickly became an issue. Rudolf was on part paid during his sick leave and had accumulated substantial debts through heavy drinking and high living. He also had borrowed money in the Dutch East Indies, as many soldiers did, and was still paying back those loans. For hell part, Griot knew nothing about housekeeping and was hardly inclined to frugality. Newly wed to a military officer from an old aristocratic family, she had no expectations of living carefully within limited means. The marriage began to deteriorate almost immediately. Griot's feelings during this period can be glimpsed in 2 sources, a book her father published in 1906, which was clearly aimed at casting all the blame for the failure of the marriage on Rudolf, and an interview she gave to journalist G. H. Preem shortly after the publication of her father's book. The former, the period of living with Tant Frida was described as unbearable, with no privacy for the newlyweds and a busybody interfering. sister-in-law who disapproved both of the marriage and of the young woman her brother had chosen to marry. In the interview with Prem, given years after the emotion of the situation had faded, Madhuri, as she called herself by then, was more moderate in her criticisms of Tant Frida. Have you ever heard of a young married wife that got on very well with her mother-in-law? No, well? Now, in the same way I did not get on very well with Tant Frida. As an isolated event this means little, she was helpful, but as she was dealing with a young wife who knew little oj housekeeping she was perhaps too censorious, something that I naturally did not like. As for the deterioration of the marriage after the honeymoon, Madhuri told Prem, well, the marriage did alter, from the moment that there was no more money. I had not married to go without Lemuri and Point 1 was flirtatious and he did not like that. He was jealous. Prem remarked that Rudolph's jealousy was a kind of compliment, and Griot replied, certainly, but it was also difficult. He was so much older than I am _____. He could have been almost my father. And then, a woman with my temperament _____. I want to confess truly and openly, that seeing a handsome young man made my heart start to beat quicker. And that is very natural, that is something that one can't help _. I was very temperamental. I had also artistic aspirations _____. I had inclinations that made too impossible for a woman like me to be a good housewife. I was not like that content at home, one confess frankly, I wanted to live like a colorful butterfly in the sun, rather than in the calmness oj the inside of my room. As for their continual financial difficulties, with the distance of time Madhuri admitted that she spent as recklessly as Rudolph. Marriage did not reform Rudolph's manners or his way of living. About 2 weeks after their return from their honeymoon, Rudolph was already seeing other women. One day he explained boldly to Debalbayan Verster that he had a date with 2 women and asked if his friend would go keep Griot company that evening, as he would be home late. Debalbayan Verster spent an evening with Griot, listening to her play the piano and sing, which she did well and charmingly. Griot, young and innocent as she was, did not yet suspect her husband. Vhen Rudolph returned some hours later, he posed as the perfect husband, greeted his friend, gave Griot a loving kiss, and apologized for being detained. Debalbayan Verster was disgusted with him. Soon Griot realized what was going on and started complaining that Rudolph left her home alone toc often while he went out with his friends. One who heard the complaints was interviewed by writer Sam Wygenar in the late 1920s, he identifies her only as NFRSV. Rudolph had called upon her when he first arrived in the Netherlands, bringing greetings from her son, a fellow officer. But Rudolph had offended NLRS V and her mother by telling an off-color joke, and they thought very little of him. Following his engagement to Griot, Rudolph took his fiancée to call on Mrs. V. After seeing the couple together, Mrs. V wondered if the marriage would survive. Griot was very pretty and very naive and expected a lot of life, she felt, while Rudolph had crude manners and would hardly provide his young bride with the right guidance. Perhaps the Indies where women went to parties with their husbands rather than staying demurely home would suit Griot. She hoped so. During either their brief courtship or early marriage, the couple attended the 1895 Hotel and Travel Sector Exposition in Amsterdam, which was open between May 11 and October 31. Somehow they had made the acquaintance of N.A. Kalisk, the chairman of the executive committee, who had organized the event. Kalisk made the couple his personal guests, ensuring they had a wonderful time at the exposition. It was an extraordinary event attended by more than 1 million people. The exhibits included a recreated 17th-century Dutch village, Convliet with canal, a life-sized model of the ship Prince Hendrik afloat in a specially dug basin, a huge papier-mâché construction depicting an Indian elephant, with a mahout and a 3-story howdah on its back. There were also ornamental gardens to stroll in and myriad smaller pavilions flying bright flags. As a result of their acquaintance, Kalisk loaned Rudolph 3,000 guilders sometime between 1895 and 1897. He was never repaid. The loan note, signed by Rudolph, was found among Kaliska's possessions after his death some years later. 3,000 guilders was a very substantial sum, about half a year's pay for a married officer in the Dutch Indies Army in 1896, and the equivalent more than $20,000 in today's currency. When Rudolf later retired from the army as a major with almost 30 years of service, his annual pension was only 2,800 guilders, less than the amount loaned to him by Kalisk. One of the outrages with which Zell charged Rudolf in his book about his daughter's life was humiliating her by asking her to be nice to near Kalisk, so he would not demand payment of his loan. The clear implication is that Rudolf was urging his wife into something very like prostitution in order to clear his debts. Zell's book featured a here-trending story of spending the last evening in the Netherlands with his daughter, before she and her husband left for the Indies. He described her shame as moneylenders pounded on her door demanding payment of Rudolf's notes, about which she knew nothing. Whether or not Zell and his wife actually witnessed the arrival of moneylenders cannot be determined. Zell is the only source to mention it, and his book is clearly contrived to heap maximum blame on Rudolf. But the unpaid loan from Kalisk is documented, as is the large amount of money owed in the Indies. For letters from Rudolf and Griet often complain about the amount of the regular payments they must on March 16, 1896, almost a year after Griet and Rudolf first met. Rudolf's leave was extended because of his still precarious health. His drinking and carousing had done nothing to improve his physical situation and had sabotaged his financial circumstances. The couple moved out of Tante Frida's apartment into their own place on Jacob Lenepkade to diminish the domestic conflict. But Tante Frida visited frequently and continued to criticize all too freely. A few weeks later, on April 23, Griet and Rudolf went to a reception at the royal palace given by the Queen Regent Emma, mother of the young Queen Wilhelmina, in honor of the Queen's upcoming 16th birthday on April 30. The MacLeods were privileged to be invited. Griet dressed in hell yellow silk gown, and, as at their wedding, Rudolf wore his best dress uniform. Many at the reception commented what a beautiful they were, the lady so dark-haired in her vivid gown, the gentleman so upright and dignified, with his gold braid and medals. This was the sort of high society life Griet had doubtless envisioned for herself, far from staying home and cooking frugal meals. Proud and happy with their social triumph at the reception, the couple drew closer again. Within days, Griet was pregnant with their first child. On September 17, Rudolf was given another 6 months extension of his leave, this time because of Griet's pregnancy. Taking a woman to the Indies was risky enough without expecting her to travel in an advanced state of pregnancy. Their financial situation was precarious. Griet suspected that Rudolf saw other women, they quarreled frequently. Yet he was very pleased when she delivered a baby boy on January 30, 1897. And proudly named him Norman John Norman in honor of the retired general, John in honor of Rudolf's paternal grandfather. After the child's birth, Rudolf was absent more often than ever, leaving Griet home alone with the baby. According to her father's biased account, Griet grew certain that Rudolf was spending all their money on ladies from the ice skating club. Rudolf, Margaretha, and their infant son, Norman, set sail for the Dutch East Indies on the S.S. Princess Amalia in 1897. Margaretha is in the first row at the left, Rudolf is the second man from the left standing behind his wife. Norman is not seen. The Matohari Foundation/Fries Museum, on May 1, 1897, Rudolf, Griet, and baby Norman left on the steamboat S.S. Princess Amalia for the Dutch East Indies. They were accompanied by a detachment of raw troops direct from Harderwijk, for which Rudolf was responsible. The young MacLeod family was about to experience life in the colonies in the military service. Although the procedures, duties, and conditions were certainly familiar to Rudolf, Griet had little or no idea what to expect. As was customary, a group photograph was taken of those leaving on the Princess Amalia that day. In the foreground are seated 4 young women, including Griet and an older matron in black bombazine. 2 small children sit at the women's feet, while one clings to a woman seated next to Griet, presumably the child's mother. Norman does not appear in the picture. Behind the seated stand the men, 2 officers in uniform including Rudolf, a man who is probably the captain, 2 well-dressed civilians who might be planters or civil servants, and another officer. Interspersed among the men are 3 other young women, one of whom is clearly Eurasian, and a Eurasian child. Elsewhere on the ship, but not of a social status to be included in this photograph, were the new recruits from Harderwijk. Griet looks the youngest and freshest faced of the women. She has an expectant half-smile on her face. She had wed impulsively and her marriage was not entirely happy, but she was a young matron of high social standing going to a new life in a new land. Promise was in the air. Contrary to her optimistic expectation, what transpired in the Indies was a tragedy that grew directly out of the practices of the Dutch colonials. It was a tragedy that would strongly influence the rest of her life and the formation of her famous persona. Matahari.4 Indies IME 5 weeks LAT Iran June 7, 1897, the S.S. Princess Amalia carried the MacLeod family into the harbour at Tanjung Priok near Batavia. The harbour was full of extraordinary sailing ships painted in vivid hues with terracotta-coloured sails. The ships' crews were made up of natives from a dozen islands, small men in bright sarongs that showed off their muscular builds. All had bronzed shn and dark hair. They moved on bare, calloused feet with an athletic ease that spoke of years on ships. The men called to one another in exotic languages as they tossed lines, hauled goods, rolled sails, or vied for the attention of the women on the docks who were selling food and drink. Rudolf had seen all this before the ships, the busy harbour, the strange and wonderful cargoes being unloaded by the natives of the Indies, but Griet drank in the new sights and smells and sounds as if she had been starved for colour her whole life. A new existence was opening up for her. Griet had been ill during the voyage to the Indies. She may have been seasick, as many were or such voyages. The description in Zell's book purported to be Griet's own words is ambiguous as to the exact cause of her misery. Physically and morally I suffered enormous complaints, the terror of fever haunted me day and night, my weary brains hammered in my poor head until it burst, and the appalling heat, which even in the middle of the night gave no cooling, held me steady as if in a bath of sheer florins. By saying she suffered from moral complaints, Griet, or Zell, may have been hinting that she had caught a disease that originated in immorality, in other words, a venereal disease. Without the evidence of Griet's later letters, which indicate unmistakably that Rudolf had given Griet syphilis, the clue in this passage would be flimsy indeed. The impact of arriving in the Indies and discovering a world of light, heat, lush vegetation, and social freedom was enormous on Griet, as it was on most of the Dutch colonials. The brilliant colors, the abundant flowers, the spicy food, the succulent fruits, the volcanoes that loomed above the rice paddies, the intricate patterns of native Indonesian music, clothing, art, design, all these were worlds away from staid, dull, carefully controlled Holland. The Indies were exuberant, wild, exotic, and very beautiful. Going there was transformational. The old life of the Netherlands, the old identity, the old roots of behavior, fell away. To symbolize the change in herself, she sometimes called herself Gritha, another common nickname derived from Margaretha rather than Griet. In those days, all the colonials who went to the Dutch East Indies to live were altered irrevocably by the experience. For example, one of the characters in Madeline Seekley Lolofs's novel Rubber says, "You get acclimatized here. Acclimatized and standardized here, everybody loses his particular personal characteristics, forgets what he has learned, forgets what his mother taught him in the nursery. All of that is let go here ___ on a new type of man emerges _____. Here you became transformed into an isolated human being without connection with your family and your youth." Similarly, journalist W. L. Ritter wrote in 1856, "A European, no matter where he may have been born, becomes an entirely different creature in the Indies than he would have been had he stayed home. The European man who goes to the Indies removes his old self, as it were, in order to assume a new self." Gritha probably hoped for a transformation of her quarrelsome, overcrowded marriage into a freer, happier arrangement. She was beautiful and young, only 20 years old, but in the Indies, she was the wife of a very important man, a captain soon to be a major. Here Gritha's bankrupt father and her precocious affair with the headmaster at the Leiden school were unknown to anyone. Here she and Rudolf could and did live like royalty, with servants and a grand house, no more penny pinching, no more sharing an apartment with a sister-in-law. Here Tante Frida and her censorious remarks were thousands of miles away, and so was their former friend Mr. Kalisk, with his ugly demands for repayment of loans. After a week in Batavia, Rudolf was posted to the 8th Battalion at Willem I, a military fort Il Ambarawa near Semarang in central Java. The MacLeod family boarded the S. Spielman to travel from Batavia to Semarang and then went on horseback and oxcart to Ambarawa, where Rudolf would train raw recruits. Ambarawa was a small place and not a particularly good posting for Rudolf. There Grutha began to learn about housekeeping and society in the Indies. If there was something a Totok, or newcomer, to the Indies learned quickly, it was the importance of reinforcing European superiority and prestige at every turn. Though morals were looser in the Indies than in the Netherlands, the hierarchical separation between Indonesians and Europeans was maintained with the utmost seriousness. Even a modest household employed half a dozen Indonesian servants, a cook, a houseboy, a nursemaid, or babo, a lady's maid, a gardener, a laundress, and seamstress, for example, who would generally be treated as if they were invisible until summoned with a shout or a clap of the hands. Yet these servants and their families lived at the back of the compound that housed the European family they served. Their cooking smells, the cries of their children, the crooning songs of mothers, the low men's voices talking into the night, formed an integral backdrop to colonial Indies life. The servants were there and yet not there, socially unrecognized and yet essential to daily life for the Dutch. As a Totok, Grutha was in danger of acting inappropriately in her new social milieu. Most newly arrived women were thought too familiar with their servants, not commanding enough in their orders, and not demanding enough in the standards of cleanliness, hygiene, and subservience they expected. Some were criticized for being indecorous in their speech and dress, as the tropical climate of the Indies prompted them to abandon their corsets, and sometimes their morals, to wear looser, more revealing clothing made of lightweight fabrics. As Jean Gelman Taylor noted in her study of Dutch colonial life, it was precisely when the immigrants were able to keep in close touch with the homeland, by furlough, telegraph, libraries, and so forth, that they ostentatiously adopted Indonesian practices in food, bathing, clothing, napping. Starting from the late 19th century, the Dutch civil servant wore colonial whites, left the office at 2 in the afternoon, and donned batik pajamas after a siesta and an Indonesian meal. Grutha's regal bearing probably served her in good stead as she began to assume the role of captain's wife and slowly integrated Indies ways into her life. The most important hire, which she made immediately, was of a babo to look after Norman. Not to have one was unthinkable. For any child raised in the Indies, the babo was a central figure, a beloved and loving person devoted solely to that child for his entire life, a lilf babu, or nanny for life. Rob Nieuwenhuis, a Dutch Taita raised in the Indies, wrote of his babo with tremendous love and affection when he was in his 70s, Nanak Tija was my thurifabu at least until I was 5, and therefore my first mother. I have been told that the first words I spoke were Javanese. Later I talked with her in a strange lingo oj Javanese and Malay, interspersed with Dutch words. She always called me Lih, pronounced with a long drawn-out vowel, which was an abbreviation of Lily, which means darling in Javanese. When my parents were out visiting or went to the Tija had to take care of us. That was always a party. She installed herself in front of our beds with her Siri apparatus. Oh, that sharp scent of bruised sira leaves, chewing tobacco, gambir, and pmangle can still smell them in my mind, and she began her breathtaking stories about gods and goddesses, about petrification and metamorphoses. Sometimes she performed long sections from the Ramayana using 2 different voices, and when it began to rain during the west monsoon, accompanied by thunder and lightning, I knew that up there the powers of good and evil were engaged in noisy combat with one another. Then I was allowed to sit in her lap. I must have inhaled the smell of her body and her clothes, especially her sarong, quite intensely, a sort of pre-eroticism. She caressed me by pressing me close to her and by stroking me, and thanks to Nanak Tija's stories, Indies nature anchored to me, that is to say holy, alive, peopled by living creatures which you learn to manipulate by murmuring holy formulas or by giving salamat and religious offerings of food. I was raised as a child in a magic world, and that means a lot. Swa leaves, chewing tobacco, gambir, and pinang were considered the essential ingredients to be added to betel nuts when they were chewed. These accoutrements were usually carried in a small, special box with compartments for each item. Betel nut chewing tuned the saliva red and was regarded by Europeans as disgusting, but Indonesians embraced the habit as a mild vice as enjoyable as smoking. Though Grutha was not raised in the Indies, she too was raised in a sort of magic world, and her innate belief that somehow her life could be transformed into the fairy tale she longed for never left her. Despite the Babu's intense and constant intimacy with the child, she was distinctly subordinate to any member of the family, even the youngest. Her name was usually forgotten or never learned by her white master and mistress. She was known simply as Babu Norman, but the Dutch, who tried hard to keep themselves aloof and superior from the natives, undermined their own efforts by turning their children over to Babus to be raised. They rarely saw that the generations born in the Indies and raised by Babus would be so deeply imbued with the customs, sounds, beliefs, tastes, and smells of the Indies that the Netherlands would be forever foreign to them. The children of the Indies were neither native nor Eurasian nor Dutch, but something wholly newborn of the colonial situation. Race played a major role in Indies' life and influenced Grutha's experiences strongly. In his previous years there, Rudolf had learned the intricate social calibrations based on race that characterized Indies society, but to Grutha the crucial influence of race as a shock. The Indies were a minefield of racial categories, the distinctions among which were fraught with emotional and social importance. By 1897, when Grutha, Rudolf, and Norman arrived in the Indies, the legal and social category O European was a strange and motley collection of people of various ethnic ancestries. In Java particularly there were a great many families, even very prominent ones, comprising a complex mixture of Dutch and Indonesian or sometimes Chinese ancestry. Since 1854 no one had attempted to determine who was a pure-blooded European and who was of mixed blood, but at that time, more than half, 9,360, of the 18,000 Europeans had the characteristic skin color that was seen as indicative of mixed blood, while another 5,600 Europeans born in the Indies did not have a darker skin color but were nonetheless also of mixed blood. By 1900, the estimated number of mestizos, or mixed bloods, was in the tens of thousands and amounted to about 3/4 of the legally European population. Van Merle, who made an extensive study of the question of Europeans in the Dutch East Indies, explained, most of the Blijvers, those Europeans who settled in the Indies, were thus of mixed blood. Passage into the legal European grouping was possible only through, one, legal adoption, which had been replaced in 1867 by recognition, a legal claim by a European father to a child born of a non-European mother, 2. Registration in the registers of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and Marriages, 3. Equalization by Governor-General. Moving from a non-European legal status to a European status carried with it substantial political, social, and financial advantages. Equalization was a legal ruling that a particular individual was equivalent to a European and should therefore be considered one. The conditions for such a judgment in 1897 were quite specific. An individual must be a Christian and must, a. have enjoyed a European education, as if educated in Europe, or in European surroundings such as those in which a European has been raised, b. move well in European society, i.e., be socially or behaviorally European, facility in the Dutch language and style of dress were relevant, and c. feel no longer at home in the society, or legal grouping, from which he comes. The year before the MacLeods went to the Indies, another legal method for moving from a non-European status to a European status was established. In 1896, Article 275 of the Civil Code was modified so that a child born out of wedlock could be legitimized without the father's marrying the mother if important objections existed in the judgment of the Governor-General against the marriage of the parents. A Dutchman's Marimgan Indonesian woman was generally seen as objectionable, and the European's rights to the child always prevailed. Under this law, a mixed-race, illegitimate child could be legitimized as a European. The objection to European Indonesian marriages was based on the belief that, through sexual contact with native women, European men contracted disease as well as debased sentiments, immoral proclivities, and extreme susceptibility to uncivilized states. Prejudice against mixed-race children was so strong that the extent of criminality or delinquency among youths in the European category was seen as directly reflecting the percentage of Indonesian blood that ran in their veins. All of the elaborate gradations of racial admixture and how they were to be treated according to Indies society might have been little more than a new and complex set of social rights to learn, but for one thing, Grutha's distinctive skin color, dark eyes, and dark hair gave her the appearance of being part Indonesian. She had been teased about this even as a child in Friesland. Ironically, her coloring was probably a major part of Rudolf's immediate sexual attraction to her, since it is highly likely that all of his previous sexual encounters had been with Indo. Grutha's appearance was extremely important in the Indies, much more so than any previous biographer has appreciated. When she walked into a room full of strangers in the Indies, people would not wonder who Captain MacLeod's new Dutch wife was. Instead, they would be surprised that such a proud and haughty officer, one so concerned with his social status, had married an Indo. Those who presumed he had gotten permission to marry her probably speculated how he had managed that. Those who suspected he had not obtained permission would assume it had been denied because of her obviously mixed ancestry. And yet, Grutha was as fully Dutch as any blonde, blue-eyed woman from the Netherlands could be. The issue of race certainly arose during Grutha's first days in Java. The MacLeod family stayed first in Batavia, where large families with mixed blood were common and socially acceptable, but there was still an open prejudice against Indos in circles. A contemporary writer remarked, "I cannot bear the arrogance of the Dutch ladies and gentlemen towards the Sinios Eurasian men classified as Europeans. I have witnessed it for years in Batavia. You cannot imagine anything more heartless or conceited than the arrogance of the Hollanders vis-a-vis the colored. If a Sinia becomes even slightly prominent, the true Hollanders immediately close ranks to work against him. They find their greatest amusement in treasuring up the linguistic errors of the Sinios, so that at night on the front veranda they can crack all kinds of jokes at their expense." An apparently Indo woman, whose youth, beauty, and husband's position provoked jealousy and envy, would be subjected to pointed jibes and snubs. Grutha must have faced inquiring looks and catty remarks behind her back, even if her husband's status offered her some protection. Fortunately, Grutha had an excellent command of the Dutch language and social graces that proclaimed her to be wholly European, but she was too clever not to notice she was being constantly tested. The social discomfort she felt then was but a foretaste of what would happen when the MacLeods later moved to East Java and still later to Sumatra. As they relocated from the busy cosmopolitan capital to remote towns with smaller and smaller European communities, Grutha's appearance would have drawn more and remarquements and snubs. There was even a term for her precise skin coloring, kulit langsep, which refers to a native fruit of a pale pink tan color. While such a complexion was much admired by Indonesians, it was seen in European society as an unmistakable sign of being a half-caste. Grutha's coloring brought with it a set of expectations about her behavior and morals. Tynke Helwig, in her study Oft Representations of Women in the Dutch East Indies, wrote, Indos had an image of being indolent, unreliable, over-submissive or, on the other hand, incredibly reckless, and they all spoke poor Dutch and with a heavy accent. The women were known to be sensual, coquettish, and seductive. Grutha met these expectations in many ways. She was a woman practiced in flirting, who very much enjoyed male attention. Doubtless the 2-to-1 ratio of men to women in the Indies at that time suited her very well. She had plenty of admirers. Her languid, gracile style of moving, her seductive dark eyes and ivoryant hair, telegraphed her sexuality to any male in her presence. And her ability to attract men simply reinforced the stereotype that her looks won her. She was seen as a morally dangerous, selfish, and frivolous woman who enjoyed clothes and jewels. After 6 months in Ambarawa, on December 29, 1897, Rudolf was promoted to major and sent to Tumpang, a very good posting indeed. Grutha was a few months pregnant and very pleased at this improvement in their circumstances. Tumpang was on the outskirts of Malang, one of the most pleasant and beautiful hill towns in Java, high enough in altitude to be nicely cool and full of gracious colonial houses with beautiful gardens. Malang housed Fort van den Bosch and the 1st Reserve Battalion, of which Rudolf was in charge. A huge river, the Sungai Brantas, wound its way through the town and provided lovely views. The lower reaches of the nearby mountains, Gunung Bromo and Gunung Semeru, were the sites of rich coffee plantations, so there was a good-sized population of Europeans, both civilian and military. And there were proper shops, chic restaurants, and theatrical and musical performances, albeit sometimes a trifle amateurish. Here was a society in which Grutha hoped to shine as the first lady of the battalion. They lived in a lovely house with large, open rooms and a spacious veranda, front and back. There was room for Norman to walk and play under his babu's watchful supervision in the garden, where Grutha promenaded to admire the whitewashed pots of flowers and the lush bushes and trees that the gardener nurtured. Rudolph gave her a lovely suite of furniture in blue and brown plush for her boudoir. He set up a masculine office in the house where he did most of his work. Sometimes in the evening they would stroll arm in arm, looking back with contentment on their house as the servants lit the larn. Grutha enjoyed enormously being high in rank. A military wife assumed her husband's rank and more beautiful than the other wives. $31 military officers in the Dutch East Indies lived in colonial houses like this, with a spacious veranda front and rear filled with flower pots and casual furniture. This photo shows Dutch Army physician Dr. Johan Kunst, his wife, Betty Meter Kunst, and their child, Fritjof. In 1902 the sign says that his medical office is at the rear. Collectie Trepen Museum. On May 2, 1898, Grutha gave birth to her second child, a daughter named Jean-Louise to Hanno the hated Tante Frieda, whose real was Louise. Probably because Grutha so disliked Tante Frieda, the child was never called Jean or Louise. She was soon referred to only by the Indies nickname Norvi, which was a contraction of the Javanese word Nana, meaning little miss. Rudolph may have been disappointed that his wife had not produced another son and altar soldier, like Norman, upon whom he doted, but he soon grew very fond of his dark-haired, dark-eyed daughter. By custom another Baba would have been promptly hired to look after Nan. In September came several days of celebration to honor the crowning of Queen Wilhelmina al home in the Netherlands, some 6 months after her 18th birthday. There were races, a banquet, a gala ball, and best of all an amateur theatrical production of The Crusaders, a musical written by 2 young lieutenants in the battalion. Grutha shone in the starring role of the Queen, to great applause and a favourable notice in the local newspaper. Rudolph had sent to Europe for expensive dresses for his wife, perhaps to emphasize that she was Dutch. During the dinners, parties, and dances that marked the celebrations, she was ravishingly beautiful in a yellow silk costume embroidered with camellias and an extremely low-cut gown in purple velvet, decorated with pearls. From the stage to the ballroom, Grutha's performance was a triumph. She drew every man's eye and lustful admiration, every woman's envy. Rudolph's pride at his lovely wife was spoiled by his jealousy and his ire at those who made remarks about Grutha's skin color. His mood fluctuated wildly. European children in the Indies were cared for by devoted Indonesian babus. The subjects in this image are unknown. Collectie Trepen Museum. Immediately after the celebrations, Grutha took the children and servants and went to spend 3 weeks at a coffee plantation on the slopes of Gunung Semeru, the highest mountain on Java. To reach it, they took a train and then a carriage, up and up along winding roads. The last part of the ascent was so difficult that they were carried in tandus sedan chairs or stretchers by porters. The air at 3,000 feet was bracing and clear. The scenery of Semeru and its brother, the active volcano Gunung Bromo, was breathtaking. At night the coolness of the air was delicious after the sultry heat of the lowlands. One night they were awakened by the deep, earth-shaking rumbling of Gunung Bromo, which let out flame-colored lava from time to time. Grutha found the scene magnificent but a bit frightening. In September of 1898, Margaretha made her stage debut in a play called The Crusaders, performed in Malang as part of the celebrations of Queen Wilhelmina's coming of age. She caught every man's eye in her low-cut purple velvet gown decorated with pearls. Collection of the Kitv, Leiden, the Netherlands, number 41797. There is no evidence about whether the trip to the coffee plantation was planned as a simple holiday or as a rest cure. Perhaps the children had been ill. European children often were in the Indies. Certainly Grutha had been in her glory during the coronation celebrations and obviously not a lot all. When Grutha and the children returned to Tumpang, the rainy season hit in full force. Every day the rain poured down in blinding sheets for several hours, battering the tin roofs and splattering mud everywhere. Everything inside the house was damp. The verandas, such lovely places to sit and read or chat in the dry season, were slippery and dank, the furniture and clothes mildewed. Creeping and crawling insects of fevery description and invaded the house. Tinker birds sang their infuriating song, shrieking ever higher and higher notes that grated on listeners' nerves and then fell suddenly silent, which was even worse. It was impossible to go out without getting covered in mud and equally impossible to stay in. The brilliant tropical sun Grutha had to love was replaced by overcast skies and a feeling of claustrophobic gloom. Rudolf was short-tempered and irritable. Perhaps he had been brooding on the admiring looks Grutha had received during the coronation celebrations, perhaps it was merely that the weather was putting him out of sorts as it did most people. The happiness Grutha and Rudolf had enjoyed in the earlier part of 1898 deteriorated into sharp quarrels, too much drinking, heavy spending, and suspicions of infidelity. Rudolf accused Grutha of cheating on him with the many men who admired her so openly. If his accusations were accurate, his anger at her lax moral standards was ironic. Most European men in the Indies, certainly all of the upper-class unmarried ones and many of the married ones, too, had no out-of-wedlock sex was everywhere. Even Thofna were kept more discreetly than formerly. Grutha soon learned to recognize them on the street by their mannerisms and gold jewelry, but most especially by their slippers and the characteristic color, white, of their kabayas. The kabaya was a long, lacy overblouse worn SL at LTLY open over a slip or camisole, the two sides fastened together with fine chains anchored to filigreed gold brooches. It was a comfortable and flattering garment, worn at home or on casual occasions by Javanese, Indo, and European women alike. To wear slippers and a white kabaya if you were a Javanese or Indo woman was to announce that you were a white man's mistress. If she thought at LT about the question, Grutha would have surmised that Rudolf had had Enyai before marrying her. He had certainly been no virgin when they met, and he had spent virtually his entire young manhood in the Indies. She was grateful to have been spared the humiliation experienced by many Totok wives, who arrived in the Indies to be immediately confronted by her husband's resentful housekeeper and their brood of mixed-race children. Rudolf acquitted himself well at Fort Van den Bosch on December 21, 1898, he was transferred to be head of the garrison battalion in Medan, Sumatra. Though Medan was a far less comfortable ANC civilized place for a European than Malang, to be garrison commander was a significant step up for Rudolf. From the moment of his arrival in Medan, he would be one of the most important men in the region. Sumatra had been the scene of his early military successes, and he hoped to repeat his triumphs there. The quarrels between Rudolf and Grutha, the slurs on her racial identity, the hypocrisy of the superficially proper Indies society, which was rife with illicit sex, weighed on Grutha. Late in 1898 or early in 1899, she wrote to her father and stepmother back in the Netherlands, "No, I have no more bourgeois illusions about the Indies because if you really look at it, it is not a nice country. It has without doubt many good things but also many nasty ones. If I could I would come back tomorrow." 5. The fatal move. Rudolf left for Vidan on March 17, 1899, on the SS Carpentier, going via Batavia. He took his horse, King, and his dog, Blackie, with him but left Grutha and the children behind in Tumpang. While Rudolf went ahead to find a new house for the family and start his command, Grutha was to see to auctioning off all of their household goods. It was considered thriftier to do fluis than to fry to transport Heernishings. Rudolf and Grutha had been quarreling ever since the coronation celebrations, so this arrangement provided a way to separate and let tempers cool. Arriving in Medan, Rudolf settled into a very different social milieu from that in cosmopolitan Malang. Medan was the only major city in the plantation region of Delhi. A mixed group of Europeans, British, Belgians, Germans, Dutch came to Delhi with the intention of making a fortune and retiring back to Europe in a decade or so, a hope not often fulfilled. But in 1899 the Europeans in Medar, not counting enlisted men, numbered a mere 385 out of a total population of 12,984. The great majority of Europeans were men involved with the military, the plantations, or the civil service. Few men were married and there were very few European women and children. For example, in 1905 only 3.6% of the male civilians over the age of 19 in Sumatra were married. The region had one of the lowest percentages of married men of any in the Dutch East Indies. One reason for this paucity of European families was the policies of the envoyeurs. Precise statistics on the percentage of married men in the military stationed in Sumatra in 1899 are not available, but it was at most 2%. Similarly, the major tobacco or rubber companies that ran plantations flatly refused to hire married men. Many prohibited their employees from marrying while in service, though occasionally plantation employees were allowed to marry after 6 years of service in Sumatra, if they could demonstrate financial solvency. The third major group in the province of Eastern Sumatra, civil servants, had little or no chance to marry until they reached the highest ranks. As a result, the society was predominantly male and rather wild. Drinking, gambling, prostitution, and concubinage thrived. Ironically, the social roots for the few European women who lived in eastern Sumatra were much stricter than those in Java. If men were freer in their behavior, the women were more restricted in theirs. Racial barriers and distinctions were more strictly demarcated in this part of Sumatra than in Java, perhaps because of the overwhelming number of Indonesians relative to Europeans. Lilly, writing about European colonials in Delhi, described the situation. The white group defended its privileges tooth and nail. Its position was strong because it was predicated on white group solidarity. Facing the Asians, the community always behaved as a closed group. Its organization was impeccable, and one acted in a disciplined way, army-like, including distinctive external features such as dress ____. The Totok was permitted to do nothing that might impair prestige and endanger the security of the group. An aggressive act of a single Asian towards a white person caused the entire group of whites to turn against the assailant, if necessary assisted by the police corps or the armed forces which were at their service. Medan in particular and the Delhi region in general were notorious for the rowdy drunken parties that took place when the planters were in town. Plantation employees got 2 days off a month, known as Hari Bazar, Big Day. During Hari Bazar almost everyone went to the club or, even better if the distance was not prohibitive, to the famous or infamous Hotel de Bor in Medan. There were none there but menfolk, not a single woman could be seen in the whole hall ____. Women, planters' wives, were still rather rare at that time and those who were there avoided the neighborhood of the hotel on Hari Bazar Day. The planters are coarse people, their mirth and their jokes are not fit for a woman's ear. The evening would start with an extensive dinner and even during the meal the rowdiness began. Somebody would climb on the table, breaking plates and dishes, others poured beer all over each other, a table would topple over and so on. Another Dutch colonial writer, H. Viersema, concurred, a Delian Hari Bazar was always something special, Medan tuning into a seething cauldron. The walls oft Hotel Medan were bulging and at the De Boer Hotel personnel brought out their coarsest crockery, in anticipation of breakage once people took to spinning plates on the marble floor. Far away from his wife and children, Rudolf would have found this just the sort of raucous party he had enjoyed so much in his bachelor years. A more hidden part of Delhi European society was the unmarried women, either Indo or Javanese, who were kept as nias. Most of them had been brought to Sumatra as contract coolies and had then been offered the position of na, with little real chance to refuse. Most of Rudolf's senior military colleagues kept concubines, and so did the plantation men and the civil servants in Delhi he drank and partied with. No one would have been surprised if Rudolf took Anyai to look after him and keep him company until Grutha and the children arrived in Medan. They would have been more surprised if he had not. In considering the relationship between Rudolf and Grutha, it is key to recognize that going without sexual companionship was not believed to be an option for men in the Indies. In 1899, the year Rudolf went to Medan, 96 Dutch Indies army officers were polled about the wisdom of continuing barracks concubinage. Rudolf might have been among those polled. 88 of them, almost 92%, were in favor of continuing officially sanctioned concubinage within the barracks. The women had little choice about becoming a, even if they were already married, because of the dual handicaps of being female and being poor. Few female coolies turned down the opportunity for light work and a life of luxury in exchange for becoming the sexual partner of a white man who might or might not be kind, clean, or good-looking. The alternative was the coolie's life of grinding poverty, meager food, and exhausting labor. While Rudolf was alone in Medan, he almost certainly took Anyai and may have resumed a relationship with an Indona he had kept when he was in Sumatra before his marriage. When he arrived in Sumatra in 1899, the identity of the new garrison commander was the subject of much gossip in both the Asian and European communities. Any former Na of Rudolph's would have learned almost immediately of his return in an elevated position. The resumption of a sexual relationship with a former Na may have caused a devastating event that occurred not long afterward. There were two crucial new variables. First, Rudolf was now married a husband and father, and sooner or later his European family would join him in Sumatra. This meant that, if he took up with a Na, a crisis was inevitable. Of course, he could dismiss the Na when his European wife appeared. Fluis is a common plot in Dutch colonial literature. And, as often happened in such literature, the Na might well turn vindictive, threatening to tell Grutha of Rudolf's infidelity and provoke an enormous row. Alternatively, Rudolf could try to keep both a wife and a Na, an extremely difficult deception in a very small community, but one man attempted. Maintaining both a family and a Na would require a significant outlay of money, which in Rudolf's life was always in short supply. Second, and most important, the laws pertaining to mixed marriages and children of mixed race had changed markedly between Rudolf's departure from the Indies on sick leave in 1895 and his return to Sumatra in 1899. In 1898 a mixed marriage law had been passed that gave European status to the wife and recognized children of any European man, regardless of the wife's race or country of origin. The underlying premise was that the family was the emblem of state authority and that all members of a family must be subject to the laws. For an Indo or native Na, particularly one who had borne children to a European man, the law was a godsend. If she could persuade the man to marry her, she would become legally European. Even if he would not marry, if he recognized her children, then they would be guaranteed the privileged legal status of Europeans. Children posed the most troubling social problem that attended the widespread keeping of Na. Thofna were sometimes forced to have abortions or were dismissed for becoming pregnant. A significant number of children resulted from concubinage. Just how many mixed-race children were produced at this time is unknown, but one authority, Robert E. Park, wrote, "One man, a Hollander, who was very free with the native women on his plantation and who kept track of his children, had over 1,400 descendants in 30 years. There are kampongs that are known to be full of mixed bloods." Statistics gathered by the Dutch government suggest the magnitude of the issue. During the year 1900, 1,746 children who had been sired by lower-level soldiers were legally recognized and hence reclassified as European or the equivalent. In the entire Dutch East Indies between 1891 and 1900, total of 7,000 Indo children were recognized by their European fathers. Every year, €1 per man out of every 13 or 14 chose to recognize a mixed-race child whom he had fathered. Fully 28% of the Indo children born in the decade at the end of the 19th century achieved both recognition and legitimacy through the marriage of their mothers to European men. The great majority of Indo children born of concubinage were neither recognized nor legitimized. At the end of the 19th century, most mixed-race children were sent into the kampongs, which in the common metaphor of the day absorbed these unwanted children as a sponge absorbs water. There was a widespread European fear, perhaps prompted by guilt, that the kampongs were the breeding grounds of rebellion, criminality, and hostility toward full-blooded whites. Braconier, writing early in the 20th century, expressed a common view: this category of children, left behind by their European fathers, whether or not they were recognized, are par droit de naissance by their birthright European haters. In the future, they will be the anarchists and extremists of Indisk society if Dutch lawmakers do not intervene in a timely manner to extend their protective hand to these outcasts. Where racial tensions were Adler, due to the smaller number of Europeans and the greater competition between Indonesian and European men for a limited number of sexual partners, Eurasians were viewed with great suspicion and hostility. Though in Java mixed-race men were typically employed in numerous lower-level professional jobs, few Delhi planters would employ seniors as accountants, scribes, or clerks. White-collar jobs were reserved for Europeans. As Van Merle explained, "Already I have spoken of the misplaced shame some felt concerning their Indies blood. Nevertheless, it is not surprising, if you hear how others thought about this Indies blood." The remark was repeated into a lot of ears, very clearly, that the Indo-European is a profoundly unfortunate product of Dutch sexual abuse and Inlandsk Indonesian native selling prostitution. When Rudolf entered Delhi society as garrison commander, he probably worried that Courtesan's appearance would cause him considerable embarrassment. If he were also involved with an Indona, his tension must have been nearly unbearable. Rudolph's letters to Courtesan during their 2-month separation in 1899 are harsh and critical. They reveal his increasing agitation over the necessity that their household and her behavior be impeccably European. While Rudolph enjoyed the raucous, masculine atmosphere of Medan, Courtesan and the children had been thrust upon Mr. and Nlrs. Van Reed in Tumpang. Van Reed was the government controller of the province. According to an interview given by the Van Reeds around 1927, the arrangement was effected rather peremptorily by Rudolph. He rode up to their house at about 7 one morning and, without dismounting, proceeded to announce that in a few hours his wife and children would be coming to stay with the Van Reeds for about a week. That is all right, isn't it? Indy's hospitality was legendary, and although the MacLeods and Van Reeds were not especially close friends, the latter agreed, never dreaming that their guests would stay with them for more than 2 months. Rudolph may have felt that putting his wife into a respectable household, with little spending money, would keep her from seeing other men while he was gone. On March 28, after he had been in Medan about a week, Rudolph wrote to his wife, describing Medan in enthusiastic terms that were somewhat undercut by the realities he could not help but mention. It is strange to see this city with its many multiple-storied homes and its excellent roads, electric lights, beautiful tokos shops that outshine those in Batavia, wonderful horses and carriages. They have had to kill 739 dogs during 2 days on account of rabies, but Blackie is inside the house and feels fine. And now, dear Griot, adieu. And be sure to give my regards to the Van Reeds. As the week grew into more than a month, Courtesan ran so short of money that, as Nears Van Reed expressed it, the situation was become quite embarrassing. Courtesan's everyday clothes were akabaya and sarong, and even these were worn. Courtesan had no money to buy new ones, much less new European garments. Finally, Mrs. Van Reed wrote to her sister who lived in Medan, asking her to make Rudolph aware that his wife urgently needed money. To receive such a message from an outsider must have humiliated Rudolph. What would happen to the prestige and respect he enjoyed as garrison commander if people learned he kept his wife so short of funds that distant acquaintances had to beg him to send remney to her? Mrs. Van Reed apparently felt rather sorry for her guest, describing Courtesan as intelligent, charming, and nice, if a little bit frivolous. Courtesan regularly went to the local club where she was always surrounded by a crowd of admirers. But Mrs. Van Reed believed Courtesan suffered primarily from being married with a much older man, who was extremely jealous and who did not guide her along, but on the contrary was in some way her enemy. On April 11, Rudolph wrote to Courtesan saying, "Wire if you need money." It is a peculiar communication that was probably meant to be made public, because he knew she needed money and yet did not send any. On April 24, he urged again, "You know always that you do not have to worry about expenses. I will send more money quickly when you ask for it, but 150 guilders, that is not sufficient for the fares." Other parts of these letter reveal the tension between Rudolph and Courtesan, whom he often still called Griot. He had complained in a previous letter that she wrote too infrequently. She had replied that she was waiting for a response, a letter or money. To her last letter, he blamed the problem on her foolishness. "You mention that after having written me 2 letters, you are waiting for my answer from Medan. Come now, Griot, I bet that by now you are laughing about your stupidity. To wait for an answer from Medan, but Griot, that takes about 16 days, and you to say that you intended not to write during all this time? That is really typical of you." Elsewhere in the long letter, he complained, "The thing that makes me so often inwardly complain is the fact that we absolutely never have any financial luck, and what a great many rotten things we have been obliged to do on account of all that lack of money." The lack of luck may be an oblique reference to the fact that Rudolph was spending more money than ever on drinking, gambling, and another woman. His letter then tuned to a certain lieutenant she had mentioned in her letter. He quizzed her jealously about his identity. "Who is that naval lieutenant you wrote about, who photographed the children, and how did he happen to be in Tumpang? You never explain things of that sort, Griot, and you can perfectly well understand that when I read this, I start thinking, now, who is that again, and how did he get to Tumpang?" It's funny you suddenly jump from Norman's sailor suit and Non's affectionate nature to that lieutenant, and then I do not hear a word about him anymore. Yes, Griot, just try to understand that when I rave and swear, this is caused principally because I am afraid for the children, for do not forget that our characters differ tremendously. In response to this, or another one of Rudolph's rambling and insulting letters, Grethel remarked to her hostess bitterly one evening when she came in from a walk, I wanted to be bitten by a snake tonight, so I would not have to go back to him. She had no real alternative but to go back to Rudolph. When Grethel did write, Rudolph was abusive and completely dissatisfied with the quality of her correspondence. In another letter, he chastised her mercilessly. A puerile letter such as that of yesterday does me no good at all, and if you don't know how to write better you might as well abstain from writing _____. If I knew how your silly and superficial letter irritated me yesterday, you would be ashamed ____. But in the face of your stupidity you have no sense of honor, happily for you. In effect, there is not a single word that is worth the pain of reading it. You are satisfied when you have filled a page of foolishness with your scribbles, with nothing of your interior life playing the least part ____. You are too limited, too stupid and superficial to ever write an interesting letter. You can speak only of beautiful dresses, of hairdos and other banalities, for outside of this nothing interests you and everything is strange. Do you understand now why I am always in a bloody temper because of you? On May 2nd, Rudolph still had not made the reservations for Grethel and the children to join him, probably because he could not pay the fare. He wrote her bitterly. I await your telegram, the money is at your disposition, but you have only to ask ___ for the love of God, think to note your expenses, because I swear to you, we do not have a 101 and all the cares fall upon me, because you are not capable of identifying them expenditures when I ask you what this is. You will always have what it takes to live, but the good God must be ashamed of having created a creature without a single value like yourself. We live in a bizarre world, one of us has all the worries, must work hard and unhappily, and the other doesn't do a thing with her 10 fingers and is allowed to live without concerning herself with anyone or anything. But believe me, Griot, when I will have disappeared and you are the same useless creature as now, you will cry tears of blood for not having done your duty better in your life and for not having passed the precious time doing anything except dressing yourself, eating and sleeping, and when, then, you are dragging your poor children down into your misery. But stop there. Truly, I had thought for a moment that you would have an identical reasoning to mine, and now I make myself laugh. I know better than you what I keep to myself upon people with no sentiment, zero honor, with neither refinement nor education. Similar logic has no effect ____. Believe me, my soul is dark and somber, when I think of the future of my poor children. Ah! If I am not there, then sail the ship, rush headlong to disaster and après-moi le deluge. May 2nd being Non's birthday, he added an amious wish, may God see that the little dear one has a happy life and that I may yet see her grow up and prosper. Rudolph worried obsessively about his children because they were not with him. He knew very well how quickly an adult, much less a child, could fall ill and die in the tropics. He was also gripped by a tremendous fear that was increasingly common in the Indies, that the servants were not to be trusted with the care of the children. Unfortunately, he did not believe his wife was to be trusted with them either. He wrote, God knows what is going on with Norman or little Louise. Norman is always so exuberant and takes great risks. And good God, what will I do if he comes to harm? I am anxious. I know well that you do not concern yourself with these things, you give yourselves airs, but you are insensible to everything. You know me, therefore you know that I am tormented at present. At last, I have nothing to do, other than wait, hope, and give myself all sorts of black ideas, and I am anxious more and more. All in writing, I never stop thinking, when will it come? Perhaps Norman has been killed by a serpent or he has eaten poison. That Rudolph despised and mistrusted Grethel was obvious. His fears for his children were all based on an acute awareness that they were genuinely at risk. If Rudolph had contracted syphilis and given it to Grethel, she would have passed it to the children during childbirth. This interpretation makes sense of many of his extreme and vehement emotional responses. His extreme, almost rabid jealousy of Grethel may have been based on the fact that he believed she had caught syphilis from someone else early in their marriage. He would not want to believe she had caught it from him because he had been treated for months by doctors before their marriage. She in turn would have been deeply resentful that he had given the disease to her, a despicable act. Thus the deep cruelty and vicious anger in their marriage may have drawn its venom from their comremne fiction for which each blamed the other. Rudolph's exaggerated concern about his children's health was less bizarre if the children suffered from congenital syphilis, a comremne killer in the late 19th century. Even today, about 40% of children with untreated congenital syphilis die perinatally. What greater guilty terror might a father experience than to fear he had condemned his own children to illness and death? Is there evidence that little Norman and Non suffered from congenital syphilis? What would Thiel's symptoms be? Paul Diday, in his authoritative 1859 work on the topic, explained, a child born with the germs of syphilis, and which will present in a short time the most marked manifestations of that disease, may come into the world with every appearance of health and even of a vigorous constitution ____ in the generality of cases. However, this is not the usual course of things. From their very birth, and although as yet without any distinctly syphilitic symptoms, the subjects of hereditary taint may often be recognized. There is a certain habitus, a general physiognomy, about the expression about which parents already taught by a previous accident of the same nature, or an experienced physician, or rarely doublet has more simply expressed it, they present a miniature picture of decrepitude. Next to this look of little old men, so common in new-born children doomed to syphilis, the most characteristic sign is the color of the skin before the health becomes affected. The child has already a peculiar appearance, the skin, especially that of the face, loses its transparency, its rosy color disappears, and is replaced by a sooty tint, which resembles that in Asiatics. It is yellow, or like coffee mixed with milk, or looked as if it had been exposed to smoke. It has an empyreumatic color, similar to that which exists on the fingers of persons who are in the habit of smoking cigarettes. It appears as if a layer of coloring matter had been laid on unequally. It sometimes occupies the whole of the skin, but is more marked in certain favorite spots, as the forehead, eyebrows, chin, nose, eyelids, in short, the most prominent parts of the face. The deeper parts, such as the internal angle of the orbit, the hollow of the cheek, and that which separates the lower lip from the chin, almost always remain free from it. Although the face is commonly the part most affected, the rest of the body always participates more or less in this tint. The child becomes pale and wan. Any child of Greth's might have inherited her swarthy skin. Was it a sign of syphilis? It is easy to imagine Greta and Rudolf inspecting their children daily, arguing over whether their skin color was symptomatic or normal. Sometimes syphilitic symptoms showed up immediately and children died at birth. Sometimes, cruelly, syphilitic children seemed healthy for 2 or years and were then struck down. As Diday commented, even when a father had undergone treatment, there was no guarantee that the child would be spared. Experience shows that, in spite of the most prolonged latency of the poison that caused syphilis, and of the absence of any constitutional SY11 victims for 4, 6, and 10 years, an individual may beget syphilitic children. Even if both Rudolf and Greta had been treated for syphilis in the Netherlands, the first years of their children's lives would be a time of torture as they watched and waited for symptoms to appear. This special amenity had to be concealed from the rest of society at all cost. Extreme parental caution was somewhat more ordinary in the late 19th century in Indies society than now. Hygienic and racial vigilance protecting white prestige and white health was a growing fixation, and nowhere was it stronger than in Delhi. European wives were tacitly charged with redefining and enforcing moral and racial boundaries by their irreproachable behavior, while, paradoxically, European women were also seen as being more delicate, having finer sensibilities, and needing extra protection from the crudeness and sexual rapacity of the natives. The worst segment of European society was the poor whites, who were regarded as being in imminent danger of going native and sinking into the moral morass of the kampongs with a horde of illegitimate Indo-children. Modern historian Anne-Laura Stoller explains beliefs at the end of the 19th century. Good colonial living now meant hard work and physical exercise rather than sexual release, which had been one rationale for condoning concubinage and prostitution in an earlier period. The debilitating climate could be surmounted by regular chet and meticulous personal hygiene over which European women were to take full charge _____. Adherence to strict conventions of cleanliness and cooking occupied an inordinate amount of time of colonial women and those who served them. Cleanliness itself served as a prop to a Europeanness that was less than assumed. Both activities entailed constant surveillance of native nursemaids, laundrymen, and live-in servants while demanding a heightened domesticity for European women themselves. Indeed, such hypervigilance was just what Rudolf demanded that Grutha exert. In the last letter wrote to her before she went to Medan, Rudolf's alarm over the children's health was rampant. I am glad to have received your letter of April 25 this morning, with your description of the children's illness. There is a lot of work waiting for you here, Griot, for these houses are dangerous to live in if one is not constantly clean. If one is not continuously busy with sweeping, moving of flower pots and tarring of the premises, all kinds of vermin crawl around. Thus last night I saw a scorpion the size of which I had never before seen in my life. Although the bite of such a beast is not immediately fatal, it does cause a high fever and for small children it is very dangerous. Therefore you'll have to inspect the rooms every day yourself, clean the children's beds and move the flower pots. I am glad to note from your letter that you are perfectly aware of your heavy responsibility with the children and that you take care of them with devotion. At the time, Norman, his favorite, was just a few months over 2 years old and Nani had just low-tuned one. Either still might suddenly show signs of congenital syphilis and die. Rudolf's demands that Grutha become a more diligent and careful household manager can be read as a desperate attempt to control at least some of the dangers that his family. Fear for the children was overlaid with a poisonous mixture of guilt, anger, and jealousy. The commandant's house in Medan was outside of the garrison and overlooked the river. Collection of the Kitv, Leiden, the Netherlands, number 3501, at long last. Rudolf sent money and booked the tickets for Grutha, Norman, and Nani to join him. It was usual in the Indies for the children's babas to accompany the family on such a relocation, so in all probability they came too. They sailed from the port city of Surabaya on the S.S. Reniers, commanded by Captain Hay. Grutha took advantage of the money Rudolf had sent and spent much of the day before departure shopping. Rudolf was outraged, ostensibly because she left the children with their babas. However, since the babas took care of the children all day every day, this seems a flimsy pretense. More probably he was upset by the experxlature. Having had no money to spend on herself in months, Grutha saw this as perhaps her last chance to refresh her wardrobe. She bought dresses and gloves, before the great unknown of Medan. And she was, undeniably, a vain woman who loved clothes. Rudolf presided over military ceremonies like this one at the government office in Medan. Collecti Kit Trepen Museum. The family arrived in Medan on May 26. After a brief stay in the Hotel de Bourg, they moved in see the splendid house Rudolf had secured for them in one of the finest areas of Medan. A few days after moving in, on May 31, the MacLeods hosted a farewell party for General Riz, who had preceded Rudolf as garrison commander. Grutha had already received some cruel insults from some of the other women in Medan, so she took advantage of their first official entertainment to exact revenge. Exquisitely dressed, young and beautiful and dark-skinned, she insisted on rank and formal ceremony in greeting the guests. As the older officers' wives arrived, she refused to ream forward to greet them graciously but stood imperiously by Rudolf's side and made them come to her. Rudolf was angered by her actions, but doubtless Grutha felt the women were merely getting what they deserved, a pointed reminder that, despite her dark skin, she was superior to them in every way. Real disaster swiftly. 6 Death of a child. Predictably, Rudolf was fraternal with Grutha as soon as he saw the children. He thought they looked thin, pale, and neglected, just what he had feared during the 2-month separation. He called the garrison doctor to examine them according to MacLeod family stories. The doctor advised a special diet for Norman, who was in worse health. Apparently a potion or medicine was also prescribed. Ominously, the children's condition deteriorated during the first days of the doctor's regimen. But after about a week, Rudolf noted that Norman's color was better and he was playing with his toys with more enthusiasm. The bitter misery of the MacLeod marriage had returned in force almost as soon as the couple were reunited. On June 10, Rudolf wrote a long letter to his sister, Tant Frieda, about Greta. How she makes me suffer. I am spending all my days without saying a single word to her, she has nothing to do except for her pleasure and was scandalously negligent of the poor little ones. And how am I to disentangle myself from such a floozy, while keeping the children? This will be very difficult, Louise. Ah! If I had the money to buy her consent, for this debauched woman won't do anything for money. If I could get rid of her, I would think myself rich, but to lay myself open to one such as she, the sort who would press the law, she looks out for herself well. If I have not written enough, it is because at every moment I am thinking of my children. Anna, each day I give thanks to God, that I have hastened their return. This vain and egotistical creature would have killed them, by not thinking of them. It is thus that I pray that God gives me a long life, because I would be in a frightful agony thinking what would come to pass concerning the honor of my name, under her wicked influence, if this creature were to raise my children. P.S. If I could deliver myself of this bitch, I would be happy. Sometimes, I cannot bear to have this creature around me, but what can I do to get rid of her? With or without scandal, it is the same to me. These are the words of a tormented man trapped in a dreadful marriage. Suddenly the children's health worsened precipitously. On June 20, Norman began violent vomiting and was taken to the household of Lieutenant Adjutant Bervelt, which was better suited for frequent visits from the doctor. Probably the lieutenant lived on the base, unlike the MacLeods. The most detailed account of the children's illness is given by Charles Hymans, whose source was Rudolf, Rudolf's letters, and Rudolf's third wife. No mention is made of none in Hymans's account, perhaps indicating how strongly Rudolf favored his son over his daughter. Other sources indicate that both children were ill and vomiting, probably Nani was also transferred to the Bervold house. The children improved slightly after a few days, and on June 27 Rudolf visited at lunchtime to bring a favorite toy to his son. At 12:30 p.m. Norman and Nan began again to vomit repeatedly, painfully retching up a terrible black liquid with thick clots in it. Rudolf stayed by his son's bedside, holding the tiny, hot little hand in his own. Between bouts of vomiting, Norman bravely asked to put on his sailor suit and go for a ride in a carriage with his papa. He also asked for his medicine, so he could get well again. Slowly the boy sank into unconsciousness, mumbling and then falling silent, though he still appeared to be in great pain. At 12:30 a.m. Norman died. He was only 2 years and 5 months old. Rudolf lifted the small body and placed it on a wheeled stretcher. With the aid of 2 soldiers, he took his son home and put him in his office. Abandoning his small daughter, who was still very ill, Rudolf spent the night keeping watch over his dead son. As the boy lay in his coffin the next morning, Rudolf cut a lock of his hair. 6 months later, he sealed the lock of hair into an envelope on which he wrote, "Hair of my only son," cut in his little coffin on June 28, 1899, enclosed on December 27, 1899. Rudolf saved the leaves of the calendar from June 27 and 28, writing on through a day of the death and day oft burial of my dear Norman. The funeral was held the day after the boy's death, at 5 p.nu, with military pomp and splendor. All the officers of the garrison attended. In the days before refrigeration, funerals in the tropics could not wait. According to Hymans, Rudolf and his third wife said that the garrison doctor had thought the cause of death was criminal poisoning and wanted to conduct an autopsy. The garrison pharmacist examined the vomitus and was not so sure. Rudolf refused to permit an autopsy. A few days later, on July 4, Rudolf again wrote to his sister in anguish. Rudolf adored his son, Norman, who died of poisoning a few months before his 3rd birthday. Rudolf wrote to his sister, "He was my darling, the little one, and my life is empty and arid without him." Norman probably died of treatment for congenital syphilis. The Matohari Foundation/Fries Museum. Ah, Louise, I am profoundly unhappy and miss my little dear every minute of day and night. I have prayed and supplicated that he would be saved, but in vain. Oh great God, I have suffered enough and I feel so old. I have no other resort. He was my darling, the little one, and my life is empty and arid without him. He was everything on earth to me, my illusion and the point of my life. I am stricken and there is nothing I possess dearer than he was, and I will never see him again. 11 Is why I am happy to quit the service. And thus, if I were dead myself and my wife had to continue his education, it would be all an a badly turn out, also God alone knows if it is not for the best this way. Of his wife, he says simply. Courtesan is at the end of her resources with care and sorrow. The most direct evidence of Courtesan's reaction to Norman's death was a terse postcard she wrote to her father and stepmother on July 27, the 28th of June. My lovely little Norman has died and I am no in a state to write much about it. Concerning sorrow, the Indies doesn't spare anything. I thank God that on the 29th of December we are going to ask for a pension and come back to Holland. I can all write any remra. The passing of my dear Norman has taken everything out of me. Zell painted a poignant vision of Courtesan's sorrow in his novelized account of her marriage. The narrator's voice, meant to reflect Courtesan's thoughts and feelings, spoke of crippling despair and grief over the death of such a young and innocent child. My child had been poisoned. Why or by whom was initially an unfathomable riddle, and this it would probably have always remained, when at the hour of death the perpetrator herself confessed. It was one of our babus. And what was the reason of this dishonorable act? I have to recognize that I have never been able to feel certain about this, never sure, although it seems highly likely that revenge has been the most important motivation for the murder. It was said that the babu was the lover of a lower soldier in the army who, in his opinion, had been unjustly and wrongfully punished by my husband. To cool his rancor about this, the soldier must have used his lover the babu to strike back at the wife and child of his enemy. Others added to this that MacLeod maybe had had an affair with the infamous babu after which one of his inferiors, a soldier, fell in love with her. If these were the facts, it would not be surprising in military circles in Java, but I could not swear to the truth of this because I have no proof. Hymans also reported the story that, 15 days after Norman's death, the babu was struck down with cholera and on her deathbed confessed to poisoning the children. Wygenar's biography repeated the versions of death that blame the babu. A slightly different account of the cause of the poisoning appeared in a 1964 reminiscence by the Boxtra sisters, Louise and Laura, who had Imuengrutha in Java late in the 19th century. Thiel. Father, G. P. Boxtra, had started a coffee plantation called Kemloko on the slopes of Kloet, a volcano in central Java, not far from Malang. Courtesan was a frequent visitor to Kemloko after being introduced to the Boxtras by their good friend Mary Grieve, whom she had met on the boat over. As the Boxtras recounted the story, using the nickname Greta instead of Griet or Courtesan, Greta was a high-spirited young thing, her spouse a quiet and withdrawn character. In Atjet, the first duty station of the Major, took place a drama that cost the life of the older of the Hvo children from this unequal marriage. Out of revenge for a disciplinary sentence, which the Major had imposed on his orderly, the woman of the orderly who served as cook at the MacLeods poisoned Norman, then 4 years old, apple of his father's eyes and the picture of his mother, whose splendid eyes he had inherited. MacLeod never recovered from that blow. He grew more and more somber, withdrew into himself more each Tuesday, the death day of his little son, with his portrait. His grief took on a pathological character. He blamed himself shockingly. He should not have punished the orderly, then Norman would be still alive .. With each day, the gap widened between the lively young woman and the dark, much older man. Each time for longer periods Greta withdrew from his presence. When the family MacLeod was stationed in Banjo Biro, the always welcoming atmosphere of Kemloko with its bright and havely family life became a sanctuary, where she sometimes months stayed. Her best friend at Kemloko became Louise, who was first the girlfriend of Mary Grieve, the link between Greta and the Boxtras. The Boxtras' reminiscences are demonstrably inaccurate in detail, since Norman was only 2 years old when he died, not 4, and Rudolph's first posting was to Amberwa, not Atjet. But the essence of story that Norman was poisoned by a female servant in revenge for an act of Rudolph's is consistent with other versions. Despite the repetition of similar stories, the idea that Norman was poisoned by his babu is extraordinary, almost unbelievable. Undoubtedly these stories were circulated at the time, but their veracity is suspect. For a babu to thus attack her charge is virtually unknown in fiction or fact about the Dutch East Indies. For Thebabu to then die so conveniently 15 days later, after confessing the crime on her deathbed, strains credulity. In all probability, the children's babus came with the family to Sumatra and were therefore as newly arrived in Medan as Grutha and the children themselves. From the time of their arrival in Medan, the children were unwell. Witness Rudolph's insistence that they be examined by a doctor. They began vomiting and showing serious signs of illness a mere 17 days after their arrival. This vomiting was caused by one of the babus who was seeking revenge for Rudolph's punishing her soldier boyfriend. She had acquired a devoted lover very rapidly and Rudolph had punished him severely in a short period. Even if it was the cook, not the babu, who poisoned the children, nothing about these stories explains why it was the children, not Rudolph himself, who were poisoned. Would not poisoning the harsh garrison commander or the sexual assaulter himself make a more fitting revenge than killing his innocent children? Poisoning in and of itself is easily believed. In Indies novels and memoirs, poisoning of Europeans by natives was widely thought to occur. However, in these sources, babus were not the poisoners and the children they cared for were not the victims. In Indies literature, na poison or otherwise kill either their masters or their masters' wives. Though greatly feared, poisoning was not a common cause of death. According to official documents, between 1894 and 1899, only 15 Europeans and 13 natives in the Dutch East Indies were treated for poisoning, and none of these died. The opportunity to poison someone was always present, because every adult Indonesian man whose family could afford it owned a kris, a singularly Indonesian, waviej dager. By tradition, once a year is should be cleaned and reconsecrated. Part of the ceremony is bathing the kris in a substance called waranan, mixed with water, to bring out the intricate pattern of the different metals in the blade. Waranan is a potentially fatal arsenic compound, arsenic trioxide, and it was, and is, available in almost any Indonesian household or any market. How much waranan would have to be administered to cause death? Fatal doses are tiny, on the order of 1 to 15 mg of arsenic trioxide or sodium arsenate for a toddler. Would waranan poisoning fit the crime as it is reported? The main symptoms of acute arsenic poisoning, severe nausea, vomiting, bloody diarrhea, abdominal cramping, are consistent with those of the MacLeod children. Additional symptoms of arsenic poisoning not mentioned in Norman's case are a dry, burning mouth, a metallic taste in the mouth, garlicky breath, headache and cold, clammy extremities, followed by hair loss after 2 to 3 weeks, if the patient survives so long, neuropathies in the extremities, renal damage or failure, or dermatologic problems may also be found among survivors. Other traditional means of poisoning relied on the considerable number of plant-derived poisons that were well known in the Dutch East Indies. Guna-guna, or black magic, was widely feared by the native population and many of the Europeans as well. The most commonly used native poison was a decoction prepared from the leaves, sap, or fruit of Datura fastuosa. In Indonesia, the poison was administered either by mixing an extract with food or by creeping into the house at lt and blowing a dried powder of datura into the nostrils of a sleeping victim. Certain of datura poisoning are caused by its two main pharmacologic ingredients, hyoscine, an antispasmodic and antisalivation drug, and scopolamine, used in ophthalmic preparations to dilate the iris. Datura is also a hallucinogenic. A vivid description of effects of datura ingestion is given in an anonymous ditty: red as a beet, dry as a bone, blind as a bat, mad as a hatter, hot, sexually aroused as a hare. These symptoms do not match those described of the MacLeod children. Another way of examining Norman's death is in the context of its being an attack on a white person by an Indonesian, a circumstance that in Sumatra raised extreme anxieties at the time. The poisoning, or suspected poisoning, of the son of one of Medan's most prominent citizens would surely have caused an uproar and a thorough investigation, yet none of the 4 major Indies newspapers of the day and none of the 3 more local Sumatran newspapers carried anything about inquiries into Norman's death. A discreet official death notice appeared in the Delhi Courant, on June 28. Our Darley Ng Norman John Mac Leod passed away this night. R. Mac Leod Mg Mac Medan, June 28, 1899. On July 1, the bereaved parents put in another formal notice thanking people for their expressions of sympathy. There was no other acknowledgement of Norman's death in these newspapers. The striking absence of newspaper coverage of Norman's death cannot be attributed to delicacy. During the same year, Indies newspapers included a long, rather graphic account of a colonial housewife who shot herself with her husband's revolver in a fit of despair, and another account of a planter who was attacked by natives with machetes and agricultural tools. The Delhi newspapers were so local and gossipy in character that almost any event was reported. In early June of 1899, for example, there was a series of articles and letters debating the quality of a musical concert that had been given by a visiting professor who had been accompanied by local amateurs. That Norman's death featured in not a single article or letter shows clearly that it was not considered a suspicious death or potential poisoning in Medan. Other potential sources of information are the Colonial Report and the Government Almanac for Netherlands Inches 1899-1901. The first is an annual report compiled by the provincial governor on all of the happenings in his province, reported numerically. The latter summarizes several years from all of the provinces. While these reports are sometimes inaccurate with regard to native Indonesians, the number of Europeans in eastern Sumatra in 1899 was so small that nothing pertaining to them was likely to be missed. Appendix E of the Colonial Report lists the deaths of in eastern Sumatra in 1899, divided by age, sex, and place of origin, Indies-born or not Indies-born. In 1899, Norman was the only European child born outside of the Indies and between the ages of 2 and 10 years to die. 8 Indies-born children of similar age also died. Norman was not identified by name, nor was there any comment on the cause of his death. This lack of remark is flatly impossible if there had been anything suspicious about his death. There is no remark about Norman's death in the almanac. What alternative hypotheses would account for Norman's death and the lack of comment upon it? And what motivation or action would account for the children, rather than Rudolph, falling ill when Rudolph at the time was widely held responsible for provoking the attack? The first and most obvious explanation is sort of accidental food poisoning, which is reasonably common even in modern Indonesia. Children ate separately from their parents, so food poisoning affecting Norman and Nan would not necessarily strike the senior MacLeods. Were that the case, Norman's death was simply another tragedy of life in the tropics. The MacLeods would mourn, the friends and colleagues would offer sympathy, and nothing out of the ordinary would have occurred. The second hypothesis is that the garrison physician who was treating Norman and Nani was attempting to cure congenital syphilis. This hypothesis, which traces the death back to Rudolph's contracting syphilis, has never before been evaluated. Indeed, no previous writer concerned with Mata Hari's life ever noticed the glaring lack of newspaper coverage and comment on Norman's death. Is this hypothesis probable? Certainly, if the garrison physician miscalculated the dosage of the mercury compounds he was giving the children, because he was used to treating grown men, then he would have poisoned them inadvertently. Further, the children's symptoms of violent vomiting, incoherence, diarrhea, and abdominal craving match those of mercury poisoning as well as they do those of arsenic poisoning, both mercury and arsenic being heavy metals. According to modern medical texts, ingestion of 0.5 grams of mercuric chloride, the most common preparation used in treating syphilis then, usually produces serious symptoms within about 10 to 15 minutes. Fatal doses are recorded after ingestion of 1 to 1.5 grams. Modern mortality rates are much improved since the use of chelating agents, which were not available in 1899. However, in 18 relatively recent cases of a single ingestion of mercuric chloride, all patients experienced severe symptoms and 9 individuals died. The fatal doses in these cases ranged from 29 mg per kilogram of body weight to 50 mg per kilogram of body weight. Children are notoriously more susceptible to poisoning with mercuric chloride than adults. Overdosing a very young child during treatment for congenital syphilis must have occurred fairly commonly. The standard advice in the late 19th century for the treatment of congenital syphilis was to increase the dosage of bichloride of mercury, the usual name for mercuric chloride, then dissolved in syrup, to facilitate swallowing, until excessive salivation appeared. Iodide of potassium dissolved in syrup was a second choice of treatment. However, Dide warned that a child's gastrointestinal mucous membrane may be too susceptible to bear the irritating contact of preparations of mercury or iodine. There is even need of greater vigilance here to forestall the inflammation before it breaks out, and to meet it on its earliest indication by the suspension of the internal treatment __ employment of remedies internally irritates the stomach and occasions diarrhea, a tympanic condition of the abdomen, cries, and an expression of suffering remarked during the first hours which follow the ingestion of them if vomiting supervenes under the same circumstances, and especially if emaciation be observed. Do not wait for more serious derangements before changing your plan of treatment. The substitution of topical remedies for internal ones then becomes imperative and cannot be adopted too soon. Contradicting this caution, he also advised that syphilis proceeds rapidly and the dose must be increased equally rapidly to a maximum tolerable dose. Salivation was a sign that the effective dose was being reached, according to Diday, and he argued that a degree of inflammation of the gums and intestines must be endured and used as a guide that the physician was giving a big enough dose. In this, Diday was disastrously wrong. Excessive salivatire is one of signs that a toxic dose has been reached. Diday continued, so long as strength, sleep, and plumpness are absent, we must persist in the treatment and increase the doses rapidly ____. I will so that we may commence by administering 1/10 of a grain 6.5 mg of bichloride or 3/20 of a grain of Hahnemann's soluble mercury, in 3 doses, in the course of the 24 hours. This quantity may be augmented 1/20 of a grain every 3 days until it produces a sensible effect either upon the mouth, or upon the syphilitic symptoms. The daily quantity may then be diminished, as is done for the adult, so as to keep up a slight action on the gums, or rather so as to reproduce it, several times in succession, during the whole course of the treatment. If the garrison physician who treated the MacLeod children followed the treatment protocol prescribed by Diday in his standard textbook, he began their treatment with 6.5 mg of mercury bichloride and increased that amount by 3.25 mg every 3 days. After about a month of such treatment, each child would have ingested 175.5 mg of mercury bichloride, a dangerous amount for small children. If the children had been treated previously with mercuric chloride, their total chronic ingestion would have been much higher. The timing was right. In the case of the MacLeod children, vomiting began less than 2 weeks after treatment by the garrison physician began, worsened, and became fatal to Nornon after 4 weeks. If the children were poisoned by the garrison doctor, their death soon after arrival in Medan was related directly to the onset of his medical care. The strength of this hypothesis is that it explains why Norman died so soon after his arrival in Medan, it accounts for the children's symptoms, and it explains the fact that the children, not Rudolph, were poisoned. Why, then, was there no public comment on the death in the newspapers? The MacLeods and the physician had good reasons to suppress any suspicions. All would have been ruined had the cause of death come out. Thus, those most intimately involved in the death had a vested interest in preventing Arthur inquiry, such as an autopsy. Instead, they spread a flimsy story that blamed the death on a Vengial native who died most conveniently. The story had the added benefit of playing into the colonists' fears and distrust of Indonesians. The third and least likely possibility is that an Indo woman was involved, but instead of being the Babu, the poisoner was Rudolph's former na. If Rudolph had resumed his relationship with her without telling her of his changed marital status, her hopes of obtaining European status for herself and / or any child she had borne Rudolph previously would have been cruelly dashed when Grutha and the children arrived. Poisoning Rudolph's European children would have been vengeance for his preferring then, and Grutha over the na and her children. The na may even have hoped that, once Norman and Nani were dead, Rudolph would turn to her child or children and officially recognize him / them. This scenario also explains why the children were attacked, not Rudolph, and why the attack occurred so rapidly after the arrival of Grutha and the children in Medan. However, it does not explain the lack of comment on the death or the lack of an investigation. It is wildly improbable that a Poisomniat would be permitted to get away with her crime when the ruling class in society was so amiss to maintain its superior status. At the very least, a serious and ruthless criminal investigation would have been initiated, and it was not. Analyzed in this way, the bulk of evidence indicates that Norman died either of random causes, which required no public comment and had nothing to do with the family's recent arrival in Sumatra, or of inadvertent poisoning during treatment for congenital syphilis shortly after his being placed under the care of a new physician. The lock-off hair that Rudolf cut at the time of Norman's death still exists, in the care of his descendants. If living family would permit a few hairs from the lock to be analyzed for traces of mercury or arsenic, definitive proof of his cause of death might be forthcoming. Unfortunately, the family is wary of publicity and has declined repeated requests to provide hairs for examination. There is one additional piece of pertinent evidence. Rudolf's career trajectory tips the favor toward the congenital syphilis hypothesis. On July 24, less than a month after Norman's death, Rudoli was abruptly transferred back to Java to a posting of much lesser significance. Rudolf had been in the Indies with his family since 1897 and rising rapidly in his promotion and postings, yet immediately after the death of his son, and only 4 months after his arrival in Medan, his career turned sour once again. If his performance as garrison commander in that short time had been less than perfect, Rudolf would have been accorded pity and sympathy from his colleagues because his only son had died. Instead, he was removed from his post, sent away from Sumatra, and effectively demoted. This transfer shook serious official disapproval, perhaps resulting from a suspicion or rumor about Norman's death. The MacLeods remained on Sumatra for another few weeks until Rudolf's replacement, Major P. A. Gallas, formally assumed command on September 1. Then the devastated family left for Batavia on the SS Rebeek with Captain Kopschar. From there, they were sent to Banjo Biro, a small village near Semarang. The transfer was a bitter disappointment to Rudolf and, probably, to Grethel. Leaving Norman's grave behind, where they could never visit it again, was deeply painful. After Norman's death, the MacLeods' marriage deteriorated still Arthur and Reimra disastrously. Rudolf blamed Grethel for the boy's death, and she blamed him whatever the cause of his death. The tragedy deepened their vicious hatred for each other. Rudolf's jealousy and brutality flared up in ugly ways. Grethel's resentment and disgust took still crueler forms while they lived in Banjo Biro. Grethel sometimes sought refuge at Kemloko, the Kafek plantation owned by the Boxtra family. She would go there for prolonged visits, to get away from the atmosphere at home. The Boxtra sisters characterized the woman they called Greta thus: she was not beautiful, but had a pronounced individuality, full of charm, full of grace. She danced like a goddess. In the evenings she was a complete dancer, mastering the most intricate steps. She gladly dressed herself with much refinement and flirtatiousness. Her mouth was too large, her body too short to call her beautiful, but she had splendid legs. Greta outraged Mother Boxtra on numerous occasions by her behavior toward men, yet she had a deep affection for the woman, who she started to call Mother in confidential moments. One if you had been my mother, I would never have become bad Greta said once, though Louise did not yet understand what she could mean by that. Louise had not then the slightest suspicion that Greta was already having affairs with other men. When Louise went to Banjo Biro to visit, then Greta's spouse appeared. Although a withdrawn and somber man, he was nevertheless always pleasant and obliging towards his wife. There was no brawling. But there was an immeasurable distance between these two people, whose ideas of life, character, and age were particularly badly matched. Greta said to Louise and Laura once, half joking, half serious, "I will be celebrated. 01 notorious." And then that prophecy, which essentially came true, "I will die eventually on the scaffold." The letters Greta wrote from Banjo Biro tell a much more terrible story than the sisters' saccharine recollections. Though these letters are clearly self-dramatizing and intended to evoke sympathy, her words reveal her emotions. On December 2, 1899, she wrote to her father and stepmother, "More than ever I am longing for Holland. Good Lord, what a lot of problems and sadness in my life. And why all this? How could one be worried about a rank and a name when one is so deeply unhappy? Don't think that I have a good time with such an old, severe man who does nothing other than watching me, punishing me, and telling me 100 times a day that I am inferior to him, that I should be happy with his name and good family who do not even look at me and behave as if I don't exist. I really have no life. He has all the money in his hands, pays for the milk and the meat and only gives me what is needed for the market, a maximum of 50 cents per day. And if I want to buy needles or thread, then I have to beg him for 10 cents. He doesn't give me clothes because he is afraid that I will look too good. Oh, I can't really bear it. And if then you see all these young lieutenants around me, who are always so amorous, then it is very difficult to behave so that he can't reproach me. Thus the inches is a typical country, isn't Holland the same? This morning he was looking again for a brawl, so he thumps into me, and last week he hit me with his cat o' nine tails, because he thought that I had painted myself. It wasn't true, my lips are always that red. It is impossible to stand this situation any longer. In a moment I will go to his office and I will propose to him that we get a divorce. I will study theatre in Amsterdam, and I may become something, but this I don't want any more. Goodbye, dear parents. Maybe it is better for Norman that he is resting in his grave and does not know what he has been saved from. I do not know one happy person that I would wish this fate. Rudolph was disheartened, grieving, and enraged by the injustices of life. He wrote long letters to a cousin and to his sister in Amsterdam, and kept copies for some reason. They were of complaints and anguish. He had lost his taste for the military life and wanted only to hang on long enough to earn his pension. He was convinced that General Riz, his predecessor in the Medan garrison and his superior one officer, would never promote him to lieutenant colonel, and thus he might as well resign. Life with Grutha was insufferable. He accused her of squandering money on every worthless trifle offered by passing and of corn-planing endlessly. Only little Nan was a comfort to Rudolph, but he worried neurotically about her health and moral character under the influence of her mother. It is absolutely essential to remove her from the infectious influence of the filthy nature of her mother, without whom she would lose nothing. My little girl will become fatally ill if she stays another 6 months in the clutches of this woman. If I were alone I could occupy myself with her education, and if I lived long enough, I would be content, but always I am afraid to leave her alone with Grutha for a single day. Then, God knows, she would be entirely in the hands of her mother, for then Cassian, an Indies expression meaning alas or pity, and a million times Cassian for her and our name. Nan MacLeod, here about 4 years old, was poisoned at the time as Norman Bull recovered. She died suddenly at age 21, shortly before she was to leave for Indonesia to be a schoolteacher. The Matahari Foundation/Fries Museum, Rudolph damned his wife over and over, labeling her a scum of the lowest kind. A woman without heart, without love of anyone, who cares nothing for anything, and who never thinks of my love of the little boy and doesn't speak of him ever. As always, Grutha was interested in officers and they were interested in her. Jealousy was a potent weapon with which to punish her husband, who she hinted in her letters was sometimes impotent. MacLeod wrote that he lt her with a young second lieutenant named JVD. The encounter provoked a violent scene, following which he forbade her to go to a ball in a low-cut gown. In fury, he even offered Grutha her freedom, a divorce. She refused, saying she would not give up her widow's pension when he died. She threatened to flaunt her lovers publicly and blacken his precious name. He admitted in his letter that he was so intensely jealous that he wanted to kill her. He continued the letter with the mundane grievance that he had been transferred so many times he was going broke. He never accepted that the frequent transfers that marred his career might have been the consequence of his own actions, or that the responsibility for his perpetual indebtedness, both before and after his marriage, was related to his extravagant living, drinking, and gambling. His tone ranged from bitter anger to near suicidal despair. One has nothing to look at but the mountains, and at night it is incredibly quiet, with only here and there a badly functioning lantern spreading an uncertain twilight at the crossroads. Someone who would have the pen to describe the situations in the nearby kampongs would give a picture of a bet humane human beast that is totally different from the one writer Émile Zola has given us. Tonight we have another invasion of butterflies, plus flying ants and termites, and millions of little insects that drive one crazy. Here there is deathly monotony. Sundays here are absolutely miserable, and people who have suicidal tendency could easily put it into practice on a day like that. In March of 1900 Grutha came down with typhoid and was treated by the medical officer for Thal part of Preanger Regency, Dr. Roelf Sema. Finally, he prescribed a retreat to the cooler temperatures of a coffee plantation in the hills, where she could be nursed and looked after. She probably went to Kemloko to convalesce. Having some familiarity with the MacLeod family situation, Roelf Sema also have thought she would regain her strength more rapidly away from Rudolph's hostility. After the publication of Charles Hymans's 1936 The Real Mata Hari, Courtesan and Spy, which was highly critical of Mata Hari, Roelf Semmer wrote a letter to the prominent Dutch newspaper General Trade Sheet, Algemeen Handelsblad, about the woman that he had known in Java before she became Mata Hari. As a friend of the truth L simply want to give the impression I have gotten as an impartial observer of this married couple and also of their understanding during their marriage During this time I associated a great deal with the family MacLeod and also visited them several times as physician, and for that reason I think I am able to judge the truth about who is responsible for the tragedy in this marriage. During the year and a half I used to know the MacLeod family, the conduct of Mrs. MacLeod was absolutely correct, notwithstanding the many rude insults she had to endure in public from her husband. I often used to wonder whether Margaretha Zell might not have grown into a good wife and mother if her husband had been a more equable and sensible man. Her marriage to the uneven-tempered and excitable MacLeod was doomed to failure. I do not want to mention all the painful scenes, which were provoked by the husband, for you would have to go into too many details. Rudolph's view of Greth's typhoid, as expressed in a letter to his cousin on May 3, was harsh and unsympathetic. 2.5 months ago Gryet got an attack of typhoid fever and her condition got constantly worse. All the care for the little girl fell on me, and the whole situation was one of endless misery. 10 days ago Gryet was finally able to travel and she is now on the coffee plantation near Ulingi to regain her health. You can understand that her illness was an expensive business when I tell you that we needed 5 bottles of milk a day at 30 cents each and now again that trip to Ulingi. I have kept the little girl here. She is a lovely child, but she reminds me constantly of my lost darling. That Rudolph demanded sympathy for having to care for his daughter, assisted of course by a full household staff, including a babu and cook, reveals both the depth of his continued fear for Nan's health and the eternal vigilance that he felt was required to stave off catastrophe. It is an ugly truth that Rudolph earned roughly 700 to 800 guilders a month and yet begrudged his deathly ill wife a daily expenditure of 1.5 guilders for milk. His complaints reveal the strength of his hatred for his wife and the extent of his indebtedness. He continued his letter, "My dear cousin, the loss of that wonderful little boy has cracked something inside of me which will always remain there. The boy loved military music, especially the Monte Carlo March, and every time they play that here I get a pain in my eyes and my chest." Their house in Bauio Biro was near Fort Willem. Rudolph complained about the Amora atmosphere, with all the officers living nearby with their na. Perhaps he was too often reminded of his own faults. On July 29 he wrote his sister that it was almost payday. "Merciful God, after tomorrow, payday, for I have not a cent. Unhappily, as soon as the money comes in, it is necessary that I send it out to repay debts, and voila. So begins the whirlpool oj another month __ with Multatuli, a well-known Dutch colonial writer who was in the civil service. I can cry out, see a little poetry, my God, that I do not perish from disgust because of all the disgusting things in my environment." At the end of July, Rudolph sent Grethe to Semarang to visit friends. He enjoyed being separated from her for 2 days and the unaccustomed peace and quiet, with no fighting or screaming at the servants. He wrote Louise, "After tomorrow, she returns here, to my great regret. That good God should deliver me from this creature. I hope that with all my heart. Amen." But there was no deliverance from their desperation and wretchedness. On October 2, 1900, Rudolph was granted a discharge from military service because of the fulfilled period of service, an honorable discharge, and with maintenance of the right of a pension. On November 14 it was ruled that he was entitled to a pension of 2,800 guilders annually, a staggering decrease in income from the 8,409,600 guilders he had been earning. He may not have told Grethe the true amount of his pensium. In at least one letter she wrote, she referred to it as 2,400 guilders, although the exact amount was of great concern to both of them. They moved to the village of Sindanglaja, on the side of the volcano known as Ged, between Bitsenborg, now Bagar, and Bandung. A health resort had been set up in the village between 1850 and 1860 because of its mineral spring, altitude, and cooler climate. Living was expensive in Sindanglaja, and the scenery was beautiful. Like many ex-military men, Rudolf hoped to recover financial solvency by staying on in Java and living cheaply. Grutha complained in letters to her father and stepmother that she was isolated from any sort of life, that there were few Europeans living nearby, and she was terribly unhappy. The state of the MacLeod's marriage was appalling, with open hostility and biting hatred on both sides. It was in Sindanglaja that Dr. Rolf Sema, the family's physician, witnessed two revealing incidents. In an interview with Sam Wajinar in 1932, Rolf Sema recounted being in the MacLeod home Ir Sindanglaja along with the top civil servant, the resident of the Regency, and his wife. The conversation tuned to Paris, perhaps because of the remarkable Paris Exposition of 1900, which attracted a great deal of press attention and, ultimately, more than 50 million visitors. To colonials isolated in a small village in the Dutch East Indies, the grand buildings, the amazing mechanical and technical exhibits, the glamorous Art Nouveau fashions and furnishings, must have seemed the epitome of chic and cosmopolitan taste. Perhaps the conversation recalled memories of the exposition in Amsterdam that Rudolf and Grutha had attended in the year of their marriage, an exposition organized by Mr. Kalisk, to whom they still owed 3,000 guilders. As the conversation continued, Rudolf grew more and more agitated and finally shouted at Grutha, "What the hell? If you want that much to go to Paris, why don't you just go and leave alone?" Their guests were shocked. After Rudolf's retirement in 1900, he settled his family in this remote village. Margaretha wrote to her father that Rudolf has me packed away in Sindanglaja, a little town where there is not one European soul. Horrible. I never speak with anybody. It is like being dead. But in thank of God, where can I go and what can I do? Author's collection. Dr. Rolf Sema also overheard an exchange between Grutha and Rudolf at a large party given by the native governor of the district for all of the most important Europeans in the area. Grutha and her partner danced close to Rudolf, who was sitting and talking with friends. "Hello, darling," Grutha said, a seemingly innocent remark, yet one that ensured Rudolf would notice she was dancing with another man. "You can go to hell, bitch," Rudolf replied. They had fallen so far that they were not even maintaining a pretense of civility in public. Rolf Sema also told Wajinar that Rudolf used to stop at his house on the way to the post office so that he could open and read Grutha's outgoing letters, an act Rolf Sema regarded as inexcusably dishonest and ungentlemanly. The MacLeod marriage had gone from very bad to much worse. 7 Death of a marriage. After 7 months in Sindangla, Grutha found her life and marriage no longer bearable. She wrote to her mother-in-law, "The Indies is a dirty country, I would much rather be in Holland _____. Each night, before I go to bed, I pray to God that this could happen soon, because I will never have a life here." John, it is true, has been retired since September 1900, but for the last year they have held back his pension. If you want to know, he is a bad financial manager. What can I do? You understand. He could send me alone to Holland, for I have no passage paid. But where am I to go? My parents are dead, and I have nowhere to go. I find this terrible, but one have nothing. You understand it is difficult for me to seek a place as a lady's companion in order to go to Holland at any price without shaming the whole family. Grutha's father was not yet dead, though she said he was. If her passage was indeed paid, this indicates that her marriage to Rudolf had been approved by the military, but this too may have been a convenient lie. In any case, Rudolf's mother did not pick up on the hint and offer living accommodations for her in the Netherlands. Rudolf's insolvency was not a new phenomenon, and probably the entire Farnley was tired of paying off his debts. On May 27, 1901, Grutha wrote to her father, claiming that Rudolf was making her life a living hell. She said she feared for her life at his hands. Adam Zell was by nature litigious and always resentful of his son-in-law's high-handed ways. He sprang into action. As his daughter said in an interview with G.H. Preem many years later, "As far as I can remember, my father was always at odds with the whole world, on one side too good, on the other side too bad. Someone who can't keep to the middle has no moderation. This doesn't remove the fact that he remains my father, and that, whatever in which objective way I judge him, I am grateful to Hiru because he was always ready to move heaven and earth, when I cried out in distress." She counted on her father's response to her letters, and respond he did. He wrote a letter on June 28, 1901, and sent it to his dad at Luther via the Office of Justice in Batavia, asking them to deliver the letter and to make sure his daughter was safe from her husband's violent rage. He now called her Grutha, not Griet as Rudolf did. I have received your letter of 27 May. I have, being your father, taken immediate measures to give you a certain security. I have written to the Honorable Officer of Justice of Batavia who will, I trust, help you. You will have to ask for a separation subsidiaire, a legal separation with financial support from table and bed. An attorney will have to ask this of the court, and then they will care for you and avoid offences and mistreatments, and your husband will be forced to provide for you, which amount possibly will be withheld from his pension. You will have to have 2 witnesses who can attest to the mistreatment and the offences. Please keep your courage strong. You see, your father jumps in immediately to help you as no other will do. So dear Grutha, angel of my life, have courage, be wise and pious, always be careful that your life is irreproachable, and then everything will go well. At the same time, be very wary and prudent, take care about everything so that no one can do wrong to you or your child. Then come as soon as possible back to your father. This letter was put into a sealed envelope and enclosed with a letter to the Officer of Justice in Batavia, which read, Honorable Sir. Enclosed is a letter dated May 27, which I have received from Margaretha Geertruida Dazel, married to the gentleman Rudolf MacLeod, a pensioned major of the infantry of the KNIL Sindanglaja. She has repeatedly complained of ill treatment by her husband, and now I don't know anything better to do than to advise her to divorce, or at least to ask for a separation. But if one send a letter to her address, her husband will receive it and destroy it, or ill-treat my daughter even more. I do not know what the results will be if he reads the letter. Therefore, Honorable Sir, I direct myself as a last resort to you, begging that if possible one of your underlings could hand this letter personally to my daughter and also find a lawyer for her. At the same time I also beg you to take the necessary steps to avoid any ill treatment by Major MacLeod, so my daughter will be protected against future abuse. Grutha received the letter from her father after the usual time lag of a month, but in the meantime things had deteriorated rapidly. Rudolf had become very brutal and violent. He struck her more often with the cat o' nine tails, and threatened to shoot her, holding a loaded gun and taunting her by saying he could shoot her and no one would know. She was terribly alone and afraid. She believed of the other Europeans were aware of his treatment of her, but were too concerned with white status to speak out on her behalf. In those years, there was a real abhorrence of impoverished and badly behaved Europeans, which fed on a deep fear of loss of European prestige and supremacy over the native population. Grutha wrote again to her father on July 12, complaining about Rudolf's debts and his complete control over their money, which left her nothing for herself. And then I have to suffer every moment the observations about my family ____. Father, I have bowl his name and that rank with my happiness. And I am left absolutely without any more courage left. When I married him, I knew that I would get an old inches guest, a man with colonial attitudes and habits, and I expected that I would be very happy. And so I have been happy, for one day. Ian, young, happy, beautiful, and still optimistic about life, and he is old and totally decrepit. I just hope that he will go to Holland and I can be a little bit better off, but he is old and jealous. Anna doesn't want anyone to look at me. God above! As if they'd leave me alone on his account. The officers here in the Indies, both old generals and second lieutenants, have already come to me amorously, and I already have had to reject them. Yes, father, the Indies is a very strange country ____. But, oh God, could I come back to the Netherlands? I have so very many regrets and am so deeply unfortunate. What can I do? If divorce him I will lose my part of the pension. He has spent all my money, so I will have nothing in the world. That is not a happy life, and I can't suffer this life any longer. I wish I were in Amsterdam. He has me ____ packed away in Sindanglaja, a little town where there is not one European soul. Horrible. I never speak with anybody. It is like being dead. But I, the name of God, where can I go and what can I wish? That I was with Nani in Holland, but MacLeod thinks, we are fine here, I don't have to give my wife clothes, nobody can look at her ____ fantastic. But my nerves are shot and I just long for Holland. If I stay another year here, I think, I will be dead or mad underscore underscore underscore. As for MacLeod, I can never love him again. He has treated me far too badly. He is quick-tempered and sometimes he jumps at me with red, bloodshot eyes and spits on me. I just wish that one day I would become a widow. That would be the best solution, but underscore 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 it is very ugly to desire somebody's death. It just came out of my pen before I knew it. I am always ill here, my nerves are bad and I also am very sick in my belly. Courtesan slipped into this letter a small admission that an old general, probably Rudolph's predecessor at the garrison in Medan, General Riz, had been in love with her, though she claimed she had turned him down. This might be why Rudolph had decided Riz would never again promote him. Courtesan's theatricality, her deep need to be admired, her love of social life, shone out of her letters. Much later, when she had reaped fame and fortune by performing as Madhuri, she spoke of this time in her life to G.H. Prem. She admitted that she often gave Rudolph cause to be jealous. Prem then asked what Rudolph's motivation was in taking her to a remote place like Sindanglaja. She answered, nothing else except the wish to find some rest at last. He understood well that I wouldn't take up with Javanese boys. Looking back at everything, he thought too highly of me. He supposed that, say, without the chance to flirt with men, I would become calm, would maybe repent, become a little housewife in every way underscore. But good heavens, he cheated himself. After everything that had happened, how could he be such a donkey? Of course I had no peace for a moment in that miserable hole. Even Dreyfus had it better as a prisoner on Devil's Island. No, I wanted to leave and I decided to make his life as unbearable as possible, so that he would take upon himself all the trouble of arranging to leave. Prem interjected, but you had a little child. She replied, my doll. Oh yes, but I can play with her the whole day. A human being can't hold out. I snarled at him, he snarled back, I threatened him with walking mve, he threatened to fetch me back. Rightly, my father said in the novel about me, that life was a real hell, but to tell the truth he should have said that I stirred it up. I wanted to get away, at any price. I wanted to live, I did not want to bury my youth in a grave like some Danglaja, and I desired to enjoy life. I wrote home again, hoping that they knew a way to get me out. My father, who loves legal wrangling, who lodges a complaint to the public prosecutor after the slightest bagatelle, who in the past was at loggerheads with half or the whole of the Freemasonry Lodge and even brought up a complaint to the Grand Master, my father, who later was at odds with the family and accused every member of the family of unfair intentions, who overloaded justices of the peace, lawyers etc. with work, who always made a mountain out of a molehill, meanwhile wrote a letter to the Office of Justice of Batavia. 3 weeks later, on August 3, 1901, Courtesan had not yet received word from her father and so wrote Agime in this letter. She made terrible accusations about her husband. Perhaps she thought that if she blackened Rudolph's name thoroughly, her father would never side with Rudolph over her. Probably, she was finally telling long-hidden truths. At the end of no tether I write you again and ask you for advice and help. I am alone here in a foreign country without family and without anything, and I can fight against such a brutal man. It is as if when he took his officer's coat off retired, the last bit of decency went too. He treats me in a more than scandalous manner too vile to describe. If he is mad or if he has fits, I don't know, but it looks like that. He never treated me well in the 6 years of our marriage, but what is happening now is abuse. Every second he threatens me with a loaded revolver, he hits me, spits on me, and says the worst things to me in his rage. He, for example, walks past me and without any reason hits me and says, "HLT me back if you dare." Nobody hears or sees it, and there is of course no witness, so he can do what he wants. Now I still have to tell you the worst. Can you imagine, Dad? He has had the indecency to say to see my face that all I have done is to bore him to DW. He, with his old, decaying body, who according to doctors in Batavia is not fit to be married, is bored with a woman like me. Now he wants to have another young woman with him, but he understands that he can get another woman without giving her his pension. He wants to force me to ask for a divorce so that I lose his pension and he can do what he wants. Dad, I have never complained to anybody but you, but isn't this intensely dirty and vulgar from somebody with a name and a rank like his? And if you don't do this, he says, then you can DTE here. I am ill and have been violently ill in the stomach for 8 months _____. But I don't want to die here with such a brute of a man. Oh Dad, his family doesn't know him. He writes beautiful letters and talks nicely and _____. Holland is so far away that they can't see how he behaves, but here in the inches he is well known and he has no friends. Here they know him better and he can't fool them. Dad, I don't want to be treated like this anymore, but I have no money and I do not want to go into the world without money just to please him. I have never dishonored the MacLeod name, Anna, they can't blame me for anything. But I don't want to die here, and if it goes on, then it is definitely the end of me. My optimism is gone. I cannot live with a man who is so despicable. I eat and live apart and prefer to die before he touches me again. My children caught a disease from their father, the monster, he gave them skin sores. And so have I got sores. I am under treatment from a doctor and I am luckily getting better. Shouldn't a man like that be deeply ashamed? A man with such a ruined body will always make a young woman unhappy. She wrote, as she had to Rudolph's mother, that she had a free passage home, possibly because of the illness, but she didn't want to leave her child behind and would not divorce Rudolph just to get permission to go. Then her financial complaints resumed. Rudolph has a pension of 200 guilders per month and gets another 100 from writing for a newspaper. He can easily pay 100 guilders per month for me and Nani in Holland. He could keep 200 for himself plus whatever more he can earn. But he has an enormous amount of debt that is really scandalous debts from many years, still from a jet and before that. So please, Dad, help me, yes? But don't bring any strangers into this sad business. 11 Full laver Sun Ling Sale and Famil think well on that. His family is highborn. He has changed into Indy's habits, very nasty and cruel to his wife, especially when he is fed up with her. I am so beautiful, how is it possible that I bore a man, especially such an old one, who is so broken down? He says he only married me for my nice head, but now that he has seen it enough times, I can bugger if I am a prostitute. What truly distressed Gritha more than anything else was the insult that she bored her husband. He did not find her sexually attractive anymore. Her vanity, pride, and fragile sense of self were deeply wounded. This statement was by far the most hurtful and dreadful thing Rudolph had ever done to her, in her own estimation. In this letter Gritha was as blunt as possible about a deeply shocking matter. In the language of the day, she openly accused her husband of giving her and the children syphilis. The disease that gave them skin sores contracted from Rudolph, the decrepit body, the shame he should feel for infecting the new, and the statement that the doctors in Batavia declared him not fit to be married are point-blank accusations that Rudolph had syphilis and gave it to her and she to the children. All of these, especially the not fit to be married, were standard Victorian euphemisms for referring to the transmission of syphilis to an innocent party by a guilty one. Even her remarks about Rudolph having fits of rage might be considered an oblique reference to the bouts of insanity that were a symptom of syphilis. Fournier in 1879 had demonstrated that general paralysis of the insane GPI was causal, linked to the disease. By 1884, delusions and violent, manic fits or rages were listed among the classic symptoms of syphilis in a dictionary of medical sciences. Previous researchers have failed to understand these accusations or else have failed to see how they confirm other evidence that syphilis lay at the heart of the MacLeods' tragic loss of their son and viciously unhappy marriage. Were Gritha's accusations true, or was she slandering Rudolph in order to manipulate her father's emotions? There is no definitive documentary evidence of Rudolph's syphilis, but there is a good deal of circumstantial evidence, including Rudolph's medical problems, his unfaithfulness, this letter, and the peculiar circumstances of Norman's death. Certainly Gritha was not above telling a falsehood when it suited her, and she displayed a keen sense, on most occasions, of what stories would advance her cause. But to accuse her husband of infecting her and the children with syphilis was a horrific claim in the 19th century. Such a claim was much more damning and humiliating than it would be today. It was considered much worse than wife-beating or financial fraud, both of which Rudolph also indulged in. The range of incriminating clues, pointed remarks, and otherwise inexplicable behaviors on the part of both Rudolf and Gruthe and the power of this hypothesis to explain several puzzling aspects of their lives makes a persuasive case that Rudolf was syphilitic when he married. A day after writing the desperate August 3 letter, Mata Hari was visited by someone from the Office of Justice in Batavia who hand-carried the letter from her father. As soon as the official left, Rudolf's rage surfaced. He was disgraced by the official complaint and humiliated that someone was sent to check up on him. According to Zell, officials visited several which produced some reform in Rudolf's behavior but provoked an ever-deepening resentment, too. Zell claims that Rudolf forced Gruthe, with a cat o' nine tails in his hand, to retract the accusations of abuse in writing. Conversely, Rudolf claimed that, upon being asked to swear to the truth of her accusations, Gruthe could not and went down on her knees in front of the official to beg his forgiveness for filing a false complaint. There is no way to know who is right, since no official records of visit or visits can be found. Rudolf claimed the story about her with a revolver was simply a malicious falsehood she had invented to blacken his name. Yet he wrote to his sister that he was tempted to make it into truth. Think, to ruin my reputation and to serve for her some years in prison. No, not so bad if I could get rid of her. But then, the little one would suffer. Gruthe's sense that her life was being threatened was probably justified. Once Zell received Gruthe's August 3 letter, he replied immediately. With great sadness I received your letter on September 3, 1901, and I have understood that MacLeod is not a man of honor because he who hits or spits upon a woman is not worth the name of a man. Because of your letter I was at the end of my rope, and being your father, I have been in touch with the Officer of Justice in Batavia again. This was June 28, but I haven't yet had yo acknowledgement that anything has happened. So if it has had no result, get a lawyer to ask for aspiration. I have spoken to the sister of MacLeod and she knows of everything. Would one predict this? The 1st of August was to be with her connivance the day that you have to die? So now you know what kind of sister that is. Get a lawyer immediately because everything is not well. You know you can count on our help. More I cannot do at this moment. Try to get yourself through it and deal with it like an intelligent and courageous woman. Rudolf told Gruthe that if she insisted on returning to Amsterdam they would again have to live with his sister, for reasons of economy. Gruthe hated the idea. She began trying to influence Rudolf's relatives. On March 1, 1902, she wrote to Madame A. Gudvrand, née Baroness Sweerts de Landes, a cousin of Rudolf's whom she found sympathetic and addressed as an aunt. She used her old nickname for Rudolf, John or Johnny. About Louise she wrote, what woman cedes to her sister-in-law her place in her own house? She felt that if they returned to Louise and her children, Louise would very clearly annex Rudolf's pension for herself. It is our ugly letter, which continues, naturally Louise possesses nothing and will come with her children, who are dirty characters, to eat with us. I have no authority, myself. I cannot fight against her. Louise subjugates John entirely. She follows him like a dog to serve and help him to take off his underwear and his stockings as if she is his valet, but all the time she jollies him and smiles always. If John died, I would be free, but this Louise dies, we would all our lives have on our backs these dirty children of hers who are so badly brought up and common, for she never teaches them anything. Certainly John physically is not robust, but when the puny ones like him are coddled and eat nothing but eggs and meat, they can live a long time. Later, in the same letter, she added, I am persuaded that Louise feigns affection for her own profit, but nothing has changed except John is naive enough to believe that this affection is addressed to his person _____. Louise has none but a very coarse conception of housekeeping, and the two children are as greedy and gross as herself, and all this horde come to eat silver with John spend our money, to the detriment of Nani and myself. I can do nothing, my aunt, even when I wish to. I do not have any fortune, all that I had, Jar has dissipated and here I am. And I believe still that if he didn't have Louise, it would be so different _____. How is this then possible? She is not the least a cultivated woman, au contraire, her manners are decidedly lower class, and rightly, John is so rigid on this point. Her children are not well brought up. I would die with shame at launching them in society. Admiral MacLeod wrote that their education leaves much to be desired but John is very susceptible to flattery. Louise jollies him and obtains what she wants She is always sorry that I do not grow ugly, for she cannot attack me on that score. She presses me always to have more children but I cannot understand her motive I have said to John, first you must change and then I must take my rightful place in my house and afterwards we will see about having more children, but for the moment I do not think so. In March, on their way out of the Indies, the family went to stay briefly with Dr. Rolf Sema and his wife. On the 19th the MacLeods boarded the S.S. Konin Wilhelmina, piloted by the master Captain P. Ohand, for home. They could not maintain even a pretense of civility on shipboard. They were greeted in Amsterdam by Tante Frida Louise and taken to her apartment to live. Greta was late for dinner every night, probably to avoid Tante Frida and Rudolf. Her husband accused her of flaunting herself in public. Greta and Louise managed to live in the Sank apartment for barely 2 weeks before the MacLeod family moved out, going to 188 Van Bree-Straat. There Mr. Kalisk, their one-time friend ANC now Amias creditor, appeared asking for his 1,000 guilders back. Some of Rudolf's other creditors brought lawsuits against him, and Rudolf's temper deteriorated alarmingly. He became violent again and resumed heavy drinking. Greta stayed out of the house as much as possible and, when she was present, repaid his temper with her own forms of mental torture. On August 25, Nani was sick in bed, which brought back frightening memories of the terrible time of Norman's death in Medan. The next day Rudolf took Nani with him to the post office. ANC didn't return. By evening, Greta had called the police and reported them missing. She surmised, rightly, that Rudolf had left her and taken the child to Velp to live with friends. She got on a train to Arnhem seeking realge and advice at the home of Gudvrans on August 27. Greta filed for divorce in the court of Amsterdam through the lawyer Edward Phillips. The divorce petition read, at the court of Amsterdam with notice that Margaretha Geertruida Dazel living in Amsterdam Anna for this as a domicile uses the office of lawyer Mr. Edward Phillips that she on July 11, 1895 married Rudolf MacLeod, a pensioned major of the Royal Duchy/Inches Army, living in Amsterdam at 188 Van Bree-Straat, that this gentleman has had intercourse with a woman other than his wife, that during their marriage, especially in the last years, she was beaten almost daily and spat at in the face, that especially during the last week he offended her badly in different ways, for example he would address himself to the servants while she was present, calling her that bitch of mine that in June after a student flower show, while he was drunk, he shouted at her, one will make your life so miserable that you will bugger off that during the last 2 months he often drank too much and he baited her and provoked her and insulted her and then sometimes didn't he speak to her for an entire day, that in the presence of his lawyer Mr. D.W. Van Zigch, at his house in June 1902, he spoke in such an undignified way to her that the lawyer said that he has never seen or heard a woman so insulted like that. That in June 1902 and July 1902, at her house, he gave her a beating with a walking stick so that the maidservant had to come between them, that in August 1902 he ran after her with his slipper to beat her so that one of the servants had to come between them with a broom and pan and that he then spit in her face, that in May 1902 at the home of his sister, Mrs. Volsink née MacLeod, in the Leidskade 69, he hit her so that she flew out of the room and fell into the corridor, that since a month ago, he has not given her any money for the household or given her any clothes and that he has a pension of 3,000 guilders but left her completely without any means, that he sometimes gave a guilder to the servants for the household, he would so, bring the change and give it back to me or otherwise that bitch will keep it, that he yesterday told Mrs. Lubeck who was there in court in the presence of her daughter, that bitch of mine has poisoned my child with unripe pears. That he said to she who demands the divorce, in the presence of the servants, you will stay no matter what, you want my money pension that yesterday without giving notice to his wife, under the pretense of posting a letter, took their only child of 4 years old, who had been sick in bed the day before, named Louise Jean, with him to Velp, that the complainant, on the basis of all these events that happened during their marriage, adultery, insults and excesses, committed by him toward her, and requests the court to reach the conclusion, should it please the President of the Court, on the grounds aforementioned, against her spouse, to grant a divorce, legal separation from bed and board, with the provision, 1. That the child Louise Jean should remain with the complainant, 2. The complainant would go and live with the Honorable Mr. and Mrs. Gudvrun Sweerts de Landes in Arnhem, No. 6 Amsterdam's Chen, without having to receive her husband there, 3. That he would give her a monthly payment of 100 guilders, 4. That support and items of daily living would be given to her. The next morning, Grutha's father received a letter from Louise. It read, "On request of my brothel I have the honor to inform you, that he will visit you this morning at 9:00. He has returned from Velp and is staying with N. Zell was surprised, he did not yet know that Rudolf had taken Nani, that Grutha had fled Tc Arnhem or that she had filed for divorce." According to Zell, during the meeting Rudolf offered Nol to contest the divorce, which would involve dragging Grutha's name and reputation through the mud and treating her like scum, if Zell gave him 2,000 guilders. Zell realized, almost certainly, he didn't have 2,000 guilders to give away. The alternative version of events given by Charles Heymans is that Rudolf decided not to count the divorce, since it would be difficult and expensive to defend himself and, of course, he also wanted to be rid of Grutha. On August 29, Grutha was summoned to hear the judgment of court. On the basis of her petition, the court believed that reconciliation was impossible and granted the legal separation with the provisions she had requested on August 30. Anxious to preserve his reputation among his Indies friends, Rudolf wrote a letter to the Boxtras in Java, telling them untruthful that Grutha had left him. He pledged to see that she and Nani were always properly looked after, an ironic if not downright deceptive statement considering events that followed, and concluded, "I have no more debt, hunger and suffering." On the day the divorce was granted, Rudolf put a notice into the newspapers, including the News of the Day and the Arnhem Daily, warn: "Do not arnish credit or merchandise to Madame MacLeod, née Zell, because the undersigned hack resigned all responsibility for her." R. MacLeod. The Gudvruns were embarrassed by the advertisement Rudolf had placed or by the notoriety of the accusations in the divorce petition, or perhaps they were simply tired of their guest. In any case, on September 2, Grutha and Nani moved to a border at Laos in Worthredden near Arnhem, depending upon the court-ordered support to pay the bills. At that time, Grutha had only guilders and 50 cents, roughly $30 in modern currency, to her name. She wrote to her father, thanking him for his last letter, "I have suffered terribly and hope that it is over with. But God knows, what a man like Macleod will invent to take more from me and my child. Will you watch over me, for he is so base and vulgar over nothing. Oh, the advertisement has injured me deeply, for I never bought anything on his name credit, never, never. I have asked Mr. Phillips if he wants to file a suit asking for a full AP010 by name, in the papers, a different prosecution because of insult and calumny. Is he now able to do me and Nani any further harm? I have been here since yesterday, because I do not like to impose too long on someone else's hospitality. It is pretty here and quiet, and I do not ask for more. Nant and I sit the whole day in the woods or stay at home. May things remain this, and I pray he does not make my life any more difficult. Surely my situation here has been made impossible by that advertisement. I dare not put my name anywhere." It ran in big letters also in the Arnhem Daily, "Shame, shame. Oh, I am still so distressed and think it might be more judicious to go to Brussels or Wiesbaden to live. All of the Netherlands knows my name and he has insulted me so." She added a fervent postscript, "P.S. I am still in a terrible mess. Thank God that I have had the courage to apply for the divorce. Despite the consequences, I have placed a newspaper ad to do housekeeping for a lady who lives on her own. I don't find it shameful to work, and I must earn something honestly. I want to pay my lawyer respectably. I regard, of course as given, that I keep Nani with me, and plainly I must not turn my nose up at anything. For rent I need 50 guilders, about $450 in today's currency. Then I have to pay off the laundry, clothes, tuition fees, and costs for Yanni. Well then, I do not know where that will come from _____. In reality I do not want to do housekeeping, I remain who I am, but want to settle my debts in an honest manner and not make a mess or a sharp bargain in the dark. Cheat anyone, you know that is not in my character. But this I look only like I am trying to live like a lady, with what I am owed by Rudolph, then I will pay off my debts. The 100 guilder payment from MacLeod that is coming I will use for myself, and what I save, I will take Fernand to the savings bank, then she will not stank without a penny in the world. But Rudolph pleaded poverty to the court on September 10. He managed to get the amount reduced to 50 guilders, and even then he did not pay. The court ruled that his pension could not be garnished. Grutha heard of this ruling and wrote hysterically to her father on September 12, "I am not well, I don't sleep and am very anxious." The Inch's pension was paid on September 2. ANC was intended to last for the next 3 months, but it is already spent by Rudolph. Therefore I must go 3 whole months before there is any more money. The court awarded me my child and 1,200 guilders a year, and now he does not want to pay. Help me, father. Aunt Sweerts is a complete dear, but is not inclined to lend money, and how am one to live these 3 months? If nobody helps me, I must return to him out of poverty, I must live with my child somehow. At the moment, I can do nothing more and cannot even get my washing because I have no money left. Yes, certainly, if I can find a rent-controlled room, I will come to live in Amsterdam, and as soon as I have money, I will come home one day with Nani to see you, perhaps next week. I will write you as this approaches, however. It is nevertheless too terrible that because of lack of money I should have to return to a coarse brute, who will not trouble himself to comply with the pronouncement of the court. I am so nervous. My head spins. MacLeod does not pay, and it is a cunning trick to recover his child. He will beat me, however, until I walk away, and then the business is finished. My lawyer says that I should put a newspaper ad as follows: Mrs. MacLeod Zell explains the advertisement, placed by her spouse in the news of the day of August 3, 1902, is a cowardly revenge because she brings a petition against him for divorce on the basis of abuse. What do you think of this? I am ashamed myself of it, but write me at once what you think of it. I am entirely desperate, everything beats against my head, there was too much grief, and when I thought MacLeod had to pay, everything was settled, but now I have no hope. I cannot go back to let him beat me and treat me in such an unworthy manner. Aunt Sweerts wrote me a completely sweet letter but informed me I could not possibly stay with her any longer. She has taken MacLeod's side. These 3 months I shall receive nothing. It is such madness. MacLeod is obliged to take care of us. I am so deeply unfortunate. Can't you lend me something? Someone must help me, I will shoot myself rather than return to MacLeod. After receiving Grutha's letter of September 12, Zell managed to send her 25 guilders. Which, although it would not pay all her bills, was something. Neither she nor Nani had proper warm clothes or shoes for the winter in the Netherlands. Rudolph was having second thoughts about the divorce, or perhaps his strategy of depriving his wife of money so she would come back to him was not working as well as he expected. On October 13, he wrote to Zell, I have thought long and hard, and I have decided that you are the person who I need to see sort things out, because you know about everything and I want to make immediate peace. I want it to be as if everything that has happened could be forgotten as if it had not happened. If you know something, can you please contact me at once? Zell met with Rudolph and chastised him, but also tried to negotiate an arrangement. Nani could live with Captain Van Morik, a pensioned military friend of Rudolph's in Velp, so that both Rudoli and Grutha could see her. Zell also asked Rudolph 50 guilders for Grutha, but Rudolph replied he cared nothing for the ruling of the court and that he could not pay, as he had no money. Instead, writing through Captain Van Morik, Rudolph proposed a reconciliation. Grutha had NC money and mounting bills. She had already entertained some gentlemen in maisons de rendezvous houses for intimate, discreet meetings of a sexual nature, and was perilously close to becoming a full-time prostitute. Although she knew Rudolph had taken up with another woman, Grutha's only options were prostitution or returning to her husband. She wrote back to Rudolph in a pleasant tone, using the nickname Grutha, which he liked. SHK apologized for calling him a cad, a rant, and a drunkard. She closed her letter with the idea that all is arranged for our reunion makes me happy and content, with a big kiss always, your Grutha. Rudolph sent her some money and she replied, thanking him but pointing out she had no winter clothes. Her strategy worked. Rudolf sent more money. On November 1st, she wrote him again, "Me is surprised this afternoon to receive the money, it is so kind of you, I am happy and almost convulsed. Tuesday we return to our life together. I am very happy and you know, I will thank you well." Though she signed her letter affectionately with big kisses from Grutha to John, her previous letters suggest this affection was simply a ploy. Being nice to men was the only way she knew to obtain Riemny. In early November of 1902, she returned to Amsterdam to live with Nani and Rudolf in a small apartment on the Ruderkade near the Café Czar Peter. The reunion was predictably short-lived and unhappy. Somewhere during this unsettled period, it was agreed that Rudolf would keep Nan with him and Grutha would never see her again. He had longed for years to free his daughter of Grutha's influence, and Grutha was now desperate enough to agree. Her marriage and her motherhood were finished. 8 The birth of Matahari. Grutha was a lost soul without direction during this period of conflict and unhappiness. She was no longer daughter, mother, or wife. The variety of names by which she identified herself up to this point reflected the label nature of her identity. She fried on new personas as if they were dresses, hoping to find a more flattering one. She was at heart a shapeshifter who became what those around her wanted her to be. It was her greatest charm and her most dangerous trait. She had lightened her responsibilities by giving her daughter, but she had not improved her circumstances materially. She had no home, no income, no husband, and no future. The situation seemed so hopeless that she went to stay briefly and miserably with Tante Frieda, who encouraged her to work as a mannequin, modeling clothes. Grutha hoped instead to pursue an acting career, though women who pursued this path were considered to have loose morals. She left Tante Frieda's to stay with her aunt and uncle in The Hague, but she found no honorable work there either. Everything she tried reinforced the message that her body, appearance, and sexual favors were her only useful assets. She decided to leave for Paris, the place of chic fashion and cosmopolitan life that she had longed for while trapped in Sindanglaja. "Why Paris?" a journalist asked her years later. "I don't know. I thought all women who ran away from their husbands went to Paris," she replied with a charming naivete. In 1902, the MacLeods legally separated, changing her name to Lady Grecia MacLeod. Margaretha fled to Paris. "I thought all who ran away from their husbands went to see Paris," she later told a journalist. Authors Collection. She arrived in Paris early in 1903 with very little money and no connections. She looked for work posing for artists but, according to Charles Hymans, was told she looked better with her clothes on, which seems improbable considering her later acclaim as a performer who was nearly naked on stage. She claimed to be a widow of a Dutch Indies soldier who was trying to support herself and her 2 children, but sympathy got her few jobs. She tried acting and may have toyed with dancing, but the only dependable source of income available to her was pleasing for money. Rudolf threatened to have the police bring her back or to place another ad in a prominent newspaper that would ruin her socially. He was still her husband, despite their legal separation, and it is unclear on what grounds he could have had her arrested. One source suggests that he threatened to have her extradited and committed to a state institution for incorrigibles. This probably meant that, in the view of society at large, she had demonstrably lost her mind because she was a respectably married woman and yet had taken to a life of prostitution. If she had, then she was merely a sex worker and not yet a high-priced, fashionable demi-mondaine. After months in Paris with little work, Grutha was desperate again and wrote to Rudolf's cousin General Edward MacLeod, in Nijmegen, begging for help. She returned to the Netherlands, feeling beaten and defeated, and went to stay with the general and his wife in their rural home. In January 1904, she wrote in a letter, "Behold me, then, condemned to remain here in Nijmegen, here where there exists only the shadow of a grey and humid hearth in which only the copper pots have the right to shine in the pale sunlight. Where there exists the silent, the grave, the hostile street, in which an alien footstep calls the anxious housewives to windows shrouded in lace curtains. Here, where a little tulip garden shudders in the winter winds. Here where the fog, the soft fog, veils everything and blankets to a silvery chime to strokes of the municipal carillon. Here there is the incessant overseeing of Beldamie's mothers-in-law and matrons who have vaguely heard reports of a flight to pans and dances in theatres. Here, in fact, is shame and nostalgia." Her complaints of Rudolph's behavior finally moved the general to write to reprimand his nephew, who promptly told the general his version of the truth. Grethel was turned out of the MacLeod house. She left again for Paris in the spring of 1904. WLTH no remney in her pocket but a lot of bravado. She arrived and checked into a very good hotel, intending to pay her bills in whatever way she could. Grethel obtained a job with the equestrian circus and riding school in the Rue Benouville. Ernst Molière had set up his circus in 1880, hiring attractive and skilled performers to do trick riding for audiences comprising mostly Paris society. Though Grethel was a fine horsewoman and striking in appearance, Molière advised her that she might do better with dancing than riding and helped her make contact with society ladies who might provide entrée to the right circles. With a superb sense of what would succeed, she developed a series of sacred dances that she ostensibly learned in the Indies and began to create about herself. Her style was utterly novel, her ability to create a mood was strong, and her costumes were extremely revealing. As she explained later to friend and painter Piet van der Hem about this time in her life, I never could dank people to see me because I was the first who dared to show myself naked to the public. Her genius lay not in what she did but in how she presented herself. She adopted the name Lady Gresham MacLeod, claiming to be the widow of a Scottish officer who had been stationed in Thank Indies, where she had learned the secrets of Oriental dance. Can girls at the Moulin Rouge and even less respectable theatres showed their naked legs and bosoms. She distinguished herself from them by claiming hers were sacred, holy dances, a form of worship, part of a fusion of sexuality and religion. It was a brilliant ream. Her first few performances were private, starting in the home of Madame Kyrevsky, a society hostess who favoured new artists. Francis Keyser, a correspondent from London for the society magazine The King, got himself invited to the exclusive performance at Madame Kyrevsky's and wrote a lengthy article on February 4, 1905. He was entranced by what he saw. Vague rumours had reached me of a woman from the Far East, a native of Java, wife of an officer, who had come to Europe, laden with perfumes and jewels, to introduce some of the richness of the Oriental colour and life into the satiated society of European cities, of veils encircling and discarded, of the development of passion as the fruits of the soil, of a burst of fresh, free life, of nature in all its strength untrammeled by civilization. The door opened. A tall dark figure glided in. Her arms were folded upon her breast beneath a mass of flowers. For a few seconds she stood motionless, her eyes fixed upon a statue of Shiva at the end of the room. Her olive skin blended with the curious javels in the dead gold setting. A casque of worked gola upon her dark hair, an authentic Eastern headdress, a breastplate of similar workmanship beneath the arms. Above a transparent white robe, a quaint clasp held a scarf around the hips, the ends falling to the feet in front. She was enshrouded in various veils of delicate hues, symbolizing beauty, youth, love, chastity, voluptuousness, and passion. The first notes of a plaintive weird melody were sounded, and with slow, undulating, tiger-like movements she advanced towards the god. It was an appeal to the spirit of evil, an invocation to help her avenge a wrong. Her eyes shone with the fire of revenge when she began, but after a while a softer light crept into them as she strove to win the favor of the deity. Then the movements became more and more intense, more feverish, more eager. She first threw flowers and then divested herself one by one of the veils, implying that, as a sacrifice, she gave beauty, youth, love, etc., and finally worked to a state of frenzy, unclasped her belt and fell in a swoon at Shiva's feet. Shiva is the Hindu god of destruction and of transformation, symbolizing the new creation that follows annihilation. The choice of Shiva as the focus of Gresha's first dance was singularly apt. Whether Gresha explained the symbolism of her dance to Keyser or not, his words vividly evoke the enormous impact her performance had upon spectators. Perhaps unwittingly, the dance held stunning parallels to her own life, the appeal for help in avenging a Geet wrong, followed by the sacrifice of first her beauty, then her youth, and virtue after virtue in mounting desperation, then symbolically, the giving of her entire sexual being to the god of destruction in order to triumph. Touches like the motionless pause after she entered, the slow unveiling of her body, and the increasing frenzy of her passionate movements were calculated to capture her audience. Neither traditional ballet nor Isadora Duncan's classical dances were her models. Her steps, poses, and movements made little reference to those forms of dance. What she did was entirely new. She offered spectacle, emotion, and the mystery of the Orient, which was just beginning to be fashionable. Keyser concluded, Lady MacLeod is Venus. Her costumes, recorded in contemporary photographs, owed much to the costumes of traditional court dancers in Java. Something of the Javanese style can be seen in some of her postures, the undulating movements of the arms and the sweeping use of loosely draped cloths or veils. There are hints of the Javanese style of dance, said to be derived from marionettes, in the angulation of her wrists and elbows, but she was certainly not accurately reproducing dances she had learned in Java. Her dances were her own. She created a sensation. After her performance at Madame Kyrevsky's, she was invited to dance at the Musée Guillemot, a museum of Oriental art assembled by the prosperous Émile Guillemot, AR industrialist from Lyon who had traveled and collected extensively in the East. His Paris museum had opened in 1889. Having a much sought-after new dancer perform the fascinating sacred dances of the Orient in his museum was just the event to draw a crowd of Paris's elite, aristocratic, and wealthy art lovers. Her debut was scheduled for March 13, with a second performance the following night. It is said that Guillemot made a valuable suggestion: rather than dancing as Lady Gresham MacLeod, SHK should adopt a stage that was suitably enigmatic and evocative. Two young Wayang dancers demonstrate the traditional movements and costumes of this Javanese form of the dance. Mata Hari must have seen similar performances in the Dutch East Indies. Author's collection, she chose to become Mata Hari. Guillemot is sometimes credited with inventing the name, but that is most unlikely. The Malay phrase Mata Hari was often used in the Dutch East Indies to mere sunrise, or, Remro literally, the eye of the day. One of her childhood friends in Leeuwarden recalled reading a letter in 1897 or 1898, the first year or two of the MacLeod's residence in the Dutch East Indies, in which she spoke of becoming a dancer and using the name Mata Hari. 11 Padang, Sumatra, there was a Masonic lodge known as the Loge Mata Hari. Rudolf MacLeod may have visited the Loge Mata Hari because the brother of his old friend de Balbion Verster was 8-member. There was more to becoming Mata Hari than simply changing her name. Gresha had to recreate herself in a new persona. She later told G.H. Preener, in the beginning, my career was less in the artistic domain, but from the moment that I introduced my Javanese dances my fate was quickly decided. I liked life there, I received protection of the richest strangers, and I did not lack the skill to profit from that. At the time that I appeared on stage in Paris, I chose an Indian name for the theatre, and in daily life I used the name of my husband. People who thought that I was English or Scottish, I left then under that impression _____. At this moment, I enjoy my passion for theatre with full rein. More than I could ever think, I see now, that all success depends on attendant circumstances. I was pretty, why may I not say it now also one time, and the people, the men, they love a pretty woman. They like to see much of a pretty woman until the border of the indiscreet. I have never been afraid to catch a cold. Remember my décolletés, which my husband tried to forbid. Well then, I started to use décolletés, and to use décolletés more and more. With every veil I threw off my success rose. Pretending to consider my dances very artistic and full of character, thus praising my art, they came to see nudity, and that is still the case. Later, she continued, I act as thousands do, I speculate on sensuality, I behave coquettishly, and flirt now and again with a house, that comes easily to me, that came always easily to me. Here, Prem reported that Mata Hari laughed. The artistic cachet to which I connect everything that protects me against banality. The artistic cachet, in any case, protected her against charges of indecency. Guillemot invited a carefully selected 600 of Paris's most chic and fashionable to attend Mata Hari's debut at his museum on March 13, 1905. There were artists, musicians, writers, aristocrats, intellectuals, omsirs, diplomats, ministers, and bankers, hundreds of powerful men with their well-dressed wives or bejeweled mistresses on their arms, all crowding into the museum to see this extraordinary new dancer of whom everyone was speaking. Those who had already seen her at Madame Kyrevsky's were anxious to establish their credentials as among the first to have seen her. those who had not yet experienced one of her performances were eager to know if she was as mesmerizing and beautiful as gossip claimed. Guymet had transformed the domed library into a semblance of an Indian temple with flowers and vines wrapped around the stately columns that supported the dome. The room was dimly lit by dozens of candles that provided enough illumination for the audience to see a rare 11th century bronze of a dancing Shiva, his forearms extended in strange and sinuous postures, with a circle of flames surrounding his body like a bizarre halo. A hidden orchestra played music with an Asian flavor, said to be inspired by melodies from Java and India. Monsieur Guymet gave a brief introduction, and there the performance began. Matohari entered the spotlight wearing a costume of the type that would become her signature, an elaborate, golden, jeweled headdress of vaguely Javanese design, a beaded metallic bra, a set of diaphanous lengths of cloth, or slendangs, that were tapped around her shoulders, torso, and waist, with others that hung to the floor. She wore large, dangling earrings, a necklace, bracelets of exotic design, and armlets that clasped around her upper arms. Her feet were bare and her flimsy garments did little to conceal her naked body. Her dances were emotional, voluptuous, erotic, and utterly novel. The symbolism was obvious enough for the audience to understand, subtle enough to support her claim that these were ancient, sacred dances of the Orient. Above all, she was a consummate and captivating performer. Margaretha's first performance as Matohari took place at the Musée Guymet, a museum of Oriental art in Paris. A journalist wrote, wearing a casque on her head like a peacock's, the mark of a god, the sharp sword in her fist, the crisp between her teeth, she coils around her waist an opaque and gleaming belt, throws around her hips transparent material marked with the emblem of the divine bird. She cries for vengeance. Réunion de Musées Nationaux/AR Resources New York Musée des Arts Asiatiques Guymet, Paris, France. One source reported that Matohari gave a brief explanation repeated in French, English, Dutch, German, and Malay between dances. My dance is a sacred poem in which each movement is a word and whose every word is underlined by music. The temple in which I dance can be vague or faithfully reproduced, as here today. For I am the temple. All true temple dances are religious in nature and all explain, in gestures and poses, the rules of the sacred texts. One must always translate the three stages which correspond to the divine attributes of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva: creation, fecundity, destruction ____. By means of destruction toward creation through incarnation, that is what I am dancing, that is what my dance is about. If this account is correct, the simple exposition was a brilliant element in Matohari's performance, designed to demonstrate her refinement and to evoke the mysteries of Eastern religions. The day after her debut at the Musée, newspaper reporters and attendees vied to find lavish enough praise for what they had seen. For an audience who had been used to the set pieces of formal ballet, or even Isadora Duncan's looser interpretations of classical themes, Matohari's type of dance was thrilling, daring, and exotic. The Gallic thanked Monsieur Guymet for bringing such a talent to the public, praising Matohari as so feline, extremely feminine, majestically tragic, the thousand curves and movements off her body trembling in 1,000 rhythms, far from the conventional entrechats of our classic dancers. Parisian Life wrote coyly about Lady MacLeod, that is to say Matohari, the Indian dancer voluptuous and tragic, who dances naked in the latest salons. She wears the costume of the bayadere female Javanese court dancer, as much simplified as possible, and toward the end, she simplifies it even a little. Rimra. The Flash referred to the evening's performance as an exotic spectacle yet deeply austere. The latter adjective hardly sounds like a realistic description of a dance performed in a set dressed with vegetation and hung lavishly with flowers, performed by a dancer clothed in coverall, diaphanous garments to the strains of haunting music. Of Matohari herself, the reviewer told, she is tall and slender and supple like the sacred serpents balanced erect by snake charmers. Her flexible body takes the shape of the undulations oft flames, and then suddenly she freezes in her contortions, like the wavy edge of a L is. The press's reviewer, Henry Ferrare, gives an account of a passionate performance that shows why Matohari was so immediately successful. Matohari does not perform only with her feet, her eyes, her arms, her mouth, her red lips. Matohari ____ dances with her muscles, with her entire body, thus surpassing ordinary methods. Wearing a casque on her head like a peacock's, the mark of a god, the sharp sword in her fist, the kriss between her teeth, she coils around her waist an opaque and gleaming belt, throws around her hips transparent material marked with the emblem of the divine bird. This time she penetrates alone into the sanctuary. She goes to implore Subraman, god of the stars, to deliver an unfaithful lover. She cries for vengeance, asks how to grasp the traitor. Slowly, skillfully, she poisons the two blades, then she watches, like a spy, perceives her victim _____. Then the purple belt unrolls, slowly, imitating the flowing blood, the weapon trembles until the hand of the priestess plunges it at last into the heart of the cursed lover. Savagely, she brandishes her victorious blade. Although several newspapers mention that she was assisted by 4 young women dressed in black as Nach girls, erotic Indian dancers, their main function was to chant when required or to cover her nearly naked body with veils when she collapsed at the close-off first dance. Without doubt, it was Madhuri's unparalleled ability to dramatize herself and to convey emotion in a convincing fashion that earned her success. As she had been since childhood, the woman who now faced the world as Madhuri was exotic, hyperbolic, emotional, and fascinating, a star. Her frequent changes of identity were over, she had found the one that fit. She would never again be anyone except Madhuri. 9 The Toast of Europe. Mqta Huri's performances were hugely popular. During 1905, she danced more than 30 times in theatres like the Trocadero and in exclusive salons at the homes of those such as the banker Baron Henry de Rothschild, the chocolate king Gaston de Menhirs, the actress Cecile Sorel, and Saprank Emma Cav of the Metropolitan Opera in New York. From the performance at Menhirs' Kank series of photographs that show her dancing completely nude in his conservatory, which was filled with tropical plants, and a letter from her smitten host extolling the Oriental dream she had created and praising the lines of your beautiful body. The French novelist Colette was present at the performance at Menhirs and remarked cattily, after Madhuri was dead, she did not actually dance, but with graceful movements shed her clothes. Shk arrived fairly naked at her recitals, danced vaguely with downcast eyes, and would disappear enveloped in her veils. Colette may not have regarded Madhuri's performances as dance or art, but a wide and enraptured audience did. Even Colette's cutting criticisms did not prevent her friend Natalie Barney from having Madhuri dance not once but 3 times at her notorious lesbian garden parties in New Delhi. Once Madhuri made her entrance as Lady Godiva naked on a white horse. Another journalist described her dance, her movements became more and more intense, more feverish, more eager. She first threw flowers and then divested herself, one by one, of the veils, implying that, as a sacrifice, she gave beauty, youth, love, etc., and finally worked to a state of frenzy, unclasped her belt and fell in a swoon at Shiva's feet. The Madhuri Museum/Fries Museum, Madhuri kept a scrapbook and pasted into it every newspaper review, every photograph, and many letters, and she kept notes about the size of the audiences. She was in her element and elated by her success. There were many reporters amiss to interview her, and she told them varied and clever stories of her past, none of which corresponded closely with the truth. She was the daughter of a temple dancer in India, or perhaps the Indies, who had died giving birth to her. She was taken as a child to become a sacred temple dancer. She had been rescued by a Scottish lord, George MacLeod, who married her and then tragically died. He was a colonel, not a lord. She was European but born in Java. She was half-caste, she was purely Indian. The point was not to tell the truth about her ancestry but to tell a story that helped create the public persona of Madhuri. Her life became a unending performance, both on stage and off. Despite or perhaps because of the smokescreen of stories about her origins in the Dutch Easel Indies, Madhuri soon became a subject of interest in Holland. Might she be Dutch? On April 19 the news of the day repeated portions of some of the French reviews of her dancing and posed the apt question, who can Madhuri be? The answer, given in an article in the monthly publication Today's Woman, was this: Madhuri's real name is Mrs. MacLeod. She was born on Java and married an English officer. Being a passionate lover of the dance, she studied its movements with never-ending patience. Through a cunning ruse which, had it been detected, might have cost her her life, she managed to be admitted to the secret temples of India, where far beyond the reach of profane eyes the Bayadirs, Nachas and Vadashis dance before the altar of Vishnu. Her sense of postures and poses was so amazingly innate that even the fanatical priests who guard the golden altar regarded her as a holy dancer. Both the question and the answer echo faithfully the stories that Madhuri had spun for eager journalists, raising the issue of whether or not she somehow contrived both the original article and the letter to the editor. Another Dutch journalist followed up on the sensational story, writing in the New Rotterdam Daily on May 31, Madhuri. Strange, well-modulated name, which suddenly resounded throughout Paris, through the smart and political Paris, a name that floats on the lips of the common man like something secret, unbelievable, far out of reach. Priestess, dancer, lady? People ask and guess. It is said that 4 ministers of state invited her to supper and that in the intimacy of their dining room she regaled them with her art. On a visit to Madhuri's hotel room, the writer found her a tall and slender, chic young woman, beautiful, with dark complexion, gay, dressed in a smart suit, straw hat with dark red flowers, who smiles, talks, who moves gracefully and with ease through the room. Madhuri. Yes, she says, she is Dutch, she is NFRS. MacLeod. As the journalist questioned her, she alluded vaguely cleverly to her deep knowledge of Oriental dance and art, and to a most unpleasant and difficult time when she first arrived in Paris and was forced into modeling and circus riding. In the midst of a sentimental and novelistic account, the journalist abruptly perceived and revealed the essence of Madhuri's story. Suddenly she is no longer the plain young woman, suddenly she becomes a strange, energetic, proud human being, proud indeed, too proud to accept defeat, too proud to be ugly or small or helpless, too proud to be without talent. She laughs about herself and talks about 1,000 things, about all the people she has met so suddenly in the very center of that high society, among the fabulously glittering crowd that constitutes Parisian life. This newspaper publicity was invaluable for building the mystique that surrounded the name of Madhuri. She was fast becoming an icon, a symbol of all that was deeply female, mysterious, exotic, and wildly erotic. Unfortunately, the publicity also drew Rudolf MacLeod's attention to his esfranged wife's successes and caused him real embarrassment. Who would want to be the man who had been deserted by a sex symbol like Madhuri? In rural, conservative Velp, Rudolf struggled to hold on to his own respectability by blackening Madhuri's reputation. He was afraid he would hear cruel whispers about the Dutch woman from Java who danced nude in Paris, the woman who was once married to the retired major with the dark-haired daughter, Non. The biggest problem was that in 1906 Rudolf wished to marry again. His intended was Elisabethe Martina Christina van der Mast, a woman 28 years his junior. He could no longer deny his connection to Madhuri, and so he chose the only option left to him, seeking to divorce her, citing as grounds her immoral behavior, indecency, and adultery. His attorney went to Paris to persuade Madhuri not to fight for custody of her daughter. She deferred the matter for weeks, with charm, with diversions, and with claims that she so enjoyed speaking Dutch again that it was a pity to discuss unpleasant matters. At last he produced a photograph of her dancing nude and threatened to produce the photo in court if she contested the divorce or fought for custody. Both he and she knew full well that any Dutch judge would regard her as depraved if this item was entered as evidence. With supporting testimony from the retired General MacLeod in Nijmegen, Ant Sweerts, and Vic Admiral MacLeod, Rudolf was readily awarded custody of Nani, despite protests from Adonzel on his daughter's behalf. The divorce was granted on April 26, 1906. The grounds for the divorce were: a photograph of Madhuri wearing her smirking headdress was featured on the cover of the magazine Monsieur et Madame in October 1905. The Madhuri Foundation/Fries Museum, that she had carnal knowledge of other men and by consequence rendered herself a culpable adulteress, which is the motive for divorce, that the defendant who lives actually in Paris produces in the aforesaid city in the cafés, concerts, and the circuses and there executes the so-called Brahmanic dances and presents herself almost entirely nude, that she also posed entirely nude as a model for a sculptor and this work of sculpture was offered to public view, that these facts must qualify as indecent extravagances. The claim of adultery was judged to be supported by this evidence. In the meantime, Madhuri had achieved a new level of professional success. Working as civil lawyer, Edouard Clunet, who was many years her senior and besotted with her, Mata Hari acquired a manager-cum-agent, Gabriel Astruc. Astruc was a top impresario who handled great artists such as the singer Chelyapin, Diaghilev's ballets Russes, the dancer Nijinsky, the composer Igor Stravinsky, and many others. He later founded the Théâtre des Champs-Élysées in Paris to provide a venue for more innovative and daring musical performances. Astruc booked her into the Olympia Theatre in Paris, a high-class music hall, for a performance of Le Rêve, The Dream, with music by George Bing, in the autumn of 1905. For the first time, a large audience could watch Mata Hari perform, and the public was eager to do so. She gave an advance performance on August 18 and opened on August 20, earning the magnificent sum of 10,000 francs, which had a buying power equivalent to about $42,000 in today's currency. Once again, the reviewers struggled to find superlative adjectives with which to describe Mata Hari's dancing. The reviewer for the journal wrote glowingly, "Mata Hari personifies all the poetry of India, its mysticism, its voluptuousness, its languor, its hypnotizing charm. To see Mata Hari in a rhythm and with attitudes that are poems of wild voluptuous grace is an unforgettable spectacle, a really paradise-like dream." The review in the press sounds rather like a love letter, exclaiming, "One would need special words, new words to explain the tender and charming art of Mata Hari. Maybe one could simply say that this woman is rhythm, thus to indicate, as closely as possible, the poetry which emanates from this magnificently supple and beautiful body." Mata Hari was such a popular performer that a series of postcards showing her dancing was issued in 1905–1906. Her costume resembled that of true wayang dancers but was much more transparent, a ream calculated to appeal to her audience. Author's collection, "I Long to Live as a Colorall Butterfly in the Sun." Mata Hari to journalist G. H. Preem, Hulton Archive/Getty Images. Other newspapers and magazines were similarly entranced with Mata Hari, and the performances at the Olympia continued to fill the house. On October 8, 1905, Mata Hari wrote to her father again, telling him of her joy in her success at the Olympia Theatre, and adding, "You ask me, Dad, if I want to know what is happening in Holland. No, Dad, I don't want to know anything. It would hurt me and make me sad. I have overcome everything. At the moment I have my own carriage, and within a month I go to Russia where I can enjoy myself. I am still very beautiful, healthy, and full of life. I don't fall in love with anyone, and I like this kind of life. Never ever will I go back to the brute MacLeod, and I don't have to depend on the hospitality of his family any longer. I thank God that I took the train to Paris. Now I am compensating for all the abuse suffered from MacLeod, and I am happy. I know MacLeod and his sister live in Velp, that non-OJ course has no clothes and will be polluted by a woman like Tant Frida, who doesn't ever clean herself. But my dear God, I cannot do anything about it. I know that nobody gave me anything when I was poor, and I know that everybody is wonderful when I have money." In the meantime, typically, Mata Hari was spending more than her generous income. In October, SHK was sued by a Paris jeweler to whom she owed 12,000 francs, about $57,000 in today's currency, and who agreed, after the effective intervention of Edouard Clunet, to allow her to keep her jewels too. She paid him 2,000 francs a month. The debts were of little concern to her. Success continued to follow success. On November 1, Astruc arranged for her to sign a contract to dance in the Opera Leroi de Lahore, the King of Lahore, the premiere of which had established Jules Massenet as the most popular composer of the day. A new production was being mounted in Monte Carlo in February 1906. Obtaining a role in a serious and much-loved opera signaled Mata Hari's acceptance as a professional artist. After her enormous theatrical success, Mata Hari was considered the most desirable woman in Paris. She was photographed at social events and fashionable spas. The Mata Hari Foundation/Fries Museum. Before she left for the opera engagement, she danced for 2 weeks in Madrid, where her dances were pronounced discreetly voluptuous by reviewers. Not only did she enchant her Spanish audiences, but she also began a romantic relationship with Jules Cambon, the French ambassador ir Madrid. Cambon was an important diplomat, who had been ambassador to the United States. ANC negotiated the settlement of the Spanish-American War. Enamored of his new mistress, Cambon hosted a reception for her at which he pronounced her a frue ambassadress of France. Another prominent romantic conquest was the diplomat Henri de Marguerite. Both Cambon and de Marguerite figured importantly during Mata Hari's espionage trial. Her next engagement after Madrid was Monte Carlo, where the new production of Massenet's opera opened to considerable acclaim. Both Massenet and Giacomo Puccini were in the audience. ANC sent her notes of admiration afterward. Massenet was enamored of the much younger dancer, and after visiting her in Berlin, where her next performances were, he wrote her a passionate note: "How happy I have been to see you again. Mata, Mata, I am leaving for Paris within a few minutes. Then you, thank you, and my fervent admiration." She left a trail of smitten admirers behind her wherever she went in Europe. In Berlin, she captured the German imagination and became the mistress of Lieutenant Alfred Kiepert of the 11th Westphalian Hussars, Krefeld. Like many other celebrated beauties in Thang theatre, she found no conflict in being both a well-known performer and a much-admired courtesan. Kiepert established her in an apartment in the western part of Berlin, on the Nachodstrasse, to keep her well away from his bestial and jealous Hungarian wife. Having a mistress was hardly shocking in those times, and Kiepert made no particular attempt to keep Mata Hari out of sight, only to keep her away from his wife. Mata Hari tried to forget the unpleasantness of Rudolph's suit for divorce in the luxury of being loved and kept by a powerful man. According to Mata Hari's own later testimony, "I remained 3 years with him. He set me up in Berlin, we travelled a great deal, and because he was very rich, he kept me sumptuously. In December 1906 and January 1907, I danced in Vienna where he accompanied N. Mata Hari's appearance in Vienna provoked what was later called the War of Tea at LTS, as she competed with 2 other well-known dancers who performed in scanty costumes, Isadora Duncan and Maud Allen. Duncan had shocked the world by dancing corsetless, with naked legs, in loosely draped garments that vaguely resembled togas, but was well established as a dancer years before Mata Hari made her debut in Paris. Maud Allen was a rising young dancer who was achieving considerable fame for playing the seductive Salome, who demanded the head of John the Baptist on 8 platter. She wore breastplates, jewelry, and a headdress not unlike the one worn by Mata Hari, who regarded her as little more than a cheap imitator. Underplaying Allen's talents, Mata Hari referred to her as one of a group of ladies who style themselves Eastern dancers who have sprung out of the ground and honor me with imitation. She scorned the dancers who now crowded the music halls, dancing in pseudo-Eastern costumes and performing with snakes, remarking, "Born in Java, in the midst of tropical vegetation, I have been taught from my earliest childhood the deep meaning of these dances which constitute a cult, a religion. Only those born and bred there become impregnated with their religious significance, and can impart to them that solemn note to which they can lay claim." Such pronouncements are astonishing in the extent that they boldly contradict the truth of Mata Hari's life. That she could and did, repeatedly, express such sentiments with heartfelt seriousness shows her remarkable ability to convince herself of new versions of reality. She believed her own lies, which was the key to her sincerity. Mata Hari apparently won the rivalry with Isadora Duncan, with Maud Allen coming in a poised third. The New Vienna Journal shouted, "Isadora Duncan is dead. Long live Mata Hari." Her fluent, in the German language, not matched by either Allen or Duncan, was a major advantage. Critics and reviewers who were native German speakers commented on both her charm, an attribute that does not always come across when a translator is at work, and beauty. An interviewer for Foreign News described her as slender and tall, with the flexible grace of a wild animal and blue-black hair, a small face that makes a strange foreign impression. Forehead and nose are of classical shape as if copied from antiquity. Black long lashes throw a shadow on her eyes, and the eyebrows are so finely and so gracefully bent that it seems as if they were drawn by an artist. She enchanted interviewer after interviewer, telling each a slightly new version of her life story and ancestry. To one she claimed her Frisian grandmother was the daughter of a Javanese prince. She appeared, at least briefly, on stage completely nude in the Secession Hall after dropping the proverbial 7 veils. At the Apollo Theater, she continued to persuade audiences that her dances were art, not pornography. The theater was packed every night, even if a few critics suggested her dances might not be authentically Indian. The public adored her. Vienna was not a complete triumph for Mata Hari. Kiepert's wife and family, tired of I's spending large amounts of money on such a notorious woman, issued an ultimatum, and he was forced to break off with her. As Madhuri later explained the situation, his family having given him an order to abandon me under penalty of a judiciary council, he separated from me and gave me 300,000 marks. It was an enormous sum of money, equivalent to well over $1 million in today's currency. Adam Zell was proud of his daughter's success and being as ever short of money thought he might profit from her fame. He contacted a publisher with some material for a potential biography of his daughter, but when the publisher consulted Rudolph MacLeod and learned more of the truth, he withdrew from the deal. Undaunted, Zell was able to publish his work, which was highly critical of Rudolph and blamed most of the marital problems on him, with C.J.G. Velt. Revealingly, the book was called The Novel of Madhuri, Mrs. M. G. MacLeod Zell, the biography of my daughter and my grievances against her former husband. The second word of the title in the original Dutch, Roman, can be translated into English as either romance or novel. It was apparently a concession to those who might object to a few loose interpretations of the truth. The book was supposedly written by Madhuri herself on a ship en route to America and contained numerous highly sentimental internal dialogues and musings on her feelings and fate that Zell invented entirely. Madhuri never went to America and wrote nothing in the book save a premarital letter to Rudolph and a series of letters to her father from the Indies, which Zell presented in their entirety. Zell's intent in writing the book, other than making money, was to air his grievances against MacLeod, especially because he had attacked Madhuri's reputation during the divorce proceedings. Zell's version of Madhuri's life was blatantly slanted, designed to emphasize her youth and innocence when they married and his gambling, jealousy, and violent temper. The Madhuri of Zell's book was a thoroughly romanticized and sentimental young woman treated badly by a dreadful older husband. Madhuri performed in Vienna in 1906-1907, vanquishing her dance rivals, Isadora Dunier and Maud Allen. Her German lover at the time, Alfred Kiepert, provided a parting gift of 300,000 marks, the equivalent of more than $1 million in today's currency. The Madhuri Foundation/Fries Museum. It was not long before a lawyer, G.H. Prenu, undertook to investigate the truth of Zell's claims for himself. He wrote up his interviews with Madhuri, which contradicted some of the facts Zell had presented. His 72-page book was entitled The Naked Truth About Madhuri. Despite his initial bias against her, Madhuri managed to disarm Prem with her candor and charisma. They spoke in Dutch, but he recorded their conversation as being sprinkled with French and German words, writing, "A charming woman, indeed, slender, pretty, in the eyes something cool, beautiful eyes. She had spirit, she was truly a woman to turn somebody's head, especially now as she fell at the sofa at full length and took a cigarette out of the case that lay before her on a small table. She said, 'It doesn't annoy you, if I smoke?' With the nonchalance of an amusing friend she offered me the case, please. I followed her example and we spiraled the blue smoke upward for a moment, without saying anything. 'And may I now know,' she asked then. I took out of my inside pocket the novel Oi Madhuri, that you were so kind to send to me directly. J. Sayas. I know, she laughed. What a joke, eh? Exquisite. Did you read it? But of course. How can I ask something like that? And what do you say of it? Pardon, madam, but I thought that I came for an interview and not you. That is true, she laughed. Please yourself, what do you say about this book? 1. I do not say anything about it. Do you think that they make money out of it? 1 think so. Well, that is the hoofsache main point. What do I care, what they say about me in Holland? I am happy that I am out of it and I do not wish to go back. But why do you ask if I think that they make money out of it? Well, everything started of course in the first place because of that. And your father says that he does this for the honor of his daughter. She burst out laughing. 1 read it too. Heavenly, heavenly. You read it too? But of course, you have written the book yourself? 1. Writing a book? For God's sake, with my legs, yes. In his interviews, Prem obtained greater frankness from Madhuri and a clearer perspective of her character than almost anyone else. She spoke so calmly, so pleasantly, that I got the idea that her brains were excellent and that she even possessed a had philosophical talent. Apparently, she had thought a lot about her own life in connection with the world as she lived it, and she possessed an honesty and open-heartedness which one finds more often in such natures, but in this case carried by a great measure of wise insight. The next day he returned for an additional interview. He asked about the failure of her marriage to Rudolf. Again, Prem recorded their dialogue. "Look," she began, "one shouldn't have married. I was not the kind of girl to marry. Many say that regret comes after sin. Exactly from the time that I was a child I loved men, a strongly built male brought me to a state of ecstasy. I say this sense gene without pretense, because a journalist appears to me as a kind of doctor, to whom I could say calmly, so many centimeters above my knee I feel this or that .. We both smiled. Prem thought, what an everlasting lovely type. Thus, I loved, as I say before, robust men .. She smiled again when she looked at me. Prem wondered why am I such a small poor creature? She spoke to him frankly of her early marriage, their money problems, the conflicts with Tant Frida and took a large part oft blame upon herself, a trait Prem found endearing. She admitted to her infidelities and Rudolf's jealousy as well. Now I understand fully, that I was in the past not the person that I should have been. A man who marries a woman has the right to expect from that woman what has already been dictated by the law, in the first place, faithfulness. And in every respect I have not been faithful. This emolage made him yet naturally quick-tempered a Frio's bull. Blame Hiru if you can. For Zell's book she had little enthusiasm. She suggested her father and stepmother wrote it together, and complained, this beautiful novel is no compliment. With all their good intentions I am even willing to overlook the financial motive for a moment. They didn't do me a service. They spoiled my whole image, the artistic side of me is completely absent. They made a tearful wifey out of me, one that gnashes her teeth, that scolds, that scratches, like a woman from a back street who works with her pins. I am not like that, truly not, I am not like that. I have a tally of lovers and there is almost no room for another notch, but I am not ashamed of that, I confess this frankly. A woman like me, as I am, is quite unmanageable within a marriage. It may work for a moment, in the long run this calm life of little household duties, kitchen glittering and living room glory is boring. Prem also quizzed her about her career and her current life, and she replied candidly. Certainly, this life suits. I can satisfy all my caprices. Tonight I dine with Count A and tomorrow with Duke B. If I don't have to dance, I make a trip with Marquis C. I avoid serious liaisons. Prem's final conclusion about the guilt and responsibility for the breakdown of the MacLeod marriage is surprisingly favorable to Madhuri, considering that his initial motivation was to counter Zell's book. I will absolutely not claim that Mr. Macleod is a little saint, where two quarrel both are guilty, but I am convinced that the guilt of Mr. ML is out of all proportion one in Zell's book compared with that of his ex-wife, and therefore I consider it very low to try to portray him as a monster, when really he did nothing else than that what thousands of men would have done in such circumstances. I asked Mr. ML if he wanted to respond to Zell's charges himself. His answer to me was, no. I consider the whole caboodle that agitates against me not worth an answer. I grant that he is completely right. Prem closes with these magisterial words, my only intention is, to stigmatize the novel of Madhuri as a dirty, dissolute disgraceful lampoon. He darned the novel, not the woman. 10 Living like a Buyurjabe in the Sun. Mqta Huri was declared a star of dance in 1908. Such recognition was pleasing, but it was another thing altogether to sustain her success and keep drawing the audiences, especially since Oriental dancers in flimsy costumes were suddenly all too common on the music hall stages of Europe. Madhuri was over 30, and everyone who was anyone had already seen her dance at least once. She needed to offer something new. In 1907 she had taken a break from performing to travel to Egypt after her lover Alfred Kiepert returned to his wife. According to journalist René Poe, discovered her among the passengers on the SS Schleswig sailing to Khartoum, to his surprise. It is almost beyond belief that his meeting the famous dancer on the ship was an accident. The encounter was far more likely to have been stage-managed by Madhuri, who knew full well that she needed to stay in the public eye, especially if she was not performing. Besides, she needed to promote her career. She had lost her lover and a major part of her income, despite his generous settlement. Poet's article read in part, Saturday just today, on leaving Naples, did we get a chance to see the full list of passengers. Bull at Marseille. Certain Parisians on board had recognized a celebrity, Madhuri, the famous Hindu dancer, the exponent of the sacred dances of the East. She is going to Egypt for the purpose of discovering new dances. She has renounced Shiva and her cult. She has become Berlinose. Speaks German with an accent that is as un-Oriental as possible. She had told Pum that she was also renouncing her stage career, but gave her reason for going on the trip as looking for new techniques or new dances. The contradiction did not bother Madhuri, and in his thoroughly charmed state, Poe was apparently not bothered by it either. The trip itself was extremely brief, much too short a time to see or learn Egyptian dances in any but the most cursory sense. Madhuri was traveling because she liked it, because she wanted to, because she needed to figure out how to continue to live in the style to which she was by then thoroughly accustomed. She had only two alternatives of supporting herself, and she preferred to use them simultaneously. Men and dance. She also preferred that each pay handsomely. By the end of March 1907, Madhuri was back in Paris writing to her agent, Gabriel Astruc, she wanted to dance the part of Salome in Richard Strauss's soon-to-be-produced opera of the same name. She campaigned vigorously for the role, writing to Strauss as well and suggesting he contact her paramour Massenet, who would vouch for her talents. Part of her longing for the role was undoubtedly its firm association with her rival Maud Allan, who had danced Salome in the scandalous production by Oscar Wilde. Doubtless Madhuri wished to prove she could dance a more emotionally compelling Salome than Maud Allan. She never succeeded in landing the role. While she lived in a first-class hotel, this time the Hotel Muris, Madhuri was telling tales to the press about her 2 years spent traveling in India and Egypt, and promoting her upcoming performance with 3 new dances. She previewed the dances at some elite, private parties, including a benefit performance at the Trocadero. She soon found another rich lover, well-to-do, handsome, and married stockbroker Xavier Rousseau. During most of 1908 and 1909 she appeared rarely, dancing several benefits, and attending horse races, and being eagerly photographed, at the track. Rousseau first installed her in a hotel and then rented a country chateau in Esvers, near Tours, where she lived until late 1911 as Madame Rousseau. He even told his business partners he had remarried, which must have infuriated his wife. Rousseau visited Madhuri there on weekends and provided 4 fine horses for her to ride, a coach, luxurious furniture, and a staff, which, in addition to her faithful Dutch maid, Anna Lint Jens, included another maid, Pauline Bessy, a groom, 8 coachmen, a cook, and a gardener. Pauline found Madame to be a beautiful woman who was very nice and got along very well with Rousseau. There was never any quarrel, and they used to go riding together a lot. Neither Rousseau's wife nor his mother was able to persuade him to give Madhuri up. His mother paid a lengthy visit to the chateau, but somehow Madhuri managed to charm even this formidable lady. According to Pauline, she did not have a chance of convincing him to return to his wife. The moment she saw Madhuri she began to feel very friendly toward her, and remained with us for 6 months off and on. When she left, Madhuri stayed on. In January 1910 Madhuri danced the role of Cleopatra in Monte Carlo in the opera Four en Tar. When the opera moved to the Odeon in Paris, she was contracted to dance for the 15 performances at 200 francs a performance, for a total of about $15,000 in modern currency. But the director, André Antoine, found she was putting on weight and was difficult during rehearsals. Among other problems, she refused to practice in front of the mistress of ballet at the Paris Comic Opera. Madhuri claimed it was to protect herself from having her interpretation of the dance stolen. Others suspected she might be afraid to have her dancing judged by such a professional. Antoine fired her and she sued for breach of contract, booming her case 2 years later. In 1911, she and Rousseau moved to a charming Normandy-style mansion at 11 Rue Windsor, Neuilly-sur-Seine. Bringing the horses and carriages from Madhuri was sometimes seen riding in the Bois de Boulogne in the mornings, in a stylish riding habit. One magazine gushed, "Those who see her pass by daily on one of her magnificent horses, and who are impressed by the grace, nobleness, and beauty of this aristocratic cavalier, would certainly not imagine that this admirable artisan is none but Mata Hari, the holy dancer." All seemed well, but trouble was brewing. Rousseau was nearly bankrupt. The annual rent on the house in Neuilly was a hefty sum of 5,500 francs, almost $22,000 today, and the lavish furniture was apparently never paid for. Eventually a bill for the furniture came to his wife, who had no intention whatsoever of paying for her husband's mistress's furniture. She characterized her husband as a skirt chaser and very good-looking. Unfortunately, he had not such a good head for business, and his bad investments swallowed up Mata Hari's parting gift from Kiepert as well as the money of many of his clients. His business went bankrupt. Vhen at long last he came back to me, his wife claimed bitterly, he was ruined. Of course, his wife blamed Mata Hari for his financial ruin, and when she later came under suspicion of espionage, the accusation that Rousseau had been Mata Hari's victim resurfaced. Mata Hari's version of the affair was more pragmatic. "My lover squandered my private fortune, losing up to 200,000 marks. I separated from him, sold everything, and resumed my life in the theatre in 1912. Late in 1911, Mata Hari's confidence was restored by a 2-month engagement at La Scala ir Milan, dancing The Princess and the Magic Flower in Gluck's opera Armide. She danced again at La Scala, early in 1912, as Venus in Marenco's ballet Bacco e Gambrinus. Reporters and critics were enthusiastic, one proclaiming, "The part of Venus will suit her magnificently." And it did, though a few critics were taken aback by the difference between her style of dancing and traditional ballet. The conductor, Tullio Serafin, considered Mata Hari an adorable creature, who was very cultured. With an innate artistic disposition, who gave the impression of being a simple member of the aristocracy. She earned 3,000 francs, almost $12,000 in today's dollars, monthly, and restored her fame as a premier dancer, albeit, as ever, an original one unable to win the role she longed for. Salome. Mata Hari undertook to dance Salome at a private performance for the Prince di San Faustino, using Strauss's music and basing her role on Oscar Wilde's Salome. The prince was so moved by her performance and probably by her person that he had a portrait painted of her as Salome, nearly nude, gloating seductively over the head of John the Baptist. But when she returned to Paris in February, Rousseau was bankrupt and had left her, and she was again in need of money to refurbish her wardrobe and finance her luxurious lifestyle. She needed either bookings or a rich patron to keep her. She wrote an extraordinary letter to her agent, Astruc. "I wonder whether you know anyone who would be interested in the protection of artists, like a capitalist who would like to make an investment? I find myself in rather difficult circumstances and need immediately about 30,000 francs, about $116,000 today, to pull me out of this unpleasant situation, and to give me the tranquility of mind which is so necessary to my art. It would really be a pity to cut such a future short. As a guarantee for this loan I offer everything one have in my home, including horses and carriages." She promised that the money would be paid back out of her theatrical fees within a few years. It was a ridiculous scheme that came too close to asking Astruc to act as her pimp to be proper, but Mata Hari was never much concerned with other people's ideas of morality. She was a woman who lived as she liked and took whatever lovers she liked. As she had said to Prem 6 years earlier, she wanted to live like a butterfly in the sun, and so she did. Mata Hari pasted this photo of herself as Venus in the opera Bacco e Gambrinus in her scrapbook. Conductor Tullio Serafin pronounced her creatura adorabile, an adorable creature. The Mata Hari Foundation/Fries Museum. There is no documentary evidence that Astruc found a benefactor for Mata Hari, but neither did she appear to be short of cash. She was still photographed, exquisitely and fashionably dressed, at the most important horse races in Paris, or riding one of her horses in the Bois de Boulogne, which was also a way to meet wealthy men. She made a brief trip to Monte Carlo to meet with Diogalef Abu, possibly performing with his ballets Russes. The trip was fruitless because Leon Bakst, thanks sensational costume designer for the troupe, found her figure a bit too matronly when he examined her, hurt and in need of reassurance. Mata Hari decided to reclaim her daughter, Non. She tried in vain to see none or to get the Dutch government to restore custody of the child to her. Her action may have been provoked by the fact that Rudolf had separated from his second wife, Elisabetha van der Mast, after 5 years of marriage, so Nan had no mother substitute. Mata Hari even sent her maid-servant Anna to Fry to kidnap Nan as she left school one day, but Rudolf was there to meet his daughter and dismissed Anna with a curt word or two. After that, Mata Hari apparently gave up the idea of resuming her motherly role for a while. Her career resumed its importance in her life. She wrote to her former lover Jules Cambon, by then France's ambassador in Berlin, to ask if he could help her obtain a booking to dance at the Berlin Opera. He promised to Fry, but nothing resulted. Determined to keep herself in the spotlight, Mata Hari gave garden parties for various influential friends, sometimes with press photographers in attendance. She was accompanied by Inayat Khan's Indian orchestra, playing traditional instruments. Inayat Khan, a highly respected musician in the Indian tradition, was engaged in a tour to bring Indian music to the Western world, so the pairing with Mata Hari, self-proclaimed as the one who brought Oriental dance to the Western world, seemed natural. Photographs of one such event were published in a British Society magazine in 1913. The title was Lady MacLeod Dances in the Light of the Moon to Her Friends, and it was an effective piece of advertising, reminding readers of her supposed aristocracy, her use of transparent veils and skimpy costumes, and her ability to adopt striking poses, fluidly shifting from one to another. Mata Hari danced in the garden of her house at Neuilly-sur-Seine and at the Université des Annales in Paris, accompanied by an Indian orchestra led by Sufi holy man and master musician Inayat Khan. The Mata Hari Museum/Fry's Museum, these parties, at which she acted as hostess and entertainment, were probably part of her many schemes to earn money. In May of 1917, when Mata Hari was under investigation for espionage, Henry Levin, a stockbroker, testified about the garden parties at Neuilly. At a time that I cannot pin down precisely, but before the war, I had some vague connections with Mata Hari and I saw her at the theatre sometimes. She lived then in a small mansion at Neuilly, and when she found herself short of money, she rented it for soirees and dinners. When I say she rented it out, the expression is not quite right. In reality, she gave parties at which certain friends, of the Bank of Pans, notably, and I paid the expenses. At one of these parties, Mata Hari danced with some Brahmin musicians with whom she made tours. On December 14, Mata Hari and Inayat Khan performed before an audience at the Université des Annales in Paris, to illustrate a lecture by music critic Paul Olivier. Olivier referred to Mata Hari, a lady of noble birth born along the Ganges, and as a bayadere, a female Javanese court dancer, thus implying his acceptance of the authenticity of her work and life story. Shortly before the performance was to begin, the director of the university, Madame Brisson-Sarcey, decided that Mata Hari's costume might be altogether too revealing for the more staid members of the audience, especially if she dropped her veils as she usually did. She insisted on draping Mata Hari's lower abdomen and genitals with the only thing on hand a piece of red flannel, which must have given a bizarre touch to her costume. Olivier, like so many men, was completely captivated by Mata Hari, and wrote her afterward that she was an unforgettably radiant and living centerpiece of this all too short festival, a festival of exquisite and unique art, which to all of us, and in particular to your lecturer, will remain a scintillating souvenir. I put at your feet, madam, my most fervent and grateful homage, and beg of you to consider me sufficiently worthy to accept the certitude of my profound and absolute devotion. Whether Mata Hari and Olivier became lovers before or after the performance is not recorded, but in the love-struck tone of his letter is unmistakable. Olivier was neither the first nor the last man to be enraptured after brief acquaintance with Mata Hari. She was very good at charming men. The year 1913 saw Mata Hari desperate enough to dance for relatively low pay at private parties and in musical comedy in Paris. She also played to sold-out audiences at the Folies Bergère, work she performed a Spanish piece based on a Goya painting, and in a much lower-class theatre in Palermo in Sicily, on a music hall-type program that included a trained dog act. She earned lavish praise for some performances and more criticisms and catty remarks for others. She must have been frantic for money. It was during this period that it was reported again that she sometimes went to maisons de rendezvous houses one step above brothels with men. Curbing her expenditures or extravagant lifestyle was not, in her mind, a viable option. She returned to Paris and was interviewed and photographed for a highly flattering article in the acclaimed fashion magazine Vogue. The magazine printed additional photos of her dancing in her garden at Neuilly that must have been taken at one of her parties. Early in 1914 she decided to prepare a new dance, based on ancient Egyptian culture. Wthrtc research her dance at the outstanding German museums, which had unparalleled collections of Egyptian antiquities, or for financial and romantic reasons, she returned to Berlin. Although she was the mistress of Constant Bayzet, director of a prominent banking firm, she also took up Egum with Alfred Kiepert. A gossip columnist noticed the couple talking animatedly and confidentially in a booth in one of the most fashionable restaurants in town and concluded, coyly, that France, Matohari, had vanquished Austro-Hungary. Kiepert's wife was Hungarian. The writer wondered if SHK had returned because she had spent the several 100,000 marks which she had received from Mr. K as a farewell present. Apparently this arrangement was publicly known, or whether she had returned out of affection. The use of pseudonym, Mr. K, spawned a rumor that her lover was in fact the Crown Prince Wilhelm the Kronprinz, in German himself. In May, Matohari signed a contract to dance for 6 months at the Metropole in Berlin, starting in September of 1914 with a very respectable salary of 48,000 marks, nearly $220,000 in modern currency. In Berlin, Matohari began to feel more acutely the change that was come over Europe. The Belle Époque golden era of art, science, and culture in France that began in about 1890 and lasted until the beginning of the First World War was an era of lavish spending and open luxury. Successful men had bourgeois mistresses who were paraded openly and received in society, sometimes even holding intellectual salons. In 1914 a darker, more puritanical mood was sweeping across Europe and the days of exuberant living were drawing to a close. Then she told Kiepert of her upcoming engagement at the Metropole in the autumn. He remarked cryptically, "You will be there before then and so will I." Another lover, Captain Lieutenant Runza, who was chief of the seaplane station at Putzig, macaque similar vague but ominous predictions. Something Geet was happening that would transform the world in a process that would be anything but pleasant. In late July, shortly after the invasion of Serbia by the Austrians, Matohari was dining one evening in a private room, the sort reserved by wealthy men for intimate adventures of a fashionable restaurant, with one of her lovers, a chief of police, Herr Griebel. We heard the noise of a great disturbance. This demonstration was certainly spontaneous, and Griebel, who had not any warning of it, took me in his car to the place where it was held. I saw an enormous mob that was giving way to a frenetic demonstration in front of the Emperor's palace and shouting, "Deutschland über alles! Germany over all!" Several days later war was declared. At that time, the police were treating foreigners like animals. Several times, I was stopped in the street and transported to the station, because they were absolutely convinced I was Russian. She was amiss to return to Paris and her lovely house at Neuilly, lest it and her possessions be seized. She was not a French citizen. She attempted to break her contract at the theatre, arguing that war was an act of God. Her costumier, who had not yet been paid, seized her furs and her jewelry and refused to hand them over without payment. Her German agent held on to her money and the bank froze her accounts, as she was a long-time resident of France and Germany was at war with France. On August 6, with hardly any money, she boarded a train for Switzerland, but the German guards would not let her pass the border without a passport certifying her neutral Dutch citizenship, especially as she made the mistake of telling them she was headed for France, Germany's enemy in the war. She was put off the train without her extensive luggage. She had to return to Berlin, now deprived of both money and a change of clothes. She called Griebel, but he could not risk being seen to help a foreigner. Suspicion of foreigners and open hostility toward them was growing daily as patriotic fervor reached a jingoistic frenzy. Friendless and short on cash, Matohari fell back on her greatest talent. Before very many days HAC passed, she had charmed a Dutch businessman who listened to her tale of unfair treatment and worry. She would not have anything left after settling her hotel bill, she told him he agreed to pay her fare back to Amsterdam. He left Berlin immediately but bought a ticket for her to use a few days later, after she had traveled to Frankfurt to obtain a Dutch passport. In handwritten ink, the passport gave her age correctly as Dyer de at LT, but at some point someone, probably Mata Hari herself, wrote over the 8 with a 0, to produce a more flattering age of 30. The change was made without changing the date of birth, so that anyone could calculate her true age. She was described as 5 feet 11 inches tall, with a big nose, brown eyes, and blonde hair. A blonde Mata Hari is difficult to imagine. If she was a bleached blonde, it was purely temporary. A remarkable anecdote suggests that what was needed at the time of her leaving Berlin was the attention of a skilled hairdresser to help conceal her age. Mata Hari eventually took the train from Berlin to Amsterdam. After descending from the train in Amsterdam, she unexpectedly saw a familiar face. It was Maurice Van Steen, her former hairdresser from Paris, in uniform. Van Steen had made good career in Paris out of his secret technique for putting henna in Juan's hair. Astonished and delighted to see Hiru, she called out across the crowded platform, "Maurice! You must immediately do my hair." She asked him to come to the Hotel Victoria and added, "And I did not even know that you were an officer in your own land." Van Steen must have cringed at the attention she was drawing to him. Mere weeks before, he had enlisted in the Belgian army to fight the Germans. Then, as the Germans invaded Belgium in August 1914, he had fled across the border into Holland as a military refugee. He had been interned in a cairn in Harderwijk, which he had found so distasteful that he had decided to break out. He had stolen an officer's uniform and escaped, an act he himself described as reckless youthfulness, reasoning that people in a neutral country would be less likely to question an officer than they would a sinful enlisted man. His plan had worked remarkably well until, to his inexpressible stupefaction, he was hailed by Mata Hari in Amsterdam. He assumed officials were looking for him. Drawing attention to himself was the last thing he wanted to do. But Mata Hari drew attention wherever she went, whatever she did. He took her aside and explained his precarious situation to her, while she listened carefully. He did, of course, come to the hotel and do her hair not long afterward. When he wrote about his experiences many years later, he expressed the opinion that she had used her connections to prevent a serious search being made for him and had thus saved his life. After settling in at the hotel, Mata Hari again made contact with the generous businessman who had paid her train fare to Amsterdam. When she met his wife, Mata Hari reassured her that her husband's kind gesture had not been based on a sexual relationship. Asked by the curious wife why she had not attempted to seduce him, Mata Hari replied frankly, "Because I had only one chemise left, as everything else had been taken away from me, and really, I didn't feel clean enough." She was promiscuous, but she had her inviolable standards nonetheless. Once again Mata Hari used her talents to survive. For a month or two, she entertained a local banker who laughably mistook her for a Russian lady and proudly showed his exotic foreign mistress around Holland. By the time someone recognized Mata Hari in his conveni, and enlightened him as to his embarrassing mistake, Mata Hari had lived well for a month, refurbished her wardrobe at his expense, and resettled herself in Holland. She wrote to Rudolf asking to see her daughter. Bull was of course realized. 2 months after returning to Holland, Mata Hari had re-established relations with a former lover, Baron Edouard Willem van der Capelem. He was more than 10 years her senior, wealthy, married, and a colonel in the Dutch cavalry. He was only too happy to welcome back his Miss Fress. He visited her when he could and took care of her bills, including the salary of her maidservant, Anna. She rented a house in The Hague, at 16 Nieuwe 8 Leg, and ordered extensive and expensive renovations and redecoration. She persuaded the contractor to give her 2 years from the day she moved in to pay. He also agreed that she might make payments of whatever amount she chose. Soon he was tired of trying to meet Mata Hari's exacting standards. She threw temper tantrums and once pushed an armoire down the stairs when he told her it would not fit through a doorway. He wanted to end the job and get his pay immediately. After a visit or letter from Mata Hari's attorney, the job was finished. She moved in on August 11, 1915. Despite van der Capeland's support, she had not paid her hotel bill and was hounded for some time by her creditors. She was soon bored with life in a quiet house on a quiet canal in The Hague while she waited for van der Capellan to visit. Life in Holland during the war was restricted and a little grim, even though the country remained neutral. The very atmosphere filled Matahari with ennui. Since the war, life everywhere seemed to be dull and grey and penny-pinching. There was no life, no glamour anymore. Then in the autumn of 1915 she was visited by Karl Kromer, the honorary German consul ir Amsterdam, whose name has been misspelled as Kramer, Kramer, and Kramer in various contemporary accounts. Kromer recruited espionage agents for Germany, and he hoped to convince her to join his organization. He offered her 20,000 francs, a very substantial sum roughly equivalent to $61,000 today, but she demurred, saying it was not enough. He indicated that this was a test or trial period, and if she was successful, she could earn more for later assignments. Kromer asked her to write him in invisible ink and gave her THEE bottles. She disliked the very idea of invisible ink. It seemed complicated and incriminating and undignified, and she did not want to sign her name. He instructed her to sign her communications with a code name, H21. The age of H21 indicated her communications were to be handled by Captain Hoffm. All his agent asterisk had the prefix H. The numbers following the H were assigned sequentially. Later analysis has shown her she must have been recruited in the autumn of 1915, not in May 1916 as she later remembered. What Matahari remembered perfectly accurately was that, at the time Kromer approached her, she was living in The Hague and bored because van der Capellan was rarely with her. She was suffering from wartime shortages of food and coal, not to mention ennui and amusement. Her fous and monies would have been very welcome, but instead they had been unfairly seized by the Germans after the war broke out. She felt distinctly resentful against the Germans. As she later said, 20,000 francs in my pocket, I bowed Kromer out the door, but I assure you that I never wrote him anything during my time in Paris. I add that once I was on the canal between Amsterdam and the sea, threw away my 3 bottles of invisible ink after emptying them. As she never had the slightest intention of spying for Germany, she felt no guilt or obligation to do anything for the 20,000 francs she had accepted. She always had taken money from men because she needed money and they had it. She always felt she deserved it. The matter was over and done with as soon as she got the remny, at least as far as she was concerned. In early December, she had an engagement with a troupe known as the French Opera at the Royal Theatre. To music by Francois Couperin, she portrayed her dance a series of 8 moods, including virginity, passion, chastity, and fidelity. The Hague newspapers were complimentary, although she did not drop her veils as she had previously, and the show moved to Arnhem. Though Arnhem was very close to where they lived, neither Rudolf nor Non attended. Later in December she could not bear The Hague any longer and returned to Paris. Her stated intent was to collect her household belongings from Neuilly and to sell those she did not wish to keep. But she could not resist the allure of Paris and stayed longer to enjoy herself and perform. She renewed her love affair with Henri de Marguerite, then the second secretary to the French legation in The Hague. He later testified, a certain time after the declaration of war, I encountered her near the opera. She was staying then at the Grand Hotel. I invited her to dinner, and during the meal she began to tell me that she was in parts with a residence permit, that she had come to look for furniture and that she found herself indecisive about a return to Holland. During those days, I saw her again several times. She was always undecided, but appeared to me to long for her life in Paris. One beautiful day she was leaving for Spain and I accompanied her to the station. She also told to her agent, Astruc, from the Grand Hotel in Paris on December 24, suggesting her new and strange dances might fit nicely into Diaghilev's Ballets Russ's performances, but he was unable to arrange anything. She was still very beautiful, though nearing 40. On March 13, exactly 10 years after her debut performance at the Musée Guimet, Matahari appeared on the cover of Dutch magazine. She was no longer in her first youth, but she was breathtakingly beautiful. She was shown in a scandalously low-cut white dress, a large picture hat decorated with plumes, and a string of pearls. 10 years was a long run for a dancer, especially one who made her fame through novelty and nudity. It is the last photograph pasted in Matahari's scrapbooks. When she departed from Paris with her 10 crates of silver, linens, and furniture, she was headed home to the Baron, traveling via Spain and Portugal. She left behind an enamored Belgian officer, the Marquis de Beaufort, with whom she had begun a relationship while she was at the Grand Hotel. She had left behind something else, something that was to prove far more indelible than another lover, however exciting. A record of her travels was made by the British Counterintelligence and Espionage Unit. On her way to Paris, she had stopped at the port of Folkestone, England. Work officials questioned her along with the other passengers. The notation from December 4, 1915, read in part: I beg to report that Madame Marguerite Gertrude Zell, age 39, a dancer and a Dussy subject, arrived here by the Dieppe boat train at 11:15 am yesterday. The last photograph in Mata Hari's scrapbook was this stunning portrait, published March 13, 1915, 10 years after her debut at the Musée Guillemette. The Mata Hari Foundation/Fries Museum. She told the police that she was en route to Paris in order to sell her effects from the house at Neuilly and to sign some contracts for performances. When questioned further by Captain Dillon OM05, the organization that was the precursor of M15, she told a slightly different story, emphasizing that she was moving from Neuilly to The Hague, where her lover Baron van der Capellan, the Cologne Commandant, 2nd Regiment of Hussars, Eindhoven, of the Dutch Army, could visit her more conveniently. The notes on her questioning continued. Alth 01 at 1 She was thoroughly searched and nothing incriminating found. She is regarded by police and military to be not above suspicion, and her subsequent movements should be watched. The report was signed by Frank Bickers, PC Sergeant, and P. Quinn, Superintendent. A copy of the report was duly sent to Paris, the French being British allies. A notice was also sent to all the British ports informing them that Mademoiselle MacLeod seemed most unsatisfactory and should be refused permission to return to the UK. Not above suspicion RMST unsatisfactory, and should be refused permission to return to the UK proved to be damning PLN as. On what was this harsh assessment based? She was searched and questioned without anything incriminating being found. One possibility is the minor discrepancies in her account of why she was going to Paris, though surely such inconsistencies are typical of those questioned by the police. Another entry in her British security file information obtained from Folkestone hints at another problem summary and description: height 5 feet 5 in, sick build, medium stout, hair, black, face, oval, complexion, olive, forehead low, eyes, grey-brown, eyebrows, dark, nose, straight, mouth small, teeth good, chin, pointed, hands, well kept, feet small, age, 39. Speaks French, English, Italian, Dutch, and probably German. Handsome, bold type of woman. Well and fashionably dressed in brown costume with raccoon fur trimming and hat to match. The real problem was probably not what Mata Hari said but who she was. She was a woman traveling alone, obviously wealthy and obviously an excellent linguist, too educated and too foreign to make a British officer comfortable. Worse yet, she was a handsome, bold type of woman, one who admitted to having a lover. Women like that were immoral and not to be trusted. This was wartime and women were expected to be dutiful, brave, home-loving, and patriotic. Nothing about Mata Hari ever convinced anyone she had those frights. She was, indeed, to be suspected. 11 In time of war in early 1916, Mata Hari returned to The Hague via Portugal and Spain, where she left satisfied lovers behind her as usual, including the Spanish Senator Emilio Junoi. Unfortunately, life in The Hague was no more amusing in 1916 than it had been in 1915. A few months after getting back to the Netherlands, she was longing to return to Paris again. Traveling Europe was made more difficult and cumbersome by the war, but it was by no means impossible. She was completely unaware that she was being investigated by the British Counter-Espionage Unit, which in a few months' time would be renamed M15. On February 3 a report was filed by Richard Tinsley, a British intelligence agent working in Holland, that contained information from an unnamed source about Mata Hari. The RMST crucial notation was that, although she was said to be in financial difficulty, there were rumors that she had received 15,000 francs, about $45,700 in today's currency, from the German embassy via a certain Hans Sagasse. Hans Sagasse is a that never again figured in any document about Mata Hari, nor can he be traced. This alleged transaction vaguely resembled her dealing with Karl Kromer, from whom she had received 20,000 francs. The report also remarked that it was suspicious that she received letters under the name of Mac Leosic and that she appeared to have two addresses in The Hague, one being where Colonel van der Capellan and his wife lived. Without any Arthur evidence, the writer of the report concluded, one suspects her of having gone to France on an important mission that will profit the Guernans. Codenarn T. Tinsley was not always a reliable agent. Yvonne Kirkpatrick, a Ulster permanent under-secretary at the British Foreign Office, found T a liar and a first-class intriguer with few scruples. 2 weeks later, another British report said that she had apparently succeeded in her mission and would now go to collect the money that the Germans had deposited for her in a bank. It also expressed concern that the story of Mata Hari's life had been written in a book published by her father through the Welt Press, which was thought suspicious. On February 22, 1916, a circular was sent by the British Secret Service to the French saying simple, that if Mata Hari entered Great Britain, she was to be arrested and sent to Scotland Yard. In May she received a new passport from the Dutch government. The French consulate issued her visa. She hoped to stop in Britain on the way to France, but the British consulate would not issue her a visa. She went to the Foreign Office in The Hague for assistance, as she knew of no good reason thank British should realse her entry, and they sent a telegram to the Dutch ambassador in London, de Maurice van Swinderen, well-known Dutch artistmxta Hurry, Dutch subject whose real name MacLeod wants to go for personal reasons Iaxries where she has lived before the consulate Rotterdam declines to put visa to passport consul has done please beg British government to give orders cons Rotterdam that visa may be wire. After consulting the Home Office, Van Swinderen replied that the British had reason to consider thank entry of Mata Hari into Britain undesirable. The notations in her security file from her previous questioning in Folkestone made her entry into Britain impossible. The Foreign Office decided not to reveal the contents of these reply to Mata Hari and apparently advised her to take another route. She chose to sail on the SS Zeelandia, which left from Amsterdam. Her plan was to disembark at Vigo in Spain, for which she obtained a visa without difficulty, and then proceed to Madrid, where she could take a train to Paris. Her trip was troubled by a bizarre occurrence involving a fellow passenger on the Zeelandia with the Dutch name of Hoedemaker. He was a salesman and was said to be a Jew, a highly derogatory term in those days, who regularly denounced German sympathizers to the British, so he claimed. Mata Hari was warned by a fellow passenger that Hoedemaker was claiming to have been in her cabin, implying he had had sex with her. Mata Hari demanded a confrontation. In front of all the passengers, she asked him if he had been in her cabin and he denied it but admitted to spreading a rumor to that effect. She slapped Hiru hard enough to draw blood, and she thought the matter was finished. But the consul of Uruguay, who was also on the ship, warned her that Hoedemaker was threatening to avenge himself for this humiliation. According to Mata Hari, she then said, "I shall wail for it. If he wishes, I will place a slap of the sort he has already received on the other cheek." The consul suggested that Hoedemaker would speak against her to authorities and she would have difficulty at the border crossing. More immediately, he followed her after she disembarked from the ship and she asked 2 gentlemen to accompany her to Madrid, for protection, though she obtained a visa from France without difficulty. As the consul had predicted, she was stopped and interrogated at the border at Hendaye. When she went to the consul of Holland, she found he was a Spanish wink merchant who could offer her little assistance. Mata Hari wrote an indignant letter about this affair to the Dutch consul in Madrid, Van Rooyen. Inquiries revealed that she was on a list of suspects in Britain and thus she had been refused entry into France. A letter of explanation was written to Mata Hari by Van Rooyen's assistant, telling her that not even the intervention of the minister could avail anything, neither could the declarations that your sympathies are pro-Ally. She also wrote a letter to her lover Jules Cambon, who had been promoted to Secretary General of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When she returned to Hendaye the next day, apparently her self-assurance and to take matters to her lover intimidated the border guards, who decided not to challenge her Artha. But who was Hoedemaker? And what was his role in Mata Hari's increasingly frequent difficulties with French and British security? The name is not listed in the indices of the Public Records Office IL London for this period. Of course, If he were indeed a spy or spy-catcher working for British counter-espionage, he might have had numerous aliases. The British files on Mata Hari now kept M15 do not include anything that would suggest Hodemaker was working for them or indeed that he was anything more than an ill-mannered blowhard. One source phrased the fate of a Henry Hodemaker, presumably the man on the Zealandia in 1916, who told relatives he had been responsible for Mata Hari's arrest and conviction. He committed suicide in 1921. Were his boasts and threats on that voyage simply indicative of the tenor of the times, of the way people perceived a woman like Mata Hari in 1916? Or was he something more sinister? These questions remain unanswered. Once she arrived back in Paris on June 16, Mata Hari resumed as glamorous a life as was possible in wartime there. Early in 1916, Paris had been bombed by Zeppelins, but the damage was comparatively minor. She lived at the Grand Hotel, still an excellent and luxurious establishment for those with money to spare. There were plenty of handsome men in Paris in the summer of 1916, and many of them were high-ranking officers. Mata Hari expected to have a good time. Mata Hari must have known that the ferocious Battle of Verdun, which would become the longest in World War I, was being fought fewer than 200 miles from Paris. All of the newspapers were full of battle stories. It was at Verdun that General Erich von Falkenhayn, Chief of Staff of the German Army, had pledged to bleed the French army white with a massive attack. In response, the commander charged with holding Verdun, Henri-Philippe Pétain, vowed, "They shall not pass." When the fighting at Verdun began, a valiant 200,000 Frenchmen expected to defeat 1 million Germans. Before the grueling battle ended in December 1916, both sides had fulfilled their goals. About 550,000 French and 434,000 German casualties were reported, of which about Holly died. The enormous death toll devastated French morale. Before the war, the French generals had sincerely believed that the spirit of the French soldier would make him more than a match for a much greater force of Germans. Deaths necessitated reinforcements, which rapidly increased the number of French involved until eventually 259 of the existing 330 French infantry regiments fought at Verdun. The diversion of an enormous number of farmers into the military caused food shortages and further depressed morale. Yet there was still food and luxury for those who could afford it. The main effect of the war on Mata Hari was to increase the number of uniformed officers in Paris. So used was she to having men look at her and follow her that it was a few days before she noticed that the same two men were following her everywhere she went. They were a pair of Paris inspectors, Tarlett and Munier. As soon as she noticed them, she complained to the bellboy of the hotel on June 21 that she was being followed. They noticed her noticing them but nonetheless resumed surveillance on June 24. The situation would have been an amusing French farce were the ultimate consequences not so serious. Tarlett and Munier followed her nearly continuously from morning until the lights went off in her rue from June 18, 1916, until January 13, 1917. For their pains, the inspectors received an unexpected education in the best hotels, restaurants, dressmakers, harriers, and jewelers of Paris. They steamed open her mail, questioned porters, waitresses, and hairdressers, and collected abundant evidence of her love life but not of espionage. Tarlett and Munier were clearly out of their depth tailing Mata Hari. They remarked in an report that she was très élégante and described her clothes and hat in some detail. Occasionally she managed to give them the slip, which they felt was deliberate. Sometimes she hailed taxis or carriages that made abrupt turns, so she could pass them going in the opposite direction and stare at them triumphantly. Tarlett and Munier filed stiff, formal reports detailing where she went, what she bought, whom she saw, whom she spoke to on the telephone, where she ate lunch and dinner and with Hanu day after day. The general pattern of her days was to go down to breakfast in the hotel at about 10 a.m., return upstairs afterward, and go out at about 11 o'clock or 11:30. Sometimes she stayed at the hotel, writing letters, or performing invisible, to Tarlett and Munier, actions in her room until after she had her midday meal. In the afternoons, she shopped or visited boot and shoemakers, dressmakers, hairdressers, arriers, florists, jewelers, parfumiers, hairdressers, manicurists, pharmacies, banks, bakeries, and purveyors of fine luggage, gloves, handkerchiefs, chocolates, paper, lingerie, or handbags. She took a great many taxis, which posed a problem for her policeman. On July 11, she reserved a room next door to hers for her lover Fernand, the Marquis de Beaufort at the Grand Hotel. The Marquis was a Belgian officer, 42 years old, who was the commandant of the 4th Belgian Lancers, division of the cavalry of the Army of the Isère. He was expected to arrive in a few days' time. Yet that same evening she was seen in the company of a second lieutenant of 8th Chasseurs d'Afrique, African Hunters, a light cavalry regiment. The next day, their report states that she had lunch with a military man in khaki, an unidentified adjutant or second lieutenant. She also visited the home of Madame d'Angeville, a retired actress. WHC entertained officers in her salon. The language of the inspector's report was plain but nonetheless conveyed their raised eyebrows. If she was waiting for her lover de Beaufort, why was she seeing these other men? Tarlette and Meunier had not yet taken the measure of Mata Hari and had not become used to the constant parade of admirers who passed through her life. When de Beaufort arrived, he and Mata Hari sequestered themselves in her room for a blissful 24 hours, having food and drink sent up to them over the next few days. They spent a great deal of time together. According to their reports, Tarlette and Meunier somehow learned that Mata Hari wanted to go to Vitel, a fashionable spa town, to pass the season. They told Drilly in their report, suffering from pains, it is said. But one must be very skeptical about the point of the voyage. She has foreseen the difficulties that she will have to surmount to obtain a safe conduct pass for this part of the war zone. This entry is interesting because there is no apparent reason why Mata Hari would want to go to Vitel unless it was simply her usual wanderlust. There is also no indication of how the inspectors obtained this vague information. To the policeman's evident disapproval, after de Beaufort left on the Mormon train on July 19, Mata Hari had dinner with another man, whom she also saw on the subsequent day, a purveyor of fine liquors, Bernard Antoine, who was travelling through Paris. After identifying Hiru they wrote, "We do not know on what terms the aforementioned Mata Hari and Antoine were together, because this encounter appears to be nothing more than a flirtation." During this time in Paris, Mata Hari met many men, but 3 would assume enormous importance in her life. 2 were lovers, 1 a spymaster. Armed anew they spun a web in which Mata Hari became fatally entrapped. The first lover was Second Lieutenant Jean Hallor, whom the inspectors did not name outright in their reports out of discretion but who was well known to them after being wounded in battle. Hallor had been moved to the Xime Bureau of the Ministry of War. He had met Mata Hari many years before, when she performed at Moliere's circus. In 1917 he was 26 years old, tall, handsome in his cavalry uniform and wealthy. He saw her at the Grand Hotel and recognized her, despite so he said her having dyed her hair blonde again. He sent her his card and an invitation to meet for coffee. Mata Hari was delighted to their acquaintance. They were observed together on July 21, 22, and 25. Hallor was infatuated with Mata Hari, although an ominous event occurred. Around this time my friend Captain Christian de Mauchy said to one day, "My boy, in your place, I would not see around so often with fluous woman. You belong to the army, where the most unfortunate rumors circulate about her. She is an alien, she was involved with a German before the war, and I believe she is a suspect." On July 27, Hallor sent her a pneumatique, using a citywide system that delivered messages within Paris via pneumatic tubes. According to later testimony by Hallor, the content of the pneumatique concerned Mata Hari's request for the name of a physician who would attest to her poor health and her need to go to Vitel to take the waters, but this cannot be accurate. Mata Hari could not have known until July 31, when she applied at the police commissariat for a safe conduct to go to Calais and Vitel in August, that such a request would be delayed or rehearsed because both cities were in the war zone. Only after being realized would she need to seek advice from her lover in the Ministry of War, Hallor. She did not know that her friendship with him was about to lead her into serious danger. Quite possibly, having been warned by his friend Captain de Mauchy, Hallor himself was planning to entrap Mata Hari. Mata Hari asked Hallor what she must do to get a permit to go to Vitel. He apparently told her that perhaps a physician's certificate attesting to her need to take the waters in Vitel would do. as Halor later recounted the story. Abruptly, without my observing any change in her, Madhuri told me she was suffering and had an urgent need to go to Vital. She asked me how she might do it. At that time, it was essential in order to go into the armed zone, in which this station was, to go to the Military Bureau for Foreigners, 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain. That office referred her to the Dxim Bureau, the French intelligence unit, which is directly upstairs from it. I gave Madhuri the address and I spoke of her to a little second lieutenant that I knew vaguely and that I knew was in the Military Bureau. Then she left Paris without warning me. If their relationship was as casual as he says, there is no reason why Madhuri would warn or that she was leaving Paris. Thus his testimony seems a blatant attempt to deny responsibility or intimacy with Madhuri. 2. The reports of Tarlet and Munir reveal that he continued to see her frequently. He testified, in the days which preceded her departure for Vital, she was more and more distant with me. I went to see her at her hotel, but I found her less friendly. She saw all the world at the Grand Hotel, notably numerous officials from other countries. On the evening before her departure, she broke with politeness and, forgetting I had invited her to dinner, she dined with an English officer with whom I saw her in deep conversation. I was supposed to accompany her to the station where she cancelled on me under the pretext that her departure was delayed. She promised to meet with me on another date, but she did nothing and I heard nothing more from her. In fact, Halor had seen Madhuri more often than he wished to admit. He saw her on July 21, 22, 25, and 27 and on August 1, he called unsuccessfully to see her on August 2, corresponded with her that day and the next, visited her again on August 9 and 17, when he appeared to be very animated, and corresponded again on the 18th. On August 19, he took her around to look at apartments. They found one she liked, but according to Halor, the proprietor railed her because in his opinion, she had on too much makeup and was too bleached blonde. Halor saw her again on August 30 and expected to dine with her the next night but found to his dismay that she was with another officer. Most of their meetings followed a pattern. He would arrive at her hotel and stay for an hour or two in the early afternoon about once a week. This suggests a regular sexual encounter at a time of day when he was not required to be in his office. By the time he was officially questioned about his relations with Madhuri, he probably wished to distance himself from association with her. Although she fell truly and deeply in love in the summer of 1916, the blossoming of this affair did not prevent Madhuri from seeing many other men, so it is unlikely that it caused her to become aloof with Halor. The second lover to influence the rest of Madhuri's life was Vladimir de Maslov, a Russian officer whom she had met at Madame d'Angeville's salon probably on July 29. They were introduced by de Maslov's colleague, Second Lieutenant Nicholas Casfield. De Maslov was even young then to Madhuri's 39 years and a captain in the Special Imperial Russian Regiment of the 1st Brigade. By all accounts, it was a fervent affair. She called him, he called her Marina, a pet name to mark another important stage in her life. On July 30, Vadim and Madhuri struck up a conversation in the Grand Hotel and then went for promenade in the Bois de Boulogne. After that, they dined at the very chic Pavillon d'Armenonville where she had been taken by de Beaufort. The restaurant was within the Bois in a romantic setting. After another lengthy stroll, they returned to the Grand Hotel. It was the very next day, July 3, after spending the night with Vadim, that Madhuri first went to the police commissariat on the Rue Taitbout to apply for permission to go on August 7 to Calais and Vital, vaguely near Mailly, where Vadim was stationed at the Western Front. She was told that her permit was rehased because both Calais and Vital were in the war zone. After all, Vital was not far from the front line. It was hardly a time to allow civilians, much less a woman of foreign nationality, to visit the area. Nonetheless, she determinedly went to the Prefecture of Police to request a copy of her French registration paper to append to her permit application. She also sent a note to Halor, probably to arrange their meeting the next day, and another to her couturier, asking if he would be so kind as to look after a trunk of hers while she took a brief trip to Vital. She returned to the Prefecture of Police on August 1, to pick up the copy of her registration paper. After an hour and a half interlude with Hall during the middle of the day, she went to 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain for the first time, apparently at Hallor's suggestion. The two governmental offices housed at that address were the Military Bureau for Foreigners and the headquarters of the Dixim Bureau. In 1916, Mata Hari fell deeply in love with a Russian captain 18 years her junior, Vladimir de Maslov. She called him Vadim and he called her Marina. All accounts except that of Hall himself concur that Hall deliberately sent Mata Hari directly to the third man who shaped her life, Captain Georges Lad 01X, the head of the Dixim Bureau, or French intelligence. It was Ladots who had ordered Tarlot and Munier to tail Mata Hari. It was he who received the warning from the British that Mata Hari was under suspicion. And it was he who determined to bring Mata Hari down. 12 The tangled web. What Mqta Hari did in the summer of 1916, and why, is difficult to unravel. There is much testimony and documentation about her activities, nearly all of it tainted by personal interest. The final truth is elusive, as is so much about her life. Georges Ladots, the man Mata Hari met at 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain, was in a peculiar position. He had graduated from a prestigious military academy, Saint-Cyr, and was a friend of General Joseph-Jacques-César Joffre, Chief of Staff of the French Army. With his background, Ladots might have expected by the age of 42 to be in an important and powerful position. On August 4, 1914, Joffre had appointed Lad 0LX to be the head of the Dixim Bureau of the Army Headquarters. The agency formerly in charge of intelligence operations, the Intelligence Service, had been discredited because of its involvement in the wrongful conviction of Alfred Drey. The taint lingered over the Dixim Bureau, so Ladots's appointment was not the triumvirate that might have been expected. Spying was generally regarded as a dirty, underhanded endeavor carried out by the scum of society. It was seen as opportunistic, and ill-planned, of little true importance. Ladau's outlook toward espionage was a bold departure from previous attitudes. He thought the threat of enemy espionage much greater than his predecessors did and envisioned a vast network of well-trained spies who moved at the highest levels of society, detecting secrets, or simply undermining morale and military efforts. Ladots took it as a personal challenge to make the military aware of the great danger of such spies. In a letter to the Minister of War and the Minister of the Interior on September 10, 1915, Ladots had written, "Counter-espionage is not today a simple task for the interior police. The Shurat. The enemy does not limit himself to spying the details of our military operations, he searches also to dissolve all our national defense forces. His action attacks establishments working for the state, in an attempt to destroy the new or tries to debauch the personnel. He tries to injure our credit or to drain our gold." Ladots had his sights set on counter-espionage as well as intelligence collection, though the Dixim Bureau was technically responsible only for the latter. Counter-espionage was the charge of the Shurat. Like most of his peers, Ladots made a clear connection between lax morals, debauchery and spying, but his real aim was to obtain the power to run his unit in his own way. In his memoirs he remembers this power struggle lasting for 18 months, until the end of 1915. From then on, he boasted, things had changed. In 1916, when Lad 0LX encountered Mata Hari, he had won his administrative battles and was on spy hunt. Having staked his reputation on capturing more of the foreign spies that he claimed were on every street corner, he needed to produce the proof. It was he who, acting on the vague communications from the British, ordered Mata Hari's night and day tailing. Such a glamorous and notoriously immoral woman, who seemed to have an endless of money and military lovers from every nationality, was a juicy target. Ladots needed an attention-grabbing case. He wanted to capture a spy as a major victory. His need to succeed was strongly influenced by the war, which was going very badly for French troops. The slaughter at Verdun had begun in February of 1916 and showed no signs of letting up. The Battle of the Somme, intended to distract German attention and draw troops away from Verdun, had begun July 1 and was proving to be just as brutal. It would be heroic for Ladots to catch a spy who could be blamed for the misery and death that bombarded the French population daily. In fact, later developments would suggest that Ladots may have had an even more sinister motive. He may well have been working as a double agent for Germany. If so, he needed a scapegoat to divert attention and suspicion from his own activities even more than he needed someone to blame for the French suffering. Lac 10LX described his first meeting with Mata Hari. It was in August 1916 that I first encountered Mata Hari, and I see her still as if it were yesterday, dressed, despite the summer, in a suit of somber color and sporting a straw hat with a large brim above which floated a grey plume. She entered into my office with the easy gait of an artist, habituated to walk into a scene, but she had in addition a graceful swing of the hips of a dancer. There is no doubt her physical presence impressed him, as it did numerous other men. She was a beautiful woman with excellent taste, fashionably dressed. As for Lad 0LX himself, he was far less impressive. Mata Hari described him as a fat man with very black beard and very black hair, and spectacles. He was tall and fat. Fatter than a man of 50 years. He smokes all the time. He always has a little cigarette in his lips. As their relationship progressed, Mata Hari found Ladus to be small-minded and coarse, a man no imagination or grand vision. He regarded her as little better than a prostitute, money-grubbing and manipulative. Though she had a great need for money, Mata Hari had a grace and elegance combined with a charm and sophistication that either eluded Ladus or that so disturbed him he had no option but to cover up his admiration by expressing scorn for her. According to Ladus, that fatal first interview proceeded along surprising lines. He wrote in his: "When I was slow to ask her to sit down, she approached a chair at my work table and installed herself familiarly, as if she were already at home. 'What do you wish of me?' she said to me." Ma French troubled only occasionally by a certain guttural inflection typical of her Oriental type. "One don't wish anything of you, but I hear from one of our mutual acquaintances that you intend to take the waters at Vitel, and as the spa is in the military zone, you must have a laissez-passer permit to go there. Now, it is I who gives them out and I am ready to oblige you. Therefore, would you like to do a great service, which is to so to the gentlemen of the police who are downstairs and who don't leave me any more than my shadow does, as it is very warm, will you authorize them to drink my health at the bistro across the street? One have no authority to do so, Mata Hari. But you are now under surveillance?" "Yes, stupidly, and for several months, day and night. Everywhere I go, they use my absence from the hotel to search my luggage _____. When I return, everything is upside down _____. And do know that I have not the means to pay a latch's maid. The ice is broken, but not the charm, and I ask myself at seeing my visitor's tranquil assurance and self-control, if the English service which pesters me with notes about Mata Hari, for more than a year, is not deceiving itself in telling us, without any proof, that she was a German agent." Ladus's account is remarkable in several ways. The Mata Hari he portrays as audacious, cunning, and bold in her acknowledgement of her surveillance and the searches of her rooms, and yet so foolish as to almost dare him to suspect her. His words deliberately emphasize Mata Hari's foreignness. He also deviated from the truth. He had received 2 communiques from the British about Mats Hari, which hardly amounts to pestering. A report from the British was sent to France in December 1915, its most damning words were: "Although she was thoroughly searched and nothing incriminating found, she is regarded by police and military to be not above suspicion, and her subsequent movements should be watched." The second circular, issued February 22, 1916, said that if Mata Hari entered Britain, she was to be arrested and sent to Scotland Yard, a plain statement of suspicion but not a direct accusation of being a German spy. Ladus wrote his memoir to justify and dramatize his actions. He wanted to ensure that his readers believed his plan was all along to entrap a known German spy rather than appearing to be an incompetent who tried to recruit a woman to spy for France who was already suspected of being a German spy. Ladus wrote that he hinted he had tried to draw her to his office, using their mutual acquaintance Lieutenant Halawi. He told her, "VVE have often spoken of you with him and always good, I assure you. Allor ____ does not believe that which our English friends say about you ____, that is to say, that you are a spy," she interrupted. "But upon what do they base this accusation? Someone has followed me since I arrived. Has someone revealed something against me? Absolutely nothing. It is why I will authorize you to go to Vitel. Then, this stupid game needs to stop." Either I am dangerous, and then you will expel me, or am nothing but a pretty little woman who, having danced all winter, wishes very much, now that the summer has come to be left in peace. According to Ladau's memoir, he agreed to sign her permit to Vittel on the spot and did so. He expected her to come back to see him upon her return and asked only that she refrain from seducing pilots from the airfield near Vittel, at Contrexeville. With flyers, Ladus claimed he said, cleverly, "You never know what can fall upon you from the sky," but Matohari told him she was in love and that she would not be seeing other men. Ladus asked if it was Malsoff, a garbling of de Masloff, and from this Matohari deduced that it was Ladus 01, his agents, who had searched her room. Ladus promised to stop such behavior, though of course he did not. Ladus's version of this incident closes with another assertion of his intuition that she was a German spy, though little in his behavior confirms that, and the strange creature left with an even more supple allure than that with which she entered. Tate, the dossier of Matohari. I cried. And a few instants later, my faithful secretary, who was at the listening post in the bathroom where he transcribed night and day the most secret information, brought to me the collection of reports from the English police and French, a voluminous and useless packet where, during several months, we had been piling up the communications from the intelligence service and the reports of the surveillance by our agents. I glanced through all the pieces once more. I reread the intercepted letters. Most, moreover, were those exchanged by the dancer with her Russian captain at the front for several months. All had been submitted to a most minute examination and were cleared by all the chemical tests of our laboratory. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, which permitted another interpretation except a vague feeling for her part. Matohari described her first encounter with Ladus somewhat differently, saying that Hall had advised her to go to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain. There, I was received with more respect than the other visitors. An officer in uniform came to look for me on the ground floor and, taking my papers, led me to the second in an office where a gentleman in civilian clothes asked me to sit down facing him and received me very amiably. She, too, recounted the dialogue between herself and Ladus. Him, I see, madam, that you have asked to go to Vittel, but do you know it is in the military zone? Me, it is a resort where I have gone before. I have even a note from a doctor. Him, it is very difficult for foreigners to go there. Me, if it is as difficult as that, I could go near Rome, to Fiume, where the waters are of the same nature. Him, we need not refuse you, but it is necessary first to respond to certain questions, because you have been pointed out to us as a suspect. After further questioning, Ladus got down to important issues. He asked about her feelings for France. Him, if you love all of France, you could render us a great service. Have you thought of it? Me, yes and no, but this is not the sort of thing for which one offers oneself. Him, would you do it? Me, I have never thought it through. Him, you would have to be very expensive. Me, that, yes. Him, according to you, what would it be worth? Me, all or nothing. If one rendered you services as grand as you expect? Then that is worth a great deal. If one fails, that is worth nothing. Him, reflect upon it, see if you could do something for us. I will give you your pass for Vittel, only promise me that you will not seduce any French officers. Me, there is no danger of it. I know a Russian there with whom I am much in love. Him, I have seen you having lunch with him at Ambassador's. In any case, when you have reached a decision on the subject about which I have spoken to you, come back to see me. Thus Ladus enlisted Matohari as a spy for France. The entire encounter with Ladus was bizarre. If Matohari was indeed already a German spy at the time, as Ladus claimed in his memoirs and at her trial, then he was most foolhardy to grant her a permit to enter the war zone. If she was not a German agent, then she was a most peculiar choice to be a French one. Matohari was known by us at LT to thousands throughout Europe. Despite wartime austerity, her comings and goings, her rendezvous with important men, and her fashionable costumes were noticed and reported in the gossip columns and newspapers. Even those who did not recognize her as Matohari were magnetically drawn to her. Wherever she went, she was likely to be the center of attention. It is difficult to imagine a woman less likely to be able to go unnoticed or to be able to engage in clandestine activities than Mata Hari. She was a star, a celebrity in the modern sense of the word. While she was certainly seductive, which might be viewed as usual for a spy, she was never on any occasion invisible. Exactly when this meeting between Laduz and Mata Hari occurred has been a point of confusion. They both suggested it was near the end of August 1916, but the reports from Munir and Tarlet show that her first visit to 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain occurred on August 1, at which time Laduz began intercepting her mail. After the extraordinary meeting with Laduz, Mata Hari continued her life much as usual. Vadim was still in Paris. On August 2, Halor called again to see her, perhaps hoping to hear about her meeting with Laduz. She preferred to spend her time with Vadim and asked the hotel to tell Halor she was resting and could not see him on August 3. Her activities grew increasingly frenzied. Either Mata Hari did not trust Laduz's assurance that she would get her permit for Vittel, or else she was hesitant to become associated with the business of espionage. In either case, on August 3 she went first to the Prefecture of Police, Bureau of Aliens. She hoped they would grant her a permit to travel despite the first réalsal from the Commissariat of Police on the Rue Taitbout. Then she visited the commissariat twice, taking the copy of her registration paper to Artha her reapplication for the permit, despite its initial refusal. Later that day, she and Nicolas Casfield went to meet Vadim at the Pavillon d'Armenonville ir the Bois de Boulogne. After about an hour, Casfield tactily left them alone. The latter returned to the Grand Hotel, where they dined and spent the night together. The next morning Mata Hari accompanied Vadim to the station, where he boarded the train back to the front. She promised to come to Vieltel as soon as she could. After Vadim's departure, she asked Army Usli at the hotel every day for any letters. She had received none from the time of her first visit to the Dxim bureau because Laduz was having them intercepted. The letter from Vadim that arrived at the hotel on August 9 was similarly diverted to Laduz. For the rest of August she carried out her usual daily round of visiting hairdressers and manicurists and shopping for luxuries. She often went to the jewelry store Waylaik, which is probably where she bought a gift of silver, perhaps a cigarette case, photograph frame, or flask for Vadim. She also visited several photographers, presumably to have the portraits taken that she gave to Vadim, and called several times at pharmacies. She did not cease meeting with and presumably having affairs with officers during this time. She relentlessly pestered the police and various government offices about her permit to go to Vittel. She visited 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain repeatedly, August 3, 5 twice, 7 twice, 8, 11, and 21, and sometimes stayed for several hours. There is no indication why she went so often to that address. Was she meeting Hitler with Ladawi? Were the conversations that Lad 01X and Mata Hari reported as being held at their first meeting conducted over a series of visits? And if Lad 01X had signed her permit to go to Vieltel on their first meeting, a point that is not supported by the date on the permit, why did she continue to make the rounds of the various other offices where she might be granted the permit? It seems that she continued to apply at both the police commissariat and the prefecture of police in hopes that one of them would produce a permit for Vittel. On the 18th, she went twice to see her old friend Henri de Marguerite, Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at his office, to ask for advice about Laduz and about spying for France. De Marguerite warned her that accepting an espionage mission from Laduz was very dangerous. Bull told her that if anyone could render services to his country, it was she. He picked Mata Hari up at her hotel at about 7 p.m. in a taxi. They promptly lost the inspectors, or perhaps the inspectors decided it was more discreet to become lost when the Secretary of Foreign Affairs went out with Mata Hari. The couple had not returned by 11 p.m. when the inspectors called off the surveillance for the night, after intercepting 2 letters addressed to Vadim and an expedited pneumatique to Halor. The next day, August 19, she told the hotel that she would be moving out after she returned from Vittel. The implication that de Marguerite exercised some influence on her behalf, after spending a romantic night with her on August 18, is by his later testimony. She also went with Halor to look at apartments to rent after she returned from Vittel, and signed a lease for number 33, Avenue Hemi Martin a few days later, August 21, she went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see de Marguerite, and then went back to the Commissariat of Police on Rue Taitbout. Late in the afternoon, she went to the Dxim Bureau. On this occasion, her last visit before leaving for Vitel, she told Ladu's captain, "In principle, I accept." Her terms were that she would go first to Vitel for her cure and Thal she would to see him when she returned. She also asked if it was possible to send an expedited telegram to the front to a Russian officer. Apparently refused this service, she went to the post office and sent the telegram to Vadim. She had not heard from Hiru and she was growing very worried. When no word came, she stopped at both the Russian embassy and the Russian mission on August 24, inquiring about Vadim's well-being. On the 29th, she picked her permit up at the police commissariat. On the 31st, Hallor called to see her and was insulted to find Hell occupied with a British officer. She left by train for Vitel the next morning, September 1, and arrived there in the late afternoon, followed by the inevitable duo Tarlet and Munir. The doctor who was to attend her cure had been called up, and she did not consult with another for over a week. She checked into the Grand Hotel O the Baths, booking the room adjacent for Vadim, for propriety's sake. On September 3, her beloved Vadim arrived and they were reunited. She saw, to her horror, that he had been injured and wore a bandage covering his left eye. Mata Hari talked about her stay in Vitel during her interrogation. Vachm had been gravely injured by the asphyxiating gas, had completely lost the vision in his left eye and was in danger of going blind. One night, he said to me, "LFTHTS terrible thing comes to pass, what will you do?" "Will never leave you," I responded to him, "and I would be to you always the same woman." "Would you marry me?" he asked me. I responded affirmatively, then I began to reflect, here my life is well laid out. I said to myself I must ask Captain Lauder for enough money that I never have to deceive Vadim de Maslowit. Other men. I will let go of the Marquis of Beaufort, I will let go of the Colonel Baron van dem Capelan, I will go to Belgium to do what the captain asks, I will reclaim my furniture and my precious objects in Holland. I will go to Paris and live in the apartment that I have rented, Captain Lauder will pay me, I will marry my lover and I will be the happiest woman on earth. Not every woman during World War I remained faithful to a fiancé or husband who came home seriously wounded, often the psychological wounds and the realities of their disabilities were too much to be borne. Mata Hari was very much in love with Vadim and ready to settle down. She was perhaps tired of her constant work to earn enough money to live in the style she felt necessary. Besides, Vadim was much younger than she and from an aristocratic family who were likely to regard her with horror as a potential daughter-in-law. But if he went blind, they might not be so dismissive of a potential wife with money, even if she had a notorious reputation, and if he went blind, she may have thought, he would always remember her as beautiful and would not see her aging. Georges Lad 01X was the head of the Dulzime Bureau, the espionage unit in Paris. He recruited Mata Hari to spy for the French but may have been a double agent himself. Collection Roger, Violet, of course, the effects of phosgene gas were only beginning to be known, it had been introduced by the Germans into battle use at Verdun in early July. The terrible mixture turned into hydrochloric acid when it was inhaled into the moist atmosphere of the lungs, producing immediate coughing, searing pain, and permanent lung damage that made a vigorous life difficult. When a soldier's eyes were exposed to the gas because his gas mask leaked or was not put on fast enough, his eyeballs were burned by the acid too. Permanent blindness, disability, and disfigurement were common aftermaths. This lover's portrait of Marina and Vadim was probably taken in Paris in 1916. After Vadim was blinded in his left eye by phosgene gas, Mata Hari drew the patch on this photo. None of this seemed to spoil the romance of the brief interlude they spent together. Vadim and Mata Hari strolled in the park, took the waters, had their picture taken, dined together, and spent a great deal of time in their hotel. It was a wonderful lovers' holiday. On the back of one of the photos they had taken of themselves, Mata Hari inscribed, "Vitel, 1916, one in memory of sunk of the most slow bushel days of my life, spent with my Vadim whom I love above everything." She drew an eye patch on that particular photograph, perhaps covering a wound. Vadim was wearing a St. George's Cross and 2 other medals, which may have been the Croix de Guerre and the Knight of Legion of Honor. One photograph he had given her showed himself with one of his horses and was signed to "My dear little Marina u Vadim." She and Vadim made acquaintances among the other hotel guests, including Brigadier General Jules Lelou de Sancy de Roland. According to the inspectors, Mata-Hari was trying to ingratiate herself with other guests and enter into their social circles. She was at all times an intensely social creature. A few days after making his acquaintance, Mata-Hari asked the Brigadier General to introduce her to Madame Pauline de Fleurien, wife of the French ambassador in London. He asked de Fleurien declined. While in Vitel, Tarlot and Munier questioned the Brigadier General and Madame de Fleurien about Mata-Hari and warned them against her. The burgeoning friendship turned to social snubs. Later, when the Brigadier General was questioned formally about Mata-Hari, he expressed extreme doubts about her character, but what his attitude might have been without the intervention of the police is unknown. De Sancy said, "I was at Vitel in 1916 for the season, when in the room of the restaurant of the hotel, I remarked upon a Russian officer in uniform who, knowing without a question my rank, gave me a military salute. We immediately entered into conversation. I questioned the officer on the military situation, as he was assigned to the French front, and wished him well for the grave eye wound which he had received in the service of France. I knew immediately that I was in the presence of one of those brave young Russian officers, as was indicated by his decorations. We were conversing when a tall woman came to sit at the table with the officer, a woman whom he presented to me as his fiancée. The person gave the impression of being too old for him and I smelled right away an adventuress and I distanced myself from the false fiancée, showing the greatest reserve. What I saw next did nothing but confirm my assessment. For 6 years I was the premier military attaché at the Embassy of France in Berlin. I was in the habit of judging women of this type, for I saw, the enemy used them for the worst, and I could tell you that the companion of the Russian officer had to me so clearly the bearing of a spy that one notified the special commissionaire at the station when I left Vitel. Everything about her indicated that she wished to make the Russian officer her dupe in all regards. I knew then that she was trying to satisfy an indiscreet curiosity. It is thus that she made herself very lively and asked to visit hospitals, as I told Madame de Fleurien. It is Madame de Fleurien who unmasked her by recognizing that she was a former dancer of the Folies Bergère. The former dancer did not approach me on subjects of a military character. I always kept myself on my guard. Ironically, de Sancy's testimony shows that he asked indiscreet questions of the Russian officer about military matters, but Mata-Hari did not. De Fleurien also gave formal testimony after Mata-Hari had been arrested. She was associate, matron well past her years of youth and beauty and perhaps jealous of one still beautiful but no longer young. De Fleurien was class-conscious, pompous, and scandalized by the presumption of a dancer passing as a respectable person. Like de Sancy's, de Fleurien's view of Mata-Hari was doubtless prejudiced by the warning they were given by Tarlot and Munier. When questioned later, de Fleurien said, "My doctor, Dr. Bolomir, was the first to alert me that a very beautiful woman was staying at the same hotel as I and asked me with a certain enthusiasm if I had seen her. I said no. A few days later, I was taking tea in the park with the doctor and his wife, when the person in question passed. I found her to be of the gaudy type, which showed me her social background. I became aware that this person had inflamed the masculine element at the hotel. Most of the men found this woman elegant and pretty. Me, I was of a little different opinion. I noticed that she was of a certain age and that she had the air of a person who used morphine or cocaine. Her style throughout, I do not criticize, otherwise her lack of propriety, rarely pleased me. For example, she said to the maid that she was a Dutch princess, and I knew that this sort of title did not exist. The Dutch royal family would be surprised to learn this fact. For the other part, she held strange conversations with a nun, in front of several people, saying for example that she had a chateau in Touraine and that she had danced in Russia. I finally understood when, one evening, I found myself entering by accident into the salon of the hotel where she was finishing singing. She made a great bow as if she were in the theatre. Then a name was pronounced, that of Mata-Hari, and a memory came to me of a dancer spoken of by the young people, perhaps my nephews. This woman was most often with a young Russian officer. When I was leaving Vitel, one morning Brigadier General de Sancy introduced to me an officer of the gendarmerie _____. We spoke of Madhuri and he told me that this woman was under suspicion. As far as I was concerned, I had no suspicion of espionage. I had taken her for a schemer, one of the cosmopolitan women that one saw, in the spa towns before the war. De Florian and de Sancy made a point of telling others in the hotel that she was a woman of dubious morality, and the hotel maids gossiped about her and her fiancé sharing a room despite all the social disapproval. Even a nun who was in the hotel accompanying an invalid could not help but admire her beauty and attire. A year later, Sister Delphine parodied Madhuri in the hotel salon, wearing a costume all of lace and a superb hat. Before Vadim left Vittel on September 7, Tarlet and Munir reported that Madhuri gave him a jewel of some value. Whether this was part of or in addition to the gift of silver Munir later reported is not clear. Madhuri's idyll with her lover was over. 13 Maelstrom from September 7, 1916, the day that Vadim left Vittel to return to the front, until the day of her death on October 15, 1917, Madhuri was caught up in a maelstrom of events. She was manipulated, betrayed, and lied to. Admittedly, she was never one to stick close to the truth when telling an invented story suited her purposes better, but she did not lie with malicious intent, only for convenience. She was sadly ignorant of the extent of the conspiracy working to entrap and condemn her. After Vadim's departure, Madhuri remained in Vittel for several uncharacteristically solitary days, dining alone, walking alone, and spending much time on her correspondence. The summer was drawing to a close, and the hotels were soon to shut down for the season. She sometimes spoke of Vadim to others, calling him her fiancé or, sometimes, her nephew. This was a euphemism of the day, parallel to the phrase used by mature gentlemen who checked into hotels with young mistresses who were referred to as their nieces. She regarded herself as legitimately affianced, and all her plans and dreams were of life with Vadim. She consulted with her physician, presumably the Dr. Boulomir who had so enthusiastically commented upon her beauty to de Florian. A few times she went for promenades and dined with a couple staying at the hotel, Monsieur and Madame Roux. SHK retrieved the photographs that had been taken of her and Vadim, then departed for Paris, arriving on September 17. For mysterious reasons that have never been explained, Laudatz suspended the surveillance on Madhuri from September 13 until October 13. The most probable rationale for this bizarre décision was that he had decided she was not an enemy spy. Alternatively, he believed she was a spy but wanted to prevent Tarlet and Munir from recording in their reports something he knew Madhuri would be doing. This gap in the surveillance reports links up with other peculiar omissions, such as the persistent substitution of Lieutenant X for the name of Lieutenant Hallor and the tactful losing of Madhuri on nights she spent with important dignitaries such as Henri de Marguerite. As soon as she was back in Paris, Madhuri was reminded of her precarious financial situation. Van der Capellan still sent her money, though she had been away from The Hague for months, but he never sent as much as it took for her to live as she did. She had earned no money in Vittel and in fact spent a good deal on herself and Vadim. She went promptly to visit Laudatz, hoping to arrange a lucrative deal that would enable her to retire and live quietly with Vadim. The fullest account that exists of this meeting between Laudatz and Madhuri is from Laudatz's, which are in ways demonstrably inaccurate. He wrote she had been the most docile and calm of sick persons in Vittel and never even seemed to notice the presence in her hotel of a special valet de chambre for the occasion, nor the attentions of a handsome lieutenant aviator who had never flown. It was in this mood that she found me when she returned to see me again, as she had promised, 2 days after she returned to Paris. She wore the same costume, but her beautiful face seemed to me more pale and drawn. I made a discreet remark, asking if the slightly rough treatment of the cure had not made her too tired. "It is not the treatment," she responded ______. "I am enervated and wish to see my lover again." "You love him so much as that?" "He is perhaps the only love of my life." "Then, you must marry Malzovsik. He wants nothing of me but myself. However, he is from an aristocratic family and his father the admiral forbids this mismatch." A sigh, then a long silence, then, "Ah! If I only had money." "We shall see about that," I thought. "Now I would like to know something. How much do you need?" You could not pay so much ______ a million lad 0LX was appalled at her audacity and told her that to earn such a sum, she must penetrate German military headquarters and learn many important secrets from someone knowledgeable but not too high up in the hierarchy, such as an ordnance officer. According to Laduz, Mata Hari offered as an alternative plan that she might become the mistress of Crown Prince. One have already been the mistress of the Crown Prince and I can do with him what I will listen to me and try to understand. The Germans adore me and I was treated like a queen among them, whereas among you French I am nothing but a tart ___. If you had been at the Oro Nights in Berlin. When they were groveling on the ground at my naked feet, I unchained them and searched for their bestial desires. All obeyed me. I still maintain my influence over them. I am certain ____. Would you permit me only to try? She was upright shuddering a marvelous artist, who created her role and played it at the moment that the ideas came to her, upon them she modeled her attitudes and even the tone of her voice. Her attentive regard followed mine which didn't know where to look, for I was afraid that a word would slip out, just one word which would betray and not the only weapon that she knew with which she could finally strike me down. My love for my country and the passion for my profession. And the word came at last, because choking back for one last time my curiosity, I played my part well. No one, Mata Hari, could obtain what you will then return to France. Yes, one man could, and he was also my lover. He is one of the biggest suppliers of the German army and could come and go as he liked at the grand headquarters. You tell me so And what is his name? Kramer sick. Ladau's account is dramatic and self-serving but hardly accurate. Kramer was presumably Karl Kromer, the honorary German consul in Amsterdam who had already tried to recruit Mata Hari for Germany. Kromer was Laduz's counterpart. If Laduz already knew Kromer had recruited Mata Hari, then his relaxing surveillance on her is truly incomprehensible. In this account, Laduz paints Mata Hari as lascivious, immoral, and cunning, but his prejudice is too obvious. There is no evidence that Mata Hari was ever the mistress of Crown Prince Wilhelm or Karl Kromer, and she never shied away from admitting the identities of her important lovers. And although there were cabarets in Berlin devoted to hedonistic pleasures and at which famous dancers performed, these flourished in the post-war Weimar period, not before the war. Thus, Laduz's description of Mata Hari's participation in orgy nights in Berlin seems anachronistic and designed to emphasize her moral guilt. When she returned from Vittel, Mata Hari went to see Laduz because her financial situation was dire. The Hotel Muris, where she had stayed in 1913, was hounding her for 1,300 francs, almost $4,000 in modern currency, that she still owed them. She owed money to many of her favorite shops and had not settled her bill with the Grand Hotel, either. She also needed to furnish the flat at 33, Avenue Henry Martin, where she hoped to live with Vadim. According to Laduz, his plan was unfolding perfectly. In his memoirs he wrote, from the beginning of June 1916 _____ the Suret and the Prefecture of Police were advised and a surveillance was organized which shadowed her in Spain and followed her to Paris, where it did not cease until the end of August. This surveillance has revealed numerous signs of the indiscreet curiosity of Mata Hari, but no proof that she was in the service of the German intelligence agency. To get this, it was necessary to gain her confidence and to propose to her a mission on behalf of France. The interviews which she had with me had no objective except to diminish her fear that all the shadowing of her had given her, at precisely the same time that she was in contact with German intelligence. Astonishingly, Laduz admitted that constant surveillance of her meetings, telephone calls, mail, and telegrams for 2 months yielded no evidence that she was working for German intelligence. The surveillance had not uncovered even a vaguely suspicious contact, and yet he remained convinced that Mata Hari was working as a German agent at precisely the time that she was being watched. Even more peculiar is the fact that he had called off her surveillance for a month. Why? At their meeting, Laduz made an explicit offer to Mata Hari of a great deal of money if she would spy for France. Lac 10LX remembered that he said to her, "Be serious. You really wish to enter into our service? Take care, the profession is dangerous. One don't doubt it." And next, that is not all _____. Let's say that you succeed. But when you have your information, what will you do? It is necessary that we receive it in our turn. Oh, you must have a means of doing that. An agent _____ in example? But no, alas. We have no one in Holland, and it is for that reason that you would be precious to us. You do not know how to use invisible inks? No, but I will learn _____. They have a pretty name in French, they are known as sympathetic inks. Yes, but if one is pinched, it is the end. Nobody pinches Mata Hari, she knows how to protect herself, so we have observed. What? Always these vile suspicions? At this juncture, according to Laduz, he got up and looked her in the eye, saying, "Listen well, I am certain, absolutely certain, that you are an agent in the service of Germany. Bull, I will overlook that at this moment, because you have come to make me this proposition which will put you in such a situation, if I accept, that you will proceed to betray either Germany or us. You are a gambler, Mata Hari, and you must play. Rouge et noir. Red, it is us, over the line that you see there, that of the front, where the blood flows night and day, for 2 years already. Black, it is your German friends. One warn you, red wins, black loses. Reflect well before placing your bet. Tomorrow it will be too late. I will leave you this night to think it over. One have thought it over. I will play red. I am a gambler, but I am superstitious also, and I am sure, in coming to you, that it would bring me happiness. The dialogue is melodramatic and inaccurate. Even the small details, such as her alleged willingness to use invisible ink, ring false. She refused to use invisible ink to communicate with Cromer, though she had no intention of communicating with him anyway. She objected to it as a matter of style. And she testified that she refused to use invisible ink for Laudots as well. What's more, it would have been ludicrous for Laudots to tell her he thought she was a German agent. How could he frappe her then, and stupid of her to agree to work for him to spy for France in LT of that accusation. Mata Hari's version of the meeting is significantly different. She said that Lad 01X asked her if she had thought about spying for France and how she intended to operate. She replied, "Do I go to see Germany or to Belgium?" She did not want to go to Germany, for fear that German intelligence would capture her and ask what she had done with their 20,000 francs. Laduz told her she'd go to Belgium. She remembered an important contact she knew there, a rich Belgian banker and importer, Monsieur Wertman, who worked very closely with the German occupiers of Belgium. Wertman had indicated his interest in Mata Hari and invited her to his mansir in Brussels, but she had disliked him and declined. However, she knew he was close to the military general of occupied Belgium, Ferdinand von Bissing, and would provide a usual entree. SHK improvised, "Here is no plan. From my house in The Hague, I will write a little note to Werfman to offer him a cup of tea. I will go to Brussels dressed in wonderful clothes, I will frequent the headquarters, and I will not say more than that. My character is a little outspoken and very spontaneous. I don't intend to laze around there for several months picking up tidbits of small information. I will make a grand coup, one only, then I will quit." The captain was enthusiastic. He asked me right away why I wanted to serve France, adding that he asked always this question of those he employed. "One have no other interest," I told him, "except that of becoming able to marry my lover and be independent." "The reward will be worth the trouble," he observed. "And the question of money? Have you thought of it?" "One ask 1,000,000 francs, I said, "but you can pay me afterward when you have recognized the value of my services." Oh, that is a great deal of money," remarked the captain, "but if you truly render us a service that we ask of you, then we will pay it. Once we gave someone 2.5 million. Laduz began questioning her about Antwerp, asking if she had been there and claiming he had a photograph to prove it, which he did not. Antwerp was the location where, it was rumored, a mysterious blonde, a German PhD known as Fräulein Dr. Schrammüller, ran a spy trammie school. It was said that her agents were given code names using the initial A for Antwerp, the place of their training, and a second initial for the country in which they operated, in this case F for France, followed by a number. Apparently Laduz believed that Mata Hari was both a Guernin agent known as H21 and one known as AF44. There is little evidence that such a spy school existed and none that Mata Hari ever attended it. During the period in which she was supposed to have beer training in Antwerp, she was actually living in The Hague. After she left Lauduz's office, Mata Hari began to think oft practicalities of spying for France as only a woman of her nature would. She was far less concerned with a means of communicating with her spymaster than she was with the true essentials of her task, a wardrobe suitable for seduction. Once Agam, Mata Hari's life took on the aura of a French farce. Her approach to the problem was delightful and most unclandestine. 2 days after meeting with Lauduz, she sent him an uncoded letter through the regular mail, informing him that she must have an advance on her payment to BW New Clothes, explaining she could hardly expect to seduce the military general of Belgium or any other man of taste and power without a stylish wardrobe. She waited 2 days for an answer from Lauduz and, when he failed to reply, went to his office again on September 20. She asked if he had received her letter, and he admitted that he had. She urged him to hurry, then, as it took time to make up an expensive wardrobe and there were only 2 ships per month going to Holland, where she was to start following her plan. Lauduz, astonishingly, did not reprimand her for doing something so stupid as sending him an incriminating letter and Claire that anyone might have intercepted and read. Instead, he told her that his superior, André Gaubet, had decided she was not to be given an advance. She reminded him that she could not expect van der Capellan to pay for everything and that if he suspected anything, he would drop her and she would have no income, no safe haven in Holland. Reluctantly she agreed to delayed payment, no doubt confident that she would find some man to pay for her. Lauduz asked her to use invisible ink, and again she refused. No. That sort of trickery goes against my nature. In that case, he instructed her, she must await other instructions from a person who would come to her in The Hague. She would recognize his agent by the number AF44. He asked if she did not recognize the number, as it was hers. Mata Hari was flatly annoyed by Lauduz's crude game playing. She exclaimed, "Captain, I beg yet once more, drop these insinuations that irritate me, with the information from your little agents and all these dirty tricks, this will only harden my character. There will come a moment when I will no longer want to do anything for you." She rallied to denounce other spies, a practice she regarded as disgusting but only to pass along military or diplomatic information. Mata Hari might be a woman who lived off men, and a spy, but she had standards that she would not betray. At Lauduz's direction, she went to the office of Henry Monouri at the Prefecture of Police, where she obtained a visa to return to Holland via Spain. On October 14 the Hotel Muris got a court order to seize some of her trunks in payment of held debt to them. She paid the hotel 200 francs and then, irritated, went to plead with the manager to relinquish her possessions. Eventually she paid another 100 francs and then hid her trunks in the Avenue Henry Martin apartment to prevent their seizure yet again. She also wrote to the Dutch consul in Paris, Otto Bunge, asking him to write Anna Lint Jens, her longtime servant, and asl her to communicate to Baron van der Capellan that she urgently needed 6,000 francs, about $1,800 today. She never wrote to the Baron directly, because he was married, so this roundabout means of communication was normal. She visited Lauduz and sent him a pneumatique on October 17. This pattern of visit and pneumatique was repeated on October 19. She moved into cheaper rooms at the Grand Hotel ANC, began seeing more men, doubtless to make money. In late October, she made frequent visits to her bank, in hopes that money from van der Capellan had arrived. Before embarking on her first mission as a spy, Mata Hari longed to see Vadim again. He had a brief leave and came to Paris on October 23. She took him first to view their new home at 33, Avenue Henry Martin, and then they began a round of dining out, strolling in parks, and spending time alone together. On October 26 he left on the train. 2 days later Mata Hari sent Vadim 3 letters by express mail. These were intercepted and sent to Lauduz. She met with Lad 01X again on October 31 and begged fruitlessly for an advance. Fortunately, van der Capellan had sent her money, which arrived on November 4. She collected it and sent Vadim a money order for 500 francs. Vadim is the only man known to have received money from Mata Hari rather than vice versa. If any proof of her convict devotion to Vadim were needed, this was it. On November 5, 1916, Mata Hari left Paris on the N@LT train for Madrid. Laudat's men at Txim Bureau sent telegrams warning of her arrival to border towns and secret service agencies. Ladau's new spy would be spied upon every step of the way and given every opportunity to incriminate herself. 14 Stepping into the trap as I does it ordered, Mata Hari proceeded to Vigo, where on November 9 she boarded the S.S. Hollandia bound for the Netherlands. On November 14 the Hollandia docked at Falmouth to be checked by British authorities, a usual procedure even for a ship from a neutral nation. Mata Hari explained, "Upon our arrival in this English port, the boat was invaded by marine officers, police, soldiers, and suffragettes, the last charged with searching the women. TiVo suffragettes searched my trunks and no cabin with an unheard-of thoroughness. They were unfastening the mirror from the walls and looking under my bed with an electric lamp. Then an officer submitted me to a formal interrogation. He asked me if I indeed carried the names written in my passport and if I never traveled under another identity. Then, he stared at me fixedly for at least 2 minutes. Seeing that I did not lower my eyes, he took from his pocket an amateur photograph, representing a woman dressed in Spanish style, with a white mantilla, having a fan in her right hand and her left hand on her hip. The portrait resembled me a bit. Overall, the woman was a bit too small and more strongly built than I. I laughed, but my protestations did not convince the officer. He told me that the photo was taken in Malaga, where I swore I had never been. The captain of the boat and a certain Dutch passengers were KMD in attesting to my identity, but nothing doing. The officer made me disembark and sent me to London with my baggage. The officer was George Grant. Grant and his wife, Janet, were special agents of M15, stationed at Falmouth. Although in 1915 the British had issued a circular stating that Mata Hari, Margaret Zell MacLeod, was to be arrested if she set foot in the United Kingdom again, neither of them recognized her name. She was instead mistaken for Clara Benedicts, about whom a notice had been circulated in May 1916 with a photograph attached. Benedicts, like Mata Hari, was to be arrested and brought to Scotland Yard if she appeared in Britain. A couple from the ship was also seen as suspicious and taken in for questioning. Grant remembered the occasion vividly in 1964, when he was interviewed by Samuel Jinar. "She was one of the most charming specimens of female humanity I had ever set eyes on," Granell enthused, and spoke of her commanding carriage. Janet Grant strip-searched Mata Hari while Gran and his men tore her cabin apart. "We found absolutely nothing incriminating in her luggage," Grant remembered. Grant sent a message to London saying that among the passengers who arrived from Vigo was Margaretha Zell MacLeod, travelling on Dutch passport number 2603, issued at The Hague, 5-16____. It is believed that she is the woman Clara Benedicts, a German agent, circulated TM15E and did. NFL 5 was the British Secret Service unit and DID was the Department of Interior Defence. Grant mentioned that she claimed to have been living in Paris and was engaged to a Russian officer. She denied being Clara Benedicts but admitted she had met her once on a train. Grant's report concluded, "As Madarn MacLeod's story seems altogether very strange, it was decided to remove her and send her to London for Arthur examination. She is being sent to CO tonight under escort." He and his wife took her by train to London that night. Mata Hari was terrified, weeping ANC realzing to eat. She asked repeatedly, "What do you want from me?" Despite her fear, her legendary charm was still effective. By the time the Grants took her to Scotland Yard and turned her over to Chief Inspector Edward Parker, she and Janet Grant had become very friendly. She had given Jane Grant her visiting card, some photographs of herself, and a small glass or crystal dog. The Grants had also permitted her to go to a hotel so she could bathe and change clothes before her interrogation. At that Sir Basil Thomson was Assistant Commissioner of Police and head of the Specia branch, Scotland Yard. He was impeccably upper crust and had held a number of impressive civil service jobs. Nonetheless, neither his reports at the time nor his reminiscences are notable for their accuracy. Though he knew that Margaretha Zell MacLeod was Matahari and knew she was an exotic dancer like Clara Benedix, he wrote in one report that her passport was French, not Dutch, and spelled her name variously as MacLeod and MacLeod. Matahari immediately asked to communicate with the Dutch legation and was given pen and paper. She wrote a letter dated November 13, 1916, "May I beg your excellency politely and urgently to do everything possible to help me. A terrible accident has happened to me. I am the divorced Mrs. MacLeod sick, born Zell. I am travelling from Spain to Holland with my very own passport. The English police claim that it is false, that am not Mrs. Zell. I am at my wit's end, am imprisoned here since this morning at Scotland Yard, and I pray you, come and help me. I live in The Hague at 16 Newton 8 Leg, and am well known there as well as I Paris, where I have lived for years. I am all alone here, and I swear that everything is absolutely in order. It is a misunderstanding, but I pray you, help me. Sincerely, M.G. Zell MacLeod, sick as ever." Matahari's handwriting on this document is bold, large, and stylish. Her mistaken date, it was November 14, her emphatic underlinings, and her different spellings of MacLeod reveal her anxiety. Thomson held on to her letter until he had questioned her for 2 days, not notifying the Dutch authorities until November 16. Her interrogation was begun in Dutch, but this soon proved unsatisfactory. Matahari intensely disliked her translator. She remembered, "For 4 days, 3 men in uniform interrogated me. They questioned me in Dutch through a Belgian who had a visible horror of the people of my country. He spoke my language like a dirty Flamand, and he had the audacity to say to the 3 men that I had a German accent. Then he asked me insidious questions about Dutch cities where I had lived, trying to catch me out. At some point, the language switched to French, which Thomson almost certainly spoke. 2 other men were present, Captain Reginald Hall and his assistant, Lord Herschel, both of whom worked Val did and, as well-educated Englishmen of the day, would have in French. The man transcribing the interrogation, whoever he was, did not know French and struggled mightily with the spelling of non-English names and places. Thomson accused her of altering her passport and of being Clara Benedix, both of which she consistently denied. He asked her about her parents, her childhood, her marriage, interspersing critical questions with more routine ones in hopes of provoking a lie. As she was wont to, she told a few small lies, saying she had been in Italy when war broke out, not Germany, and that Norman had died in India, but on the whole, she told the truth. She said her father had been dead since 1913 and that she hadn't seen her daughter, Non, in 10 years. She admitted her father had written a book about her and that she was embarrassed by it. Finally, the questions circled back around to the photograph. Most of the questions were asked by the Assistant Chief Constable, whose part in the dialogue with Matahari is indicated by ACC, hers is indicated as NIAI. ACC, did you ever have an inflammation of left eye? NIAI, no, I have never had anything the matter with my eyes. ACC, you know that one of your eyes is more closed than the other? NIAI, yes, it has always been so. ACC, this photograph Clara Benedix has this peculiarity. NIAI, it is possible, but that is not me. Later, the Assistant Chief Constable resumed the line of questioning about her identity. ACC, where did these pearls come from? From Paris. ACC, it is a very rare fluing that 2 people should have a droop in the left eye, and your peculiarity in the left eyebrow is exactly identical, as they are in the photograph and yourself. NIAI, that is not my photograph, sir. ACC, then you are the victim of circumstances. There is another circumstance in which you the victim. There is handwriting under the photograph in this passport, and if it is forged it is a very clumsy forgery. NIAI, it is not a forgery. Can I be visited by the Dutch ambassador? ACC, you can communicate with the consul. I am going to write to the Dutch embassy as have grave doubts believing you to be Clara Benedix, a German. The next day, the team questioning her and focused on monetary transactions. ACC, just before you went to Paris, did you receive the sum of 15,000 francs from anybody? No. ACC, that was in Holland. MZM, no, but I took my 15,000 francs from a bank and gave it to another bank. I have 2 banks in The Hague. ACC, what was the bank you took it from? Nia I, Laundress, and I have another bank sch sick. ACC, Laundress Bank is the bank of the German embassy. We have information that Mata Hari received 15,000 francs from the German embassy. Nia I, that was the amount I took to go to Paris. Probably the 15,000 francs in question originally came from Cromer, the German consul. How the British knew about it is unclear. The British also questioned Mata Hari about a lady or two who was calling herself Mrs. MacLeod in Antwerp and also in Liverpool. Mata Hari steadfastly denied being in these places, suggested misidentification was at fault, and told them of receiving a letter at the Grand Hotel in Paris meant for Aniers MacLeod at the Grand Hotel in London. Later that same day, Mata Hari suddenly decided to confess that she was a French agent. MZM, now I have something to tell you that will surprise you. I thought it was too big a secret. This Captain Lad 0LX, asked me to go into his service, and I promised to do something for him. I was to meet his agent in my home at The Hague. ACC, you ought to have this to yesterday. Where did you meet Captain Ladawi? MZM, that is old history. In my lawyer's office, which was next door to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain. She recounted a dialogue that combined her meetings and recruitment by Lad 0LX before and after her trip to Vittel. She ended her tale with, he said, go to Holland, and you will receive instructions. So I went to await his instructions in my home. She also told them that the French consul from the Dutch legation also tried to recruit her as a spy, hinting, you love a Russian officer, and asking her to do something for the Russians. The British officers must have worked hard to conceal their surprise and amazement at the remarkable tale Mata Hari unfolded. As she offered names and information about various people, several prominent men who were her lovers, plus Ladouze, Monauri of the French police, the physician who delivered her first child, and her lawyers, the assistant chief constable could not resist remarking drily, it would be awkward to have a levy of all the belligerent countries in your room. They had already begun to doubt that she was Clara Benedict's. Before questioning her on November 16, Thomson had sent a message to the Netherlands minister in London. It read, I have the honor to inform you that a woman carrying a French sick passport bearing the name O.J. Margaretha Zell MacLeod, number 2603, issued at The Hague on the 12th of May 1916, has been detained here on suspicion that she is a German agent of German nationality named Clara Benedicts of Hamburg. She denies her identity with this woman, and steps are being taken to establish it. The passport bears signs of having been tampered with. She has applied to be allowed to write to Your Excellency, and materials for the letter have been furnished to her. After questioning Mata Hari that day, Thomson sent a second letter to the Dutch minister, which differs in interesting ways from the first. We have the honor to inform you that a lady bearing a Dutch passport, named Madame Zell MacLeod, has been removed from the Dutch ship Hollandia on her arrival at Falmouth, there being grave suspicion of unneutral acts against her. She has asked me to forward to you the enclosed letter. Inquiries are being made as quickly as possible by cable, and she will not be detained longer than necessary. If, however, she proves to be a person suspected of unneutral acts, it may be necessary to take further action against her. Thomson promptly initiated inquiries as to Mata Hari's identity. He claimed later in his memoirs that the Britons had been persuaded she had been working for the Germans since 1915, but if so, they had not plainly informed their allies of this conviction. He sent a telegram in cipher to Lad 01X, asking if he employed Margaretha Zell MacLeod. In the meantime, the interrogation of Mata Hari continued. She made a strong impression on Thomson, who described her as being tall and sinuous, with glowing black eyes and a dusky complexion, vivacious in manner, intelligent and quick in repartee, a severely practical person who was prepared to answer any question with a kind of reserved courtesy, who felt so sure of herself and her innocence that all that remained in her was a desire to help her interrogators. The only thing graceful about her was her walk and the carriage of her head _____. Time had a little dimmed the charms of which we had heard so much, for at this time the lady must have been at least 40. In hindsight, Thomson felt that Mata Hari thought she had triumphed in their interviews. Bulletin remembered that he was not persuaded of her innocence. We were convinced now that she was acting for the Germans, and that she was then on her way to Germany with information which she had committed to Thomson. Also claimed that he warned Mata Hari, in a fatherly way, to give up what you are doing and that she promised to, like a dutiful daughter. These remarks would be more convincing if he had accurately remembered her arrest and questioning as occurring in November 1916 instead of early in 1916 as he wrote. The next observation in his memoir that Mata Hari was arrested with compromising documents a month after he released her was entirely untrue and suggests that his hindsight might have been clouded by a desire to demonstrate his own prescience about Mata Hari. While they waited for responses to their cables of inquiry, the men at M15 catalogued and searched Mata Hari's very large professional wardrobe. This consisted of box with gilt clock, hat box containing 6 hats, 3 hat pins, feather boas, 1 veil, 2 fur stoles, 3 hat decorations, 1 imitation peach presumably to decorate a hat, 1 dressing gown, trunk with 1 pair gents boots, 1 brush, 1 bundle washing, 1 pair puttees strips of cloth used by the cavalry, who wound them around their lower legs from ankle to knee for protection, 1 pair spurs, 3 pairs shoes, 3 chemises, 1 napkin, 1 pair leggings, 3 veils, 1 box ribbons, 3 bra shells, 2 belts, 2 underskirts, 3 skirts, 1 dress, 4 pairs gloves, 1 umbrella, 3 sunshades, 1 douche, 1 pair stockings, 1 blouse, 3 scarfs, 1 night dress case, 1 coat, 1 costume matching jacket and skirt, 1 bag of dirty linen, 1 bundle sanitary towels, 1 box containing 4 hair ornaments, 1 hat pin and false hair, 3 fur necklets, 1 bottle vernis mordor, 1 box powder, 1 bottle white fluid boot trunk containing 6 pairs slippers, 1 box face cream, 3 pairs boots, 2 pairs shoes, 1 pair stockings trunk containing 2 pairs corsets, 30 pairs stockings, 1 lavender packet sachet, 1 veil, 8 underbodices, 1 handkerchief, 1 underskirt, 1 shawl, 10 pairs knickers, 3 princess petticoats, 3 combs, 2 dressing jackets, 11 chemises, 1 dressing gown, towel, 1 garter, 2 coats, 5 blouses, 4 dresses, petticoat, 1 scarf, 2 pairs gloves, a collar, 2 powder puffs. Trunk containing 1 handbag with mirror inside, 1 hair comb, 3 coats, 1 box containing comb. Dress, 1 ornament, 2 pairs shoes, 2 fancy boxes, 1 box containing copper plate and visiting card in the name of Vladimir de Maslov, Capitaine, Lear Regiment Speciale Imperial, Rus, 1 pair gloves, 1 blouse, 7 dresses, 2 princess robes, 1 petticoat, 1 belt, wooden box with 2 brushes and china tea service. Gladstone bag containing 2 pairs shoes, nail polishers, box of powder, pair of stockings, 2 boxes containing cigarettes, 8 hair nets, box visiting cards, box soap, pair gloves, 2 powder puffs, 1 underbodice, 2 night dresses, handkerchief sachet containing 21 handkerchiefs, 1 dressing gown, 1 empty cash box, bunch of keys, pearl necklet in case, monocle in case, 2 earrings in box, 2 pearls in a case, green stone ring in case, green stone necklet and 2 earrings in a case, 3 fans, 2 cloth purses. 1 containing 1 treasury note, 5 or 6 pounds in silver, LD copper, 14 silver coins and 5 bronze coins, hold all of cotton, needles etc., handbag containing cigarette case, photos inside, powder puff and rouge stick on chain. Boat tickets, visiting card stamp, treasury note case, empty, bank note case containing 4 100-franc notes, of a 1,000 franc notes, 160 guilder note, 140 guilder note, 150 pesetas note, 1 400 sick, presumably ruble Russian note, 2 pieces music, bundle of photographs and French dictionary, check book, crayon drawing, pocket wallet containing papers etc. 1 traveling rug. 1 fitted latches dressing case. Letters etc. This listing gives a deliciously vivid image of Mata Hari's lifestyle while traveling. It is fascinating that she had some of Vadim's clothes, possibly intending to have them laundered and sent back to him at the front. Most significant of all the responses Thomson received to his cables of inquiry was one from Laduz himself. In his memoirs, Lad 01X says that he replied to the coded message, coldly, understand nothing. Send Matohari back to Spain /Vihat is recorded in the British files as th translated and decrypted. Response from Laduz is somewhat different. REFR telegram number 22939 of November 16, 1916. Instant to Captain Laduz. He replies he has suspected her for something and pretended to employ her, in order, if possible, to obtain definitive proof that she is working for the Germans. He would be glad to hear that her guilt has been clearly established. In the margins 8 British Lieutenant Colonel with an illegible signature has scrawled, "I'll bet he would." Laduz abandoned and betrayed his own agent, claiming his hiring of her was a ruse to entrap her, and reinforced the British suspicions of her. But the British had no evidence upon which to hold her. Neither her questioning nor the searching of her possessions had tuned up anything suspicious. The cables came from Baron van der Capellan, the Marquis of Beaufort, the Dutch consul ir Paris, Otto Bunge, and others. Thomson decided to release her. On the fourth day of Matohari's detention, the British told her that they no longer believed she was Clara Benedict's and had decided to release her. Whether at Laduz's instigation or their own, they decided to forbid her to travel onward to Holland, her home country, and insisted she had to go back to Spain, an extraordinary decision. In addition to denying hiring Matohari as an agent, Laduz took it upon himself to write to Dutch authorities, alerting them to his suspicions. Laduz was apparently very anxious to deflect blame from himself now that his new spy seemed to be arousing awkward questions. Though everyone recoiled in alarm, no one had the least bit of evidence against her. Matohari spent some time at the Savoy Hotel in London recovering from her frightening ordeal. She applied for a permit to go to The Hague, with the object of her journey being to marry Captain Vadim de Maslow, which in her mind it was. The permit office consulted Thomson, who told them she was believed to be an agent of the Deutsche Bank. A new suspicion, the significance of which is not clear, and she was not to be given a permit for Holland. When she visited him begging for permission to take a ship to Rotterdam leaving on November 25, Thomson denied her again, insisting she might only return to Spain. On December 1 she left to catch the S. Arguella back to Vigo, Spain. The same day, the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs in The Hague wrote to the Dutch envoy in Madrid, warning him of hell impending arrival and spreading the rumors and suspicions. Eartha, the compatriot, had originally been stopped because one thought her passport was a fake and it was suspected her real nationality was German and that she was a certain Clara Benedict's from Hamburg. However, these suspicions were soon proved unfounded, but official messages from Paris gave reason to believe that Mrs. MacLeod had indeed been carrying out activities in ways that the French police look on unfavorably. She said that the Allies in parts trusted her to convey messages and she had to do this in Holland. The police were suspicious about these communications, and this was confirmed from information gained from Paris, from which it became clear that the orders had not gone out from the Allies but the enemy. She declared she was willing to return to Spain of her own free detect. She wants to avoid anything which could spread rumors about this adventure, I quote, of hers. Arriving back in Spain on December 11, Matohari did not quite know what to do. She spent days at the Hotel Continental in Vigo, renewing her acquaintance with Marshal Caziès, a French Mar who was the Dutch consul in Vigo. Caziès expressed his surprise and concern that she had been mistaken for Clara Benedict's. "What, they took you for Clara Benedict's? You'd have to be Inglesel to make such an idiotic mistake." Restored to confidence by Caziès's admiration and support, Matohari confided to him that on the Hollandia had been a Belgian husband and wife by the of Allard, and the husband spied for England while the wife spied for Germany. The captain had told her so. Perhaps she felt passing this piece of information on to an English ally would demonstrate her good intentions to the French. Astonishingly, Caziès's response was to invite Matohari to spy for the Russians. In fewer than 18 months, Matohari had been asked to spy for Germany by Cromer, France by Laduz, ANC now Russia by Caziès. The question is, why? No one questioned in connection with Matohari ever suggested that she was politically alert 01 motivated. None of her lovers or acquaintances recalled her asking about military secrets or information. The closest approach to such curiosity was when she asked after Vadim's health and whereabouts when she did not hear from him regularly. In fact, she was so unaware of the day-to-day progress of the war that she had only the vaguest notion where her lover's regiment was fighting. Strong political convictions cannot possibly be painted as the reason Mata Hari was repeatedly asked to auction as a spy. As a famous performer and striking beauty, Mata Hari attracted attention wherever she went. It was part of her personality to seek the spotlight, and she was very, very good at it. This made Mata Hari a ridiculous candidate for a job that required clandestine behavior. Even when she was in company with Vadim, or, for that matter, Rudolph MacLeod, and her flirtatious manner might be expected to be curbed, Mata Hari drew the eyes and admiration of men wherever she went. True, she was intelligent and an excellent linguist, useful attributes for a spy. But the attribute that she possessed that was the reason so many asked her to spy for them was her willingness to do things normally judged immoral for money. Because she was visibly a woman of the demi-monde, a high-class prostitute, in ugly terms men assumed she would also stoop to espionage, which had a very negative connotation at the time. Thus she was incriminated, recruited, and suspected for her readiness to sleep with men for money rather than anything else. She was considered a spy, or a likely spy, because she was Mata Hari, the epitome of beauty, seductiveness, and sexuality. Neither accepting nor declining Kazimx's offer, Mata Hari travelled to the Ritz Hotel in Madrid. She had written to Anna Lintjens from Vigo, asking her to explain to van der Capellan why she had not arrived in Holland as planned and asking, once again, for money. From Madrid, she telegraphed the Baron directly, as discreetly as possible. She was very short of alms, being dowered to her last 2,300 francs, roughly $7,000 today. She also wrote to La Sinclair asking how she should proceed, since she had been prevented from reaching The Hague. She did not suspect that it was Ladau's manipulations that had blocked her travel, or that he had a great investment in proving she was a German spy. Ladus was no longer her protector or employer, but instead her worst enemy and the last person she should have asked for advice. 15 Secrets and betrayal. After manipulating events so that Mata Hari would return to Spain, Ladus took one more decisive step in preparing his trap for her. He ordered that all messages intercepted by the Eiffel Tower radio station that involved communications between Berlin and Madrid should be monitored and sent to him. The French had broken the German encryption code some time earlier, so why this procedure of recording messages to or from Berlin had not been put in place earlier is more than puzzling. It is almost impossible to believe. Xivhy Ladus had not ordered these to be monitored as soon as the code was broken is unexplained. Could Lad 0LX have arranged for messages incriminating Mata Hari as a German agent to be sent? He could indeed, if he was a double agent. While waiting for money from the Baron to arrive, Mata Hari also attempted to contact Diego de Leon, who had promised her a commission for acting as his broker in the sale of some paintings in Paris. She was told he was in Courtesan on the coast. How convenient for de Leon to be out of town when a creditor calling. Days passed and Mata Hari had no word from Lad 01X and no money from van der Capellan or Leon. Needing Rimini urgently, she telegraphed Kazo, asking where the Russian was who wanted her to spy for him. He had been supposed to meet her in her hotel. She was told to keep waiting, that the Russian was in Switzerland. Mata Hari still believed that Ladus was in Paris awaiting her big coup, with £1 million TC pay for it. She decided to improvise, which was much more to her taste than careful planning anyway. She could not get to General von Bissing or the Crown Prince, since she was stranded in Madrid. She would have to obtain military secrets from the Germans at her disposal in Madrid. Who were they? She took up the diplomatic list helpfully provided by the hotel and searched for a high-ranking German whom she might contact. She selected an army attaché listed as captain and wrote asking for an appointment to meet him. She slipped into the envelope one of her visiting cards, which referred to her as Vrouw Zel MacLeod, an aristocratic title and which had an embossed crown on it. Ir later testimony, she consistently referred to Cal as von Cal, awarding him, as she had herself, an aristocratic title to which he had no right. Cal gave her an appointment to meet him at home on Saturday, December 23, at 3 p.m. Mata Hari's account of their meeting and conversation shows that she used a clever ploy, pretending she had come to demand why she was arrested for being Clara Benedict's. By asking such a question, she implied that she knew he was connected with German intelligence, as indeed he was. He at first took her for an intelligence agent but pointed out that such a person would not address him as captain, as she had, because his enemies knew very well of his promotion to major. She had written to him in French, the diplomatic language, but finding that she spoke fluent German, Cal used that language. Mata Hari's account sounds like a script for the stage. Him, in German: why do you come to see me? Me, am German. I was held 4 days in England, I was stopped and taken for German during plus or minus the voyage, it would appear, with a false Dutch passport. They wished very much that I was Clara Benex, what is the full story? Him, without responding directly: how well you speak German. How is that? Me, I lived 3 years in Berlin. Him, you must know some officers there. Me, yes, many. Him, give me some names. Me, I give him some and I add, I was the mistress of Alfred de Colpert. Him, smiling: now I know who you are. You are the woman of whom Alfred was so jealous. That reminds me. I saw you at dinner with him at the Carlton Hotel. You had come from the Sile maneuvers. Me, it is easier for you to recognize me than for me to recognize you. Him, I will tell you. What happened to you on your trip was not my concern. I am not occupied with such things since the king personally asked me to abstain from espionage affairs. What was done was ordered at Barcelona, but I went immediately to ask for the explanations from the Baron du Roland. Becoming more and more intimate, Cal offered me cigarettes and the conversation turned to life in Madrid. I made myself very attractive. I played with no feet. I did that which a woman may do in such circumstances when she wished to make a conquest of a man, and I knew that von Cal was mine. At one moment, he said to me, as I lay on the chaise, I am tired. I concern myself from the moment with the disembarkation of a submarine of German officers and Turks and munitions on the coast of Morocco, in the French zone. That takes all my time and my brain. I did not judge that it was appropriate to pursue any further during this first interview and, after several instants of conversation on miscellaneous topics, I left von Cal after conquering him. That night Mata Hari triumphantly wrote to Lad 01X, telling him she had made contact with a high-placed German official, who had told her that there had been a submarine landing in Morocco and had identified Baron de Roland as the head of German intelligence in Barcelona. Either of these, SHK thought, was a significant piece of information that ought to earn her a substantial reward. Because she believed Cal to be completely infatuated with her. I can do what I wish with my informant. She asked for Arthur instructions from Laudots. The next Sunday she dined at the Palace Hotel with one of the attaches from the Dutch legation, Mr. G. de Worth. De Worth presented her to Colonel Joseph Denvins, an attaché of the French Embassy, in Madrid, a most distinguished man, with a slight limp and the Legion of Honor decoration. Denvins was much taken with her beauty and grace, seeking her out the next evening at a gala ball at the Ritz Hotel, which she attended on the arm of yet another attaché. Madame, she remembered him saying, I have never seen anything more breathtaking than your entrance yesterday at the Palace Hotel. He so monopolized her company that Mata Hari was slightly embarrassed. Under the warmth of Denvins's attention, Mata Hari recounted the remarkable tale of her travels, the arrest and questioning in England, and her return to Spain. He grew a little agitated and asked her what the point of her visit to Madrid was. Realizing his anxiety was caused by the whiff of espionage in her story, Mata Hari tried to reassure him, saying with a smile and a naive degree of trust, "CMY Colonel, calm down, I am one of yours." He took my hand. I added, if I had known you a day earlier, I would not have had to go to the trouble of sending no information to Paris. I could give you the letter yourself and that would have been quicker. See what information? He questioned. In a moment, I gave him all the details, including the name of von Cal. I added that I had found the last a little unwell, but sweet as a lamb. Denvins was intrigued, both by the woman and by the information. WLTH her remarkable simplicity, Mata Hari did not consider that it might be unwise to confide her espionage secrets to a man she had just met, on the strength of his being with the French embassy. The next day she lunched with de Leon and then found the colonel waiting for her in a jealous fit in the hotel reading room. He demanded to know with whom she had been dining and what their connection was. He also urged her to obtain more specific information about the landing place in Morocco. Where was it? Thinking this would not be too difficult a point to pin down, she went again to see Cal. Her pretext was that she was planning on returning to Holland via Switzerland and Germany, but knew things were very difficult at the border. Could Cal not facilitate that part of her journey, as a favor to her? He regretted he could not assist her, but again offered her cigarettes. She accepted, seeing that Cal was nerve-wracked and exhausted. She said sympathetically, "Me well, always tired, always ill, always the thoughts in your head? Him do not speak to me of cannot be relaxed when you do. Me, but it must be so very difficult to disembark troops from a submarine on the coast of Morocco. Where do you have to bring off this coup? Him, beautiful women must not ask too much." She wisely decided to let the matter drop for the time being. When Denvins came to see her at the hotel late that afternoon, she told him he had forced her to make a false step and arouse Cal's suspicions. She indicated she preferred to operate on her intuition in the future, rather than following directives. She had apparently completely adopted Denvins as both her spymaster and admirer. For his part, he was deeply enamored. He took her to lunch and dinner the next day, pursuing her very publicly. The day after that, he came again to see her and to tell her that he regrettably must go to Paris. He asked for a bouquet of violets she wore on her bodice and her handkerchief as romantic souvenirs. He also asked if he could do something for her while he was in Paris. She asked him to go to see Laudots, who had still not answered her letters, and his superior, Colonel Gaubet. "Tell them," she instructed, "what sort of woman they are dealing with, how well I have done, and ask them to treat me more nicely and more openly." Denvins advised her to write a letter containing all her new information and leave it with his replacement, the Marquis de Paladins, at the embassy. Denvins would see that it reached the Minister of War. This may have been as much a warning not to trust Lad 0LX as Denvins's attempt to commandeer any important secrets she discovered for his own credit. Amusingly, as soon as Denvins left, Cal immediately invited Mata-Hari to come see him. Hedge account of their meeting provides a fascinating insight into the way she seduced so many men. At first Cal made some peculiar remarks that she did not understand, and then he grew angry. She supposed he was jealous, a common occurrence in her life. "Him, come here into the light. You have certainly repeated what I told you, for the French send their radio messages everywhere asking where the officers will alight in Morocco. Me, they might easily know from another source than me. And then, the radio messages. How do you know what they are telegraphing? Him, we have the key cipher to their radio. Me, that is something else. How clever you are." Seeing Cal was beginning to soften, I redoubled my sweetness with him. The conversation continued. "Him, with a beautiful woman such as you all is forgiven, but if they knew it was me who told you, it would cost me a great deal in Berlin." Seeing him become again submissive, I precipitated things. "CMY word, never mind," I said to myself, "let's go." And I let him do what he wanted. His gushing over, he began again to speak to me in these terms: "This war will perhaps lead elsewhere. There are among us some officers who are brutes." He spoke sincerely, wishing to confess to me? I don't know, but I never reply directly to him. I have even said to him that he must not denigrate his army. Germany has the most handsome men, and I insist that this army has many very brave men. Him, but the French do also. The aviators notably. They have one right now who flies over our lines and deposits among us a passenger that we must search for. But we are informed, and one of these days we will see him. We know everything, we have agents in France who are very well informed. Me, how do they warn you? Him, there are many means. Me, well, that astonishes me very much. I have traveled a good deal during this war, and judging by the inspections to which I have been subjected, I ask myself how one could pass the frontiers with secret things. One cannot even pass with a hatpin. In England, they check the ribbons on my chemises. Him, caressing me, but it is surely not with women like you that one transports such things. That would be the biggest stupidity in the world. We use people who are a little dirty, those whom one doesn't notice. They carry ink formed into little white balls under their fingernails and in their ears. Me, totally naturally, my God, what inventions like a dutiful spy. Mata-Hari wrote all Fluis new information down in a 12-page letter to Denvins that evening. The aviator who had dropped a spy, the secret ink, and above all, the breaking of the French radio code. She did not mention that Cal had given her 3,500 francs, the equivalent of about $11,000 today. She regarded this as the usual gift her gentleman friends gave her. She went to the French embassy but, not finding the Marquis de Paladins as instructed, left her letter with another attaché of her acquaintance, asking him to see that it reached Colonel Denvins. The situation with encoded messages had grown convulse. According to Laudots, the French had broken the German cipher and were intercepting German messages at the Eiffel Tower. He hoped or planned to find evidence that Mata Hari was a German spy thereby. But as Mata Hari HAC learned from Cal, the Germans had in their turn broken the French code. The Germans knew that thank French could read intercepted German messages. Thus the Germans could send messages in Euro broken code, which would seem to be genuine secret messages but which would be planted disinformation. Probably both Laudots and Cal appreciated that false messages from Berlin offer a clever way of implicating Mata Hari and taking pressure and suspicion off of others. Both regarded her as expendable, even a loose cannon with her demands for money, her not-so-subtle questions, her habit of drawing attention to herself, and her naive trust in anyone French. Feeling she had completed her spying mission, Mata Hari prepared to return to Paris to collect her reward. A few days before leaving on January 3, she received a timely warning from Senator Emilio Junoi. Junoi had been a lover of Mata Hari's, as is shown by the coy and sexual content of a letter he wrote her later, on March 1, 1917. The letter warned her that he had been visited by a French secret agent who had questioned him about his relations with her. The agent described her as a person known to be hostile to the Allies. Outraged, Mata Hari went to the French embassy to demand an explanation. Finding it closed, she went to the home of the Marquis de Paladins. The Marquis, not surprisingly, disavowed both responsibility for and knowledge of this questioning. Mata Hari did not understand that Laudots was working against her. She had not heard from him at all since arriving in Spain and of course did not know that he had denied she was his agent to the English. She was annoyed with Laclots, but assumed that Denvins had taken matters over Laudots's head since, in her view, Laudots was a little man incapable of understanding the sort of funding and cooperation she needed to carry out her mission, even though she was meeting with great success. As soon as she reached Paris on January 3, she settled into the Hotel Plaza Athénée and then went to have her hair tinted, to cover up the grey. She also wrote a letter to Vadim, asking the hotel how long it would take to reach Verdun. She did not realize his regiment was not at Verdun. Since Vadim's safety was a major worry, Mata Hari's ignorance of the whereabouts of his regiment shows how little the war concerned her. The 1st Special Imperial Russian Regiment, like all of thank Russian units on the Western Front, was in the department, similar to a county, of Champagne, not en Arsges, more than 100 miles from Verdun. Besides, the Battle of Verdun had ended on December 19, 1916, weeks earlier. Her first priority was to meet with Denvins, who had been besotted with her to the point of pestering her just a short time before. She was certain he had been very impressed with her espionage coup and would have everything arranged for her triumphal reception. But when she telephoned the hotel where Denvins had told her he would be staying, the hotel where he had promised to meet her and had given every indication of expecting to have sex with her, the hotel denied knowing him. She telephoned the Ministry of War and received the same answer: Denvins was unknown. This was not possible. She addressed a letter to him at the Ministry of War but, dissatisfied, made another attempt to locate him. She went to the Dxim Bureau at 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain and tuned away again. Finally, an officer who was leaving the Dxim Bureau took pity on her and said, "Ah, yes, the military attaché, but he leaves this evening for Madrid." The subsequent events are best told by Mata Hari herself. Wishing desperately to see the colonel, I took myself at 9 p.m. to Orsay station. The ticket collector forbade me access to the platforms. I went then to the office of the conductors of the Wagenlitz company and I wrote a little note to the colonel in which I said that I wanted urgently to see him and I begged him to stand at the door of the carriage at Austerlitz where I would go. An employee, whom I tipped, gave the porter my letter and I left in a taxi for the station of Austerlitz where could pass onto the platform with a suburban ticket. The train entered the station, but the colonel was not at the door. I called a conductor and begged him to ask the military attaché of France to come speak to me. Colonel Denvins appeared then at the door of a carriage. He had a very embarrassed air. I saw another man than the one who had made so many advances to me in Madrid. Me, and so this is the way you leave, no colonel, without warning me. And our business. Have you seen Captain Laudus? Him, a very small voice. I have seen him very little, but I have seen his chief, Colonna Gaubet. He told me that your information, especially the first, interested him very much. Anna, that you are an intelligent woman. Me, that's all? Him, he asked me also if my relationship with you was current and I told him no. Me, why have you lied? Him, in a plaintive voice, my little one. My little one, that was all. The train left and the employees asked me to take myself off. I remained dumbfounded on the platform. Mata Hari had been betrayed by Denvins. Possibly never before had a lover treated her so badly. Usually her lovers and former lovers helped her and did favors for her, it was how she managed her world. A man rarely parted from Mata Hari with a smile on his face, most remembered her with great fondness, admiration and affection. And yet, Denvins had let her down over a matter of great importance. Despite the hints and warnings, the lack of response from Laudus, the lack of money, the breakdown of the message transmission through the Marquis de Paladins, the letter from Junot, she never expected such fretment. After Mata Hari's own conviction, Denvins was arrested on espionage charges. After some months of imprisonment and interrogation, he was acquitted, but he was also demoted, suggesting that he was not completely cleared of the charge. Was he actually a double agent, trying to divert suspicion from himself to Mata Hari? This is yet another unanswerable question. For Mata Hari, the trap had been set, but she had not yet felt the snap of its teeth. 16 Caught in a trap, things rapidly deteriorated. The next morning she went to the Dutch consulate, where she sent a telegram to van der Kapeler saying she had arrived in Paris and asking him to notify Anna. Later she wrote postcards to Anna and Vadim, the latter reading, January 4. My dear, will I soon hear from you? Could you come to Paris? Kisses from your Marina. She also went again to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain. Whether accidentally or intentionally, the police who had resumed shadowing Mata Hari as soon as she returned to Paris had lost her. They did not record her second visit to the Xim bureau. There, she produced the pass Laudus had given her so she could see him upon her return. After a wait, the pass was returned to her with the word absent written on it. This was an appalling, unbelievable reception for a spy successful returned from a dangerous mission, having gathered valuable information. She went back the next day and waited for an hour, only to be told to fly again the subsequent day at 6 p.m. When she finally saw Laudus, he was acting bizarrely. He said that Denvins had seen him only briefly and had conveyed no information from her. She told him about the letter from Junot and asked who had authorized Junot's questioning, which smacked of blackmail. Laudus denied knowing anything about it. He had in fact abandoned her altogether, and said, in any case, you must never forget that you do not know me and I do not know you. It is certainly not we who have sent someone to the senator, and if an agent did this stupid thing, he will be sent to the front. Me, it is all the same to me, but I suppose that you have no interest in spoiling my work by the intervention of little secret agents. If a real French secret agent sees something that he does not understand, he runs to the embassy of France and not to the house of a Spanish senator. What's more, I was astonished by the reception you gave me. Where are the thanks for the services I have rendered you? Him, what services? That about the Baron du Roland and the submarine? Me, you forget that about the radios, the aviator, and the secret ink. Him, that is the first news of it I have heard. Me, what, the colonel told you nothing? Him, I repeat to you that he did nothing except pass through here. What? You say that they have the code for our radios. The military attaché is pulling your leg. Me, is there not one chance in 100 that his information is correct and that this would repay the pain of verifying it? Him, evidently, but I am open-mouthed in astonishment at the thought of it. Me too. Laudus, appalled at the information she had uncovered, improvised madly and asked her to remain in Paris until he could check out her story. However, he made no move to vary her report. The German cipher had first been broken by English cryptographers in 1914, but the Germans did not realize this until 1916, at which point they switched to a new code. Although the French radio listeners on the Eiffel Tower intercepted the messages in the new code and passed them on to the cryptographers, no one could read them until later that year when Dr. Edmund Locard managed to break the second code. Locard was the founder and director of the first scientific criminology laboratory. Known as the Sherlock Holmes of France, he had a formidable reputation. He volunteered for duty as a cryptographer and was an excellent one. When he broke the second code, it gave the Allies a distinct advantage. Then, at the end of 1916, something very peculiar happened. Messages intercepted at the Eiffel Tower having to do with Mata Hari began coming in, written in the old, broken code. If, as Mata Hari claimed, the Germans knew the French could read messages in this old code, why would they revert to it? Was it inconceivable carelessness? Or were the Germans using the broken code to feed false information to the French? Was Laudats using the German messages to manufacture evidence against Mata Hari? Though he did not tell anyone for RMNTHS, Laudats later claimed he had been receiving messages intercepted at the Eiffel Tower, messages signed by Mata Hari's lover, Major Arnold Kahl, addressed to the headquarters in Berlin since December 13, 1916, in the broken code. These intercepted messages referred explicitly to a new agent, age 21. Whether this agent was male or female was unclear, because he and she are not distinguished in German. The first message, sent while Mata Hari was in Spain trying to pry information out of Kahl, contained nothing more than common gossip about Princess George of Greece, the general dislike of the French Prime Minister Briand, and a vague warning about a British offensive to occur in the spring. More messages about age 21 followed, including one from Berlin on Christmas Day, instructing Kahl to give agent age 21 3,000 francs, Abu $9,000 today. Kahl replied he had given age 21 3,500 pesetas, roughly $12,500 today, and that the agent would request that additional funds be made available to his/her staff in Roermond, where Mata Hari's servant, Anna Lincolns, lived. On December 28, Kahl sent a message that age 21 will arrive in Paris tomorrow and would ask that 5,000 francs, approximately $15,000 in modern currency, be sent to her at once, naming Anna Lint-Jens and the Dutch consul in Paris, Bunge, as intermediaries. On December 29, Kahl sent another message confirming that age 21 had left Madrid for Paris. Here was what Laudus had been seeking: the solid proof that Mata Hari was actually a double Euro agent working for Germany and known as age 21. Or was it? Though Mata Hari had a servant named Anna Lint-Jens, who lived in Roermond, she did not leave Madrid for Paris until January 3, not prior to December 29 as the telegram of December 29 indicated. All of these incriminating messages were sent in the broken cipher, as if they were intended to be read by the French. Why would such specific information about the whereabouts of age 21, not to mention the name of her servant and the town in which that servant lived, be disclosed in a telegram at all? If Laudus believed these telegrams to be genuine, why hadn't he ordered Mata Hari's arrest immediately upon receiving them in decoded, translated form? Since the code was already broken, decoding and translating the messages would have taken very little time. Since Mata Hari had paid several visits to 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain soon after her arrival in Paris, finding her to make her arrest would not have been difficult. Why had Laudus avoided her rather than seizing her? And why had he not at least passed the information gleaned from the telegrams on to the army magistrate, in preparation for arrest? Laudus's behavior is puzzling at best, self-incriminating at worst. Frustrated by her interview with Lad 01X, Mata Hari returned to the Hotel Plaza Athene. Again SH was followed on her usual round of shopping and visits to the hairdresser, the dressmaker, the manicurist, the jeweler, the dentist, and the pharmacy. Again her telephone conversations were listened in on, again her mail was steamed open and sometimes withheld from her. She complained to Manauri, who told her there was nothing to worry about. She expected to see Vadim on January 8, writing him a letter on the 7th that read, "Tomorrow evening, my God, it is your Russian Orthodox Christmas today. I hold you for a long time. See soon, your Marina. But the next day, he did not appear and she was terribly worried. When no messages of explanation arrived from Vadim, she wrote to the Russian attaché Count Ignatify begging for news of her lover. She visited a fortune teller, hoping for promises of good news and happiness. She was seen weeping over her dinner in the hotel, sick with worry about Vadim. She wrote Vadim loving cards and letters almost daily and corresponded with Anna often. As she was once again in desperate need of money from the Baron, she was also very amiss about her situation, for she was beginning to realize that things had started to go very wrong after she agreed to spy for Ladus. Those who had once been so eager to see her and recruit her into spying now shunned her, denying knowledge of or responsibility for events that they must have known about, and offering no support or financial reward. On January 12 she went to the Dutch consulate and asked for advice and protection. She was received immediately, even though the consul Bungie was out with an illness. She complained that she was very worried about being tailed and spied upon. The attaché tried to reassure her and promised to come to the hotel to take tea with her soon, doubtless thinking she was a most attractive but silly woman. Mata Hari was much cleverer than many people realized. She sensed that some scheme against her was unfolding. At about this time, her shadow conveyed that she was taking many precautions, changing hairouts and doubling back, crossing the street abruptly to take a taxi, and looking suspiciously around to see if someone was following her. She retired to her room early and sometimes had her meals sent there. The concierge handed over to the inspectors an incoming letter from Vadim on January 14, which she never received. On the 15th, she started out of the hotel but then returned precipitously. She complained to the concierge, pointing out a man who she thought was following her. She did not go out again that morning. According to Locard's 1954 memoirs of the Mata Hari case, it was on or about January 15 that an euro of his colleagues brought to Lad 01X's attention the fact that the Germans had been using the original, broken code for the Mata Hari messages. It seems unlikely that such an important point would have gone unremarked for a month, but perhaps it is true. Possibly Ladus was ignorant of this fact and its significance until mid-January. Possibly he knew about the broken code but did not want to acknowledge that the Germans might be planting disinformation through these messages. Finally, he may have been in fact the mastermind who planned the broken code stratagem in order to divert suspicion from real spies to Mata Hari. Mata Hari decided it was time to demand answers to her questions. She wrote a letter to Ladus which she showed first to her lawyer and old friend, Edouard Clunet. As she recalled, the letter said, "What do you want of me? I am disposed to do all that you ask. I do not ask you your secrets and I do not wish to know your agents. I am an international woman. Do not discuss my methods, do not ruin my work with secret agents who cannot understand that I desire to be paid is legitimate, but wish to go leave Paris." Clunet found her letter a little blunt and was shocked by her demanding payment, which sounded mercenary, almost indecent. Naively, he had never realized how often she had accepted money from men. She told him, "If I am not ashamed to accept money, then I must not be ashamed to say so." SHK mailed the letter herself, rather than entrusting it to the concierge at the hotel. She was in terrible need of money. She had already moved from the Hotel Plaza Athénée to the Hotel Castiglione, which was cheaper. Then she moved again, to the Élysée Palace Hotel, which was cheaper still. According to Ladus's men, she was spending 500 francs a week, the equivalent of $1,610 today, though her hotel cost only 210 francs a week, $720. She had unpaid debts all over Paris. Finally, she received a letter from van der Capellan saying he had sent her 3,000 francs, about $8,000 today, the Dutch consulate. She promptly picked it up. In the same letter, ominously, the Baron told her he could not continue to keep up the house in The Hague if she was not going to return to it. Her long-suffering Baron was finally fed up with paying for a mistress whom he never saw. As he had been the mainstay of her financial existence, this was indeed a serious threat. That, added to her uneasiness about the surveillance and Lad 01X's evasive manner, persuaded her she must leave Paris soon. Despite her own precarious situation, she sent Vadim 1,000 francs of the 3,000 she had just received. There is another inexplicable gap in the surveillance reports on Mata Hari from January 15, 1917, until her arrest on February 13. Laudots had apparently called off Tarlet and Munir at about the time Lockhart informed him that the broken code was being used. In his book about Mata Hari, Lear Skirman disputes this point, noting that both Police Commissioner Albert Priolet, in a report dated April 18, 1917, and Henry Monowry, in his Police of the War, 1937, asserted that she was tailed until the time of her arrest. If she was under surveillance during the last month before her arrest, what has become of the daily police reports? They are not in her file, which suggests their deliberate removal. What could the inspectors have seen that was more scandalous than the nights they had observed her going off with prominent French politicians? If their recollections are incorrect, and her surveillance was halted, the dubious decision to let a strongly suspected spy operate freely in Paris demands explanation. Perhaps Ladau was disheartened to learn that the incriminating upon which he had hung so many of his accusations had been written in a broken cipher. Perhaps he was being pressured by his superiors to stop the events of surveillance. Certainly the months of manpower and time had been a complete waste, yielding no evidence whatsoever of espionage and abundant evidence of the life of a courtesan in wartime Paris. Mata Hari never lacked for male admirers, even though she was nearing 40 years old and even though she was in love with Vadim. From her perspective, she needed money and money meant lovers. From that of the officers she entertained, she was enchanting. An officer leaving the horrors of the battlefield and the dreadful responsibility of command to spend a few days or a week in Paris with Mata Hari entered a dream world. The life expectancy of those fighting on the Western Front could be measured in weeks, not years, and they knew it. To enjoy the attentions of a beautiful woman who was fashionably dressed, to take her to fine restaurants, and to make love to her with passionate abandon were the surest escapes from the realities that haunted these men. No wonder so many sought her company and savored every moment of it, knowing that the battlefield, that blood, death, and hardship, would be temporarily held at bay. Many of the men Mata Hari loved told very similar stories off their meetings. They encountered hell in a garden, a tirunu, or some other public place. Drawn by her beauty, the men struck up a conversation with her, took her to tea or arranged to meet with her again. Sometimes these encounters were merely transient and pleasant, sometimes they led to a brief affair. A typical story was told by Paul Bourgeois, a military nurse, who recalled, the 6th or 7th of February, I cannot be precise about which of the 2 days, having permission, one went to parts and in mid-afternoon found myself on the Rue de Castiglione. I entered into the garden of the Tuileries to take photos of the snow. It was then that I saw, walking before me, a pretty young woman, extremely elegant, about 32 years old. I approached her and asked if she would pose for my photos to animate the scene. We fell into conversation and finally, we went together to take tea in a house M. Rue Camarden, near the Place de l'Opéra at the left, and going toward this street. I do not know the name of the place because I had never been there before. If I remember correctly, the facade is painted blue. My new friend, she seemed to know the house and it was she who chose it, and we were directed to a table on the right that she seemed particularly fond of. There, we continued to chat about everything but not military matters. This woman posed not a single indiscreet question of that type, she never asked me where I was stationed. The conversation was very gay and mostly superficial. I wanted to see this young woman again. Anna asked her if she would be my Marine, a female pen pal or sweetheart, and naturally she accepted ____. In leaving I arranged a rendezvous with her for the next day. Mata Hari continued to entertain many soldiers and brought joy to their leave, but in the meantime she was growing frantic for word of Vadim. She knew that she might have to return to The Hague soon and would be unable to see him perhaps for months. She wrote letter after letter, sometimes several a day, and longed for his replies. She renewed her acquaintance with Adam Wieniawski, with whom she had worked on of her theatrical performances. He was delegated to the Russian Red Cross, and she thought he might be able to get her information about Vadim. Wieniawski later testified, she showed me various photos of herself with this officer with extremely amorous dedications. Of all her questions, the only one that shocked me was when she asked, was Maslov grievously wounded at Verdun? However, the Russian troops were never in that sector. I told her that her friend, as far as I knew, was simply bruised. And at her demand I gave my word to inform her something serious happened to Maslov. I had promised also to recommend to his boss, General Nechvofodov, to give him permission for a convalescent leave if he needed it. I had soon thereafter to telephone the general several times. He responded to me, "She is a tall, brown-skinned woman, an exotic type? In that case, I counsel you to have nothing to do with her. I have had very bad reports of her." At about this time, Madame Zella found a way of telegraphing me at Chalons, his base. I do not know how she had my address. I believe that she asked me for news of Maslov. I did not respond and have not heard further from her. Wieniawski's remarks reveal two important points. First, Vadim's superiors knew of his intense affair with Mata-Hari and disapproved. Second, and more surprising, Wieniawski's words reveal a vital facet of Mata-Hari's personality. Despite her devotion to Vadim and her ever-mounting anxiety about his well-being, she followed the war's progress in such a cursory fashion that she did not know what battles his regiment was in, nor did she apparently know that the fighting at Verdun had ended some weeks earlier, in December of 1916. Since the newspapers reported daily on the war and the battles being fought by different military units, Mata-Hari must have been totally disinterested in the war itself to be so ignorant. In mid-January, just after Mata-Hari's surveillance had ceased, Vadim finally obtained leave to go to Paris. He showed her a letter written by his colonel's military attaché, forbidding him to marry her or even to have any further contact with her. The problem was that the colonel had received a report from Count Ignatieff at the Russian embassy in Paris, who in turn had been informed by a unnamed French officer that she was a dangerous adventuress, a gold diver in modern slang. Vadim had been warned not to associate with Mata-Hari, and the strongly worded caution was reiterated shortly before he began his leave. But he had no intention of staying away from her, despite his commanding officer's wishes, and instead showed her the letter against her. Who was working to ruin her reputation? She thought at the time that Laudats was sabotaging her romance for some reason, but later she believed it was Colonel Denvins. Denvins had already proven himself a ridiculously jealous man when he had met her in Madrid. He monopolized her attention, and after a few days' acquaintance thought he had the right to question her sharply about whom she saw and where she went. He demanded to know the name of the officer with whom she was in love, de Maslov. Later, Denvins had turned against her and failed to pass the information she had entrusted to him along to Laudats. Too soon, Vadim had to return to his unit and Mata-Hari was again alone. When she failed to receive any instructions from Laudats, her invasions took hold again. She went to Monauri at the prefecture of police, asking for a travel permit to go to Holland via Switzerland. Monauri told her Laudats was on the Riviera for at least 3 weeks and no one could give her a travel permit without his approval. As she had done when trying to get to Vittel, Mata-Hari simply went to another office to apply for a travel permit. This time, because the prefecture of police had refused to give her a permit, she went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On February 10, 1917, a request for a warrant to arrest Mata-Hari was written by the Minister of War on the letterhead of the War Ministry, Army Headquarters, Chinkim Bureau, section of the Centralization of Information No. 3455 SCR 10. It was stamped secret and addressed to Th General Oft Division, Enfilatory Governor of Paris, Office of N1 Military Justice. It read, "I wish to make known that the here named Zell, divorced spouse of MacLeod, aka Mata-Hari dancer, Dutch subject, strongly suspected of being an agent in the service of Germany." The italicized phrase is inserted between the original typed lines. This information came from a very reliable secret source and the following indications have become known to the Counter-Espionage Service Oft Army Headquarters. 1. Zell MacLeod belongs to the Cologne Intelligence Service where she is known by thank designation age 21. 2. She has been twice in France since the onset of hostilities, undoubtedly to receive intelligence for Guernani. 3. During her second voyage, she offered her services to French intelligence, when in fact, as she showed later, she would share whatever she learned with German intelligence. 4. Arrested by the English on her attempted return to Holland, she was returned by them to Speyer where she entered into relations with the German military attaché at Madrid, At the same time she offered to the French military attaché to pass on information about the activities of German intelligence in Spain. 5. She confessed the points mentioned in the above paragraph to the German military attaché, as is established by a secret document coming from her, and further that she had received 5,000 francs from the German intelligence service at the beginning of November in Paris. 6. She has, further, remitted to the German military attaché a series of intelligence reports about military and diplomatic orders which were then transmitted by the headquarters to Berlin. 7. She finally agreed to return to France, where a sum of 5,000 francs was sent to her by successive transmissions from the German ambassador in Holland at the General Consulate Oy Holland in Paris. This sum effectively reached Zell on January 16, 1917, and then she had made a photo of the receipt signed M. Bunge, Consul of Holland, whose exact role in this affair could not be established except by questioning. I communicate to you T1 formation which will permit you to appreciate the opportunity that is offered by issuing an order of denunciation against Zell MacLeod, on the strength of which TWC dossiers of information have been constituted, one by the Army headquarters and the other by the Prefecture of Police, dossiers which they could use for investigation. There are several interesting points about these charges. Item 4. Embarking on an affair with Major Cal and offering to pass information gathered from him Denvins to the French government sounds damning, but was exactly what Laudots had asked her to do, to seduce a high-ranking officer and then to gather information for the French. Though the code name H21 is mentioned, the telegrams that identified Mata Hari as H21 are not. Then Laudots had recruited Mat Hari. Laudots had accused her of being enemy agent AF-44, trained in Antwerp. She denied it and matter was seemingly dropped. Now she had become H21, but again no evidence was offered. Not knowing she was on the verge of arrest, Mata Hari returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on February 12 to inquire about her permit to travel. She was told her papers had not arrived. She returned to her hotel, hoping, as always, for a letter from Vadim. The warrant for Mata Hari's arrest was issued the same day, citing the crimes of attempted espionage, complicity, and passing intelligence to the enemy. The warrant was stamped for execution on February 12. Captain Pierre Bouchardon, an investigative magistrate of the Third Council of Watch, the military court that tried espionage crimes, instructed Police Commissioner Albert Priolet DC carry out the arrest and a detailed search, seizing letters, other documents, and bank information. He was also charged to intercept her ongoing correspondence. On the morning of February 13 a knock came at the door of Mata Hari's room, number 131 of the Élysée Palace Hotel. When the door was opened, Priolet let in 5 inspectors to find Mata Hari eating breakfast, probably dressed in an exquisite, lace-trimmed dressing gown of the sort she loved to wear. Contrary to rumors that circulated later, Mata Hari did not appear naked in front of men who had come to arrest her. Priolet read her the warrant for her arrest. While Mata Hari dressed, his men began their search of her room and possessions. They itemized the various objects and documents they thought might be suspicious, placing them under seal number 1. 1. A French visa issued at The Hague on 27 November 1915 to Madame Zell, Register 312. Issued for Paris for the last time the January 4, 1916 for the Low Country via Spain and Portugal. 2. A travel permit issued under the number 1498E to Madame Zell for a TNP to Vitel. 3. A residence permit in the name of Madame Zell, issued in Paris the December 13, 1915. An extract from the Registry of Enrollment for Aliens in the name of Zell. Registry 4113, Volume 32. 5. An addendum to the visa number 312 issued in London the 2nd of December 1915, to Courtesan Henday January 11, 1916. 6. A visa issued in The Hague the 12th of May 1916 in the name of Madame Zell, Dussy, passport. Seal number 2, wrapped. 1 lot of correspondence. Seal number 3, wrapped. Different receipts, bills, and diverse papers. Seal number 4. 10 papers dealing with the sending of money, the rental of a safety deposit box, bank matters, the rental of an apartment at 33, Avenue Henry Martin. Seal number 5. A checkbook for Credit Lyonnaise, account number 147,045, in the name 0, MacLeod, Matahari. Seal number 6. 53 diverse addresses. Seal number 7. 30 photographs. Seal number 8, wrapped. A valise containing books, brochures, programs, and various objects. Seal number 9, wrapped. A box containing a pendulum clock and addressed as a gift from Madame Zell. Seal number 10, wrapped. A box containing various objects that Madame Zell intended to take to Holland, as gifts to her servants. Seal number 11, wrapped. A traveling bag containing toilet products being submitted for examination by the Judicial Identification Service. Seal number 12. An envelope containing 6 bank notes in the value of 100 francs, numbers 79885326-0696803-28148089-58349558-677503343, a bill for 60 florins, number AA094887, a bill of 40 florins, number UB2363, a Russian bill, number 609466. Separate from this, a sum of 100 francs was left with the aforenamed Zell. After ransacking her belongings, Priolet and his men took Matahari for her first interview with Euro investigator, Pierre Bouchardon. He would become her nemesis. 17 Grinding her to dust. Mqta entered Pierre Bouchardon's office at the Palace of Justice at 11 o'clock on the morning of February 13, 1917. The office was so small that Bouchardon referred to it as his cupboard, with 2 small tables and chairs, one for Bouchardon, one for the accused, and one for his clerk. The room must have been uncomfortably crowded. As investigating magistrate, Bouchardon should have been fully informed of any information gathered by any source, but he had not. For his own reasons, Laudus had not yet confided to Bouchardon any information about the coded telegrams. As for the surveillance reports, Bouchardon scoffed that they were little more than a list of addresses for couturiers and tea houses. Bouchardon was a small man, 46 years old, the son of a family in which law and medicine were the favored professions. He had worked as a substitute judge and an attorney before he obtained the post of Assistant Director of Criminal Law in the Ministry of Justice. When the Third Council of War was created, he was proud to be appointed its sole investigative magistrate. He liked to quote a passage from Robespierre, "Justice must know neither friend, nor parents. She grinds in front of her all those who are guilty." On the day of Matahari's arrest, her interrogator, Pierre Bouchardon, wrote, had she been pretty? Without a doubt. Feline, supple and artificial, used to gambling everything and anything without scruple, without pity, always ready to devour fortunes, leaving her ruined lovers to blow their brains out, she was a born spy. The Matahari Foundation /Free Plus or Minus Museum. By nature, Bouchardon was tense, he smoked, chewed his fingernails, and paced across his office. He was obsessive about his cases. He wished to know everything, every detail. His colleagues knew him to be a relentless investigator and nicknamed him the Grand Inquisitor. As a contemporary of his remarked, his name Pierre, meaning stone, and Bouchardon, derived from Bouchard or sculptor's hammer, was especially apt. Like a stony hammer, he pounded away at the accused and at unsolved enigmas until he shattered them, and he proceeded to use fluous approach to the fillist with Matahari. Even if he had little or no evidence against her, he was sure he could break her mentally and physically and get her to confess. The first meeting between Bouchardon and Matahari was of the utmost importance. It was witnessed only by Sergeant Emmanuel Baudouin, who took notes in shorthand that were later transcribed in all. Following standard procedure, Bouchardon first asked Matahari if she had received the warrant against her. She said she had. He informed her that she had the right to call a lawyer. Baudouin recorded that she replied she did not need one. He wrote down her statement, which she signed as accurate: "I am innocent. Someone is playing with me French counter-espionage, since I am in its service and I have only acted on instructions." She maintained that she needed no lawyer. This was a very foolish decision. She formally waived the right to have her attorney present at her first and last questioning and so received little legal advice. She did not yet understand the gravity of her situation. Of course, Mata-Hari denied all accusations and at the end of the interview rose to go, thinking it was over. It would be, she may have thought, like that foolishness when she was arrested in Falmouth and mistaken for Clara Benedict's. Instead, Bouchardon grimly informed her, she was to be committed to prison. He seemed to take a certain glee in her panic's frickin' response. He told a description of her in his notes after the interview. I saw a tall woman with thick lips, dark skin and imitation pearls in her ears, who somewhat resembled a savage. When I told her she was to stay in St. Lazare prison, she tuned to me, a haggard look came into her eyes, which were dumb with fear, bits of dyed hair stuck out at her temples. Philippe Colas, Bouchardon's grandson, speculated that Bouchardon was especially merciless with Mata-Hari because of her immorality. Bouchardon had recently discovered that his own wife had taken a lover. His personal notes indicate that he had decided upon Mata-Hari's guilt from their very first meeting, if not beforehand. He later wrote, "From the first interview, I had the intuition that I was in the presence of a person in the pay of our enemies. From that time, I had but one thought, to unmask her. Not only was she guilty because she was an immoral wicked woman like Madame Bouchardon, but she was guilty because she had been arrested, because the war was going badly for the French and she was accused of passing secrets to the enemy, because the French troops were starting to mutiny. Bouchardon and the French government needed someone to be guilty, and Mata-Hari was perfect for the role. One of Bouchardon's most effective tactics was to isolate and disorient the prisoner. Another was to put her into the worst conditions possible, and Saint Lazare was perfect for that purpose. Bouchardon ordered her to be confined in the most horrific nightmare of a prison that Paris had to offer, the notorious Saint Lazare. The first night she spent in a padded cell, a normal provision for a suicide watch was kept on her, using a small hatch in the door. Her filthy, flea-infested straw pallet lay on the cold floor. She was assigned number 721 44625. Bouchardon gloated that he had frightened Mata-Hari when he told her she must stay in St. Lazare prison. I saw a tall woman with thick lips, dark skin and imitation pearls in her ears, who somewhat resembled a savage. She turned to me, a haggard look came into her eyes, which were dumb with fear, bits of dyed hair stuck out at her temples. The Mata-Hari Foundation/Fries Museum, St. Lazare had originally been a prison hospital treating street walkers with venereal disease. In the early 20th century it housed female criminals, usually from the lowest class and convicted of the most heinous crimes. The prisoners were attended to, minimally, by nuns of the Order of Marie Joseph from February 13 until July 24 of 1917. Mata-Hari lived in almost complete isolation. Elderly nuns, Sister Leonide and Sister Marie, were assigned to her. Their company, a few meetings with her attorney, examinations by the prison doctor, and interrogations by Bouchardon were all that broke the monotony. Saint Lazare was dark, damp, filthy, rat-infested, unheated, and tarnished primitively. The prisoners had no privacy, and their food was scanty and appalling. The elegant demi-mondaine who had dined in the finest restaurants of Europe faced thin soup and bad coffee for breakfast, bread and boiled vegetables for her second meal, with a thin slice of poor quality meat once a week, and she was forced to pay for these meals. The fastidious woman who had insisted on a private bathroom in every hotel was restricted to a small bowl of cold water in the morning for her ablutions. The glamorous dancer who favored silken costumes decorated with jewels now received a clean, coarse chemise once a week. The Amazon who rode horses butyl and danced with strength and grace was permitted 15 minutes of exercise a day if she caused no trouble. Even for poor street walkers, conditions at St. Lazare were brutal. Sometimes the prisoners actually revolted in protest. For Mata-Hari, it was the crushing destruction of the world of luxury, comfort and admiration she had built with such effort. The eventual result of her prolonged imprisonment was the nearly complete obliteration of identity of Mata-Hari. The cells at St. Lazare were stark, filthy and rat-infested. Mata-Hari pleaded with her captors, "I cried from fear in the night and no one could hear. I think I am going mad. I beg you not to leave me locked up in this cell." Collection Roger Villalat, Leon Bizard, the senior prison doctor, remembered that he visited Mata-Hari on her first night at St. Lazare, but there is no document describing such a visit in her dossier. He recalled that he asked her if she needed anything and she answered vigorously, yes. A telephone and a bath. The prison had no bath and certainly did not supply telephones to prisoners. She did not yet comprehend the all horror of her situation. Boucherton gave Mata-Hari a day to experience the realities of prison life and then called her IR for an interview on February 15. He was mentally set for a duel with a woman he felt was evil. After their first meeting, he had written a description of Mata-Hari that bears little resemblance to descriptions offered by any other acquaintance of hers. Had she been pretty? Without a doubt, if one consulted the portrait taken in her youth, which was the one in her passport. But the woman who was led to me in my office at the Thera Council of War had suffered much at the hands of time. Her eyes large as eggs, bulbous, yellow and disfigured with red veins, the snub nose, the skin showing the application of too much rouge, the mouth stretching almost to her ears, lips like the fat rolls of a negro, large teeth like paddles with a space between the incisors, hair graying at the temples where the dye had not lasted as long. In the pallid light that infiltrated the courtyard of the jail, she did not resemble at all the dancer who had bewitched so many men. But she had kept the harmony of her figure, the slenderness and a certain swing of the hips that was not devoid of grace, a little like the undulations of a tigress in the jungle. Feline, supple and artificial, used to gambling everything and anything without scruple, without pity, always ready to devour fortunes, leaving her ruined lovers to blow their brains out, she was a born spy. She squandered money with such frenzy that she was often reduced to penury. Then she frequented the houses of assignation. Dr. Leon Bizard, doctor of the Prefecture of Police, encountered her in the course of his visits to check prostitutes for syphilis, in an establishment in the quarter of Ayatoyle. In addition, she had prohibitive rates, 50 louis for a passing fancy, a slang phrase meaning a quick and crude sexual encounter. At irregular intervals from February 15 onward, Boucherton called Mata-Hari in for questioning. She had begun to appreciate that the charges against her were very serious, yet she could not believe that she would be convicted, since she was innocent. At this interview, she again renounced legal help, signing a statement that read, "I expressly renounce, for the present interrogation, all of the formalities of the law which concern the assistance of legal counsel and the benefit of procedures at his disposition." Prodded by Boucherton, she began to recount the story of her life during the interview, piece by piece. Typically, she changed some of the details to cast herself in a better light. For example, she said Rudolph divorced her not because of adultery and her immoral life, the real charges, but because she had abandoned the conjugal home. She made some of her relationships of longer duration than was true, skipping over periods when she was _LNG a living by much shorter affairs or borderline prostitution. She bragged of the large fees she received as a dancer at the top theatres of Europe. She was very vague about dates. She also mentioned her lover, Colonel van der Capellan, who maintained for her use a charming house in The Hague, thinking it would make her sound respectable. At the end of the interview, she said, "I wish, for the rest of the questioning, that Maitre Clunet, who is already occupied with my affairs, should be designated as my attorney. As for the rest, I ask you to permit me to have my linen dressing gown, which is indispensable to me. Finally, I am in Saint Lazare under conditions that one cannot withstand, and I ask that you have me examined from the point of view of health. I am suffering greatly and I need special care." Boucherton recorded grudgingly that she had taken hold of herself again, and put up a good fight. But he knew, as she perhaps did not yet, that this would be a fight to the finish. He was determined to accordingly. Mata-Hari was examined by one of the prison doctors, Jules Socket, 2 days after her arrest. He reported that she was aged 40 years, tall, well-formed and seemingly vigorous. Because of the emotions caused by her arrest, she says, and the rules to which she was subjected since that day, she vomited blood that night. This frightening state is heightened by the fact that she finds herself in a cell that is dark and airless. The cell where we visited her is spacious, the walls are padded, but it is aerated by only a single circular window with a grille measuring about 25 centimeters less than 10 inches in diameter, in the middle of which is an electric lamp. At the time of our examination, we were able to verify that she was menstruating. The accusa had no fever, her tongue was clean and not coated. She was very emotional and nervous. Auscultation of her chest revealed no unusual sounds, it was the same with the sounds of the heart. Conclusion: the accused Zell is not actually suffering from any organic disease or complaint or fever. She can without any serious inconvenience withstand a regime of preventative detention. As soon as possible, as a measure of humanity, we suggest it would be necessary to change this cell for a lighter and more airy one. On February 19 she was briefly admitted to the infirmary, a point that contradicts Sackett's Kirill assessment of her health, and then moved from her first cell to a marginally better one. The latter can be imagined from the name of that section of the prison, La Menagerie. Desperate women, rats, fleas, and lice were the inhabitants of these dreadful zoo. She was left to sit in her cell until February 21, when she was called in for more questioning. Maître Clunet was present but not very effectual. Bouchardon later described him as an old and somewhat naive admirer of the dancer. He carries out his defense of his client with an ardor of a neophyte, and he has a tenderness toward her that I cannot explain to myself, for he knows that at the outbreak of war, the accused was in Berlin itself, the mistress of 2 officers and of the chief OJ police. It was Madame Zell herself who told him this. Bouchardon made a considerable error in this statement, describing Griebel as the chief of police rather than a chief of police. But errors aside, his real point was valid. Clunet had never handled a client accused of espionage before and had little idea how to proceed. In this interview, she described returning to Paris from The Hague to collect her personal belongings from her house at Neuilly that had been put into storage early in the war. She needed certain toilette articles, she explained, that were not available in the Netherlands. For the first time, her love affair with Vadim came into the official record. They met in July of 1916 and it was a grand love on both sides, she confided to the cold-eyed Bouchardon. Bouchardon never believed that Mata Hari was in love with Vadim or anyone else, except herself and her sensuous pleasures. He wrote, already the official mistress of Colonel van der Capellan, of the Dutch army, she was also the mistress of the Belgian commandant the Marquis de Beaufort and of the Russian captain de Maslov, who presented her as his fiancé and for whom she played the comedy of great love. This triple liaison did not stop her from having fleeting relations with 1 Montegratun officer, 1 Italian, 2 Irish, 3 or 4 English and 5 French officers. Far from being ashamed, she flattered herself about it. 1 love officers, she declared, I have loved them all my life. I will rather be the mistress of a poor officer than a rich banker. My greatest pleasure is to go to bed with them without thinking of money, and then, I like to make comparisons among the different nationalities. In Bouchardon's view, Mata Hari was not only a whore but, worse yet, an unashamed whore. He viewed with great skepticism her claim that she applied for a permit to visit Vittel because of her love for Vadim. It was that application that had ensnared her in the tangle of espionage, because it took her to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain, the home of the Dxim Bureau and Georges Laduze. I was lad 0LX who shookest she spy for France, she told Bouchard, reciting their conversation, and Il was he who gave her the permit to go to Vittel. Everything was Laduze's melt. Convinced she had almost talked her way out of the charge of espionage, Mata Hari returned to her cell. Shortly she wrote a letter to Bouchardon that is surprising and pathetically amusing in its naivete. I again ask for my provisional liberty from the military governor of Paris. I beg you, please help me to obtain it. You see that neither my trunks nor my letters contain anything improper, and never, never, have I done the slightest thing like espionage against you. I suffer too much. Until I am freed, I beg you for the following: 1. My couturier Madame Charter, 5, Rue de Lambray, has at her shop a cloak of white cloth, decorated with black fox. I have 25 or 30 francs yet to pay her for a small repair to it. Could you get this garment and pay her 50 francs? 2. The chambermaid of the first floor of the Élysée Palace Hotel must have received my lingerie back from the laundress. There are 5 or 6 francs to pay. Would you please go look for this? 3. Would you ask the agents who searched my rooms what they have done with my toilet articles and my gold earrings, the large Portuguese rings, which were found in the drawer to the right of my dressing table? 4. Madame Dalodier, milliner, 14, Rue Duphat, for my boa with white plumes. There are 15 francs left to pay. Would you like to arrange all this? I would be grateful. And then there is something close to my heart. It is the permission to go see my fiancé Captain de Maslov. I cannot find words to ask you for more. I have never done anything bad toward you. Give me my freedom. This may have been the only time in history that an accused spy asked her interrogator to collect and pay for her laundry and personal possessions. These requests clearly display Mata Hari's implicit assumption that she was innocent and that a man would do almost anything for her. Doubtless she felt it entirely reasonable to ask Bouchardon to perform these errands, if he insisted on imprisoning her. Astonishingly, Bouchardon ordered a police inspector, Courtesan, to carry out her demeaning requests and pay these bills. Courtesan even put in for reimbursement for the taxi he took while on these errands. At Bouchardon's request, the police continued to intercept Mata Hari's mail. By February 23, they had collected 3 postcards and 2 letters from Vadim to Mata Hari. February 12, Vadim wrote to tell her he was in the hospital at Epernay for an operation on his aftermath of being gassed and begging her to visit him. On the 13th, he wrote again. Dearest Marianne, for 5 days I have been in hospital at Epernay, Hospital Marguerite. You would not believe how this life brings me down. I need so much to have you close to me to whisper words of love in my ear until my heart is full. Alas, the distance that separates us obliges me to do nothing except think of you. I visit you in dreams that are so strong that I forget it is only a dream and I am seized by a sudden foolish thought that I wish to embrace you. I open my arms and suddenly the vision disappears, leaving me saddened. In these painful moments your photograph, which never leaves me even on the day of battle, is a sweet consolation. I have already expedited a letter to ask you if it is possible for you to visit me. What would it take for you to do it? Please, upon receipt of this, telegraph me your response. Epernay is a small city where you will not need to bring all of your trunks, because you could come only for 3 or 4 days. My kisses and thoughts. I cover your splendid body with kisses. The next letter, undated, says that he has been evacuated to a hospital in Paris. On the 18th, Vadim wrote again, completely astonished by your silence. He awaited her visit impatiently, not knowing she had been arrested. These letters and cards leave no doubt that Vadim was still deeply in love with Mata Hari in February, despite the warning and admonitions of his commander. She never received his letters, of course, because Bouchardon would not allow her to see them. In addition to his surgery, Vadim also contracted diphtheria and spent RMST of February and March in the hospital. He was desperate to see his lover again. In March, he was well enough to be granted 3 days leave in Paris, but he could not find Mata Hari at the last hotel where she stayed. No one told him what had happened to her. What he must have thought of her disappearance can only be imagined. Months later, after Mata Hari's arrest had become public knowledge, Vadim was questioned in the hospital in Rennes. Then he testified that he had intended to end their relationship during the visit in March, though his ardent letters in February suggest quite the opposite. The statement seems an attempt to distance himself from her. At least he had the courage to say that she never asked him about anything military. He had been astonished to hear of her arrest. Vadim swore, she asked me simply what part of the front I found myself on, so that she might follow in the newspapers where the Russian troops, of which I was a part, were being tested. In the course of my relations with her, I never saw anything that was suspect from that espionage point of view. I had a lengthy correspondence with her, she never asked me for any military information. Vadim turned their intimate correspondence over to the officers who had come to question him. He did not testify at her trial. On February 23, Bouchardon received reports that nothing incriminating had been found among Mata Hari's possessions that had been seized and placed under seal. The jewels and money from her safety deposit box were turned over to the court clerk, whom Mata Hari had to beg for small sums of money for incidentals such as postage or cigarettes. Bouchardon ordered an analysis of the substances soaps, creams, makeup, perfumes, and the like in her traveling bag, hoping one would be revealed as invisible ink. Inquiries sent to banks all over Paris kept coming back with negative results. Not one had an account or safety deposit box in Mata Hari's name with a suspiciously large quantity of money in it. Frustrated, Bouchardon called Mata Hari in for interrogation again on February 24. He focused 01 the period immediately following her invitation to spy from Lado C. Mata Hari told Bouchardon that even as Laudots was trying to persuade her to enlist as a spy for France, he strangely accused her of being German spy AF-44, yet he sent her on a mission for France. She recounted her bizarre arrest of Falmouth, England, where she was mistaken for Clara Benedict's. This had happened only about months earlier. She did not know Laudots had denied homologage of her to the British, but Laudos's manipulations were visible at every crucial step in her case. The flimsy web constructed of unproven guilt somehow grew thicker. On February 26 the petition to give Mata Hari provisional liberty, as there was no solid evidence of espionage, had been denied. Written in bold hand across it was reject. On February 28 Bouchardon questioned Mata Hari again, and she described her affair with Cal, the German major whom she seduced in Madrid, trying to fulfill her mission for Laudots. Being Mata Hari and impressed by titles, she referred to him as Von Cal to indicate aristocracy. No one in France ever seemed to notice this inflation. Her account offered interesting insight into her wiles but little solid information. Cal suspected that Mata Hari was a spy. She suspected that he might be. Each tried to get information out of the other. It was from Cal that Mata Hari learned that the Germans could read the French ciphers and could decode all their messages. When she gleaned useful information and broken codes were of great importance, she had no means of communicating with Lad 0LX. This would be a fatal difficulty for any espionage agent and simply shows how ludicrous her entire mission was. Instead, she gave the information to Colonel Denvins of the French Embassy in Madrid. Denvins was smitten with Mata Hari and, she foolishly thought, was placed high enough that he could surely serve as a safe conduit for her secret information. She was questioned again on March 1 and continued her story of naivete and entrapment. She explained that Denvins apparently satisfied his lust and then found it too embarrassing to be associated with Mata Hari. By early March, Clunet had received several letters from Mata Hari pleading with him to help her. She found conditions in Saint Lazare intolerable. She had written, "Please, I beg you, ask Lieutenant Mornett, Commissioner of Government, why does he refuse me clean chemises from my lingerie for which I have asked him 2 times in 15 days? I need them. Why oblige me to live in filth? What is the point of that?" The tone of her letters was increasingly hysterical. Clunet was beginning to fear for her sanity. He wrote a very reasoned and almost genteel letter to Bouchardon asking for her to be given provisional liberty or, failing that, to be transferred to the prison hospital. His request had no effect, so he wrote a very similar letter on March 7, citing her high fever, chest complaint, and problems. This moved Bouchardon to request that Socket assess her health once again. Socket's report on March 10 was another masterpiece of pleasing Bouchardon. He noted that Mata Hari was in a better cell, better lit and more spacious than her previous cell, with a stove for heating. At the time of the examination, we found the accused in bed complaining of a headache in the occipital region, a respiratory complaint, and a sore throat. She was in a very extreme state of nervousness and never stopped crying. Upon examination, we found nothing in particular. The patient had no fever, no temperature, and auscultation of her chest revealed nothing abnormal. Her tongue was clean and had no coating. In fact, she was being treated by the physician of Saint Lazare. Conclusions: the woman's of a very nervous temperament, preoccupied with his situation as a defendant, is not currently suffering from anything serious. The prolongation of her detention at Saint Lazare, under the current conditions, is not likely to present any serious inconveniences. Apparently the onset of a nervous breakdown was not considered serious by Socket, in keeping with the general lack of recognition of mental illnesses at the time. The treatment started by the prison doctor Bizard, mentioned incidentally in this report, is of interest. In his writings, Bouchardon openly accused Mata Hari of having syphilis, a point that some previous biographers have regarded purely as a reflection of his disdain for her immoral life. But when the report on the substances in her traveling bag came in, one of them was a cream she had obtained on prescription in Madrid. It contained oxycyanide of Mata Hari unblushingly claimed it was a douche to prevent pregnancy. She had among her belongings another therapeutic lotion, obtained in Paris, that contained mercury biiodine and potassium iodine that she also claimed was spermicidal. Both potions were standard prescriptions for treating syphilitic sores at the time and were much used by prostitutes. Bizard also believed that she had syphilis, a diagnosis at which he was undoubtedly highly skilled because of his experience inspecting prostitutes. These indications put Saaket's assertions of Mata Hari's health in a new light. Quite possibly, given the nature of the population imprisoned in St. Lazare, Saket did not consider her having syphilis to be extraordinary, nor would it necessitate special treatment. He performed a pelvic examination of her shortly after her arrival, when she was menstruating. If her case was in remission, a co-occurrence with syphilis, he may not have observed syphilitic sores or lesions upon her body. Alternatively, Saket may simply have glossed over Mata Hari's symptoms because Bouchardeur made it abundantly clear that he did not want her to be released on bail or imprisoned in a hospital room. The chemist Edouard Bell, who analyzed the potions from her luggage, as well as her makeup, cold cuir perfinis, and other toiletries, declared that she might well have legitimate medical needs for these potions, which had been obtained by prescription. However, in his conclusion he observed that both potions could be diluted to make invisible ink. Of course, more common substances, including milk and lemon juice, can also be used as invisible ink. Bell was clearly trying to produce an answer that would be useful in Mata Hari's conviction. Between March 9 and 12, Mata Hari sent an undated note to Bouchardon, asking to postpone Hell questioning until Monday, as she was too ill to get out of bed. On the 12th, in the presence of Mata Hari, Bouchardon examined the contents of various sealed packages taken from her hotel room. There was little of interest, save a large number of calling cards belonging to various officers, letters from various lovers, others from Vadim, Anna, and van der Capellan, clothing, and some jewelry. Bouchardon asked her if she had returned to Germany during the war, and Mata Hari answered firmly, "No, I absolutely did not." Bouchardon sent police to undertake questioning of 53 men whose cards or letters were found in Mata Hari's possession. They agreed universally that Mata Hari was a charming and lovable companion, that they had initiated the contact with her and not vice versa, and that she had never asked them about anything that could be construed as military information. Many were embarrassed at being questioned by the police, because they were married, and begged that their name be kept out of the court proceedings. On March 16, Clunet again wrote a respectful letter to Bouchardon, regretting that his own poor health had not permitted him to visit his client or her interrogator. He continued, mildly, "I receive official letters from Mata Hari. She is in a pathological state of amiety, she coughs up blood and feels her life is in danger. Excuse me for insisting, but it would be a minor inconvenience to grant a hospital room to this sick one who poses no risk of flight. It would be common humanity to arrange this." Coughing up blood is a classic sign of tuberculosis, which was probably rampant in St. Lazare. Though this symptom had been mentioned in various reports and letters, no one seemed to take this alarming development seriously. Isolated by then for more than a month in her dirty, dank cell, Mata Hari wrote again to Bouchardon, saying pathetically, "I cried from fear in the night and no one could hear me. Take pity on the shock has upset me so much that I no longer feel myself. I think I am going mad. I beg you not to leave me locked up in this cell." The military governor of Paris rejected a plea for provisional liberty for Mata Hari again on March 16. Under the impression that a request for hospitalization, not provisional liberty, had been realized, Clunet wrote Bouchardon again on the 21st, asking for a second medical opinion. Mata Hari was spitting up blood, coughing, and wasting away. She was physiologically depressed, and, Clunet noted, such problems could ruin her constitution bit by bit. Mata Hari wrote a pleading letter to the military governor of Paris on March 23, repeating Hell's request for provisional liberty and asserting that she had never spied against France. Clunet petitioned through Bouchardon once again, pointing out that her already long imprisonment and investigation had not established any point of her guilt. His letter had no effect. The terse second opinion as to the state of Mata Hari's health, signed March 26, pronounced il satisfactory. Bouchardon carried on questioning the men whose calling cards he found in her belongings, fruitlessly hoping one would admit to some action on her part that smelled of espionage. He also took a formal deposition from Georges Laudats, the man who enticed Mata Hari into agreeing to become a spy in the first place. Ladau's testimony was openly self-serving. His battle for control over the Dxim Bureau, within the larger Chinkim Bureau, and his fights to make espionage its special purview and himself its supreme chief were for nothing if he did not bend the facts to his advantage. One tactic he employed was using the passive voice in his deposition, so that nothing that had happened appeared to have been his idea or action. His testimony emphasized that Mata Hari had had many affairs with officers, without regard to their rank, from all armies, of all ages and nationalities, as if her sexual behavior were direct evidence of espionage. He stated that in June 1916, his agents in Spain notified the Surat and Thank Prefecture of Police of Mata Hari's intended return, so a surveillance operation was organized. Thal tailed her in Spain and followed her to Paris. The most he could truthfully claim for the surveillance was that it continued until the end of August. He exaggerated considerably when he said that it revealed a number of indications of her indiscreet curiosity, but no proof that she worked for the German intelligence service. He continued, "It was very shortly evident that MacLeod was in the service of our enemies, but it was necessary to prove it, and for this it was necessary that MacLeod spent a long time in Spain where our intelligence service is particularly well organized." After the voyage to England and Holland was interrupted, she acted like a good agent and went to place herself at the disposition of the German military attaché in Madrid. This put the proofs of J. MacLeod's guilt into the hands of the head of the army and he could place her under arrest a few days after her return to Paris. In case it should seem to you that the documents of a particularly secret nature to which these proofs refer are indispensable to your interrogation, you would have to ask for permission from the Minister of War who alone could authorize their release. Ladau's performance was masterfully persuasive. He produced not one piece of solid, verifiable evidence of Mata Hari's guilt, he did not even allude to any particular information or event. He referred vaguely to information in unseen, highly secret documents. Without taking either credit or blame, Ladau mentioned his questionable tactic of recruiting a widely recognized celebrity, who was suspected of being an enemy agent, to spy for France and made this action appear to be a masterstroke of counter-espionage. Like Courtesan, Ladau believed firmly that Mata Hari was guilty because she slept with men and traveled widely in wartime. Such a woman must be a spy. And, from his perspective, someone he had been seen to catch needed to be a spy. Frustrated by the lack of incriminating evidence, Courtesan continued searching. He did not call Mata Hari into his tiny office for questioning again until April 12. She was left to go mad in her cell. Courtesan felt his plan was working. Mata Hari was deteriorating daily from the harsh conditions of her imprisonment, from his relentless pursuit of evidence against her, from his merciless grinding of her world and her celebrity into dust. Su 18 Clunet may have been INEFFECTU Uncle Mata Hari highly distressed, but she was still intelligent. She could not send letters to anyone she chose because Courtesan intercepted and monitored them closely, but she tried to notify her consulate. The French were in an awkward diplomatic situation, as they were holding a citizen of a neutral county in prison on suspicion of a serious charge and they had yet to notify her embassy. They had also forbidden Clunet to notify the Dutch embassy, arguing it was a matter of state security. 6 weeks after Mata Hari's arrest, on March 26, she wrote a letter to Count Limburg-Styrum, secretary of the Dutch legation in Paris, and to Dutch consul Bunge telling them of her arrest and begging them for help. She also asked that they notify her servant, Anna, so she might intun Baron van der Capelum. Courtesan pondered what to do with the letter and sought advice from others, including the Minister of War and Jules Cambon, one of Mata Hari's former lovers who was then the Secretary-General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Far from having a sympathetic view of her plight, Cambon was concerned chiefly with preventing scandal or interference. After studying the question, I believe we cannot prevent the accused from addressing an appeal to a representative of her country. If we did that, when the situation of the Dutch woman is finally known, we would have exposed ourselves to claims by the legation of the Netherlands and from the Dutch government. Cambon proposed 2 possible solutions to the dilemma. First, they might send the letter to the Dutch minister, Ritter van Stuurs, letting him know verbally that Mata Hari was guilty of espionage. Van Stuurs was not the appropriate person to handle such an affair, but he might be able to exert a subtle and helpful influence in persuading the Dutch to do nothing on her behalf. Alternatively, they might suggest to Mata-Hari that she address the minister instead of the Dutch consul, thus ensuring a delay while the information was forwarded. Kamban also cunningly suggested sending the letter by regular post, not diplomatic courier. In the end, they decided to misdirect the letter rather than send it to Bungi, whom Bouchardon suspected of somehow being involved with Mata-Hari's unproven espionage. It did not arrive on Bungi's desk until April 22, almost a month after it had been written. Mata-Hari knew nothing of these discussions. On April 6 she wrote again to Bouchardon, "I beg you, stop making me suffer in this prison. I am so weakened by this system and confinement to the cell is driving me mad. I have never carried out any espionage in France and I have nothing bad in my luggage, neither in my bottles nor in my safety deposit box. Give me provisional liberty, then you can search for evidence, but do not torture me here. I am a dancer, you cannot expect that I think and laugh calmly as before. Stop, I entreat you. I will not abuse your kindness." Another appeal for provisional liberty for Mata-Hari was rejected on April 10. By April 11, Vader Kapelan had become seriously worried about his little kitten, asking the Dutch foreign minister, Loudon, to have inquiries made. Loudon sent a telegram to Consul Bungi in Paris. ANC received a leisurely reply saying that they had been notified that Mata-Hari had been arrested on a charge of espionage and was in Saint Lazare. When interrogation began again on April 12, Mata-Hari was in worse psychological shape than ever. Bouchardon no longer listened quietly while she told him stories of her life, he questioned aggressively. He began by asking her if she had not already been a German spy when she presented herself at 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain, offering to become a French spy. As if he had genuinely misunderstood her previous testimony, she civilly corrected him, saying that she went to the office to obtain her permit for Vitel. Bouchardon challenged her sternly, "Our question should not surprise you. Have you not told us yourself that you were an international woman and haven't you acknowledged that there was a time before the war when you were in Berlin and had intimate relations with Lieutenant Alfred Kiepert of the 1LTH Hussars of Krefeld, with Captain Lieutenant Kuntze, chief of the seaplane station, and Whittle the chief of police Griebel?" The phrase "an international woman" had an implication at that time that it does not today. An international woman was a worldly woman, a cosmopolitan woman, and by extension, a woman of loose morals. In Bouchardon's eyes, Mata-Hari's labeling herself an international woman only reinforced his low opinion of her. Mata-Hari saw things rather differently. "The fact that I had relations with these people does not imply at all that I committed espionage. I never did anything for Germany nor for any country except France. In my profession as a dancer, I could easily have relations with the important of Berlin without any mental reservations that you would later suspect something. Besides, it is I who gave you there by providing the names of her important lovers." Mata-Hari felt she was being cooperative and open unlike a spy. Bouchardon saw her cooperation as a other sign of her moral depravity. He pressed her on the subject of her funds, and she explained that the Baron had sent her 5,000 francs, the Dutch consul in Paris, so she would have money for her frip. This was NOL payment for espionage. "I assure you," she said innocently and doubtless truthful, "that I had nothing in my safety deposit box in Paris. I had eaten up all that I had." She offered to authorize Bouchardon to open her box, not knowing that he had already taken steps to do so. He also quizzed her about the potions and lotions in her traveling bag, not yet having received the chemist's report on them after the interrogation was finished. She wrote him another letter, begging to have her toilet articles returned to her because, as he could verify, there was nothing suspect in them. "I am very astonished and saddened that you have refused my provisional liberty. I am not abused, but the conditions under which I must live here are so dirty that I do not know how I can bear them. Realize that I am quite a different sort of woman than those around me and yet I am treated like them. I beg of you, review this decision and permit me to live outside OJ prison. It is not very difficult and I will make no trouble. Also I beg you in the name of humanity, send the letter I have written to Captain de Masloff. Do not leave him in uncertainty. Do not make him suffer needlessly." Her toilet articles, including her medicines, were inventoried and placed in the warehouse. Alone in her cell, increasingly desperate, ill, and disoriented, Mata-Hari began to write to Bouchardeur frequently. Unlike the purported transcripts of her testimony, which frequently sound stilted, these letters are full of personality, emotion, and urgency. It was as if she was having a mental conversation with Bouchardon, arguing her points, emphasizing her innocence over and over, and perhaps explaining too much. On April 13 she wrote, emphasizing that it was not her choice to go to Spain after her arrest in England, that she had taken up with Cal to fulfill her mission, and that she had written to Laudots about the information she had gleaned immediately and soon also passed the information to Denvins. Having sensed Bouchardon's disapproval of her various liaisons, she added, "As for the 3 officers about whom you spoke to me yesterday, Kiepert, Kuntze, and Griebel. DC, you understand that I knew them in February or March of 1914, well before the war? When I was in Berlin to prepare for my engagement at the Metropole Theatre where I had signed for 6 months. Never did I hear from them again. What wrong is there in that? Have I told you that, after war was declared, my engagement at the theatre was cancelled, I filed a lawsuit against a couturier in Berlin? And that I had lost the suit in 2 instances by default failure to appear? The proofs of this suit can be found in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at The Hague and in the office of my attorney, Maitre Hijmans, M. The Hague. Also, in Berlin they seized magnificent furs which were worth from 60 to 80,000 francs, approximately $250,000 in modern currency. Perhaps I will never be able to buy their like again. You see, my captain, that my relations with Germany were not very happy, and the only way I could save my jewels and my money was by the intervention of my government and an attorney. Because the appeals were not yet lost, I did not know in which bank no possessions were held. This judgment against me could not be enforced outside of Germany, but if I travelled there, I risked my trunks being seized, and it was for this reason that I did not follow the advice or the wish of Captain Laudour, who wanted me to go to Holland in November by Switzerland and Germany." Later the same day, she wrote to him again, repeating her points like a moth throwing itself against a lighted window. Mata-Hari continued to beat herself against the unyielding, unresponsive Bouchardon. She wrote letter after letter, ariously explaining her motives and actions, trying to break through to some core of humanity within him, but there was no mercy for her, no pity. Clunet also forwarded a letter to Bouchardon from Mata-Hari, an undated one marked ONL, Sunday, "I have asked you to let me have a little bit of Remni and you have given me nothing. You know, here I am refused necessary items and even stamps for letters to Maitre Clunet. Please do no leave me like this, I beg you. It has been already 4 days." Bouchardon dutifully allowed her to have 100 francs of her own money, but gave her no written answer. He simply left her brooding frenzy to grow. Clunet forwarded to Bouchardon another letter from Mata-Hari, written on April 17, which repeated the same points as her earlier letters. Then she wrote another note detailing some dates and places of residence she felt she had forgotten to mention. Soon there was yet another letter with more details, ending with another official entreaty. "I am very grateful that you let me have a few underclothes, but I have neither toothpaste nor mouthwash. I beg you again to let me have freedom. I will give you all the explanations as well in freedom as in this horrible prison, where I am so uselessly humiliated." Mata-Hari was losing her pride and begging for any scrap of improvement in her dire situation. Bouchardon redoubled his efforts to prove her guilty as her breakdown proceeded. Frustratingly, he had yet to find any solid evidence. On April 23, Clunet, who was a mild and gentlemanly character, wrote Bouchardon a very stern letter demanding Mata-Hari's release. "I must insist most energetically afiu that the questioning of my client must come to an end. It has been 2 months since she was imprisoned in Saint Lazare under suspicion of espionage. No proof has been furnished against her that supports this indictment. It is not possible any longer to maintain such a state of things against this unhappy woman, or at least it is necessary to give her provisional liberty. The accusation came from the Minister of War, so it is this department which is obliged to produce some proof immediately. It would be unjust and cruel to prolong this situation." All Clunet's letter accomplished was to increase the pressure on Bouchardon. At about this tink, the Dutch consul in Paris, Bungay, learned of Mata-Hari's arrest and imprisonment, as did her longtime lover, Baron van der Capellan, and her servant, Anna Lincolns. Both Lintjens and van der Capellan could have verified much of Matahari's testimony about travel dates and finances, but they were never contacted by Bouchardon, nor could they write to Matahari directly. By the end of April, Matahari was terribly nervous, often weeping uncontrollably. Bouchardon told her that he intended to question Vadim, with whom Matahari had been forbidden to communicate and whose letters, intercepted by the police, had not been given to her. The thought of his feelings increased her anxiety. She wrote, "I thank you very much for the information about Captain de Maslov that he had been hurt and was in the hospital, but I do not understand. Captain de Maslov has nothing to do with the Third Council of War. Does he even know that I have been arrested? Because you have forbidden me to write to him, he thinks I have left Paris, without telling him. Wouldn't you let me write to him now? Captain de Maslov was my lover. He knows nothing of my life or my projects. He knows nothing of my visits to Captain Ladour. I have never spoken to him of that. We amused ourselves together and that was all. I beg you likewise never to ask him to appear before the Council of War. He is a very brave officer, who has before him too beautiful a career to let it be the least bit damaged by this. But I desire absolutely and I beg you again to permit me to let him know what has happened to me by a word from me. I do not want him to think of me things that are not true. He could think I have left Paris without saying anything to him. He does not deserve to suffer because of me in any way." Though she honorably tried to spare her lover embarrassment, he did not reciprocate by coming to her assistance. In testimony, Vadim downplayed the importance of their affair. He did not appear at her trial. In his defense it must be said that the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, in which served, was in open and dangerous mutiny against its officers at the time of her trial. Disheartened by enormous losses on the Western Front and confused by the abdication of Tsar Nicholas XI in Maril 1917, the common soldiers of the 1st Brigade rioted, refused to obey orders, and demanded to be returned to Russia. Even if Vadim had wanted to attend Matahari's trial, he may not have been able to do so. 19 Telegrams and secrets. The investigation was stally. O. decided to assist Bouchardon by producing some evidence. That the evidence he produced was manufactured or at the very least enhanced by him is quite possible. On April 21 he sent a report to Lieutenant General Dubail, the military governor of Paris, who had been routinely rejecting requests for Matahari's provisional liberty, informing him of the existence of a series of intercepted and decoded telegrams from Cal addressed to Berlin. These secret telegrams were instrumental in Matahari's conviction. Ostensibly, the first telegrams in the series had been intercepted in December of 1916, but even allowing for bureaucratic inefficiency, word of their content should have reached Dubail and Bouchardon months earlier. It was not until late April that either Dubail or Bouchardon or anyone associated with the investigation heard about the telegrams. The delay is flatly inexplicable unless Ladoux, the only man who seemed to know much about these telegrams, was manipulating the situation to his advantage. In his report to Dubail, Ladoux offered information about 14 incriminating telegrams. However, he sent transcripts of only 9, as if this were the entire series, to Bouchardon. Today Matahari's dossier contains only 12 copies and no originals. Ladoux never told Bouchardon that the telegrams were written in a broken code that the Germans knew the French were able to decipher, raising questions about their authenticity. Neither Bouchardon nor anyone associated with Matahari's trial ever examined either the original encrypted telegrams or the unencrypted versions of those telegrams in the original Guernin. No originals of these telegrams, in any form, are in the archives in Paris. Further, some of the unencrypted, translated telegrams are missing if they ever existed. According to Ladau's report, the first telegram was sent on December 31, 1916, from Cal to the Berlin headquarters. Since the first 2 telegrams, decoded and translated, are dated December 13. His writing 31 instead of 13 may have been an ordinary transcription error. But this is only one of numerous peculiar and rather suspicious errors and inconsistencies in the telegrams, as noted by Russell Howe in his book. The first telegram notified Berlin that Agent 1221 from the intelligence office in Cologne, sent in March for the Second T France, has arrived here. She has pretended to accept offers of service for intelligence and to carry out trips to Belgium for the head of the SERVICE. The telegram then recapitulated her voyage on the Hollandia, her arrest in Falmouth, and her intention to proceed to Holland via Paris and Switzerland. H21 was allegedly sent back to Spain by the British, not by Laudat's orders, which the French knew to be the case. Cal promised to forward her very complete reports by letter or telegram. Though H21 had been paid 5,000 francs, roughly $15,000 today, in Paris, she asked for an additional 10,000, about $30,000, the telegram said. Cal asked for instructions. The story of Falmouth arrest would seem to positively identify H21 as Mata Hari. The agent's request for an additional large sum of money lent a nice touch of verisimilitude to the telegram for anyone who knew Mata Hari. Other telegrams furnished more and more damning details, information, inconsequential, that Mata Hari had allegedly furnished to Cal, a demand for 3,000 francs that corresponded loosely to the 3,000 francs sent to Mata Hari by van der Capellan, a purported payment of 3,500 pesetas to H21B, Cal that Mata Hari explained as a payment for her services from a lover, instructions to send amicales via Consul Kromer in Amsterdam, a reference to H21's servant, Anna Lint Jens, in Roermond A. Statement indicating the exact date upon which H21 left Madrid for Paris, which was incorrect. Who else could this H21 be except Mata Hari? And yet, how could such incriminating pieces of evidence against Mata Hari have gone unnoticed until mid-April? The first had been sent and intercepted the previous December, 4 months earlier, and the last sent March 8, 1917. Decoding them was hardly difficult, since the French had already broken the code. And, once decoded and translated, even the first telegram was more convincing evidence of Mata Hari's espionage than anything else that Laudat's or Bouchardon had been able to turn up. Some of them, such as the one that mentioned Anna Lint Jens, were undeniably persuasive. If Lad 01X had access to these telegrams as they were deciphered, why did his men expend so much time and energy in early 1917 tailing Mata Hari night and day and finding nothing suspicious? Surely the telegrams alone were sufficient to warrant her arrest months earlier. Similarly, from the time of Mata Hari's arrest in February, Bouchardon had struggled manfully to uncover some solid evidence against her, having many witnesses questioned, dispatching inquiries all over France, analyzing the contents of her hotel room at the time of arrest, studying the reports of the surveillance, and trying to break down Mata Hari's defenses. In his memoirs, Bouchardon declares that these telegrams broke the case wide open, when it was going nowhere. That was all of his effort necessary when these telegrams were so culminating. The argument that the information contained in them was secret and had therefore been withheld from Bouchardon is inadequate. There is nothing of military importance in the telegrams, except the fact that the Germans knew the French had broken their code. One possible answer is that these telegrams did not exist or did not exist with the alleged contents until shortly before they were tuned over to Bouchardon in April, or all of these telegrams may have been deliberate disinformation, falsehoods intended to distract French attention from investigating genuine double agents working for Germany. The most likely author of that disinformation, the most probable individual to have inserted false telegrams into the series or altered words in the transcripts, was Lad 0LX. It was Laudat's who authenticated these telegrams, Laudat's who failed to mention that the telegrams were written in an old code the Germans knew was broken, Laudat's who denied and ignored Mata Hari's information about the codes, Laudat's who inexplicably cancelled surveillance on Mata Hari several times, and Laudat's WHC would look like a terrible fool for hiring Mata Hari in the first place if she were a double agent. While Bouchardon studied the telegrams and planned his attack on Mata Hari, she continued to write detailed, almost frenzied letters. On April 29 she wrote demanding that Bouchardon question Lieutenant Hallor and Colonel Denvins, certain that Hallor would verify her claim that directed her to 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain, and that Denvins would affirm that she had reported the information she had gleaned from Cal to him. She had not yet realized how quickly and definitively most of her former lovers would abandon her, even if they had to lie in order to do so. When Mata Hari was hauled into Bouchardon's office again on May 1, he felt he had the upper hand in their duel. He questioned her mercilessly about her contacts with Cal and her identification as Agent AF-44 from Antwerp, or perhaps as Age 21. He accused her of playing the most audacious comedy of counter-espionage and boasted that he had material proof of this. He taunted her with the contents of the telegrams that so blatantly pointed to her identity as Age 21. Mata Hari steadfastly dismissed these accusations. Von Cal can say what he likes in his telegrams. It could well be new about the exchanges between my domestic in Holland and me. When I telegraph, I give the paper to the porter at the hotel without going myself to the post office. In any case, I am not Agent Age 21, Von Cal did not give me 1 sou, and the 5,000 francs I received in November, like that which I received in January 1917, came to me from my lover the Baron van der Capellan. Ladau's men were keeping track of her telegraph messages by obtaining handwritten copies from the porter at the hotel. Cal's might have been doing the same. Bouchardon challenged her to respond to the contents of various intercepted and probably doctored telegrams, but she maintained her dignified denial of any involvement in espionage. Bouchardon accused her of offering her services to spy for France, and she repeated, wearily, her emphasis that it was Lador who asked her to spy, not vice versa. She insisted she had had no contact with German intelligence before seducing Cal, and then only as proof of her loyalty to France. Mata Hari scored one significant point during the interrogation by mentioning that there had been a couple on the Hollandia with her who were also arrested in Falmouth. Perhaps one of them was Age 21. Bouchardon, taken aback by this possibility of which he knew nothing, initiated inquiries on May 3. At the end of forfait he received confirmation of the arrest of Lisa or Elise Blum, a German, who W.A. interned as a spy in England. A few days later Clunet embarked on a different tactic to try to save Mata Hari. He wrote a densely reasoned legal argument to Bouchardon. He cited a 1916 law concerning the functioning of military tribunals, which stated that the counsel of an accused must be present at the first and last questioning or else the entire case was nullified. But, he observed, this law did not mean that a counsel could not be present at every questioning, a right that was guaranteed under a previous law passed in 1899. He reasoned that, since military procedure imposed more severe penalties than common law, then the accused was surely entitled to greater guarantees that his or her defense was adequate. He also pointed out that he had a right to see her entire dossier and it could not be denied to him for reasons of security. Clunet sent similar letters to Commandant Sctlin, chief of the Bureau of Military Justice and Filatory Government of Paris. His letter was a serious threat to Bouchardon's case. Bouchardon immediately wrote a confidential memo to Major Julien, the chief military prosecutor, enclosing Clunet's letter. Bouchardon felt that the 1916 law completely superseded the 1899 law and that he was justified in interpreting it strictly. Further, he said he dared not let Clunet attend every questioning because Clunet, enamored of Mata Hari as he was blinded to the gravity of the case and could not be trusted to maintain proper discretion about the intercepted telegrams. Some facts could not be disclosed without endangering France. The same excuse, state security, was offered as the rationale for withholding the contents of the telegrams from Clunet, as it had been for withholding their contents from Bouchardon, but nothing the telegrams was of any military value whatsoever, no secrets were revealed, no military plans or operations confided. There was only chit-chat about Age 21, her travels, and her payments, in addition to gossip that could be found in any newspaper. Julien responded with more legal discussion, siding with Bouchardon. He agreed that the wisest course was not to permit Clunet to attend questionings. In early May, Mata Hari sent another undated message, via Clunet, to Bouchardon, begging him to allow her to use of her own money to take a taxi to his office. She continued, "The frightful women in this place make such remarks about me and in front of me, I have suffered a great deal. I ask you to let me have my money quickly. I am very unhappy. I am ill. I understand perfectly the game that Captain Ladouze has played in his profession, but he has strayed too far with his promises and his words. I believed he was sincere. An officer does not lie, and I was so persuaded that no life had nothing suspect in it, because I did not concern Michel J with espionage, that I could not even imagine that you would consider someone who had done nothing to be as guilty as one who had done something. It never entered my head. I swear to you again that I never carried out any espionage and one never wrote a letter with secret information in it. Me, I am not guilty. I am Dutch. Obviously know some Germans. I am a dancer and after the war, I will be obliged, perhaps, to take some engagements in the theatre in Berlin and Vienna, as in Paris. I am not married. I am a woman who travels and amuses herself a great deal. I can be excusive for sometimes forgetting about money. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. And the money concerned is nothing but a WM, as I will again. The loss of my furs grieves me. I lost them because I was engaged in the theatre in Germany. The war thus caused all these bad things and I think that the Germans should reimburse me, at least in part. I recall also the conversation that I had with my visitors, after my return to Paris. 1. Will tell you about it. I beg you, my captain, to be less hard with me. I am not guilty of espionage or even attempted espionage. And now that my love for Maslov has become the sentiment thou rules no, life, because he is the man for whom I would do anything, and for whom I would lose everything. Captain Ladour can calm himself. There are appearances, it is true, but not any serious actions. I swear to you. If Captain Ladour gives me freedom I will still keep my word. He will want and need it. I always told him true information about the Germans. Never did he wish to believe me. There are little agents who can provide little information. And since he wanted for great information, it is only the great women who can get them. There is no need for revenge because I have done nothing against his country and never even intended to. While Matohari's defenses grew more urgent and repetitive, Bouchardon's evidence accrued very slowly. He asked the police to trace Matohari's money, to show that she must have had a source of income beyond what the Baron sent her. Clunet passed on Matohari's demand to confront Ladoux, Denvins, and Hall-Or. In extreme agitation, Matohari wrote again to Bouchardon. This is what I will ask of Captain Ladoux, when I see him. He arranged for me to come to his office at the Ministry of War. He asked if I wanted to enter his espionage service. He gave me the idea to be of service to France and Germany at the same time to become a double agent in order to do great things. He promised me, if I succeeded on the mission completely, 1 million francs as payment. He knew that I frequented the German headquarters. He was up to date on my visit to Spain. He was not opposed to no passage across France, when I was asking for my passport at the French consulate in Madrid. He refused 3 times to see me when I went to the Ministry of War in Pans, in order to explain to him all that I had written. He seeks to avoid a confrontation now? Then, my captain, it smells very much as if he has acted against me and I beg you to give me liberty, as he has done nothing other than assure me passage across 2 enemy countries, that which was impossible. There was no answer from Bouchardon. The silence and isolation were effective tools at breaking Matohari down. On May 15 she wrote again, for 3 months I am imprisoned in this cell. Morally and physically, you have done me such harm that I beg you to end it. I cannot support any longer the filth, the lack of care for my body, and the disgusting food to which I am not used. You cannot degrade a woman, day after day, as you have ordered. I am here because of a misunderstanding. I beseech you, stop making me suffer. I cannot take any more, truly, truly. Whether the confrontation that I asked for is the cause of the waiting. Whether this wounds the vanity or another sentiment of Captain Ladoux. Beg him to give me no liberty. I will speak to NC1 about what has happened to me here in Paris, but let me leave this terrible prison Saint Lazare. I cannot stand any longer this wretched life to which you have condemned me. Stop, I beg you. Unable to escape, unable to bear her situation, Matohari wrote Bouchardon again later the same day, pleading, it has been 3 months that I suffer, imprisoned in this cell. I am going mad in here. I swear to you I cannot live this horrible life any longer. She repeated her questions about Ladoux and why he refused to see her when she returned from Spain. She repeated again that the whole mission was his idea. Her words were a meaningless prayer to a sort of God who could not or would not hear her. I beg you, my captain. I have always been an honest woman and well received everywhere. Do not make me suffer in Saint Lazare, it is frightful. I am losing my sanity here. I told you what I believed on the first day. I say it again. A Candia interview with Captain Lador will be enough. What is the point of driving me insane in this cell where I lose my head and no word? I cannot bear it. I have done nothing that merits this, and I beg you again, speak with Captain Ladus, give me my liberty. I will go and never speak of what has happened here. Tell him, I beg you. She added under her signature, Captain Ladus was wrong to mistrust me. He wanted me to bring off something great, he wanted to rise high. If he wanted me to tell him all my plans at the beginning, he would have had to pay me in advance, as I asked. Time would not have been wasted, and I swear to you that I alone would have given him such services that no other person ever will. I was so in love with my lover, and this made me work with the illusion of being able to win what would be my only happiness, and that I believe still. Mata Hari wrote a similar but more hysterically pitiful letter to Clunet on May 15. She alluded to blemishes or spots on her body. The brusque change, the horrible food and the lack of cleanliness, these are the cause of the blemishes on my body. I grow more and more unhappy. I cannot stand this life. I would rather hang myself from the bars on my window than to live like this. I beg you, please speak to the investigating magistrate and tell him that he cannot degrade a woman used to cleanliness and care, from one day until the next, until she lives in dirty misery. Where will it end? Does he wish to kill me? Must he kill me? Or give me my liberty? One day it will be too late, there will be nothing left to do. It is horrible, horrible. If you could see how I am forced to live here. It is shameful, shameful. Have pity on me, I beseech you. Within a few days, she wrote another letter to Bouchardon. That which I have feared for several days arrived last night. I have a fever in my head. You have made me suffer too much in this cell. I am completely mad. Do you wish to end it all? I am a woman, I cannot bear more than my strength. She was, at last, broken. Bouchardon ordered Socket to examine her once again. He pronounced that she was not actually suffering from any serious physical affliction but had an extremely nervous temperament. He added, in a matter-of-fact statement, one does not observe in the Zell woman any appreciable stigmata on the different parts of the body permitting a current diagnosis of progressive syphilis. She says she never had any vulvar lesion, eruptions on her body, nor plagues on her lips. Since her incarceration at St. Lazare, she has been following a treatment for syphilis. Socket's conclusion, no change in her condition since her last examination. She had syphilis, currently in remission, and was having a nervous breakdown, in modern terms, but she was not really. Bouchardon had succeeded. Mata Hari was shattered in spirit, mind, and body. He interrogated her again on May 21. She opened the session with a statement, I have decided today to tell you the truth. If I have not told everything before, it was because of certain doubts which I will explain. What she had been hiding from Bouchardon was that she had been visited by the honorary German consul, Karl Kromer, in autumn of 1915, at her home in The Hague. Since Mata Hari had applied for a visa for France, he knew she was planning a trip there and asked if she might render them a service by gathering useful information in France, for which he would pay her 20,000 francs, roughly $61,000 today, in advance. With the extraordinary logic that made no sense to Bouchardon, Mata Hari explained that it was honest to accept this money and do nothing. It was, she felt, repayment for the valuable ars that the Germans had unfairly seized from her. She had never mentioned this encounter to Ladus, she told Bouchardon, because she had never done anything for Kromer and astutely judged it wiser not to bring the matter up. Unfortunately, Ladus was a less tractable spymaster than Kromer and refused to give her any advance. When she was arrested in Falmouth, Lad 01X did not come to her aid, nor did he respond to her letters. She was in Spain, with mounting bills and very few pesetas left, and Ladus had abandoned her, so she turned to Cal. She told Cal that the French had tried to recruit her and offered him some useless information cobbled together from newspaper reports and gossip. She asked for 10,000 francs in payment and Cal dutifully telegraphed Berlin for permission to pay age 21. Berlin refused. After a few more meetings, and some great intimacies performed in his office, he gave her 3,500 pesetas. She interpreted this as being a lover's gift, like so many she had received from men previously. As for the payments received in Paris through the Dutch consulate, she was not sure from whom those had come. She had instructed Anna to ask the Baron for money, but, if that was impossible, to ask Bouchardon seized the advantage, questioning her ferociously. "Whom have you served? Whom have you betrayed? France or Germany?" Her response, that she wanted to help France and her Germany, and had succeeded in both, barely registered on Bouchardon. He had at last cornered his quarry and brought her down. It remained only to complete the triumph. At this interrogation, Bouchardon told Mata Hari that he had indeed questioned her old friend ANC lover Jean Halor, and that Halor had not supported her version of events. Like so many Othel foreigner lovers, Halor had been at pains to downplay his affair with Mata Hari, remarking disdainfully that she flirted not at all badly and admitting that he had been her casual lover some years previously. He conceded that Mata Hari never asked me questions about military matters. Halor had said he was surprised when she asked for his advice on getting a permit for Vittel because she seemed perfectly well to him. His remarks imply much but say nothing specific. Her request for advice occurred shortly after she had met Vadim and fallen in love, a turn of events unknown to Halor, who was annoyed at being put off when he called to see her. In fact, Halor reversed the story, saying he had broken off with her after being warned by a friend that being associated with her would hurt his career. During Halor's second question on May 19, he emphasized that she had not seemed sick when she wanted to go to Vittel and that he had not sent her to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain, nor had the trip to Vittel been his idea. Her response to the details of his testimony was to correct certain points. For example, she had never said he sent her to Vittel but only to 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain. She could not refrain from adding that it was not gentlemanly of him to criticize her so cruelly considering their former relationship. Making no effort to conceal his disgust, Bouchardon recited to her a list of the officers she had been with in Paris, with names and dates, accusing her of gathering much information from them that must have been of great interest to the Germans. Astonished that he so ill understood her nature, she replied frankly that she had a great fondness for officers and liked to have sex with them, confirming the worst Bouchardon had thought of her. Mata Hari was doomed from this point on. Even with Lauduz's doctored telegrams, Bouchardon did not have a strong case against her. The telegrams said that she was a German spy but did not even hint at any information she passed, and they contained peculiar inconsistencies. But with her confession of accepting money from the Germans, her conviction was assured. 20 The lowest circle of Heu Bouchardon questioned Mata Hargan the next day, May 22, pressing her on details and hoping for still greater revelations. He opened by saying, "We have recorded your confession yesterday, but you can hardly expect us to believe that Cromer gave you 20,000 francs point blank, without demanding any proofs from you. The Germans give nothing for nothing, and the sums that Germany gives to its agents for travel expenses are very far from that much." Mata Hari's response was to point out the obvious: "You cannot simply send a woman like me, who has a house and lovers in Holland, without giving her anything." However, that was precisely what Lauduz had done, sent her off without a franc in her pocket or a new dress on her back. The implied criticism of Lauduz's short-sighted, penny-pinching ways became more pointed when Bouchardon brought Captain Lauduz into the office to help in the questioning. Lauduz reaffirmed his earlier deposition and denied that Mata Hari had ever been engaged by him. As proof, he offered the assertion that she had never been assigned a number or been given money and a means of communication. Mata Hari made a simple statement: "Captain Lauduz promised me, if I succeeded, 1 million francs as payment." Lad 01X denied this, saying he had only remarked that, if she could penetrate the German general headquarters and bring back information on the plans and operations of the German army, such information would be worth 1 million francs. The captain was more affirmative than that, Mata Hari responded tartly. The interrogation proceeded with this sort of twisting of facts, first one way and then the other. Mata Hari maintained that she was spying for France. Lauduz insisted it was all rather hypothetical, especially as he already suspected she was a German spy. Had she not mentioned this relevant fact during their meetings? "I didn't dare," she replied. "Besides, I never considered myself a German agent with a number, because I never did anything for them. Laduz countered, one cannot give a mission to an agent unless one is certain of him. MacLeod was always suspect to me. He added that he had asked her repeatedly to tell him everything she knew about German intelligence, but she had offered nothing. I said nothing to you because you didn't want to pay me and because I didn't feel obliged to give you my great secret. Matohari's annoyance with Laduz's petty concerns was palpable. Confronting Lad 0LX gave Matohari none of satisfaction she longed for. He altered every fact, every utterance in their interviews to present himself in a better light and her in a worse one. Nothing factual or new was established during the interrogation except that the differences in philosophical outlook between Matohari and LAC 101X were underlined. The most sinister and prophetic remark of the interview was made by Bouchardon: "We must make clear that, from our point of view, maintaining contact with the enemy is considered legally to be a crime equivalent to actually tarnishing information to the enemy." And so it would prove. In the remaining month of investigation and interrogation, Bouchardon never managed to identify the smallest shred of intelligence that Matohari had passed to the Germans. The overwhelming probable reason for this failure was that she had passed none. The case was perfectly clear, Bouchardon wrote in his memoirs. Having broken the case on May 21 by breaking the spirit and health of the accused, Bouchardon moved on with renewed vigor during the interrogation of May 23. He read her Denvans's deposition. Denvans had been questioned about his relationship with Matohari and, in particular, whether she tried to pass information through him to Laduz. As a married man and a colonel, Denvans was anxious to protect himself for the sake of his marriage and his career. After giving a sanitized version of their meeting and his infatuation with her, he admitted that she had told him she was a spy for France and had poured out some information he found embarrassing and garbled. But he admitted he had urged her to return to Cal's embraces to gather more detailed information that would be of greater value to France. He said that when he reported her information, it was dismissed as being already known, though this reaction differed markedly from Laduz's astonishment when Matohari told him the same information. Concluding this self-serving account of his relations with Matohari, Denvans declared, absolute conviction is that MacLeod was in the service of German intelligence. Because of Thank surveillance of which she was the subject in Madrid, she could not hide her visits to Cal from Captain Laudot's. She had to pretend that she was going to the German military attaché for us. Otherwise, she needed to give us the illusion of great zeal in order to avoid arrest when she returned to France. Since he had admitted that he told her to return to Cal to gain more information, accusing her of pretending to go to Cal for France was particularly hypocritical. This unsupported assertion that she was indeed a German spy was a heartless accusation coming from a man who had been embarrassingly besotted with Matohari in Madrid. Matohari's response, when Bouchardon read her Denvans's statement, was simply, "A man of Colonel Denvans's rank should not throw stones at a woman in trouble. All the more since he asked me to become his mistress," to which I responded that my heart was taken by a Russian captain who wanted to marry me. Nonetheless, he invited me to dine with him in Paris, gave me his address at the Hotel d'Orsay so I could visit him there. On the subject of his suppositions that I was part of German intelligence, I respond thus: it is completely ridiculous. If he had believed this idea, he would never have displayed himself in public with me in Madrid as he did. He kept a bouquet of violets and a ribbon of mine as souvenirs. Matohari was truly frightened at this point. She had confessed to accepting money from the Guernans, offering the entirely plausible, to her, explanation that she viewed the money as nothing more than compensation for the seizure of her furs. She insisted that she had had no intention of spying for them, and yet, instead of recognizing her innocence and giving her freedom, Bouchardon treated her more than ever as a convicted spy. She began tiding to him frantically again, explaining, excusing, trying to make him see the truth as she saw it. It was an impossible task. On May 24, she wrote Laduz one letter and Bouchardon two. She bade Laduz to see her and vowed again that she had never acted against France. To Bouchardon, she wrote that she was now convinced it was Denvans, not Laduz, who had spoken to the commander of Vadim's regiment about her, saying she was a dangerous adventuress. She wanted this mark of Denvans's jealousy noted in the file. She also repeated the story of Denvans's pursuit of her, his encouraging her to go again to Cal to uncover more information, and his strange refusal to meet with her in Paris. She implied that Denvins had betrayed and lied about her because she was in love with Vadim, not him. To her mind, this interpretation of events completely refilled his deposition. To Bouchardon's way of thinking, she had underscored, yet again, her lack of morals. In hindsight, Mata Hari's sense that Denvins was working against her might have been accurate. 3 months after her execution, Denvins was arrested for treason and imprisoned for 4 months of interrogation. He was acquitted in April 1918, but the acquittal was accompanied by a demotion, suggesting a lack of evidence rather than an affirmation of innocence. The arrest left a permanent stain on his career. Hoping for more concrete evidence against Mata Hari, Bouchardon sent policemen to various shops that she frequented, to see if they were points at which she might have dropped off intelligence. He met with no success except for a list of her expensive purchases. Bouchardon had Mata Hari brought in for questioning on May 30. She repeated many of the same accounts of her relationship with Denvins, emphasizing his bitter jealousy. Cruelly, Bouchardon then produced Vadim's deposition and allowed her to read his denial of their love. Shocked and bereft by this ultimate betrayal, Mata Hari answered simply, "I have nothing to say." A moment later she added, "I am not guilty of death of even one of our soldiers." She had nothing left. All of her lovers had abandoned her and lied about her, even Vadim. There was no altar to look forward to, no vision of a happy life with her lover after she was acquitted. And she was beginning to believe, with an awful, deep-seated dread, that she would never be cleared of the charges against her. Later that day, Ladus met with Mata Hari, but she made no dent in his ironclad belief in her guilt and forthcoming conviction. He told her she would be shot as a spy, unless she agreed to name her accomplices. She was terrified. On May 3 she sent a letter to Bouchardon about her meeting with Ladus and his CHAC no accomplices and Rayals to invent one. Captain, nothing of my character ___ me, because of my travels, my foreign acquaintances, my manner of living, I see grand events and grand methods. For him, it is the opposite. He sees everything as petty and small. He did not know how to use me. It was his fault, not mine ___ today, all around me, everything is collapsing, everyone renounces me, even he for whom I would have gone through fire. Never would I have believed in such human cowardice. I will defend myself, and if iful, it will be with a smile of profound contempt. Desperate to clear herself and earn her freedom, she wrote Bouchardon a second letter on May 31, offering to tell him the details of German intelligence in France. Of course, she could not learn the current secrets as long as she remained in a cell at Saint Lazare. If Ladus gave her immediate liberty, she would provide the information he desired within a month. You can menace me and make me suffer, but I cannot tell you what I do not know. Her grip on reality was loosening to a dangerous degree. Her long and hard imprisonment, her isolation, and the betrayal by Vadim had shattered her sense of who she was. Did she really believe there was any chance that Bouchardon and Ladus would free her so that she could gather information about German intelligence for them? In her confused existence, in which lies became truths, and truths lies, this far-fetched possibility seemed as likely as anything else. She continued to write to Bouchardon, repeating and repeating her points. She was innocent. Ladus had suggested espionage to her, not she to him. France could have rehearsed her re-entry but did not, thereby indicating official approval of what she had been doing. Over and over she thrashed helplessly against the network of lies and misinterpretations that bound her as guilty. Clunet sent another pro forma letter to Bouchardon on June 3, asking for her provisional liberty, and yet another on June 8. On June 5, Mata Hari wrote the most revealing letter yet. She was certainly in the throes of nervous breakdown, disoriented, obsessed, terrified, and then strangely optimistic for brief periods. Yet her intelligence still functioned. She could perceive clearly the horror of what was happening to her. There is still something which I beg you to take into consideration. It is that Mata Hart and Mademoiselle MacLeod are two completely different women. Today, because of the war, I am obliged to live under the name of Zell and sign it, but this is a woman unknown to most people. As for me, I consider myself to be Mata Hari. For 12 years, I have lived under this name. Am known in all the countries and I have friends everywhere. That which is permitted to Mata Hari dancer is certainly not permitted to Mademoiselle C. MacLeod. That which happens to Mata Hari, these are events that do not happen to Madame Gazelle. Those who address one do not address the other. In their actions and their manner of living Mata Hart and Mademoiselle cannot be the same. For this reason, no captain, do not be astonished at that which has befallen me. Mata Hart is obliged to defend herself. I learned this to my downfall. Everywhere that I dance, am celebrated, I love my jewels, furs. I am everywhere pursued by the vendors who work at the theatres. The lawsuits are numerous, the seizures are immediate, and to avoid this, it is I or a lover who pays, or else I leave my coveted possessions in the hands of others. I know that there is nothing to do about it. It is the life of the famous, of all women of the theatre. These are things of which one does not speak. But, one makes up the loss when the occasion presents itself. And that is what happened to me, with my furs in Berlin when the war broke out. I assure you, my captain, at 8 o'clock in the morning, when the Berlin police went to every hotel, knocked on every door to see who lived there, that morning of the declaration of war, the bank seized the deposits and valuables of foreigners. All the vendors presented their notes, and since no one could pay, they seized the trunks, the stored furs. That is what happened to me, and happened to others. And since they pretended that I had lived more than 10 years in France, and that I had lost my Dutch nationality, I was treated harshly ____. And so, when Mata Hari had the occasion to take a little reimbursement from the Germans, she did it. All this letter is to point out to you that everything has happened to Mata Hari and not to Mademoiselle. It was Mata Hari who was obliged to go to Paris to protect her interests. Mademoiselle had nothing to do there. I beg you, my captain, take this into consideration. Anna, do not be so hard on me. Realize that I have lived all my adult life as Mata Hari, that I think and act as her. I have lost the notion of travel, of distances, of dangers. Nothing exists for me now. Even the difference between races has vanished. Everywhere, I encounter rascals and brave people. I lose, I win, I defend myself. When I am attacked, I take, sometimes I am taken. But beg you to believe me that I never did a single act of espionage against France. Never, never. And I beg you, my captain, I have suffered enough. Let me leave Saint Lazare. It is not just to keep me locked up. I have never carried out any espionage. Arguing that she was two different people, which she was in a real sense, did nothing to influence Bouchardon. Indeed, he took it as evidence of her insincerity, almost as play acting. He later recalled this time, saying, to forget that she was a woman and beautiful, I had to remember all the evil that her treasons had inflicted on our heroic soldiers. In the course of our interrogation, Mata Hari played all the great emotions of the theatre, the tears, the smile, the disdain, the coquetry, the anger, the feminine dignity ____. By turns, she was familiar and pathetic, always nervous. She spoke surprising words _ I have never known a woman more cultivated nor a linguist more astonishing. He left her growing sicker and more desperately amiss in her cell. She wrote Bouchardon letter after letter, grasping at tiny details, trying to conjure up a vision of innocence and misunderstanding that Bouchardon could embrace, but he never would. Bouchardon questioned her again on June 12. Bull discovered no new information. On June 9, Clunet's appeal for provisional liberty for Mata Hari was again denied. Inspector Kernier compiled a report on Mata Hari's expenditures, amounting to an astounding 13,000 francs in a few months, the equivalent of about $1,000 a week. Not surprisingly, he also uncovered unpaid bills all over Paris. She may have spent nearly $35,000, but she certainly did not pay it out. In fact, on June 27 she received in prison a communication forwarded by her Dutch lawyers to the consulate in Paris, who sent it on to her in prison. The subject was a large bill, 3,211 guilders and 80 cents, the equivalent of about $25,000 today, that had been outstanding at a couturier in The Hague since 1915. The couturier was threatening to seize and sell the furnishings of her house in The Hague in lieu of payment. Despite her dire circumstances, Mata Hari sent off a feisty letter to the consulate, asking that her Dutch attorney, Mr. Hijmans, be informed of what had happened to her. The letter has all the dash and style of Mata Hari before her imprisonment. I have the impression they do not know in Holland what has happened to me. They think I am, in Paris to amuse myself and that I do not intend to come back _____. I suppose nothing serious can happen to me, the more so because I have a charming house in The Hague and have no other debts than this one with the couturier, which happens to every woman. The couturier has to wait. I cannot accept a bill which is 500 guilders too high, and on which 700 guilders have already been paid, without first checking the various bills which I have from them, and on which most likely some other items have also been paid already. The couturier does not have to worry. He will receive the money I owe him, with interest, if necessary, but I am in prison on account of a war accident ____. It is impossible for me to handle my affairs at this moment ___. What has happened to me is terrible, but I am innocent, so it will all be cleared up. On June 21, Courtesan questioned Mata Hari for the last time, in the presence of Clunet, required by law. He told her it was a case of an flagrant délit, for she had been caught in the act like an adulterous lover. She responded with a pretty speech about her plans for carrying off a great espionage coup for France so she could marry Vadim. She had intended to re-establish contact with a former lover, the Duke of Cumberland, who had renounced the of Hanover but whom she hoped to convince to try to reclaim it. She was foiled by her arrest in England and being sent back to Spain, but she still tried to gather proofs for Laudocy. What she learned, she gave to Denvins, who betrayed her. Summing up the circumstances, she cornmeant acidly, as the situation is now, he gets all the honor, and I am in prison. The long process of interrogation and investigation was over. There remained only the waiting, the trial, and the execution. 21 The Kangaroo Court. On July 24, Courtesan completed his omchal report on his investigation of Mata Hari. It was an extraordinary document that spelled out his formal conclusions and unwittingly revealed his deep prejudices against any woman as openly sexual as Mata Hari. Indeed, her sexuality and her guilt were inseparably intertwined in his mind. In the very first paragraph, Courtesan wrote that she descended on the Grand Hotel where she really set her snares. Ignoring the other inhabitants of the hotel, no matter how rich they were, she selected as her victims a certain number of officers of the Allied armies, one by one as they along. He was convinced that she was a predatory woman, deliberately fricking. He accepted Lauduz's version of events, that she presented herself at his office at 282, Boulevard Saint-Germain offering to become a spy, and endorsed Lauduz's claim that his acute intuition told him from the first that Mata Hari was already an enemy agent. The mission Lauduz suggested for Frank was not an actual mission but only a means of entrapment. Much was made, too, of the cheque Mata Hari received for 5,000 francs through the Dutch consulate in November of 1916. Bouchardeur assumed that this money had been paid from German intelligence, but no one ever carried out the simple and obvious step of contacting Bungay or Baron van der Capellan to ascertain the source of those ons for reasons of security, it was said. Courtesan mentioned that Mata Hari went to Cal, a formidable adversary of France in espionage matters, in Madrid. Only a few days later, after freshening up from her coquetries, she entered into relations with our military attaché Colonel Denvins, telling him she was in our service and brought to him certain intelligence that she had she pretended, obtained from Cayley. To be a coquette and indulge in coquetries had a far more sexual connotation in 1917 than it does today. The slang term for a prostitute, cocotte, was probably derived from coquette. His phrases make it sound as if she hopped immediately from Cal's bed to Denvins's. Courtesan's disapproval of Mata Hari's free-loving ways was obvious. During questioning, he wrote, her long stories left us skeptical. This woman set herself up as a sort of Messalina, the sexually voracious wife of Claudius I, dragging a throng of adorers behind her chariot. On the triumphant road of the theatrical success she appears to be as one of these international women. The word is her own, who have become so dangerous since the outbreak of hostilities. The ease with which she expresses herself in several languages, in French especially, her innumerable affairs, the flexibility of her finances, her style, her remarkable intelligence, her immorality, born or acquired, all contributed to make her suspect. It was not possible that the enemy, who searched the 5 parts of the world to find agents, would leave untouched one with these exceptional qualities. And when, after 2 years of war, the woman Zell entered into the office of Captain Laudeur, it was certain that she was no virgin in espionage matters. Though Bouchardon's opinion was strongly stated in this report, his evidence was very thin aside from her intelligence, linguistic skills, morality, sexual rapacity, and style, none of which indicated that she was a spy. There were only 3 types of evidence against her. One was the contents of the intercepted telegrams about Agent H21, a second was her receipt of monies the Dutch consulate, the source of which had not been traced, the third was her admission that she had taken money from Cromer, the German consul, who wanted her to spy for Germany. There was no frequenting of suspicious places, no excessive interest in military matters during her liaisons with officers, no invisible ink, no evidence of particular plans or secrets that had been leaked to the Germans, no demonstrated access to such secrets. The telegrams were the strongest evidence against her. Considered objectively, if they were real, they were surprisingly rich in unimportant detail and eminently poor in actual intelligence. With the exception of assertions that H21 was an agent, nothing in the telegrams indicated that she was. That Mata Hari received money from sources outside of France was very weak evidence because there was no identification of those sources. Many foreign nationals traveling in France during the war had money sent to them from their homeland via their embassy. This was in no way a crime. As for the 20,000 francs Mata Hari accepted from Cromer, her explanation is perfectly in line with her character and her eccentric views about debts and money, to which Bouchardon had had abundant exposure. Moreover, neither Bouchardon nor anyone else could point to a single piece of information that had been given to the Germans to earn the 20,000 francs. Considering the gross hyperbole that the prosecution later used during Mata Hari's trial, she was blamed for the deaths of 50,000 Frenchmen. It is especially revealing that no one ever identified any specific defeat or leak of information that could be blamed on her. Had Mata Hari been able to withstand the pressures of questioning, isolation, and imprisonment, had she not confessed to taking money from Cromer, Bouchardon would probably never have discovered that she accepted money from the Germans. Even with modern methods of investigation and intelligence, spies can rarely be convicted unless they break down and confess. Bouchardon had been convinced of her guilt before he questioned her for the first time, and close exposure to the story of N1 Mata Hari's life had only hardened his feelings against her. Toward the end of his report, his moral prejudices again became dominant. His wholesale condemnation of Mata Hari drew upon his notes during her interrogation. One can see that a woman such as Mata Hari, with her successive liaisons, could play a useful role in obtaining the half-secrets that fit together. It is in vain that her partners tried to keep up their guard. In the battle of the sexes, men, so skilled in other things that they are usually the victors, are always defeated. This dangerous creature is even more so because her primary education permitted her, when she wished, to speak and hold herself correctly in order to create an illusion. Speaking several languages, having lovers in all the capitals of Europe, spread across all the world, there finding discreet collaborations, she flatters herself that she is, in her own words, an international woman. He recommended remanding her for a trial on the charges that she entered the entrenched camp war zone of Paris in December of 1915, in any case within the statute of limitations, order to obtain documents or information in the interest of Germany, an enemy power. 2 in Holland, notably during the first half of 1916, procured for Germany, an enemy power, notably in the person of Consul Cromer, documents or information susceptible to damaging the operations of the army or of compromising the security of places, posts, or other military establishments. 3 in Holland, in May 1916 maintained contact with Germany, an enemy power, in the person of the aforementioned Cromer, in order to facilitate the enterprises of the enemy. Entered the entrenched camp of war in Paris in June in order to secure their documents or information in the interests of Germany. 5. In parts, since May 1916 maintained contact with Germany, with the aim of assisting the enterprises of the aforementioned enemy. 6. In Madrid, in December 1916 maintained contact with Germany in the person OJ military attaché Cal, with the aim of assisting the enterprises of the enemy. In the same circumstances of time and place. Delivered to the person OJ military attaché Cal, documents susceptible to damaging the operations of the Army or OJ, endangering the security of places, posts, or other military establishments, said documents or information dealing in particular with interior politics, the Spring Offensive, the discovery by the French of the secret of German invisible ink, and the disclosure of the name of an agent in the service of England. 8 in Paris, in January 1917, maintained contact with Germany ____WTTH, the aim of assisting the enterprises of the aforementioned enemy. There is something strongly religious, almost catechismal, about the litany of sins of intentionality allegedly committed by Mata-Hari. There are no secrets specified to have been passed, no military operations compromised, no concrete assistance given to the enemy, only intentions and presence in entrenched camps such as the city of Paris. Although the charges seem remarkably vague to modern eyes, the military governor of Paris agreed with Bouchardon's conclusion. He forwarded Mata-Hari's case and charges to the Third Council of War for action. In the meantime, Mata-Hari must have sensed that she was headed for trial, but she still managed to generate occasional bursts of hope. She switched her attention from Bouchardon to Lieutenant André Mornat, her prosecutor, who seemed to have power over her at this point. On June 25 she asked, in a brief sentimental note, if she at LT be allowed a photograph of just one for me, out of the many in her possession at the time of her arrest. She also begged him not to call Vadim to $10 in court, because she could not see him without weeping. Over the weeks that passed until her trial, she wrote Mornat asking for clean lingerie, 4 copies of documents for Clunet, for money so she might marginally improve her life in Saint-Lazare, and for permission to communicate with the outside world, all of which were refused. She also wanted to have additional funds sent from the Netherlands, to help pay her legal costs, arguing, "It is shocking, my lieutenant, how you behave toward. If 200 francs is needed to pay the copyist so that Clunet can have access to documents, take my gold cigarette case which is worth 400 francs. But leave me my lawyer and do not prevent me from defending myself." She complained to Mornat, bitterly and frequently, about the filthy conditions and the appalling food, which had not improved. "I am scandalously malnourished ___. They dare to give us rice water to eat that is so dirty that dogs would refuse it. Each day the quantity of bread grows smaller and smaller ____. I cry at this moment from shame that one dares to give me such squalid rations. The women who are here can again cry out or revolt, but I can only weep. The beds are full of vermin. Hunger every day. I cannot take any more ____. Why, no, Lieutenant, make me suffer this great misery. You can interrogate me, but I am always a woman." On June 30, at long last, the Dutch government expressed some interest in and concern about the long-interred citizen. Only then did the Secretary-General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs contact Clunet, asking to be kept closely informed of developments and remarking that there had been a number of articles about Mata-Hari in Dutch newspapers. Seemingly no diplomatic pressure was brought to bear on the French government for arresting a Dutch citizen without notifying them or for keeping her in prison under horrendous conditions for 5 months. On July 16, Clunet sent a request to the Commissioner of the government, asking that Mata-Hari might be given her blouses, lingerie, and other clothing that were seized upon her arrest. 3 days later, 2 blouses, 2 corsets, a matching skirt and jacket, a pair of slippers, a pair of ankle boots, and a buttonhook were delivered to Saint-Lazare for Mata-Hari. Though it does not appear on the itemized list, several reports said that on her way into the court she was wearing a jaunty trick-ornered hat that matched her jacket and skirt. They also commented that her blouse was rather low-cut. Since these clothes were chosen for her to wear and were not ones she had specifically requested, the symbolism of the military-style hat combined with an indelicately low-cut blouse was undoubtedly deliberate. These clothes conveyed a deeper message: Mata-Hari was no better than a prostitute, and one who took neither war nor the loss of soldiers' lives seriously. On July 20, Mata-Hari was finally freed from Saint-Lazare, only to be moved to the conciergerie to be near the trial venue. She was accompanied by Sister Leonide from Saint-Lazare. The trial began on July 24 at 1 p.m. at the Palace of Justice. Clunet notified the Dutch government of the trial on the very day it began. He was expecting no help from them, and he received. To get to the courtroom, in the company of a guard, Mata Hari crossed the courtyards oft Palace of Justice and entered the central building, where she climbed the impressive spiral staircase to the second floor. She was no longer glamorous and beautiful. Her hair was dirty and ill-dressed, she wore no makeup on her tired face, she had lost an unflattering amount of weight. Yet she still walked like a dancer, supply and fluidly, and held her head high and her back straight with the noble carriage that had been admired by so many. Mata Hari herself would have known little of the recent progress of the war at the time of her trial. She had never concerned herself with its details, except insofar as they have affected Vadim, and she certainly received no war news in Saint Lazare. She was probably aware that it was a very dangerous moment in history to be suspected of espionage. Spy fever had broken out all over Europe, and people were encouraged to look for, and report, any potentially suspicious actions. Casual remarks and such trivialities as the rearrangements of laundry on the clothesline were suspected of being evidence of sympathy with or signals to foreign powers. Foreigners were often arrested. Her own experiences told her this, and questioned or imprisoned without courtesy. Travel was much more difficult, permits were always essential, and even with proper papers, foreigners were generally viewed with distrust. The first years of the war had gone badly for the Allied forces, and shortages caused hardships at home as well as among the troops. Wounded, crippled men, missing limbs or coughing and wheezing from gas, were becoming a sad and familiar sight in the streets of Europe. Many families had lost a son, a brother, a father, an uncle, or a cousin. Most lived in terror that the next report from the war would include heavy casualties in whatever sector their loved ones were stationed. In Russia, conditions were so bad that Tsar Nicholas XI had been forced to resign in March of 191. An unthinkable revolution and interim government was formed, but the Russian troops, which had diverted many German soldiers to the Eastern Front, became disorganized and unstable. They might withdraw, collapse, mutiny, or simply run. Without the vast Russian army in the war, the other allies feared that all German troops would soon be concentrated on the Western Front in France. The French troops themselves were weary, weakened, and demoralized, having endured prolonged fighting and heavy losses during 1916 at Verdun. They were not confident of their ability to beat the Germans, especially if the troops now on the Eastern Front moved to the Western Front. In April and May of 1917, the French commander-in-chief, Robert Georges Nivelle, had confidently predicted a brilliant attack on the German line at Chemin des Dames. The Road of the Women could break through in a single day and end the war. Instead, the Chemin des Dames had been a prolonged disaster. On the first day, April 16, there had been an appalling slaughter of thousands of French and Russian troops in the Aisne Valley. Crossing the ground, they had met with a network of barbed wire that had forced them into CLTMVS. They were mowed down by German machine guns entrenched on the plateau above the valley. Vadim was among the wounded. Hospital services had been unable to handle the numbers of wounded, some had been loaded onto trains heading to hospitals as far away as Paris. Despite his own statements earlier that the attack must be brief, Nivelle had continued to hurl troops into the battle day after day. By the time in May that an end to the battle had been called, roughly 187,000 French lives had been lost, along with numerous tanks and guns, which were much needed for any further offensives. Instead of an end to the war, all that had been gained at Chemin des Dames was a few hundred meters of ground. The defeat had been so costly that half-of divisions of the French army had mutinied and rallied to fight. Infantrymen had refused to go up to the front for an offensive, though they had vowed to defend themselves if attacked. Protest demonstrations had been held, red flags had been flown, and stones had been thrown at military transports, railroad lines had been sabotaged, and, occasionally, unpopular officers had been attacked. The Russian troops also mutinied, refusing to obey orders. Because of their massive losses, about half of the 1st Brigade had been wounded in the Chemin des Dames and their poor food and medical treatment. On May 15, Nivelle had been replaced as Commander-in-Chief by Philippe Henri Pétain, who ruthlessly identified 54 men as ringleaders of the mutiny and summarily tried and executed them at the front line. 300 French mutineers were dispatched in disgrace to the prison on Devil's Island, off the coast of French Guiana. This suppressed the mutiny but left morale dangerously low. Pétain had decided not to commit French troops to offensive actions for a while, he gave soldiers more leave and their families generous allowances and tried to improve the food for frontline soldiers. The French demanded that the Russians restore order in their brigades. When initial attempts failed, the 1st and then the 3rd Brigades were confined to a cairn in La Courtesan. Instead of solving the problem, the two brigades fell to fighting each other and the mutiny grew even worse. In the summer of 1917, the entire French military establishment lived in a volatile milieu of anxiety, shame, terror, courage, despair, and optimism. Attempts to capture and convict spies were stepped up as the war turned worse, in the way that Pétain had executed soldiers identified as traitors because they had not wished to join in hopeless martyrdom on the battlefield. The Allied commanders, especially the French, needed someone to blame, to punish, to defeat, as they were being defeated by the Guernons. And there she came, on July 24, the perfect scapegoat, a tall dark woman in a low-cut blouse and a hat that mocked the military establishment. She was an immoral foreigner with a sensuous walk who had shamelessly seduced men from all armies. She had not only killed Frenchmen, she had stolen them from their wives and families while they were still alive. She had lived flamboyantly and expensively. The quality of her clothes and boots was evident to any observer at the trial at a time when ordinary people could not get enough bread to eat. The day of trial was close and warm, 82 degrees F. Mata-Hari faced 7 men, all from the military. Lieutenant Colonel Albert Ernest Semprou, president of the tribunal, and the other judges, Major Ferdinand Joubert, Captain Lionel de Cala, Captain Jean Chaitin, Lieutenant Henry de Guesso, 2nd Lieutenant Joseph de Mercier de Malval, and Sergeant Major Bertham K. Most of these men were in their 50s or 60s and had had distinguished military careers. The prosecutor intent on convicting Mata-Hari was Lieutenant André Mornat, a tall man with a beard showing streaks of grey. The clerk was Sergeant Major Riviere. The only friendly face in the courtroom was that of her attorney and former lover, Clunet, whose inefficacy she had surely begun to suspect. He was not nearly as familiar with the peculiarities of military law embodied in the leather-bound tomes of the Military Code of Justice, the Code of Criminal Instruction, and the Ordinary Penal Code, which were required to be in the courtroom as her prosecutor or the members of the tribunal. The room was crowded with spectators and reporters, for word of the trial had leaked out. Something titillating as the espionage trial of the notorious Mata-Hari, whose dancing had thrilled so many, was not to be missed. Many reporters and spectators had seen her dance, all knew of her many triumphs, most would consider her a glamorous sex symbol, the epitome of seductiveness. Semprou asked the accused to state her full name, date and place of birth, civil status, profession, and address. Mata-Hari did so, with dignity. The court was then promptly convened. The first actier was taken by Mornat, who requested that the courtroom be cleared of spectators for reasons of security, since it was anticipated that state secrets would be discussed. He also asked that publication of the trial record be prohibited. After some discussion among the tribunal members, these motions were granted. Guards removed everyone from the room save the accused, the tribunal, the attorneys, and other necessary officials, and kept spectators 10 meters from the doors, so they could not overhear the proceedings. Major Émile Massard, in his memoirs, claimed he was also present as the representative of Governor Dubail, but his presence is not mentioned in documents. Bouchardon also claimed to have witnessed the trial, but his presence is not recorded. The only available accounts of the trial are the official judgment, now declassified, which does not detail the lines of questioning, a letter about the trial written after the fact by Captain Jean Chaitin, one of the judges, and eyewitness accounts written years later by Bouchardon and Massard, who may not have been present at the trial. Massard and Bouchardon report exchanges with Mornat that are sometimes identical to or at least closely parallel to those during Mata-Hari's interrogation. Either Mornat followed Bouchardon's questions very closely, and Mata-Hari's responses were sometimes word-for-word repetitions, or those eyewitness accounts are based on the interrogations and not the trial itself. Captain Chaitin's letter about the trial was reproduced by Massard in his memoirs. Chaitin's words reveal the impression of Mata-Hari that was given to the tribunal judges during the trial. First, he congratulated Massard on facing up to who suggested that Mata-Hari had been unjustly convicted. On what is this person basing his conclusion? Well, I relied on the proofs that I had in my hands, and on the confessions of this vile spy, to affirm that she caused to be killed about 50,000 of our children, not counting those who found themselves on board vessels torpedoed in the Mediterranean upon the information given by age 21 no doubt. Moreover, it must be remembered that age 21 was in Germany, in July 1914, the mistress of a German prince, and that after she was justly condemned to death, no recourse or pardon was to be given, so evil was her cause. No evidence could have been presented about how Mata Hari caused the death of 50,000 children, or the torpedoing of ships, because Bouchardon had uncovered none. As for the German prince whose mistress Mata Hari allegedly was in July 1914, he was the policeman Griebel Hartl, a prince. Bouchardon's report on the questioning of Mata Hari was presented to the court by the prosecution, including his conclusion that she was a born spy. Mornit's subsequent questioning must have been designed to bring out precisely those points that Bouchardon had emphasized in his report, that Mata Hari was immoral and highly sexual, that she spent a great deal of time with officers from various armies, that she traveled during wartime, and that she accepted money from men, of whom were involved in espionage. Mornit called 5 witnesses. The first was Inspector Munier, one of the 2 who had tailed Mata Hari all over Paris for many months. He certainly testified about her extravagant ways and the many influential men she was seen with, but he could not supply any damning evidence of espionage because he had been able to uncover none. Police Commissioner Alfred Priolet testified about her arrest and the items seized from her hotel room, none of which constituted evidence of espionage. Then Captain Laduz and his superior, Colonel Gaubet, presented their view of Mata Hari and his enrollment as a spy for France as a clever means of unmasking her as a German spy. In Gaubet's words, she was one of the most dangerous that counter-espionage ever captured. Mornit almost certainly asked Mata Hari why she had not confessed to Laduz that she had already accepted money from Cromer to spy for Germany when Lad 01X asked her to spy for France. She repeated that SHK had done nothing for Cromer or the Germans, that she regarded the 20,000 francs as reimbursement for her seized, that it would have been foolish of her to tell Laduz about this. She wanted Laduz to trust her and give her a big mission for France, both to help the front and, more important, to give her sufficient funds to support Vadime for the rest of their lives together. Laduz must also have testified extensively about the age 21 telegrams, since he was the main expert on this subject. Much more plainly than anything else, these telegrams, if they were genuine, identified Mata Hari as a German agent. Further, if his testimony followed his depositions, Laduz have denied that he ever recruited Mata Hari as a spy for France or gave her a mission. Falsehoods that destroyed the credibility of her version of events. If the head of the Dxim Bureau swore that Mata Hari had never been a spy for France, then her activities as a double agent were reduced to simply being a single agent, for Germany. Ladau's testimony constituted the primary evidence that Mata Hari was engaged in espionage for Germany. 2 witnesses that Mornit wished to call, Vadim de Maslov and Lieutenant Hallor, were unable to attend the tribunal. Mata Hari must have been relieved not to have to face Vadim and hear him deny loving her. The trial proceeded without them, but their depositions were read aloud. Mornit closed his summation with a theatrical pronouncement that would have played well on the stage: "The evil that this woman has done is unbelievable. This is perhaps the greatest woman spy of the century." The tribunal was adjourned at 7 p.m. accompanied by a guard. Mata Hari made her way back to the conciergerie and Sister Leonide. On July 25 the tribunal was convened again at 8 am. Clunet was invited to present his defense and called various influential as witnesses. Jules Cambon of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mata Hari's former lover who had helped thought up the stratagem to delay the Dutch government from learning about her imprisonment, testified that she never asked him about military or diplomatic affairs. Another potential witness was Alfred Messamy, who had been Minister of War when war was declared. He had spent some idyllic days in Mata Hari's convent. Though summoned to court, Messamy did not appear. His wife, who signed herself boldly Andrea Messamy, née Bonaparte, sent a letter to Saint-Vrau stating that her husband was ill with rheumatism and had never met Mata Hari in any case. It seemed that marital considerations prohibited Messamy's testifying or Mata Hari's behalf. Messamy's name was not mentioned in court, he was only identified as M.Y., a cabinet minister, when some of his letters to Mata Hari were read out in court. Messami's categorical denial of an affair with Mata Hari led to the widespread presumption that the lover in question was Louis Malvi, the Minister of the Interior, whose subsequent political career was damaged as a result. Henri de Marguerite, a lover since the time of Enlata Hari's debut in Paris, courageously came to court to testify for her. During his first wartime visit to Paris in 1915, he recalled, "Madame did not ask a single question about politics or military matters. You well know she is not a spy," he reproached Mornat, according to one account. Mornat feigned incredulity that he had spent days in Mata Hari's company in 1915 and yet never once discussed the war, the obsession of the day. "We spoke of art, Indian art," de Marguerite insisted. "Nothing had ever spoiled my good opinion of this lady." His assertion tallied well with the depositions from Halor and Vadim and, though they were not presented, with depositions from dozens of other men. In addition to her beauty, part of Mata Hari's appeal to the war-weary men she entertained was precisely that, she did not speak of war, she spoke of music, art, theatre, books, anything to help them forget the horrors they had endured and had yet to endure. Men on leave from the front did not want to discuss the hell from which they had come, they wanted peace, magic, pretty women, and music. Men in positions of importance who were charged with ordering soldiers to their deaths, or calculating how long a regiment might hold an impossible position, felt the same, no doubt. Clunet's quiet reasoning as he pointed up the flaws and inconsistencies in the prosecution's case was certainly heard. Doubtless he argued for Mata Hari's rather different interpretation of numerous events. But his impassioned words made little impact on the members of the tribunal compared with the lurid accusations hurled at Mata Hari by the prosecution. By the end of July 25 the evidence had been presented and the arguments heard. Massard reported that, during Clunet's summation, he watched Mata Hari transform herself, as an actress does, from a mere woman to a siren with strangely compelling charm. She smiled brilliantly at the judges, and Colonel Sanvrau asked if she had any closing words with which to defend herself. "My defense is to speak the truth. I am not French. I have the right to have friends in other countries, even those at war with France. I remain neutral. I count on the good hearts of French officers." She seemed confident, though this attitude was probably mere performance. There was the evidence that she had harmed France? Where were the secrets she was to have passed? Why should the officers of France turn against her, when so many French officers had loved Hero Semprou declared the hearings closed, and the judges retired to consider their verdict. According to Massard, they deliberated for only 45 minutes. Massard also claimed to have heard a Commander C, not a member of the tribunal, remark while the judges were out of the room, "It is fatal to send to death a creature so seductive with such intelligence. But she has caused such disasters that I would condemn her 12 times if I could." They had 8 charges to consider, the 8 that Bouchardon had recommended for prosecution in his report. Had she entered the entrenched camp of Paris in December 1915? Yes. This point was uncontested. Since all of Paris was considered an entrenched camp, Mata Hari did enter the entrenched camp of Paris in December 1915 on a government-approved visa. The tribunal agreed unanimously. She was guilty. Had she given documents and information to Consul Cromer while she was in The Hague, during the first 6 months of 1916? 6 men voted yes, although no evidence was produced that Mata Hari gave any documents or information to Cromer. She was again guilty, 1 voted no. Had Mata Hari maintained contact or talked with Cromer in May 1916? The judges and Mata Hari in her testimony concurred that she had indeed met with Cromer in May of 1916. Actually, she met with him in the autumn of 1915, though her was faulty on this point. To demonstrate the breadth of this charge, contact was probably also maintained with Cromer during May of 1916 by his butcher, baker, cook, and many other people wholly innocent of espionage. Mata Hari was again pronounced guilty. Had she returned to Paris in June of 1916 with the intention of obtaining information to aid the German cause? Again, each judge voted yes, as she clearly did return to Paris in June 1916. NC evidence of Mata Hari's intention was produced, but the charge was framed in such a way that the judges could not agree to the statement of fact, that she was in Paris in June of 1916, and disagree with the statement of intention. She was guilty agam had she maintained contact with Germans while she was in Paris in 1916? Again, most voted yes, but one man still answered no, since the prosecution had produced no evidence of meetings, telegrams, or letters passing between Mata Hari and the Germans had she maintained contact with Germans, in the person of Cal, while she was in Madrid in December of 1916 with the intention of furthering the aims of Germany. She admitted that she had been in Madrid in December and had met with Cal. The second part of the charge was no separately supported by any evidence, and Mata Hari testified that her meetings were in the service of France. Nonetheless, she was considered guilty by unanimous vote. Had she passed documents susceptible to damaging the operations of the army or of endangering the security of places, posts, or other military establishments, said documents or information dealing in particular with interior politics, the Spring Offensive, the discovery by the French of the secret of German invisible ink, and the disclosure oft name of an agent in the service of England? This was a complex charge. Yes, she gossiped with Cal about Princess George of Greece, about political maneuverings in Paris, and about rumors of a spring offensive. Any of these topics were in the daily newspapers, and even Bouchardon and Mornett, who were totally convinced of Mata Hari's evil intentions, could not support the accusation that she had passed vital details along on any of these matters. What precisely was meant by the part of charge that dealt with invisible ink is mysterious. Mata Hari had reported to Denvan's information from Cal that German agents carried invisible ink in crystals under their fingernails, but this hardly constituted passing information to Cal. Ladus claimed he had told her that the French had discovered how to reveal all invisible inks used by the Germans, but this discovery occurred after she had left Spain, so she cannot have passed Cal that information. The last part of the charge implies that Mata Hari revealed the identity of an Allied agent to the Germans on her voyage on the Hollandia. She had been told by the captain that a Belgian couple on the ship named Allard were spies. He worked for England, she for Germany, was the shipboard gossip. She repeated this story to an Allied agent in Madrid and to Cal. And so, on this charge also, she was judged to be guilty by 6 members of the tribunal, innocent by 1. The final charge was that in January 1917 Mata Hari had maintained contact with Germans in Paris. No meetings were observed during her extensive surveillance, nor were there letters, phone calls, or telegrams. Nonetheless, the tribunal voted unanimously that she was guilty of this charge. Pronounced guilty on all charges, Mata Hari needed to be sentenced. Semprau asked the tribunal to vote that she should be shot, and they concurred. The tribunal returned to the courtroom with much pomp and circumstance. The verdict and sentence were read. In the name of the people of France, the Third Permanent Council of War of the Military Government of Paris has rendered the following judgment. Today, the 25th of July 1917, the Third Permanent Council of War in Paris, heard by the Commissioner of Government in the requisitions and conclusion, has declared the named Zell, Marguerite, Gertrude, called Mata Hari, divorcee of Nfr. Macleod, guilty of espionage and intelligence with the enemy with the end of assisting his enterprises. In consequence, the aforementioned council condemns her to pain of death, by application of Articles 205 paragraph 2, 206 paragraphs 1 and 2, 64, 69, 269, 139, 187 of the Code of Military Justice and 7 of the Criminal Code. And, by the Articles 139 of the Code of Military Justice and 9 of the Law of July 22, 1867, th Council condemns the aforesaid Zell to reimburse, by the gifts of her property and by sale, to the public treasury, the costs of the trial. It was not enough that she was sentenced to death, but her possessions were to be sold to pay the French state for the cost of prosecuting and convicting her. The total amount called for was 335.65 francs. The greatest single expense, 299 francs, ironically, was the fees to be paid to the medical men who examined her and attested to her ability to withstand the rigors of her imprisonment. Paris newspapers gaily reported that Mata Hari, sitting next to Clunet, heard this appalling verdict and whispered, "It's impossible. It's impossible." Another described her as a sinister Salome, who played with the heads of our soldiers in front of the German Herod. The evocation of 8 biblical seductress who killed heartlessly only heightened public feeling against Mata Hari. She was condemned twice over, once for her sexuality which was undisputed and once for her dubiously proven espionage. 22 Waiting back in St. Lazare, Mata Hari was moved to cell number 12, where those condemned to death waited. There were 2 beds in addition to her own, occupied by other prisoners who had earned a position of trust by their good behavior. The task assigned her companions was to keep her from suicide. Sisters Marie and Leonide also kept a close eye on her. Out of kindness, Sister Leonide brought her a cup of coffee early every morning. Within a few days, Mata Hari resumed her letter-writing campaign while she awaited the appeal, a review of her trial to determine whether correct procedure had been followed. She wrote to Dr. Bizard, asking for permission to walk for a few minutes in the prison courtyard every day, a privilege that had been given her before the trial but that had been revoked because she was under sentence of death. "I cannot stand it any longer," she told. "I need some air and exercise. This will not prevent them from killing me if they absolutely want to, but it is useless to make me suffer, closed in as I am it is too much to bear." She received no visitors during this period, no letters except those from Clunet. She attempted to write to Anna Lint Jens, each missive asking her to carry out a list of commissions for her, such as paying for a very pretty portrait of her in pastels that she felt either Baron van der Capellan or Anna herself would want to earn. She also wrote to her Dutch solicitor Hijmans, in hopes of straightening out the long unpaid bills with the couturier. She attempted to send letters to the Dutch legation in Paris, though all her letters were read before posting and some were returned to her because of the unflattering description of French justice contained in them. She asked for a list of the objects seized from her and their whereabouts, but this was refused until after her appeal was heard. On July 28 the Dutch ambassador to Paris was asked to have Mata Hari's punishment reduced to a prison sentence, if the appeal was unsuccessful. Mata Hari passed her 41st birthday on August 7, in St. Lazare. On August 17 her appeal was denied. In September, she became more frantic and wrote more urgently. She told to Consul Bungi, Ir Paris the man Bouchardon suspected of participating in her espionage activities begging for assistance in obtaining additional funds from the Netherlands. She also asked what the Dutch government was doing to help her, adding truly, "Here, I am without defense." Though in prison, Mata Hari was still viewed as potentially dangerous. The request by Mio, the solicitor appointed by the court to wind up her affairs, to meet with her was debated, lest she somehow smuggle out vital information. Mio's letters to Mata Hari were scrutinized. Buthe was reluctantly given permission to visit her in prison. On September 12 the Dutch publisher from Sneek, A.J. Kuij wrote what must be one of the most outrageous letters of the entire affair. Knowing Mata Hari was in prison and condemned to execution and almost certainly acquainted with her now humiliated and embarrassed relatives in Sneek, Kuij wrote asking for the rights to publish her memoirs, which he hoped she was working on. He addressed the letter to her at Vincennes, the execution ground. The letter was forwarded to the military government of Paris on September 29, but there is no indication whether she received it. She did not reply. She did, however, have a soldier clerk make 4 copies of a memoir, for which her account was charged 5.50 francs. However, the chief of the Bureau of Military Justice found it repugnant for a soldier to receive money from Mata Hari and denied the payment. The memoir disappeared. On September 22 she wrote to the Dutch legatee in Paris, Van Stuurs, to intervene on her behalf ANC beg for a presidential pardon for her. Since her first appeal had been turned down, her next hope lay with the Supreme Court of Appeals. They too resolved to overturn Mata Hari's conviction. Van Stuurs and Clunet consulted, and the latter wrote to the Dutch envoy. A request for clemency from The Hague was sent via Van Stuurs to the French foreign minister, to be forwarded in turn to President Raymond Poincaré. The basis of the request was for reasons of humanity. Poincaré never granted such appeals during his tenure and would certainly not commute the sentence of death for one such as Mata Hari. He was dealing with mutinies in both the French and Russian armies. He was so strongly anti-German that he was personally blamed by some for the outbreak of war. His conviction that traitors deserved no leniency was strongly supported by Georges Clemenceau, former Prime Minister and a rising political power in 1917. Thou et el. The two men disliked each other intensely. On November 16 Poincaré suppressed his loathing of Clemenceau and asked him to form a government as Prime Minister. Clemenceau immediately purged the country of leaders whom he thought weak or traitorous, including Minister of the Interior Louis Malvy, who was wrongly thought to have been a lover of Fatahuri, and Joseph Denvins, who had indeed been hell lover. Poincaré's rejection oft appeal for pardon was sent to Clunet's office on October 13. On Sunday, October 14, in a last attempt to save his client, Clunet towed to the Cornmandant, hoping to use a technicality in the law to postpone the execution. In the theatre world, where everyone is naturally interested in the fate of Matahari, the rumor is that she is pregnant. If that is so, and if the pardon is rejected, the execution by the Third Council of War will naturally be suspended. My concern is to beg you to order that a medical expert be consulted to determine the physiological state of the condemned. _PS. My compatriot and friend, the eminent General Marchand, reported as missing in a recent combat, was not killed but imprisoned by the Germans. Why not impose on our enemies the restitution of this general, in exchange for Matahari, deprived by us of all value, and the capital punishment commuted to exile? Clunet's clever appeal did not work. Considering the conditions of her imprisonment and her isolation from all men except the physicians Socket and Bizard, her remorseless interrogator, Bouchardon, and Clunet himself, a recent pregnancy was most likely. Even if she had been pregnant, this provision for postponement in such cases was a matter of civil, not military, law. However, the dramatic possibilities of such a last-minute claim appealed to Massard, who wrote a scene in his memoirs claiming that, on the morning of her execution, Clunet all but begged Matahari to say she was pregnant by him. The news of Matahari's impending execution had reached Holland in September, but there was little solid information. Neither the Dutch newspapers nor even the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs could get a copy of the charges upon which Matahari had been sentenced to death. Clunet did not pass on the news of the French president's refusal to pardon Matahari to the Dutch envoy immediately, because he did not wish to disturb such an important man on the weekend. When the envoy received the information on the morning of Monday, October 15, Matahari was already dead. The order for her execution was signed on October 14. All her appeals had been exhausted. Clunel was to be taken as a witness to the execution grounds at Vincennes at 6:15 the following morning. In attendance would be Captain Thibaut, the chief scribe, or recorder, for the Third Council of War, who had not been present at the trial, Lieutenant Colonel Semprou, President of the Tribunal, and Lieutenant Cholot, a tribunal judge who had not been present at Matahari's trial. The executoire would be carried out by firing squad provided by the 4th Regiment of the Zouaves. The CLK grace would be delivered by Sergeant Major Pitoy of the 23rd Regiment of Dragoons. A military physician, Robillard, would be present to declare her dead. Pastor Arbutz and Sisters Merrick and Leonide from the prison would also attend. A tender story of dubious accuracy involves Bizard, the resident physician at St. Lazare. WHC learned on October 14 that Matahari was to die the next morning. Matahari had had great cliff cold, sleeping since her trial. She worried all night, each night, because she never knew when the sentence would be carried out. Bizard wrote that he visited her cell on the evening of October 14 and deliberately tuned the subject to dancing. He and Sister Leonide asked Matahari to show them of her dances, so she arose and performed for a few minutes. While she was preoccupied, Bizard slipped a dose of chloral hydrate, a sleeping potion, into her water. She would have a good sleep on her last night on Earth. 23 Dying well, the crowd of Ivan woke her in the darkness just before 5 a.m. Her hated interrogator, Bouchardon, was there along with Jean Estaque, the prison director, Bizard, the prison doctor, Captain Émile Massard, the chief of military staff in Paris, and her dear old attorney, Clunet. The prison pastor, Jules Arb 01X, was waiting with Captain Thibaut, the Chief military recorder of the Third Council of War. Her time had come. She may have been fuzzy-headed from the chloral hydrate Bizard had slipped into her drinking water the night before. She quickly realized that he had known what would happen on this morning even if she had not. And she understood why the doctor and Sister Leonide had asked her to dance a little for them the night before. They had wanted to see Madhuri, the true Madhuri, once before she died. She had shown them as best she could, though her long and wretched months in the dismal prison had stolen most of her grace and loveliness. The last appeals and requests for pardons had failed. There was no other reason they would awaken her in the dark hours of that cold and foggy morning. She was to be shot at dawn. The nuns hovered in the background as she heard the dreadful news. She had perhaps already decided to die as she had lived, with flair and courage. She had nothing left but pride and dignity. She would die as Madhuri. Pierre Bouchard and prosecutor André Mornat worked together closely to convict Madhuri of espionage on flimsy evidence. This photo was taken on the day of her execution. Collection Roger Violet. The men, except for Bizard, left the room while she dressed slowly and carefully for this, her last performance. She wanted to look her best, but she had no extensive wardrobe to choose from, only what her captors had allowed her. She asked permission to wear a corset, which was given. Most accounts say she also donned the only decent clothes she had been allowed, the ones she had worn to her trial: stockings, a low-cut blouse that showed off her beautiful shoulders under a two-piece, dove-grey costume, and fashionable ankle boots. A story from the Little Parisian which would have appeared on October 16, 1917, had it not been suppressed by the censor, described her outfit as a very elegant one trimmed in faux dash. Sister Leonide and Sister Marie helped her dress, but soon their wrinkled faces steamed with tears and Madhuri had to comfort them. Then she pinned up her unwashed hair carefully, slowly, as high and elegantly as possible. The grey hairs that she had once hidden with dye were beginning to show badly, which hurt her vanity. She would conceal the grey with her hat. She felt no need for a last-minute confession, though Pastor Arbutz accompanied her and the others to the execution. She was not a religious person. Even had she believed in the power of confession to wipe away sins, she had done nothing wrong in her view. She had only loved men and let them love her. Where was the harm in that? Hurriedly she wrote 3 last letters, 1 to her daughter and 2 to gentlemen friends, probably Vadim and Henri de Marguerite, the one whom she loved still and the other who had so kindly and bravely come to court to testify on her behalf. Naively, she trusted her captors to see to their delivery. She handed them over to the pastor, but the letters were never seen again. Her jailers were taking no chances off posthumous protest. She made no will. She checked her hair, set a 3-cornered hat upon her head and angled it just so, and drew on long, elegant, buttoned gloves. She threw a vivid blue coat over her shoulders like a cape and stood erect to look in the mirror. Her skin was sallow and wrinkled, her once luxuriant hair now thin and dull, but her carriage was still proud. It would have to do. With grave dignity, she thanked Dr. Bizard, who had tried to win better treatment for her during her miserable imprisonment. At this gesture, Sister Marie began sobbing like a heartbroken child. "Do not cry," Madhuri comforted the sister, wiping her cheeks. "Be cheerful-like. Imagine that I am going on a long journey, that I will return and we will find each other again." They were words she might have spoken tenderly to a lover, to Vadim, but he had abandoned her in her troubles. Now she had only herself to rely on. The situation was familiar, she had made her life and now she would make her own death. "Besides, you will come a little way with me, won't you?" she pleaded with the sister. "You shall accompany me." She walked down the dank corridor holding Sister Leonide's hand. She refused to let the warder touch her. Prison rats, their dark and matted with grease and filth, scurried past in the hallway. Their presence no longer made her shudder. She had become used to them over the months. She, who once lived in the best hotels and finest houses like a queen, did not flinch at mere rats. At the door there were dozens of Sprangers, prison officials, journalists, onlookers jostling to catch sight of her. She wondered who they all were. "All these people," she whispered to Sister Leonide cheekily, as if they were best friends from the theatre, peeking out through a gap in the curtain to see the size of the audience. That a success. Though they were, they would be her audience, and she played her role to perfection. She let herself be led to a black car with its window blinds drawn, but she would not be hustled or hurried. The cortege of 5 identical cars sped rapidly through the still streets, losing the gawkers and journalists who tried to follow. The procession went to Thicapaniere, the muddy fields near Vincennes that were used for drill practice by the cavalry. It was an apt choice. She had always favored military. The bleak autumn light of the coming dawn illuminated a somber scene. There was a firing squad of 12 from the 4th Regiment of Zouaves, in their khaki uniforms and red fezes, and the sergeant major from the 23rd Dragoons in his navy blue uniform with a black beret. She assessed them calmly. They all looked ridiculously young and nervous. In another time and place, she would have charmed and flattered them, who made them feel like men of the world, won them over. Now she felt a little sorry for them. To be responsible for executing Mata Hari was going to be a burden to live with, she supposed. There was no time to think of that. She had a performance to give and it required all her nerve and skill. She resolved to be tied to the stake, and so she stood, lonely but regal, in the desolate field on her own. Dawn had broken just minutes before, and the light was still soft and pearly. When the senior officer offered a blindfold, she declined with a dignified movement of her head. "That is not necessary," she said graciously. She waved kindly to the 2 weeping nuns who had done as much as they could do to comfort her. Their kindness had been a great gift to her. She blew a kiss to the priest. Just a moment of naughtiness, she couldn't resist, and another to her lawyer. She knew he was still in love with her. She knew he would think of her for the rest of his dull life. Thibaut read out the sentence. By the order of the Third Council of War, the woman Zell has been condemned to death for espionage. His words hung in the quiet misty air. Mata Hari awaited her fate like the magnificent heroine she was. They could take her life, but they could not rob her of her identity. "By God," the sergeant major of the dragoons said in quiet admiration, watching her. "This lady knows how to die." He lifted his saber and the men shouldered their rifles. Then the sergeant major shouted, "Nioue! Aim!" and then, after a long pause, fire! The squad did their duty. No one knew which rifle shots killed her. She was proud and silent as the bullets struck, and then she slumped over, bleeding. Pitoi slowly walked over to her flaccid body and administered the coup de grace, firing one shot into her head. The act was a sort of macabre salute. Mata Hari was dead. Robillard, Thibaut, and Cholot signed the execution order, signifying that it had been duly carried out. Officially, no one came to claim her body. Her head was sent to the Institute of Anatomy Museum in Paris for study with those of other criminals. The next morning the French newspapers were full of stories about Mata Hari. One identified Hell as a choreographic artist of foreign origin and announced triumphantly. The items that came into the hands of French justice demonstrated the evidence of the guilt of the accused and the value of the information handed over by her to the enemy. On the day of the declaration of war, Mata Hari frequented political, military, and police circles in Berlin. She was in the service of Germany. She was enrolled under an organization number in the service of German notorious chiefs of espionage, and received from Germany in the month of May 1916, important sums as remuneration for various missions and information she furnished. Faced with material proofs, she admitted all of these facts. Of course, she had admitted nothing of the kind, but the truth no longer mattered. Although there was often an outcry about the secrecy surrounding executions, hundreds of convicted spies were executed during the war. One editorialized that the execution was given exactly the attention it deserved. One does not ask for the crowd to attend such a horrible spectacle, a woman shot. But it must be that the traitors, whatever their sex, know what punishment awaits them. Several Paris newspapers gave nearly identical reports because they were all following an official press release, which deviated from the truth in several particulars. One used an especially congratulatory headline, "The spy Mata Hari paid yesterday for her crimes." Criticisms of T execution or trial were strongly discouraged, and the official censor suppressed or modified some stories. The overall tone of the press stories was fervently, exaggeratedly patriotic. There was no suggestion of criticism of French government or military. Throughout the month of October, the Times in Paris ran a regular daily column entitled An Intelligence with the Enemy, in which Bouchardon was frequently praised for his successes in achieving convictions of spies. His harsh treatment and occasional abrogation of rights of those accused was approved as being entirely necessary to keep France safe. Convicting Mata Hari had made Bouchardon a public hero. 4 days after Mata Hari's execution, Georges Laudats was arrested as a German spy. It was Laudats who had enticed her into the shadowy world of espionage. It was he who probably altered the contents of telegrams that were the only solid evidence against Mata Hari. One of his own agents, Pierre Lenoir, had been arrested a few months earlier for defecting to the enemy. Lenoir protested that the Germans had manufactured evidence that he had been turned. All of his activities had been carried out for France, he said. Asked to name his accomplices, he pointed to Lad 01X, who seems to have recruited and abandoned more than one agent. Laudats was immediately arrested, though the news was kept from the newspapers. Morale was dangerously low in France. News that the head of French counter-espionage, the man who had done much to convict Mata Hari, was in turn being investigated for espionage would be disastrous. Laclot was suspended from the Dxim Bureau, put under house arrest, and subjected to relentless questioning. The case against Laudats was dismissed on January 1, 1919, but he was re-arrested on January 2 after the second arrest. He was imprisoned at Cherchmity, a grim military prison that may have been as horrific as Saint Lazare. Laudats was interrogated for 4 months, court-martialed, and finally acquitted on May 8, 1919. All the world dropped me, Lad 0LX told sullenly of the period of his imprisonment and interrogation, an experience about which Mata Hari could have told him much. His defense was that his arrest was part of a clever plot, planned in all probability by the Germans. At the beginning of August 1914, I was assigned to be a sentinel behind our lines by the greatest OJR military chiefs and, as it was my duty, I have rung my alarm bells as soon as the danger appeared to me. It is thus not my fault if they have sometimes left me too exposed, so much so that I was used as primary target by the quiet enemy which approached. At the same time I was exposed also to the attacks which came from our own ranks and which have killed me. My abrupt departure of the headquarters of the army in October 1917. How closely Laudats's defense of himself against charges of espionage parallels that offered by Mata Hari and Lenoir. All 3 cases followed the same script, the undertaking of a dangerous jot for France, the false accusation supported by false evidence, producing isolation, humiliation, and punishment. It may be that Laudats himself was the original author of these scenario. Laudats's acquittal in May of 1919 may have been influenced as much by the end of the war in November 1918 as by the paucity of proof against him. His name was never fully cleared, however. Lac 10LX wrote, "The day after my acquittal, I asked Clemenceau in a letter which was without a doubt sharp what type of reparations he proposed to give me. He responded to me through one of the officers of headquarters. The Commandant say to Laudats that he will stay in the service and that he will await his dirty turn for his 4th stripe and his cross." But my comrade confided, he had added in a voice less rude, "Laudats has been punished to the end, but it is not right for an officer to cover himself in shit. If he is finally splashed by it, too bad for him." Clemenceau's dismissal was bitter because Laudats felt he had done a superb job as head of the Dxim Bureau. He bragged that under his leadership they had arrested 500 spies, most of which were shot, the others condemned to various punishments. If Laudats really managed to convict most of those he arrested, then he had far surpassed the general conviction rate for spies, which at the time was only about 10%. How was this possible? Either French jurors had our astonishing willingness to convict on flown evidence which might have been true in those jingoistic times, or Laudats routinely enhanced the evidence against his suspects after his acquittal. Laudats waited 4 long years to become a major, at which point he retired from the service. He felt himself ill-used, but he was not convicted and shot as Mata Hari and Lenoir were. Was Lad 01X truly a double agent, working within the French intelligence service for German advantage? Or was he simply a buffoon trying to draw attention from his own errors by using Mata Hari as a scapegoat? Though Laudats probably manufactured evidence against Mata Hari, even without the telegrams, it seems likely that she would have been convicted. The august judges at the tribunal heard Mata Hari's guilt from Bouchardon and Mornat and never really entertained the idea that she might be innocent of espionage because she was surely not innocent of immorality. Rudolph MacLeod was told of Mata Hari's execution by reporters in Arnhem on the day of hell death. He reportedly remarked, "Whatever she's done in life, she did not deserve that." It was a very fair assessment. Rudolf hoped she had left a will that would make their daughter, Nani, rich. He pursued the matter through the Dutch legation in Paris, fruitlessly. He found she had no will and many unpaid debts, and that many of N'Fatahari's valuable possessions were still in the prison warehouse. These were sold at auction in Paris on January 30, 1918. Rudolf tried diligently to find out how much money was raised by the sale of her possessions, but the French authorities were evasive. The auction of her possessions yielded 14,251.65 francs, almost $33,000 today, a sum far in excess of the tally of trial costs, 335.56 francs, or about $775. The excess never reached Non. There was more than 8 suspicion of wrongdoing that revived in 1924, when the French newspapers announced an auction of items that had belonged to Mata Hari, especially jewels coming from the clerk of the prisons and the clerk of the Council of War. Furnishings left in her house in The Hague were auctioned off on January 9 and 10, 1918, because the owners of the house were owed rent. Baron van der Capellan did not attend the auction, nor received nothing from the sale of her mother's possessions. Non's only inheritance from her infamous mother was congenital syphilis. On August 10, 1919, at the age of 21, she died abruptly mere days before she was supposed to leave to become a schoolteacher in the Dutch East Indies. She had been examined and declared in perfect health very recently. The cause of death was said to be a cerebral hemorrhage or aneurysm, which can be a consequence of congenital syphilis. She was bulletined in Worthreden, in a grave marked simply R. Non. Rudolf did not want the tombstone to identify himself and Mata Hari as her parents, though such notations were common on Dutch graves. Years later, after the Second World War, the prosecutor André Mornat spoke to a writer, Paul Guimard, about Mata Hari. Guimard wrote, "He did not confide in me to the fundamental basis of Mata Hari affair, but he told me with a supreme indifference, between you and me, there wasn't enough evidence to flog a cat." It is chilling that the prosecutor knew the evidence was insubstantial and yet did not desist. Being seen to convict spies, and being seen to punish them harshly, was more important than determining whether a suspect actually was a spy, except, of course, to the falsely accused spy herself. Hari's only other legacy was a rich melange of myth and legend that still persist. The iconic female spy, beautiful, seductive, utterly duplicitous, owes much to Mata Hari. Numerous rumors and fictional or ghastly inaccurate treatments of her life, some written by purported eyewitnesses, have sprung up. The most lurid involve a fictional out-of-wedlock daughter, Bunda MacLeod. WHC followed her mother into espionage, or a last-minute salvation from the firing squad by a lover. Something about Mata Hari's exotic beauty and elusiveness fostered inventions and lies, during and after her life. She also left a social legacy, more apparent today than in her own time, as a pioneering self-made and independent woman. She created Mata Hari, deliberately abandoning Margaretha Zelk MacLeod, and shaped her persona out of a talent and a need for pleasing men. She had no other way to live. A settled married life was a role for which she was completely unsuited. Even a husband fundamentally different from Rudolf MacLeod would have found her an impossible wife. She traded on her wits, her looks, her artistic talents, and her tremendous intuition about others to become a symbol of sexuality and pleasure that in some ways epitomized the Belle Époque. When the more puritanical and xenophobic times of the Great War arrived suddenly, Mata Hari knew no other way to behave, to be. The traits that brought her fame and glory were the ones that condemned her to death. If indeed she was a spy, Mata Hari surely ranks among the world's most inept agents. Her ability to uncover secrets was questionable. Even before the police set tails on her, she was recognized everywhere, known everywhere, and was inevitably the center of attention. Her comings and goings, with whom she dined or danced, were the subject of newspaper gossip columns. She could not be clandestine, unnoticed, ordinary. Wherever she went, she attracted admiration from men and jealous glances from women. She knew what men wanted and needed, and she enjoyed giving it to them. While pillow talk rn at LTB seen as an effective of learning secrets, her lovers were in universal agreement that she did not talk with them about the war. Indeed, it was a large part of her charm that she made them forget the war, the planned offensives, the numbers of planes or tanks to be sent to this battle or that. When she gathered a tidbit of information, her attempts at communicating it to her spymaster were the stuff of comedy. She sent uncoded letters to Ladus through the ordinary mail, she telegraphed him openly, she called at his office repeatedly. She even sent intelligence to Ladus by confiding it to a French diplomat she met by chance. What chance had such a woman of being a successful spy, much less a double agent? She was convicted not for espionage but for her lack of shame, her frank admission of loving many men and preferring officers. This was the behavior that so damned her in the eyes of men like Bouchardon, Mornat, and the tribunal judges of the Third Council of War. Most of them were undoubtedly attracted to her themselves. Many may have indulged themselves with chic mistresses in the pleasure-loving years before the war. But having a mistress oneself and condemning a woman for being one were two different things. Officially, not of the men at the tribunal had the courage to be less than rigidly moralistic. During the hard days of the Great War, the politicians and military men of France cast Mata Hari Ir a larger role than that oft irresistible Miss Fraisse. They demanded she play femme fatale, a wicked and very sexual woman who brought men to their downfall. Unwittingly and unwillingly, she played the role to perfection. Though she was unjustly put to death, there was only ever one possible ending to the story of Mata Hari. She was not a woman who could have grown old, lost her looks, and lived a quiet domestic life. Butterflies who live in the sun must die young.